The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 431. Clamoring outside the sect gates for 1,000 years. In his previous life, Lin Xuanji's soul force had become extremely powerful. Craftsmen relied on, first, the soul fire, and second, the soul force. Lin Xuanji did not lack either. In his past life, he had been able to repair the revert world mirror, which was a heaven-shocking magic treasure that couldn't even be categorized into any level by himself. Wouldn't it be easy, then, to refine a mere black turtle's inner core? It was just that he didn't release the soul force that was sealed inside his body when he rebirthed before, so the cultivation speed he displayed back then was still only a little faster than ordinary people. But now that Lin Xuanji had braved the danger of exploding his body in order to unseal his soul force, naturally, he could easily refine the magic treasures he needed. After staring at Lin Xuanji with a complicated look, esteemed Lan Yu slowly said, "Xuanji, if you really decide not to hide, I'm afraid that all the spearheads will point towards you." "That is better than pointing the spears at the people around me," Lin Xuanji replied. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded, stroking his astrological staff. "Tonight, I will divine the stars to see the future for all of you. If it's not to your inconvenience, Master, it's no trouble. There are still some things I want to discuss with you privately." Qing Zhu carefully handed a strand of hair tied by a red rope to esteemed Lan Yu. Qing Zhu asked nervously, "Your divination won't have any problems?" Esteemed Lan Yu removed the red rope and said, "Normally speaking, nothing will go wrong." Qing Zhu saw that he was going to start casting spells, so he stopped talking, but his eyes were staring unblinkingly at esteemed Lan Yu's hand. Esteemed Lan Yu expertly made a hand seal and placed the strand of hair in the middle of the apparatus. There were a dozen small paper people on it, all of whom were lying motionless on the stone plate. It didn't take long for esteemed Lan Yu to finish his hand techniques, and his eyes turned fierce. The strand of hair began to burn, and those little paper people seemed to have been revived all of a sudden. They all stood up and began to dance and rotate on the astrolabe. Qing Zhu was dazzled. Esteemed Lan Yu squeezed out a drop of blood onto the burning black hair. The flame suddenly grew bigger and changed from a jade-like blue color to ghostly green. The flame burned for 3 days and 3 nights, and the little people also danced for 3 days and 3 nights. However, the instant the flames went out, all of the little people dropped down at the same time. What does this mean? Qing Zhu looked at the burnt hair and felt uncomfortable in his heart. "Don't say it." Qing Zhu suddenly stood up. Holding the red rope in despair, he said, "I don't believe it. He must still be alive." Esteemed Lan Yu sighed. Lu Mengqian's soul could no longer be found in the 5 continents cultivation world. In reality, this was no surprise. Any techniques esteemed Lan Yu knew, Yin Xinghan knew as well. He probably already used the 5-element soul-searching technique, or similar spells, to search for Lu Mengqian more than once. But even Yin Xinghan could neither find Lu Mengqian if he was alive nor find his corpse if he was dead, so esteemed Lan Yu's spell likely didn't miss anything. Things did not bode well for Lu Mengqian. Qing Zhu wanted to search for him again merely because he was unwilling to accept this. Qing Zhu left Sinking Sword Peak in despair. Zan Fengding tried to speak up and stop him but was directly ignored by Qing Zhu. Seeing the situation, Zan Fengding knew that it was bad, and he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable again. The peaceful days didn't last long. A few days later, someone couldn't endure any longer and arrived at the gate. "Master, youngest martial brother." Zan Fengding came over in a hurry and informed, "Just now, a disciple sent a message. Some people are clamoring outside the sect gates, demanding that Profound Sky Sect hand over Xuanji and the Twin Lotus Lamp together. Otherwise, they will gather other people in Profund City to attack Profound Sky Sect." When esteemed Lan Yu heard this, his cold expression turned ugly. "That's nonsense. Do they think they can rush into Profound Sky Sect whenever they want?" When Lin Xuanji heard this, he stood up from the futon beside him. "Who are the ones calling for battle?" Zan Fengding answered, "Some of them are rogue cultivators, some are people from mercenary groups, and some are disciples of Sky Peak Sect. There is a leader named Mo Yan. It's said that he is already at Profound Realm Peak Separated Spirit stage. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with him." "Mo Yan," Lin Xuanji sneered, I didn't look for him, but he came to me. I want to see just how powerful he is. Esteemed Lan Yu asked, did you have a conflict with this person before? Lin Xuanji nodded. A big conflict. I just didn't have any time to pay attention to him before. Just then, a noisy voice came from outside, and Wan Yidong raised his voice, shouting, don't bully intolerably youngest martial brother as my sinking sword peak's disciple and my master's closed-door disciple. You are not qualified to drive him out to fight. Lin Xuanji and esteemed Lan Yu exchanged glances. Master, I'll go out and take a look. Zan Fengting grabbed Lin Xuanji and shook his head. They are from the sect master's side. They don't know anything. Just ignore them. We can handle everything. Lin Xuanji's heart warmed. These martial brothers were really sincere towards him. During the time he returned to Profound Sky Sect, he'd been cultivating in seclusion every day, while ignoring all the matters outside. It was Zan Fengting and the others who helped him handle all those matters. After Lin Xuanji left closed-door cultivation, he overheard people say that Wan Yidong had already fought countless battles with disciples from the other peaks in this short 7 to 8 days. There were even a few battles where blood was drawn, and Wan Yidong was almost punished by the peak rules because of that. This time, Lin Xuanji didn't intend to let others fight his battles for him. He had to solve his problems himself. Lin Xuanji gave Zan Fengting a comforting look. Elder martial brother, don't worry. I know the limits, but if I don't strike the mountains and shake the tigers this time, I'm afraid they will think I'm easy to bully in the future. They will become more arrogant and presumptuous. It's better to teach them a good lesson. Zan Fengting frowned slightly. Xuanji, what exactly have you been doing these days? Lin Xuanji smiled. I didn't do anything. I just tried to exchange some feelings with Zij. He didn't explain any more, and pushed the door open as he left with his back straight. Outside, Wan Yidong was preparing to draw his sword, when a disciple of the main peak shouted with indignation, you all protect Lin Xuanji in this way, but you don't know that he has hidden the twin lotus lamp that originally should have benefited everyone. Not to mention, our Profound Sky Sect's disciples can't even go out without being attacked now. I don't know how many disciples have already been injured. That's right, the sect can protect him, but he has to pay some price accordingly. All of you must have gotten benefits to protect him like this. Do you really think we are all blind? The man's voice just fell when he felt a chilling feeling on the back of his neck. He shuddered and saw Lin Xuanji standing on the steps, holding the sheathed Zij sword in hand. When the man touched his neck, there was a trace of blood on his hand. He screamed with fright and collapsed on the ground, legs soft. All the other disciples who had been chattering fell silent and stared warily at Lin Xuanji as he walked towards them step by step. Lin Xuanji's face was as cold as frost, and his eyes shone with no other color except black. He seemed to be staring at them like they were dead people. His body was very tall, with wide shoulders and a narrow waist. In his hand, he held Zij. Just a few steps down the stairs gave people the feeling of an oppressive aura. Several disciples who came from the main peak kept quiet out of fear and retreated silently despite themselves. One of the disciples insisted, Lin Xuanji, it can't be that you want to slaughter your fellow disciples from the same sect. Lin Xuanji glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and said contemptuously, kill you? Not qualified enough. Lin Xuanji, don't be too arrogant now that Profound Sky Sect is blocked at the mountain gates and people are clamoring for a battle every day, don't you have any shame? Another disciple also got angry and snapped, one of my younger martial brothers was seriously injured when he went out yesterday. 35 disciples of Profound Sky Sect have already been injured in a dispute in Profund City ever since you came back. It's all because of you. Wan Yidong huffed, shut the fuck up for lousy at this time, you don't band together against a common enemy, but instead, you have to fight within your nest. Is this what the teachings of Profound Sky Sect taught you? Elder martial brother Wan, what you said is one-sided. Sky Peak Sect is the main sect of all the celestial level sects, and that side specifically named Lin Xuanji and the Twin Lotus Lamp as items we must hand over. Don't tell me that we're going to disobey the orders of the main sect and protect a person who keeps all the benefits to himself. If they said that you were born to your mother in the old Wang next door, will you also believe that? Wan Yidong was so angry he smiled. If you don't have enough brains, go see a healer, don't come out to harm people. How can you speak so harshly? Fuck off if you don't want to hear it. Who told you to send yourself to our door to look for abuse? You. The disciple bickering was obviously no match for Wan Yidong. He glared angrily for a while and said, anyway, the sect master is telling Lin Xuanji to handle the clamoring people at the mountain gate by himself. You all do as you see fit with that. The group of disciples left in a flurry. Wan Yidong showed a victorious expression and smoothed out his sleeves. Want to fight with this grandpa? Want to compare who's more annoying, unreasonable, and shameless? How trifling. Slags. Lin Xuanji looked at Wan Yidong and smiled. There is no need to compare this kind of thing, ba. Wan Yidong replied, younger martial brother, your move just now was really handsome. Why do I feel like your swordsmanship is more advanced? Lin Xuanji said lightly, after being in secluded cultivation these days, of course there must be some progress. Wan Yidong stared at Lin Xuanji for a while, then frowned slightly. Younger martial brother, your aura seems to be somewhat different than before. Lin Xuanji smiled. You want to praise that I'm much stronger than before? There's no need to be so euphemistic. Wan Yidong said, younger martial brother, you don't have to pay attention to what those people said. Master and the Yuan family are sending letters everywhere these days. They are uniting with other sects and families to fight against the common enemy, Yin Xinghan. In a few days, they will have some results. Ever since Yin Xinghan destroyed the Lu family, Lin Xuanji's pursuit and interception turned from actions done in secret to blatant actions in the open. Who knows what was going through Yin Xinghan's mind, but he was actually behaving like a mad dog. Chapter 432, Chaotic Battle at the Mountain Gate. Profound Sky sect had been challenged by many sides. However, due to the dignity of the whole sect, no one dared to directly rush up to challenge the sect gate's barrier. In recent days, Profound Sky sect's disciples who had been wandering outside had been hurt, and some people had even been beaten in secret. Lin Xuanji sighed at the end. Those disciples, in fact, are not totally unreasonable. It is because of me that the sect was implicated. He didn't know when Bei Shishan arrived, but the man said. The source of this matter is not necessarily on you. Lin Xuanji asked, why do you say that? Bei Shishan replied, a few days ago, when the sect's disciples were repeatedly oppressed, Master sent me to investigate the situation. I found that although those disciples were injured, no one was worried about their lives, and they could return to normal after resting for a while. Moreover, I followed a disciple and finally found that the person who attacked him was one of our own disciples of Profound Sky sect. Wan Yidong was stunned, then he flew into a rage. Isn't this one of our own people screwing with our own people? They want to use this method to force Xuanji to face those guys in order to maintain a sense of morality. Who on earth came up with this dirty method? It is simply despicable in Profound Sky sect. Besides Sect Master Zhang, who else would want to kill Lin Xuanji so badly? Just then, Hai Kuanglang came from the outside with a gloomy face. He looked at Lin Xuanji with complicated eyes. Master has sent a message. He wants us to solve Profound Sky sect's dilemma by ourselves. Lin Xuanji corrected, I'm afraid it's not us, but me. Don't say that, said Hai Kuanglang. Lin Xuanji's heart warmed and he couldn't help but think, what kind of virtue do I have? How did I get the sincere treatment of these senior martial brothers? This was definitely much better than the situation from his previous life. Lin Xuanji smiled faintly, which was quite comforting. In this case, I might as well follow his advice. What do you want to do? Hai Kuanglang asked, frowning. Lin Xuanji said lightly, since someone is calling for a fight, I will go. Don't be silly. Wan Yidong cocked his head. You are no match against those people at all. Don't forget that Mo Yan. At the beginning, we had no strength to fight back, so we were pushed down the cliff by him. Even if your cultivation has grown now, compared to him, there is still a difference in level. Master. Wan Yidong looked surprised. Xuanji, I will ask you again. Esteemed Lan Yu waved his hand and motioned for Wan Yidong to be quiet. Have you made up your mind? Lin Xuanji nodded and answered without hesitation, my mind is made up. Esteemed Lan Yu continued, a letter from the central continent said that the Bai family and Wangfu family are willing to give you a helping hand. The Ji family from the south, the Ji family from the west, the Qi family from the north, the Lin, Duan, and Yuan families from the east, as well as the 12 sect forces including North Continent's Heavenly Fire sect and South Continent's Delightful Law sect and Longevity sect are willing to stand on your side. Can't even that shake your determination? Lin Xuanji was stunned for a moment. Then he lifted the front of his robes, knelt on the ground, and said to esteemed Lan Yu, Master, it is I who has failed your kindness. Your disciple is unfilial. It seemed that esteemed Lan Yu was a little angry, and he stared at Lin Xuanji for a moment. Then you can resolve it yourself. None of you are allowed to help him. Watching esteemed Lan Yu turn and leave, Wan Yidong was puzzled for a while. He asked Lin Xuanji, who already got up to sort out his clothes, "What did you do to provoke Master? Did you have an outrageous plan? It's the first time I've seen Master angry to such an extent. You're a little fierce. However, so many people are willing to help you, it seems that you have a good character." The Bai family even came forward. It seems that Yin Xinghan's side will be flustered. Senior Martial Brother. Lin Xuanji looked at Wan Yidong. "I actually have the twin lotus lamp." Wan Yidong stopped talking. Zan Fengting looked at Lin Xuanji, as if he had something more to say, but finally sighed. Bei Shishan's eyelid twitched as he frowned. Lin Xuanji continued, "I don't want to deceive people who are willing to trust me. Just leave it at that. I will resolve the outside matter myself." Wan Yidong watched as Lin Xuanji left by sword and his body disappeared. It took him a long time to find his voice. How can the twin lotus lamp be on him? Where could he be hiding it? It's getting harder and harder to understand him. Hai Kuanglang looked at Wan Yidong. "Why don't you go and have a look? After all, he is our younger martial brother." Outside the mountain gate, there were a group of people surrounding it. Some of them came from mercenary groups while others were rogue cultivators, who were there to purely enjoy the fun. However, there was no better organized and premeditated group than the joint forces of several aristocratic families and Sky Peak sect. "Say, do you think Lin Xuanji will appear?" "It's hard to say." Another person answered, "I heard that many families and sects are on his side. It's not easy to sniff him out. I heard that the reclusive Lu family lost their members because they angered Sky Peak sect's newcomer from the Nine Lands. If Lin Xuanji has even a little backbone, he won't continue being a coward, right? Who knows? Anyway, we have been here for so long, and we haven't even seen a trace of Lin Xuanji. I think he's hiding in the mountain like a turtle." When those words fell, a flash of light appeared from the sect's barrier. Most people felt their vision blur as a man in white with black hair and a pale blue sword stood in front of everyone. This person was Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji's sword landed heavily on the ground, and the cracked ground spread like a spider web under his feet. A strong wave of aura swept over them, causing 5 or 6 people to feel unstable by the impact. Their whole bodies trembled. "Lin Xuanji, you brat, you finally dared to come out!" A deep voice came from the sky. Mo Yan with 7 cultivators in ghost face masks passed overhead from the crowd and landed in front of Lin Xuanji. Mo Yan looked at Lin Xuanji, who was full of sword chi, and said coldly, "Back then, I underestimated you. I thought you would die at the bottom of the cliff, but you actually climbed up on your own. However, today is the day you die because of Lin Xuanji." Mo Yan was not spared Ren Bulin's ire. In the illusion of Twin Moon City, Lin Xuanji had learned of his dilemma, which made Mo Yan hate Lin Xuanji inexplicably. Hence, no matter whether the twin lotus lamp was on Lin Xuanji or not, Mo Yan was not going to let him leave alive. Coincidentally, Lin Xuanji thought the same way. Besides Mo Yan, there was no other person who could have revealed the matter regarding the twin lotus lamp. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly. "Today is also the date of your death." While speaking, Lin Xuanji had already pulled Zish from where it was inserted on the ground, and threw several thunderballs toward Mo Yan and the others at the same time. With a wave of his hand, Mo Yan scattered the thunderballs that came at his face. His expression was full of killing intent. "This is an insignificant trick. Do you still want to kill me with that?" Lin Xuanji made a hand seal and sneered, "An insignificant trick is enough to deal with you." Those thunderballs were scattered across 4 directions by Mo Yan, and the cultivators who had been standing around all quickly dispersed. However, their speed was not as fast as the thunderball's explosion. They only heard bang bang bang, and many cultivators who could not escape were injured by the strong blasting force. For a moment, there were groaning sounds. Mo Yan shot a sharp wind from his palm and sent it heavily toward Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji waved his Zish sword to fight with Mo Yan. Before dealing with Lin Xuanji, Mo Yan was 100% sure that he could kill Lin Xuanji in one strike. But now, Mo Yan found that his every move and style seemed to be neutralized by Lin Xuanji's swordsmanship. When Wan Yidong and the others arrived, they saw Lin Xuanji fighting with Mo Yan in midair, sparks flying off in all directions. Wan Yidong was taken aback and looked at the sky. How did Xuanji get so powerful? He clearly didn't have the power to fight back last time. Bei Shishan frowned and held his sword. His cultivation doesn't seem to have improved, but his swordsmanship now contains a very strong and pure killing intent. He's probably comprehended a new sword intent. Hai Kuanglang said while playing with an ice sword in hand, we might as well help him deal with the others. Several subordinates brought by Mo Yan also joined the battle. Hai Kuanglang took the lead in releasing a roaring ice dragon, and all the cultivators who were ready to help Mo Yan were blocked behind the ice dragon. Your opponent is me. Hai Kuanglang smiled rather arrogantly, with both hands propped up toward his sides. The originally slender ice dragon became extremely thick, as if it had grown from infancy to adulthood. The ice dragon growled and rushed at the cultivators. It could freeze people into popsicles if it touched human skin, and its lethality was considerable. Bei Shishan looked at the cultivators who kept coming and was also provoked to kill and fight. He took out his sword, killing God, and licked his lips as he sneered, "Come." Ever since his cultivation improved, he hadn't found the right opportunity to try it out. Now, these cultivators had delivered themselves to his door. Naturally, Bei Shishan wouldn't let this chance go. Seeing this, Wan Yidong was unable to resist his itching hands and also pulled out his sword, sorrowful sound. Once sorrowful sound was drawn, all the ghosts wailed simultaneously. At that moment, the vast open space outside of Profound Sky Sect's gates became a chaotic and fierce battleground. These disciples of Profound Sky Sect usually didn't show off much or displayed their skills. But in fact, if one looked at the entirety of Profound Sky Sect, these Sinking Sword Peak disciples were all outstanding people. In the case of 4 against many, they didn't fall behind at all. After all, their cultivations were already in the primary realm. Although the number of cultivators who came to besiege Lin Xuanji was large, those who were already at the primary realm were still in the minority. Mo Yan launched a mountain-destroying palm while the heavy weight of his enormous palm came for Lin Xuanji's head. If Lin Xuanji hadn't dodged, he would have been crushed to death. Between Lin Xuanji's eyebrows, a cluster of flame seals suddenly lit up. He pulled out the Zij sword, and the 1 style and 3 moves of the Lotus Seed Asking Buddha finished in a split second. A bloody severed hand fell from the sky, and the mountain-destroying plam that couldn't be dodged dispersed on its own before it could even touch Lin Xuanji's head. Chapter 433. A single sword through the heart. Mo Yan stared at Lin Xuanji in surprise, as though unable to believe that the other party could disperse his attacks so easily and even cut off one of his hands. Once Zij was drawn, heaven and earth faded away. This was a prophecy the creator of the Zij sword foretold back then, but many people had already forgotten about it. However, after looking at Lin Xuanji, who had already become one with the Zij sword shining with a cold green light, many people present were suddenly reminded of this sentence. Lin Xuanji's black hair fluttered, his robes whistling in the wind as he held his sword across his chest. Without saying a word, he continued to fight Mo Yan. The tip of his blade was wrapped in something like smoke and fog. But if you looked closely, you'd find that it was a silent burning flame which could not be seen at a distance. Only Mo Yan felt this strange power that seemed to have a bloodthirsty desire, and it brought him indescribable shock and unusual fear. Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Lin Xuanji was clearly only at the condensed pulse stage of primary realm cultivation. However, after he drew Zij from its scabbard, his cultivation seemed to have immediately jumped to the profound realm, and his entire being became much more terrifying. His swordsmanship and attacks had also become extremely aggressive, which meant he intended to fight to his last breath. Small Mingyin Flame, Yin Xinghen, who was watching the battle from a distance, could clearly see the flow of energy wrapped around Lin Xuanji's sword blade, and he was completely shocked. A string of beads in his hand fell to the ground and rolled everywhere. The man holding a sword beside Yin Xinghen was the main personal bodyguard sent by Yan Zizhong to protect Yin Xinghen. His name was Ku Buyi. He stepped forward and whispered to Yin Xinghen, "Sir, didn't the small Mingyin flame disappear along with the crafting monarch back in those years? Could Sir have seen wrong?" "Impossible," Yin Xinghen shouted, his pupils contracting. The small Mingyin flame was a rare fire created by heaven and earth. If it was refined, it could instantly improve one's cultivation to a higher realm. I have seen the appearance of the small Mingyin flame wrapped around a person's body in the secret script, which looks exactly the same as Lin Xuanji's right now. There is absolutely no mistake. The cold teal chi surrounding Juj's blade had climbed along Lin Xuanji's arm to his whole body. Mo Yan released a loud shout, and his whole person began to grow bigger. The muscles of his body suddenly protruded, his skin turning shiny black and hard as a rock. With a clanging sound, Zij was blocked by Mo Yan's arm. Mo Yan thrust a huge palm toward Lin Xuanji, shooting a wind blast. He nearly overturned Lin Xuanji's body in the air. Lin Xuanji steadied himself and deftly turned over. His sword techniques changed several times. In his left hand, he added an item shaped like a crystal cylinder with icicles on many sides, then suddenly changed his sword style to launch a move called Lotus, stirring the 9 heavens. From Mo Yan's perspective, the Zij sword suddenly multiplied into tens of thousands of swords, pointing towards him from all directions. Before he had time to think of which one to deal with, his heart suddenly hurt. Mo Yan dropped to the ground, his soul wanting to flee. But then it was sucked away by a strong force. Lin Xuanji held the Yin Ghost banner in his hand and shook it hard. All the cultivators who died during this battle also had their souls sucked into the Yin Ghost banner. As soon as the Yin Ghost banner appeared, the surrounding air had grown colder. This time, Mo Yan became a corpse. Teal Lotus 9 Styles Yin Xinghan cried out in a low voice, having connected everything in his mind. When he spoke, his voice seemed to crack. Lin Xuanji has the blood of the Zan family in the East Lands. Lin Zan was most likely Guangling, the East Sovereign Zan Wushi's favorite lover. In the beginning he is the first heir to the 9 lands in the prophecy. Kill him quickly. Ku Buyi's pupils contracted abruptly, and in an instant, his body had already reached Lin Xuanji. His cultivation at this time was the peak of profound realm. Without much hesitation, he prepared to hit Lin Xuanji with all his strength. You dare! A fierce shout emerged from the sky, and Feng Jingyu slapped him away. Before Ku Buyi could even release his attack, he was sent flying far away by a single slap to his face. A man in golden red robes with a gold crown and phoenix eyes landed in front of Lin Xuanji. His eyes were brimming with a golden red light, which was so beautiful and unique from human beings. With a wave of the feathered fan in hand, Ku Buyi, who had just climbed up, was easily overturned on the ground again. Lin Xuanji gently coughed, and swallowed the blood in his mouth. West Phoenix Monarch Yin Xinghan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He felt a sense of inexplicable fear in his heart, but suddenly everything became clear to him. Yin Xinghan flew up to the top of a high building that wasn't far away from Feng Jingyu. After standing still, he narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Didn't you die at the hands of the heavenly Luo king and queen? Haha, that pair of adulterers and whores. Did you really think that I, Feng Jingyu, would be so easily killed? Feng Jingyu smiled contemptuously, and fully released his spiritual aura. The feather fan pointed to Yin Xinghan as he spoke. I wanted to say it before. That fan of yours is really ugly. Don't imitate this king's style. Yin Xinghan suppressed a mouthful of blood in his throat and almost choked to death. The iron feathered fan in his hand suddenly felt heavy and scalding. It wasn't like he could put it away, but he also couldn't keep it out. Yan Tianan, who came with Feng Jingyu, almost rolled his eyes and whispered, Mao Mao, are you here to make people laugh? Feng Jingyu shouted, what are you uttering nonsense for? Shut up! Yan Tianan immediately shut up and looked at Lin Xuanji anxiously. Ku Buyi managed to get up and wipe the blood from the corners of his mouth. With half his face swollen, he stood beside Yin Xinghan. Yin Xinghan's eyes suddenly trembled, staring at Feng Jingyu and Lin Xuanji, as well as Yan Tianan, who had arrived at an unknown time. I see. Although the name Yan Tianan was not the original name of that exceptional half-divine devil furnace, he was still surnamed Yan. In addition, with his appearance and the people from the 9 lands who appeared around him, how could Yin Xinghan still not guess his identity? Lin Xuanji, who was predicted to be the first heir to the Qianyuan dynasty and the star of salvation before he was even born, esteemed Lan Yu, or Yin Kongsang, who had already come to the 5 continents early on and was currently Lin Xuanji's master, the West Phoenix Monarch, who was thought to have died in the 9 lands, and even the crafting monarch Bai Wen, whom nobody knew was alive or not, but nevertheless gave Lin Xuanji the small Ming Yin flame. So that's how it is. I see. Yin Xinghan's expression changed a few times before he had a feeling of transparency. He couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh as if he'd gone crazy. There was actually such a big secret hidden in the 5 continents. Yin Kongsang, you were one step ahead of me after all. Ha 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 ha. Who is Yin Kongsang? Yan Tianan asked in confusion. Esteemed Lan Yu. Feng Jingyu swept his eyes towards Yan Tianan in disgust. You've been here for so long, but you don't even know his name. Lin Xuanji wanted to say that he didn't know it either, but he kept his mouth shut and never spoke. Yan Tianan asked with great anxiety, what is he laughing at? Has he gone crazy? Feng Jingyu replied, he was already insane to begin with. At most, he's just become crazier. After Yin Xinghan laughed enough, he glared at Lin Xuanji coldly. This time, you are dead for sure. I will never let you leave the 5 continents alive and go to the 9 lands. It's not up to you. Lin Xuanji smiled lightly. The twin lotus lamp is in my hands. Similarly, the yin-yang umbrella, heavenly thunder tripod, 4-direction seal, and 5 elements converging soul plate will all be in my hands. I will certainly open the 5 continents barriers and go to the 9 lands. If you have the ability, take these magic treasures yourself. Yin Xinghan's face changed dramatically, and his breathing grew very short. Did Yin Kongsang actually foresee all these already? Where exactly are these magic treasures? Feng Jingyu sneered, you're not stupid, are you? Lin Xuanji would be crazy and stupid if he were to tell you their whereabouts. Yin Xinghan, you better hurry up and get lost. I'll give you a chance to live. If it wasn't for the fact that this king didn't want to kill people at Profound Sky Sect's gates for the time being, you would already be ashes by now. Yin Xinghan couldn't help but think of the fire that burned an entire region of the Wudong Mountain and destroyed a whole team of black and white crow guards. Suddenly, he broke out into a cold sweat. He resisted the impulse in his heart and struggled to say to Ku Buyi beside him, let's go. They were outnumbered. If there had been no Feng Jingyu, Yin Xinghan would have personally dealt with Lin Xuanji, but the West Phoenix monarch Feng Jingyu was standing right in front of Lin Xuanji. The West Phoenix monarch's power and prestige was well known throughout the 9 lands. Even if Yin Xinghan had never had a direct confrontation with the West Phoenix monarch, he had still seen the scene of a million corpses burned to crisps in his anger. Even if the barrier of the 5 continents had suppressed their level, no matter how high their original cultivations were, they were all at the peak of the return origin stage in the profound realm at this time. In theory, there was no distinction between who was higher and lower. But in reality, one's comprehension of their own techniques, the degree of body refinement, combat experience, the secret skills one mastered, and so on, made an enormous difference. Feng Jingyu had already surpassed the profound realm a long time ago. He was one of the strongest people in the 9 lands. His cultivation level was unfathomable. While Yin Xinghan's cultivation level was also deep, when compared to Feng Jingyu, the only one in the 9 lands who inherited the Phoenix clan's entire legacy since birth, he couldn't hold a candle to him. Yin Xinghan was not afraid of Feng Jingyu, but he would not deliberately challenge Feng Jingyu's authority and patience in a situation where he was caught off guard. Even if at some point Yin Xinghan thought Feng Jingyu was bluffing about his strength, all the same, Yin Xinghan didn't dare to risk a gamble. If he lost, he'd die. Defeated, Yin Xinghan ran away. Many of the cultivators on the scene had been provoked to besiege Lin Xuanji by Yin Xinghan. At this time, seeing their leader flee and Mo Yan killed by Lin Xuanji, the others didn't know what else to do but to retreat. A crisis was resolved in a short amount of time. Feng Jingyu proudly raised his hand and said triumphantly, fortunately, this king came in time. Otherwise, you would have been slapped to death by Yin Xinghan. That wicked and vile man. Yan Tianan said discontentedly, my Dage has already comprehended the sword intent of the Teal Lotus 9 styles and refined the small Ming Yin flame. I don't know how powerful it is. Didn't you see him easily kill Mo Yan? Really? Feng Jingyu just curled his lips and smirked, looking at Lin Xuanji, who was standing beside him with a pale complexion. Chapter 434. The first-ranked heir. Lin Xuanji showed a wry smile and shook his head, his left hand trembling slightly. I'm already at the end of my strength. When I fought against Mo Yan, I just looked calm. Mo Yan was 2 small stages higher in cultivation than Lin Xuanji. If it weren't for Mo Yan underestimating his enemy, and Lin Xuanji suddenly breaking through the 4th style of the Teal Lotus 9 style's Heartless Lotus Seed, which was extremely destructive and helped him jump 2 small stages with 1 full-powered blow, it wouldn't have necessarily been so easy to kill Mo Yan. However, for the current Lin Xuanji, he only barely managed to pull off Heartless Lotus Seed, so he could only use it once, and that single attack had already consumed all his spiritual qi. Furthermore, the backlash from the small Ming Yin flame also caused Lin Xuanji's qi and blood to boil and churn. Earlier, he was forced to grit his teeth and endure so that he wouldn't spit out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for Feng Jingyu's timely appearance, Lin Xuanji wouldn't even have had the chance to dodge Ku Buyi's attack and would have died. It could be said that Feng Jingyu's timing was very appropriate and excellent. Yan Tianan's expression changed slightly, so he quickly went over to support Lin Xuanji. He looked at him anxiously. Dage, we might as well leave here first. Lin Xuanji nodded. After this battle, Lin Xuanji's body was not only empty of spiritual qi, but he also caused some repercussions to himself when using the small Mingyin flame for the first time. It was like waves of cold air permeated his insides and every part of his body, but it wasn't just cold. It was an ominous feeling that seemed as if he was being secretly watched by ghosts and demons. In the legends, the small Mingyin flame was a kind of fire born in hell. Speaking of it, if it was refined by a master without a strong heart, they would have been instantly crushed to death. When Lin Xuanji refined the small Mingyin flame, he did it in a short amount of time while using aggressive methods, so even though the small Mingyin flame was now under his control, it sometimes didn't want to listen to Lin Xuanji, occasionally stirring up trouble for him. This caused some complications for Lin Xuanji. Fortunately, after being influenced by the sword intent from Teal Lotus 9 styles, Zij was recognizing Lin Xuanji as its master more and more, and no longer acted up willfully whenever Lin Xuanji drew it out. Otherwise, Lin Xuanji might have died this time. Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji flew back to Sinking Sword Peak with their several senior martial brothers. After Feng Jingyu appeared on the stage and completed his mission, he was also depleted of spiritual qi. With a poof, he suddenly transformed back into a little fat bird again. Yan Tianan couldn't help but have a headache when he saw it. Sure enough, it was just a farce. He just looked powerful. Before long, Ku Bui pushed the door open. On the side of Ku Bui's face, one could clearly see 5 red fingerprints, which made the skin look quite swollen. It could be seen that the 2 slaps from Feng Jingyu were not soft at all. Moreover, it was incredible that the 2 slaps he did completely overlapped each other and were on exactly the same spot. How did inquiring go? Yin Xinghan asked. The news that the twin lotus lamp is on Lin Xuanji is well known. Those sect disciples and aristocratic families who were originally called by esteemed Lan Yu and the Yuan family have changed their attitudes because of this incident. Most of them have decided to withdraw from the alliance, Ku Bui informed. Yin Xinghan frowned. That's not what I want to know. I asked you to inquire about the news concerning Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, and that West Phoenix monarch Feng Jingyu. How could he suddenly appear in the 5 continents and mix with Lin Xuanji's company? Ku Bui told him with some difficulty, Sir, this is the 5 continents. I'm afraid there are not many cultivators that know who the West Phoenix monarch is. Yin Xinghan took a deep breath. That's true. He swept Ku Bui a glance. Lin Xuanji is the star of salvation from the prophecy. Was there any news about this? Ku Bui shook his head. It seems that no one has ever mentioned it. With a cold smile, Yin Xinghan tapped his fan on the palm of his hand. East Sovereign, East Sovereign, he really is incredible. Over 20 years have passed, but no one in the 9 lands knows that he has a son and is still hiding the secret so tightly. He truly played well like an interesting golden cicada shedding its shell. However, even our Lord has already noticed this matter, otherwise, he wouldn't have issued a scarlet kill order on Lin Zan. Unfortunately, Lu Mengchen was not a reliable one. Ku Bui didn't say a word. After all, Lin Xuanji was the first heir of the 9 lands, and he didn't know it until today. Moreover, the prophecy of the Star of Salvation had never been heard of in the 9 lands. It was likely suppressed by the Yan family many years ago. Sometimes, knowing too much was not a good thing. After a while, Yin Xinghan said slowly, in this case, we should find a way to resolve the great trouble of Lin Xuanji for our Lord while in the 5 continents. That way, our Lord will have one less enemy to deal with, and can sit back and relax. Ku Bui frowned slightly. It's just that Lin Xuanji suddenly became so powerful today, and he also refined the small Mingyin flame. The West Phoenix monarch also stands at his side. I'm afraid this matter isn't easy to handle. It had to be said that Lin Xuanji killed Mo Yan so easily today, which gave Ku Bui a great shock. Moreover, whoever was slapped on the face would feel great pain. Ku Bui had been slapped twice by Feng Jingyu. Although it looked like only a superficial injury from the outside, in reality, his internal organs were almost misplaced. If it weren't for the fact that he cultivated a profound level top-grade defensive cultivation method Iron Merit and the fact that he wore armor, his body would likely have become paste by now. It should be known that Ku Bui in the 9 lands was an expert who ranked among the top of the list. But when he went up against Feng Jingyu, he didn't even have the slightest strength to fight back. This absolute level of suppression made Ku Bui frightened. Yin Xinghan became a little angry. He thumped the table heavily. This Feng Jingyu is really troublesome. He has repeatedly messed up our Lord's plans several times. At the beginning, If it weren't for him standing on Yu Ming's side and helping him send that little bastard away, how could so much trouble appear out of thin air for us over the years? Not only did Feng Jingyu help Yu Ming, but he also helped Yu Ming flagrantly. If it weren't for the fact that he was the only member of the innate divine Phoenix clan in the Nine Lands with an outstanding position among the bird clans, holding the willing submission and loyalty of tens of thousands of birds, and the fact that his cultivation was among the top 100 in the entire Nine Lands, he would have already been chased down and killed by the Yan family. Later, nobody knew what kind of stupid thoughts were going on in that head of his, but Feng Jingyu actually started helping Ling Chigu too, who supported the third successor for the throne. This really made Yan Zizhong even more annoyed. They'd thought that Feng Jingyu had died when he was protecting Ling Chigu as he escaped, and that the Phoenix clan had disappeared from then on. They believed that the West Land would be in great turmoil, and they could then choose a new monarch who could be used by Yan Zizhong. But unexpectedly, this Feng Jingyu was like a cockroach who just wouldn't die. He was still alive and kicking, and he even jumped out in front of Yin Xinghan, beating people up the moment he showed himself and exuding deep prestige and pressure. Yin Xinghan was filled with resentment and a bit tired of dealing with him. However, compared to Lin Xuanji, who was actually the first heir of the Nine Lands, the one predicted to ascend to the throne and unify them, everything else was not worth mentioning. What good was the Star of Salvation? The title of the first line in succession for the throne was the real piece of news that could scare someone to death. This was the real reason why Lin Xuanji had to be killed. What was even more frightening was that Lin Xuanji was mixed up with Yan Tianan. He heard that Yan Tianan was adopted by Lin Zan. It could be seen that Lin Zan was also the chief culprit in smuggling the Star of Destruction too. To be honest, although Yan Tianan had been pursued since birth, he in fact also had the right of succession, and his ranking was even before Yan Zizhong. If East Sovereign Zan Wush planned to join hands with Yan Zonghua. Yin Xinghan took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down a little. After a long time, he said slowly, "No, I have to try my best to tell our lord that Lin Xuanji has the small Mingyan flame, and the first heir from the original prophecy has grown up safely. It's not definite, but the crafting monarch might be in the 5 continents too." But, Ku Buyi frowned. The 5 continents barrier can only allow entrance and not exit. The news we tried to send before couldn't be transmitted at all. Yin Xinghan smiled coldly. It couldn't be sent out because the grade of the voice transmission talismans was not high enough. I had planned to use divine-level voice transmission talismans as a last resort. Seeing the present situation, I'll have to use them in advance. However, you should not let more people know about it, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Ku Buyi hurriedly replied, "Your subordinate obeys your orders. Central Continent, Sky Peak City, Bai family's house. Young master, Lin Xuanji admits that the twin lotus lamp is in his hands." Bai Wuya's expression looked displeased as he spoke to Bai Yichen, who was quietly tending to the flowers and plants. Bai Yichen looked up at him with a smile. "Why are you so angry? Who provoked our Wuya?" With black lines on his face, Bai Wuya exclaimed, "Young master, that twin lotus lamp has clearly been in his hands for a long time, but Lin Xuanji refused to admit it until now, and he still wants to lie to us so that we'd protect him. Isn't it too unkind?" Bai Yichen corrected, "What you said is wrong. At that time, he was at a disadvantage and was constrained by people everywhere. How could he admit that the twin lotus lamp was in his own hands? After he arrived in the East Continent, it was already kind of him to deal with all the trouble himself and take all the blame before we actually acted to help him. Even if he stubbornly refused to admit he had the treasure, don't tell me that you can still discover he'd been lying." Bai Wuya was struck dumb. After thinking for a while, he frowned and said, "I heard that Lin Xuanji's cultivation seems to have made another breakthrough. His Zish sword finally made its appearance in the world, and he actually killed Mo Yan easily. What's more, according to our spy's narrative, the tip of his sword was wrapped in what appears to be the fire and smoke of the small Mingyan flame after it was refined." Bai Yichen held up a gorgeous flower and said lightly, "So that's why he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to carry things on his own. It turned out that he has become so powerful. However, he couldn't have just relied on the small Mingyan flame alone to kill Mo Yan." Chapter 435, Unrest on All Sides. Young master is wise. Bai Wuya added, "I also heard that he used a sword technique no one had ever seen before and broke through Mo Yan's rock armor all of a sudden, piercing straight through his heart." Bai Yichen's hand paused slightly. "What technique is it?" Mo Yan's rock armor had already been cultivated to a certain realm. Even Ren Bulin himself couldn't break through it in a single move. Bai Wuya answered, according to people's descriptions, the sword struck him with a whoosh, followed by a flash of teal light, and then Mo Yan was killed. The corners of Bai Yichen's mouth twitched. I can think of 180 kinds of sword techniques just from your description alone. That's why I can't describe it. It can only be seen with one's eyes. Bai Wuya took a deep breath and continued, when Yin Xinghan went to challenge his opponent to a fight, his subordinate was sent flying by a single slap from the West Phoenix monarch. Yin Xinghan was so scared that he ran away, stumbling and crawling. West Phoenix monarch, in a moment of carelessness, Bai Yichen's fingers accidentally plucked off the flower. His face immediately twitched, and he touched that flower with great heartache as he asked Bai Wuya in an uncertain tone, Feng Jushao. Bai Wuya paused before replying, young master, the Jushao monarch has already been dead for many years. Bai Yichen stared blankly for a moment, then sighed slightly. Then it's his child, if I remember correctly, he seems to be called Feng Jingyu. Bai Wuya nodded and replied solemnly, that's right, it's the Feng Jingyu who burned the entire Parasol Mountain in a single breath as soon as he broke through his shell 1,000 years ago. Bai Yichen, Bai Wuya continued, inferring from Yin Xinghan's words, it seems that Feng Jingyu should have been dead, but he has resurrected and appeared on the 5 continents. I suspect that the dull gray bird by Lin Xuanji's side is the phoenix. Bai Yichen took a deep breath and lost all thoughts about continuing to care for the flowers and plants. He mused, what exactly is Lin Xuanji's identity? And what is Yan Tianan's identity? What exactly happened in the 9 lands in recent years? How come these divine clans, one after another, couldn't resist the loneliness anymore and just had to come to such a small demon-sealing site to stir things up? Say, Wuya, don't you think I've been out of touch with this world for too long? Bai Wuya expressionlessly replied, young master has never left the 5 continents for hundreds of years. It's normal to know nothing about these matters. He might not have told us anything before, but that's not necessarily true right now. Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, those two's identities, are special. I've already noticed this matter before, it's just that I didn't intend to delve into it. Bai Yichen said lightly, I'm afraid that Yin Xinghan already knows Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's identities at this time. On esteemed Lan Yu's side, he must want to pull some forces over in an alliance. If he won't say anything now, then when else can he say it? Bai Wuya thought about it and found it very reasonable. Young master is indeed wise. Bai Yichen, Sky Peak Sect. Ren Bulin received a letter with the whole story of what happened at Profound Sky Sect's gate. After reading it, his entire person was shrouded in a melancholic atmosphere. After a long time, he burned the letter to ashes. A man with slender eyes and a shrewd look came in without knocking on the door. He asked Ren Bulin, Sect Master Ren, did you finish reading the letter that Sir sent over? Ren Bulin nodded. I didn't expect that Lin Xuanji had actually become so powerful. There are more and more treasures in his hands now. Lu Tianhe nodded. That's right, it's precisely why Sir suffered a loss from him. Moreover, this Lin Xuanji even boasted that he wanted to obtain several other top-level magic treasures as well. This kind of thing can't be tolerated. Compared to killing Lin Xuanji, Ren Bulin was more interested in those magic treasures. What's more, in the beginning, Yin Xinghan indeed used these rare, unheard-of magic treasures to lure Ren Bulin into his alliance. Ren Bulin frowned. What exactly are those magic treasures? Why would Lin Xuanji actually know their whereabouts? Lu Tianhe smiled inexplicably as he answered, esteemed Lan Yu is a prophet whose name was once known throughout the 9 lands. He is part of one of the divine clans, the prophet family's main branch. If it weren't for the internal clan quarrel back then, where he broke off his relationship with the family, I'm afraid he would already be the Yin family's young master. Esteemed Lan Yu's divination ability is one of the strongest in the Yin family. It's not impossible for him to find the origin of the 5 continents seal if he wanted. Greed flashed through Ren Bulin's eyes. Whatever esteemed Lan Yu can find, I'm afraid that esteemed Shenji can also find it. Lu Tianhe was a capable person who came here together with Yin Xinghan. When he heard the words, he naturally nodded. Yes, Sir has already divined the whereabouts of those magic treasures. There are 5 magic treasures in total, which make up the entirety of the 5 continents barrier. Each continent has 1 magic treasure. Now that the West continent's treasure has been taken away by Lin Xuanji, we'll have to see which continent the next one will appear in. Ren Bulin nodded heavily and squeezed his fist. Lin Xuanji absolutely mustn't find the next magic treasure. Inside Cloud Jade Sect, Shen Rubbing walked into a delicate room full of fragrance. A woman wearing a gold hairpin and jade ring on her head sat gracefully on the soft couch, holding a secret manual in her hand. When she heard Shen Rubbing's footsteps, she asked without looking up, "Have you heard any news from the East Continent?" Shen Rubbing nodded as she quickened her steps and walked up to the woman. "Master, over in the East Continent, it's said that ever since Lin Xuanji obtained the Twin Lotus Lamp, his cultivation has been at a pace of 1,000 miles per day. He's already killed Sky Peak sect masters capable subordinate with ease. Moreover, there are many talented people around him, and it seems that even Yin Xinghan was no match. He has already fled in defeat." This woman was Shen Rubbing's master and a Shen family elder, Shen Legend. Upon hearing this, Shen Legend curled her lips. "What's so rare about this? I heard that there's a rumor in the 5 continents right now that Yan Tianan is an exceptional furnace. If you obtain him, then your cultivation can improve by leaps and bounds." Shen Rubbing's expression looked a little strange. "Master, do you really believe this? With that appearance, does he even look like an exceptional furnace at all? Moreover, aren't there also rumors that Yin Xinghan is an exceptional furnace as well?" "Yin Xinghan has met his match." Shen Legend smiled. "The so-called exceptional furnace doesn't necessarily have to be stunning in appearance, but they must have an excellent figure, soft muscles and bones, and jade-like skin. I've never seen Yan Tianan, so I don't know if he meets these requirements. What do you think?" "I don't think so." Shen Rubbing still hadn't forgotten the conflict between her and Yan Tianan in Pill Limit Mysterious Land. If it wasn't for the bird that Yan Tianan had obtained from who knows where, how could her Dage's arm have been cut off? Shen Rubbing said with absolute certainty, "Master, Yan Tianan is just a boy whose hair isn't even fully grown yet. How can he have any figure to speak of? This is nothing more than rumors Yin Xinghan deliberately released to lure us into causing trouble for Yan Tianan." Shen Legend replied with great secrecy. Although Yin Xinghan has a strong sense of purpose behind all his actions and feels difficult to get along with, he went to cause trouble for Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan as soon as he arrived in the 5 continents. I can't help thinking deeply about the reason behind those actions. You shouldn't be too careless either. At the very least, the Twin Lotus Lamp is definitely on Lin Xuanji. Shen Rubbing's expression changed a few times, and her eyes held viciousness. "Master, I just happened to receive a letter from Sky Peak Sect. Sect Master Ren invited us to go up Profound Sky Sect together in 3 days' time and ask Profound Sky Sect for the Twin Lotus Lamp on Lin Xuanji." Shen Legend thought for a moment. "This time, I will go in person. Recently, there was a turbulent wind in the 5 continents, and the root of this turmoil lied in Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji, with merely a primary realm peak condensed pulse stage cultivation, easily stabbed Mo Yan to death in a single sword strike. However, Mo Yan's cultivation had already been in the profound realm for many years. This news seemed to have grown wings and quickly flew to every corner of the 5 continents and attracted people to chase even more vigorously and crazily after the Twin Lotus Lamp. They naturally attributed Lin Xuanji's ability to the benefits he gained from the Twin Lotus Lamp. Almost all of the famous sects and major aristocratic families in the 5 continents were beginning to stir. Representatives from various factions set off immediately to Profound Sky Sect to ask for such a peerless magic treasure that could benefit the entire 5 continents. Although every single family, sect, and individual had the qualification to independently own magic treasures, some magic treasures whose levels were too high or treasures that could bring benefits to many parties were still not allowed to be possessed by individuals. This was basically a common rule the entire 5 continents agreed on. Moreover, ever since Yin Xinghan made his discoveries public and claimed that the Twin Lotus Lamp was instrumental to breaking through the 5 continents seal, many people who originally had no thoughts about the Twin Lotus Lamp began to feel tempted. However, when these people arrived in Profound Sky Sect and were greeted by disciples who opened the sect's main gates, they discovered that Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan had already disappeared from Profound Sky Sect the day after defeating Mo Yan. "What? Disappeared? Do you take us for fools? You all must know where they went. Esteemed Lan Yu, you should know that this Twin Lotus Lamp is a magic treasure connected to the prosperity and decline of the entire 5 continents, so it can never be controlled by individuals. Yeah, when all's said and done, it's not safe to put the Twin Lotus Lamp in any individual's hands. If it falls into the hands of demonic cultivators, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's still the safest to put it in Sky Peak Sect's 7-story treasure pagoda. Sky Peak Sect's 7-story treasure pagoda was a place where magic treasures were specially stored. It was heavily guarded on the outside and had an inescapable net around it, guarding the pagoda. Up till now, no one had ever successfully stolen anything from it, so it was known as the safest place in the 5 continents to hide treasures. Listening to the people standing below twittering and chattering, esteemed Lan Yu, who made a rare personal appearance, impassively pretended to be deaf and mute. Several of Sinking Sword Peak's disciples stood behind him, and every single one of their expressions looked worse than the next. Finally, Wan Yidong, who was tired of listening, spoke. All of you, don't yell at random. If we were the ones who hid youngest martial brother, then you tell me where did we hide him? Wan Yidong said grumpily, when I woke up, my youngest martial brother had already written a letter and left. Aren't you all the ones who forced him to leave? Your words are unreasonable. Shen Legend walked forward. If he didn't greedily covet the twin lotus lamp, how can there be so many people chasing and besieging him? Chapter 436. In a bad mood, Wan Yidong flashed a thick grin, showing his teeth. This grandma, your skill of inverting right and wrong is not bad. It's just that the cultivation world has always been different from the mortal world. The Tao is supreme, and no one pays attention to social relationships. Naturally, the so-called magic treasures and medicinal pills can only be obtained by those who are capable enough. If you want to snatch it, you should confidently say that you want to snatch it, but don't pretend like you have any moral high ground, that'll just make you a laughingstock. Brat, what did you call me? Shen Legend's expression changed dramatically. No woman could be so casually addressed by others, so Shen Legend immediately waved her hand and sent an attack towards Wan Yidong. A streak of purple light flashed by, and a golden light met it head-on. The force of esteemed Lan Yu's attack caused Shen Legend to retreat a few steps. Shen Legend looked at esteemed Lan Yu in shock. Esteemed Lan Yu, your disciple's words are insolent and ill-mannered. Don't tell me that you'll still protect him. Aren't you afraid that others will gossip that you've led your disciples astray? You have no respect for your seniors. Wan Yidong added fuel to the fire. Shen Legend was just about to explode in anger when she saw esteemed Lan Yu coolly say with a cold expression, this venerable is in a bad mood today. Shen Legend stared blankly and didn't know how to respond. Esteemed Lan Yu went on to say, when this venerable is in a bad mood, he wants to beat people to vent his anger. Hai Kuanglang nodded. My mood is not very good either. Shen Legend's face turned green and white. Right now, she could neither leave nor stay. Esteemed Lan Yu calmly continued, my youngest disciple's current whereabouts are unknown. If you guys have any news about him, you may as well tell me. I can buy it at a high price. However, if I find out that someone has hurt my youngest disciple, I will certainly pursue that matter to the end. When saying those words, esteemed Lan Yu used his cultivation level to apply pressure to the surrounding cultivators. The cultivation levels of most of the people present were lower than esteemed Lan Yu's, so, as expected, they were almost pressed on the ground, and some people even coughed up blood. Get lost, esteemed Lan Yu ordered with a wave of his sleeve. Some people couldn't help wanting to retreat. However, an elder of Sky Peak sect stepped forward. Esteemed Lan Yu, has Lin Xuanji truly disappeared? Esteemed Lan Yu smiled contemptuously. Could it be that you still want to search the mountain? That elder hesitated, then asked, what about Yan Tianan? Esteemed Yu was so furious that his teeth hurt. After he returned, he saw a letter on the table. When he opened it, he saw that Yan Tianan simply wrote, Master, after much thought, I think it's still better for me to leave Profound Sky Sect. It just so happens that Dage also feels the same way, so Dage and I left to travel the world. I don't know when we will return. Esteemed Lan Yu's finger pointed to these people. They were the ones who took advantage of your absence to send people to surround the mountain gate, refusing to leave. The sect master asked Xuanji to resolve this matter himself. Xuanji was probably disheartened, so he took a hen and left. Nobody knows their destination. Here, esteemed Lan Yu's expression became gloomier. They bully intolerably. Esteemed Yu's expression changed a few times, and he loosened his grip on esteemed Lan Yu. He narrowed his eyes towards the clearing below him. Great, the scene of the crime where Xuanji and Ahen were forced to leave. The human testimonies and material evidence are all right here. Esteemed Yu let out a gloomy and cold laugh. This is also good. It saves me the trouble of looking for you one by one. This venerable has long since wanted to teach you all a lesson, but Shishong didn't let me. Now, he. Esteemed Yu suddenly flew forward and released indiscriminate attacks at all the people below him, catching them by surprise. An hour later, Shen Rubbing and Shen Legend escaped from Profound City in a sorry state. Many of Shen Legend's hairpins and rings had fallen off, and her hair was loose. After finding firm footing, she couldn't help cursing, "That Esteemed Yu is a lunatic, he's so powerful. Before, I didn't know Profound Sky Sect contained crouching tigers and hidden dragons, they have so many Profound Realm powerhouses." Shen Rubbing looked even worse than Shen Legend. She spoke with lingering fear. Esteemed Yu was actually. If they didn't run away fast enough. Shen Rubbing felt chills in her heart when she remembered the horrible scene where those with lower cultivation were mercilessly thrown down the mountain one after another. Shen Legend's expression darkened. "In any case, we will not return empty-handed for this trip. At the very least, Esteemed Lan Yu announced information about the 5 continents seal. Twin Lotus Lamp, Yin Yang Umbrella, Heavenly Thunder Tripod, 4 Directions Seal, 5 Elements Converging Soul Plate." Shen Rubbing frowned. "What exactly are these things?" Shen Legend took a deep breath. "These are 5 peerless magic treasures from the 9 lands that have been scattered across the 5 continents. As for their functions, it's not clear yet. However, just a single Twin Lotus Lamp could make Lin Xuanji become so powerful in a short time. It may be assumed that the others will only be better." Shen Rubbing's eyes lit up. "Master, it seems that Lin Xuanji is not the most important matter right now. We might as well look for these magic treasures." Shen Legend nodded. "That's for sure, but we need to discuss the matter of finding these magic treasures." After Esteemed Yu gave them all a brutal beating, Esteemed Lan Yu leisurely released information on the 5 magic treasures connected to the 5 continents seal. This news will soon spread all over the land, and the number of treasure hunters will reach the peak in a few days. Profound Sky Sect. People had always been coming and going from Sinking Sword Peak recently in a continuous stream. Not only did people from other sects come to inquire for information, but even the Lin family sent several waves of people over. Ji Lanjin paid a rare personal visit. Together with the 4th elder, Lin Liuchun, she climbed Sinking Sword Peak's gate. "There's truly no trace of my family's Xuanji?" Ji Lanjin asked with a frown. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded. "This child has his own ideas. He told me before that he intended to resolve everything by himself. The next day, there was no longer any trace of him. I tried every method to find his whereabouts, but I don't know what magic treasure he had with him, which actually made me unable to locate him. If they contact home, I hope you two can let me know." Ji Lanjin looked worried. She sighed in annoyance. "Really now, this child, after such a big matter like this, he didn't even go home, and he also took Ah Hen away." Lin Liuchun, however, said indifferently, "It's good that they ran away. Staying here is akin to being a sitting target. That boy is too smart to be easily caught. He didn't return home because he did not want to implicate his family." Esteemed Lan Yu pointed to the chessboard. "If you guys really want to find him, you might as well wait for the next 5 continents barrier to loosen." Lin Liuchun frowned slightly. "You mean the 5 continents barrier you mentioned is not a smoke bomb deliberately released to divert attention?" "I never tell lies," Esteemed Lan Yu answered lightly. "The 5 continents barrier and the corresponding 5 magic treasures do exist. Only when one has obtained all 5 magic treasures can the 5 continents seal be opened. The Twin Lotus Lamp is located in the West Continent, and an abnormal phenomenon also appeared in the West Continent first. This is excellent proof." "You had divined this event long ago, hadn't you?" Lin Liuchun asked. "That's right. Why didn't you say anything about this earlier?" "There was no need to." Esteemed Lan Yu explained nonchalantly. "Not just anyone can obtain the magic treasures connected to the seals. Moreover, if the magic treasures don't appear on their own, no one will know their locations. The magic treasures will wait for the right person and will not appear on demand." Lin Liuchun thought for a moment before finally nodding. "You're right," Esteemed Lan Yu said. "In the years when Xuanji will be away, the Lin family will be entrusted to you guys." Ji Lanjin nodded. Esteemed Lan Yu can rest assured of this. The most important purpose to Lin Liuchun and Ji Lanjin's visit was to determine whether Lin Xuanji really ran away from home and disappeared. As for the other magic treasures, they weren't very interested, so they left without staying too long. After the two left, Zan Fengting came over. "Master, how come I remember that you said information regarding the magic treasures was a mystery of heaven that can't be revealed and that you never intended to make it known to the public?" Esteemed Lan Yu deadpanned. "Originally, I hid it because I wanted to wait for the right time when you all can go and look for it. It's more convenient when no one else is fighting over it. Now that Yin Xinghen has basically locked onto the magic treasures, whereabouts, it's clear that he's here for the magic treasures. Naturally, I want to let everyone know the magic treasures, general locations and add trouble for Yin Xinghen. Zan Fengting was stunned and couldn't help laughing. Master, your action is akin to killing 10,000 of the enemy's troops but losing 3,000 of your own troops. Esteemed Lan Yu smiled coldly. Precisely, this venerable wants to harm him without benefiting myself. Yin Xinghen, he wants to have a large force at his beck and call. He became a whore but still wants a memorial arch. He wants to muddy the 5 continents' waters and make the situation more chaotic, but he also wants to quietly obtain the magic treasures. How can there be such a beautiful thing like 1 arrow 3 birds in this world? Even if he meticulously planned everything and is now counting his chickens before they hatch, this venerable still wants to give him a taste of failure. Zan Fengting couldn't help muttering in his heart, it seems that youngest martial brother leaving quietly with Yan Tianan has really offended Master. Originally, Master wouldn't be so angry, but esteemed Yu came to visit every day during this period of time to ask for Yan Tianan and even gazed at Master with an aggrieved expression from morning till night. Even if Master originally had a good temper, he would still be furious from having to suppress everything for so long. However, when esteemed Lan Yu became angry, he threw his anger on the main culprit, Yin Xinghen, which was truly to everyone's satisfaction. Zan Fengting sighed lightly and spoke with some worry, it's just that now everyone knows that one of the 5 continents' magic treasures is on Xuanji. I'm really afraid that something will happen to him. Esteemed Lan Yu gave a cold HMPH. He must finish walking the path he chose for himself, even if he has to finish walking it while kneeling. Zan Fengting nodded. I hope that their road will be smoother with the West Phoenix Monarch's help. Sky Peak Sect. Sir, our people have been lying in wait around Profound Sky Sect and the Lin family for a long time, but they have never seen any trace of Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. It's already been more than 2 months. It seems that they have indeed disappeared. Ren Bulin reported with a frown. Yin Xinghen put away the astrolabe he was currently using divination on and spoke lightly, no need for your people to keep guarding the East Continent. The next seal to be opened is near the South Continent's Thousand Stars Island, so Lin Xuanji must have already left for that place. We are also leaving for the South Continent. Ren Bulin's expression froze. Yin Xinghen never mentioned this matter before. Chapter 437. Bounty at City Gate. Ren Bulin hurriedly warned, South Continent's Thousand Stars Island is a forbidden location that is difficult to enter. There are many sects on Thousand Stars Island, each with its own merits and history, and they're all very xenophobic. If we rashly rush in, I'm afraid that we will be thwarted. The South Continent was the place with the most GU worms, sorcery, and witchcraft in the 5 continents' mainlands. The people there were also very xenophobic and didn't have much contact with the outside world. This continent could be described as having unfathomable depths. Even Central Continent's Sky Peak Sect rarely sent disciples over to South Continent's Heavenly Law Sect for exchange. However, Yin Xinghen sneered as he cast an askance glance at Ren Bulin. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you obtain a tiger cub? If you don't even have this kind of courage, then your position as the Central Sect master will have been in vain. Moreover, although you're not familiar with the South Continent, ultimately, Heavenly Law Sect must still obey Sky Peak Sect's command. Ren Bulin showed a trace of shame. Sir's teachings are right, it's just that I don't know exactly how many other people are going to the South Continent this time. If there are too many people, then I'm afraid that our chances of snatching the magic treasure will be lower. Yin Xinghen leisurely responded, there's no need to worry about this matter. South Continent's Thousand Stars Island is the specific location that I learned only after painstakingly divining this information for the past 2 months. If neither you nor I reveal it, then other people won't know about this. As soon as his voice fell, someone knocked on the door and came in. The newcomer was Lu Tianhe, who was usually by Yin Xinghen's side. Lu Tianhe's face was slightly grave. Sir, we've just received news that esteemed Lan Yu had already announced the location of the next magic treasure 2 hours ago. Yin Xinghen was stunned and quickly asked, what was the location he announced? South Continent's Thousand Stars Island. The time when the treasure will appear is in roughly half a year's time, Lu Tianhe answered with a frown. Ren Bulin couldn't help glancing towards Yin Xinghen. He only felt that Yin Xinghen's entire being seemed as though he was immersed in an aura that was about to explode, and his facial expression looked extremely ugly. The atmosphere in the room became very heavy for a period of time. All of a sudden, Yin Xinghan furiously slammed a fist on the table. The tabletop split apart, scattering debris around Yin Kongsang. Motherfucker, you just have to ruin my plans and oppose me. Previously, it was esteemed Lan Yu who made public the news that the 5 magic treasures were connected to the 5 continents seal. Now, just when Yin Xinghan thought that he was finally a step ahead of esteemed Lan Yu after much difficulty and would be able to find Thousand Stars Island first, he could never imagine that esteemed Lan Yu would actually disclose this information directly to the public. Ren Bulin also felt that he couldn't stand to look at this matter directly. Just now, Yin Xinghan had solemnly vowed that this information was only in their hands and wouldn't be known by others. The time period between then and now was less than 1 incense's worth of time. This was truly a proper slap to the face. Yin Xinghan spoke with an ugly expression. I'm angry because Yin Kongsang is always opposing me. As for those other insects, I don't even put them in my eyes at all. Lu Tianhe said lightly, Sir, you may as well think about it like this. The more esteemed Lan Yu wants to contest with you like this, the more it shows that he has no other strategies to use, and it can be seen that he is very mindful of Sir. Yin Xinghan narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, then nodded. Your words are very reasonable. Moreover, once the Lord's side sends reinforcements over, everything after that can be easily completed. Lu Tianhe sighed. It's already been 2 months, but there has been no news from the Lord's side. It seems that this 5 continents barrier is indeed powerful. Naturally, after all, the 5 continents barrier is the burial grounds where the divine devil Venerable Radiant Sky was sealed in the first place. He has already been slumbering for 1,000 years. 2 months passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan dressed up in disguise. They took Feng Jingyu, who had already reverted to a baby bird, the 2 tiger cubs, as well as the Ji-Yu Master Zui, who willingly followed them, and arrived at South Continent's main city, Talon City. There were many sects around Talon City. South Continent's major families, such as the Ji and Bailey families, as well as the Celestial Level Heavenly Law sect, were also located 500 miles outside Talon City. Talon City was very prosperous, and the guards at the city gate were also quite strict. When Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan approached the city gate, they saw from afar 2 wanted portraits posted on the city gate. Yan Tianan tilted his head and pointed to the portrait as he asked, Dage, look at that portrait. How come it feels a little familiar? Ah. Zui, who stood beside Yan Tianan, glanced at him. Aren't those you and young Master Lin? Yan Tianan frowned and walked closer, scrutinizing the posters for a while. He shook his head with displeasure. They don't look like anything like us at all. Why is my Dage's nose so flat? His eyes aren't shaped like this at all. The person who painted this portrait must have some unsavory opinions about my Dage. Speaking of which, this portrait was somewhat similar, but it didn't capture any of Lin Xuanji's expression at all. It's just that Lin Xuanji's appearance was too outstanding and unforgettable, so even if the portrait was only able to draw 30% of his form, it was already enough for people to remember Lin Xuanji's appearance. However, Lin Xuanji frowned. They made Ah Hen even uglier. If I find out who painted this, I must ferret them out and give them a sound beating. Yan Tianan nodded heavily with righteous indignation. Zui, who was beside them, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Do you two have any awareness as the most wanted people on the wanted list? Only then did Yan Tianan open his mouth to ask, what wanted order? Zui rolled his eyes and pointed to the words under the portrait. Have a good look. A reward of 10 million gold has been offered for your Dage's head. Yan Tianan looked intently and saw that 10 million gold was indeed written as the reward amount. He couldn't stop himself from going to see the bounty price below his own portrait, 10,000 gold. Yan Tianan suddenly became even more upset. My Dage and I are clearly inseparable. Why is the price offered for my Dage 1,000 times higher than mine? They think I don't want face. Ah. Zui responded, because weren't there rumors before that you're an exceptional furnace? Although the exceptional furnace rumors have already been released, no one believes it's you. Most people think that you should be a smokescreen and that young Master Lin is the real furnace. Moreover, he also has the twin lotus lamp on him, and carries the yin ghost banner that seems to have been obtained from the hands of demonic cultivators. Naturally, he's wanted by both the righteous and demonic paths. Are their brains okay? With a darkened look, Yan Tianan asked, how does my Dage look like someone with a Mingyin constitution? Zui looked at Lin Xuanji's lackluster face after being disguised. Probably because in their impression, they've always recognized exceptional furnaces by their faces. Yan Tianan touched his currently disguised flat and smooth face. That's why it's not good to judge people by their appearances. Lin Xuanji smiled and took Yan Tianan's hand. Let's talk about it after we enter the city. Thus, a line of 3 people with a bird and 2 tiger cubs swaggered toward Talon City. When they arrived at the city gate, the 3 people were stopped. The gate guards stared at the 3 people for a long time, then at the 2 tiger cubs bobbing their heads and frowned. They felt that this group didn't match the wanted portraits, so the guards let them enter. After the 3 people left, a guard asked the person beside him, "Do you think they look like the people on the wanted list?" The gate guard next to him shook his head. The wanted list said they have 2 white tiger demonic beasts. These 2 are clearly wild cats. Don't be too nervous. If it really is Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, how can they so openly show up here? Another guard interjected, "We can't say for sure. Didn't that profound sky sect's esteemed Lan Yu release information that a magic treasure will appear in our South Continent's Thousand Stars Island? Since Lin Xuanji announced that he would get all the 5 continent seals' magic treasures, he must come to our South Continent. In any case, we won't be able to get that magic treasure. Let's not worry about the fight between the people on top. Speaking of which, I heard that Lin Xuanji seems to have cultivated the demonic path. His cultivation advances at a speed of 1,000 miles a day, and he also has a yin ghost banner that can swallow up people's souls in his hands. Tisk tisk, nowadays, all the righteous path cultivators claim that he is a demonic cultivator, and many of them are hunting him down. The reward is 10 million gold. You can get 1,000 gold just by offering an effective clue to their whereabouts. Let's keep our eyes peeled. Lin Xuanji and the others came to the largest restaurant in Talon City. Because the private rooms upstairs had to be booked in advance and were already full, Lin Xuanji chose a window position on the 3rd floor with a better view. After Lin Xuanji and the others sat down, Yan Tianan looked around. He sniffed and spoke ravenously, "I heard before that the Thousand Flavors restaurant in South Continent's Talon City is a comfortable niche for the 5 continents' gourmands. Today, I finally have the honor of tasting it." Lin Xuanji smiled faintly. "That's why it's good to travel around." Yan Tianan asked, "What's the best dish here?" "You should ask Zui about this kind of thing." Zui didn't even need to look at the menu. He directly told the waiter who was serving tea and taking orders, "Golden cicada sugar threads, silver snow jade lizard, blanched fire cloud frog, Luotian girl, bring these up first. We'll talk about the rest later." Hearing this, the waiter showed a toothy grin. "I'm afraid this gentleman is a frequent visitor to our Thousand Flavors restaurant, right? These 4 dishes are our Thousand Flavors restaurant's most classic and delicious dishes, but they're not on our menu. Gentleman sure knows how to order." Zui threw him a piece of broken gold. "Talk less, serve quickly." "Okay." The waiter beamed and stuffed the broken gold into his pocket, then turned and ran away. Yan Tianan exclaimed, "Zui Dage, did you often come here to eat before?" Zui nodded. "My home is here, so naturally I've eaten here ever since I was small." Lin Xuanji looked at the Zui. "We've already arrived at the Ji family's door. You're not going to go home and take a look?" Zui swept him a glance. "Could it be that you're ridiculing me? My sister should have already said before that my relationship with my family is not so good, right?" Lin Xuanji paused slightly. It was a slip of the tongue. Yan Tianan asked, "How bad is your relationship with your family?" "Aunt Ji said that you and her are siblings of the same father and mother. Aunt Ji is able to receive treasures sent over from her family every year. They care about her very much. It may be assumed that your family won't be too harsh on you either." Chapter 438. Running into family. Yan Tianan asked, "How bad is your relationship with your family?" "Aunt Ji said that you and her are siblings of the same father and mother. Aunt Ji is able to receive treasures sent over from her family every year. They care about her very much. It may be assumed that your family won't be too harsh on you either." Zui couldn't help sneering. "You don't understand this. The Ji family is an alchemist family known for their medicinal pills throughout the 5 continents. I am a GU master who refines GU and occasionally also refines some poison pills. Moreover, one of my best friends is from the demonic path. Everyone in the clan all think I'm scum and eagerly wish to quickly get rid of me. How do you think my parents will treat me?" Yan Tianan couldn't help rubbing his nose as he spoke with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry." Zui side-eyed him. What's to be sorry for? I don't particularly care either. After the waiter received a tip, sure enough, the food was served quickly. Not before long, 4 full plates were presented. Originally, Yan Tianan was full of interest and ready to gorge himself. However, the moment he saw every single bug, which had not lost their shape after they had been cooked, on the plates, he suddenly felt a chill and goosebumps began to appear. Why are they all bugs? Yan Tianan rubbed his arms. The South Continent's specialty is bugs. Zui wasn't polite at all. He picked up his chopsticks and stuffed some into his mouth, giving off crisp crunching sounds as he chewed. Don't underestimate these bugs. They all grew up eating spiritual plants and their meat is delicious. Coupled with the special cooking skills and spices from the food cultivators here, these dishes are a delicacy that's hard to come by. You absolutely won't be able to eat it anywhere else. Yan Tianan originally didn't want to try it, but Lin Xuanji also expressed his affirmation after tasting it. Yan Tianan's desire for delicious food outweighed his fear of bugs, so he put one in his mouth while trembling with dread. As the saying went, bugs couldn't be judged by their appearances. When he ate one, the door to an entirely new world opened, and he finished over half of the plate by himself. If Zui didn't repeatedly warn him that it was easy to get a swelling stomach if he ate too much of these bugs, Yan Tianan could have eaten the entire plate. When they were eating and drinking to their heart's content, a group of cultivators descended from a private room upstairs. Lin Xuanji scanned this group of people from the corner of his eyes. They looked very young and were also dressed very tastefully. Among them, there were 2 people, a man and a woman, who were surrounded on all sides, like a moon amidst all the stars. Each of the 2 people had a jade gourd-shaped bottle hanging on their waist, so it was easy to identify their origins. Zui swept them a glance and then withdrew his gaze. The girl among the 2 teenagers somehow took one look towards this direction and was stunned on the spot when she saw Zui. She paused and tugged at the man beside her. Second brother, look over there. Isn't that Zui Didi? The person known as second brother looked towards Zui's side, and his complexion changed slightly. Ji Zui, you're actually not dead yet. Ji Yufei frowned and walked over, full of malicious intent. Yan Tianan lifted his head from the plate he had been engrossed in eating when he heard the voice. He looked at the young man walking towards the table. Zui Dage, do you know this person? The girl frowned and also came over, tugging at Ji Yufei's sleeve. Second brother, don't say that. No matter what, Zui still has the blood of the Ji family flowing through his veins. Moreover, you must not let outsiders see a joke when you cause a scene in public. Ji Yufei glanced at the girl. Since when was it your turn to lecture? Don't interrupt. A trace of embarrassment appeared on the girl's face. Ji Zui indifferently swept a glance over Ji Yufei's face. The fact that I'm willing to return is a blessing for Talon City. Don't be a dog who wants to catch mice and meddle in other people's business. Ji Yufei narrowed his eyes. Ji Zui, you are not welcome in Talon City. Yan Tianan immediately laughed. What you said is very interesting. Why don't I stand at the gate of Talon City and ask the city gate whether this city welcomes Zui Gerger? If it says he's not welcome, then we can leave immediately. Originally, Ji Yufei had already automatically ignored these 2 ugly teenagers dressed in average clothes. Once Yan Tianan opened his mouth, he noticed them at once. Who are you guys? There's no room for you to butt in on the Ji family's internal affairs, Ji Yufei said with no trace of politeness. Yan Tianan was all smiles as he replied, the Ji family's own affairs. Just now, you kept on saying that Zui Dage is no longer part of the Ji family anymore, but now you insist on classifying him as a family member. Is it because you're old and your brain doesn't work well, so you keep forgetting the words you've spoken right before? When it came to mouthing off, Yan Tianan would never lose to anyone. If not for Lin Xuanji's fear that Yan Tianan would be beaten whenever he spoke irresponsibly, Yan Tianan could mouth off from the East Continent all the way to the West Continent. However, if someone bullied them, Lin Xuanji would never stop Yan Tianan from mouthing off. Ji Yufei's expression indeed darkened. Ji Yuying couldn't help glancing at Yan Tianan some more. She really felt that this tall and thin young man was a true hero. He actually dared to talk back to Ji Yufei to his face and even indirectly cursed that his brain didn't work well. One should know that no one in the entire Ji family truly dared to provoke Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei fixed Yan Tianan with an unkind stare. Who are you? Don't you know who I am? Yan Tianan shook his head. I am Wu Junshuai. Do you know who I am? Ji Yufei thought about it and never heard of a person with such a name. Why, are you very famous? Yan Tianan looked at Ji Yufei with an expression full of disbelief. You've actually never heard of me, Wu Junshui. Aren't you too ignorant and inexperienced? Ji Yufei, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Ji Yufei opened his mouth to retort but was interrupted by Zui. We're just having a nice meal. Stop saying so much nonsense. Zui frowned as he side-eyed Ji Yufei. I can leave and return to Talon City as I please. Why do you care so much? You can just go back and continue being a young master, leave me alone. Ji Yufei said coldly, do you think I like seeing you, a vermin of the family? Today, I just came to remind you that you've already been banished from the Ji family. Don't let me see you hanging around in front of father and mother. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Oh, let's go. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Ji Yuying's face. She wanted to say a few more words with Zui, but because of Ji Yufei's authority, she didn't dare to say more. She could only sigh and turn to leave with Ji Yufei. Those people who originally surrounded Ji Yufei didn't interrupt or say much. Only after leaving the restaurant did a young man at the front ask, who was that person just now? Ji Yufei recalled Ji Zui's indifferent expression and spoke nonchalantly, nothing more than someone who was expelled by the Ji family. He cultivated the Ji arts and witchcraft since childhood, going against the Ji family's ancestral teachings and also strayed far off the proper path. His character is selfish and detached. He watched his clansmen die right before his eyes and didn't even bother to offer a helping hand. He also engaged in private deals and exchanges with a demonic cultivator. He's a failure who undermines the family's principles. Therefore, he has already been banished from the Ji family long ago, and his name was erased from the family's records. However, I originally thought he was dead. I didn't expect that he was still alive. What a resilient life. He's nothing more than a street rat. There's no need to worry about him. That person nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Upstairs, the meal was originally a happy occasion, but with Ji Yufei's appearance, Ji Zui's mood was no longer so wonderful. Ji Zui was sulking with a dark expression on the side. When Yan Tianan saw that, he stuffed some food into his mouth and chewed before saying, Zui Dage, it turns out that you were driven out by the Ji family. Aunt didn't tell us this before. Ji Zui glanced at Yan Tianan with a dark expression and spoke unkindly, why would anyone tell you guys this kind of matter? It's useless. Of course it's useful. Yan Tianan blinked his pair of big eyes. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have come to Talon City. If you didn't see that irritable guy just now, you wouldn't be angry because of him. Ji Zui paused a little, and his expression looked a lot better. He even smiled, although the smile didn't seem to reach his eyes. How can we go to the South Continent without visiting Talon City? Don't you still want to buy some young Ji worms? In the past 2 months, Yan Tianan had been learning the art of refining Ji from Ji Zui. Moreover, he had already made great progress in a short period of time. Ji Zui couldn't help having a higher opinion of Yan Tianan. Ji worms had to be meticulously raised with one's blood from an early age so that they could be obedient when they grew up. Yan Tianan also wanted to raise his own Ji worms, so he pestered Ji Zui to help him find young Ji worms. Talon City was the city with the most variety and most comprehensive selection of young Ji worms in the entire South Continent. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands. Yeah, I must carefully select the young ones, and when they grow up, they will be generals who control corpses for me. Ha ha ha. Ji Zui nodded. There will be such a day. Ji Zui was already someone who strayed from the proper path and didn't play his cards in accordance with common sense. He himself cultivated the Ji path and witchcraft. Naturally, he had no prejudice against those who cultivated imperial corpse technique, such as Yan Tianan. Thus, Yan Tianan was willing to let him know about Ling Chigu's existence. Of course, Ji Zui didn't know about Ling Chigu's identity, or else he would surely be tempted to conquer Ling Chigu himself. Lin Xuanji asked, who were the people who came with those two just now? Ji Zui answered, looking at their clothes, it seems like they're disciples of Jade Cicada Palace. Jade Cicada Palace. Yan Tianan rubbed his chin. Daddy seemed to have spoken about such a name before, but I can't remember it for the time being. Ji Zui said, they are rich and imposing. Oh, I remembered as soon as you said this. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up. The Jade Cicada Palace is a major sect on the South Continent's Thousand Stars Island. There are quite a few experts who raise bugs in their sect. Moreover, this sect is very rich and is incredible at doing business. Chapter 439, Golden Cicada points the way. Ji Zui nodded. What you said is not bad, but you didn't mention the most incredible thing about Jade Cicada Palace. Yan Tianan asked curiously, what is it? Ji Zui explained, the Jade Cicada King raised by Jade Cicada Palace is a guide who can find the mysterious lands on Thousand Stars Island. The higher the level of the Jade Cicada King, the higher the rank of the mysterious land that can be found and the more hidden it is. Every 10 years, Jade Cicada Palace will release information about a mysterious land. If someone wants to enter the mysterious land, they will need to buy the news from Jade Cicada Palace or obtain the Jade Cicada Palace's transportation talisman. Lin Xuanji remarked with a little interest, this business is sure to make a steady profit. Naturally, Ji Zhou replied. Information from Jade Cicada Palace is always very expensive. They're the typical, won't make a business deal for 3 years but will have enough money for 3 years after each transaction. If it's so easy to make money, why don't they do this every year? Yan Tianan asked. Let's first leave aside the matter of whether there are actually so many mysterious lands for them to open. It's said that the Jade Cicada King raised by the Jade Cicada Palace should be nurtured with the utmost care from young and must be fed every day with dew and honey from 100 flowers. When it grows older, they should also find spiritual insects without any contamination or blood for it to snack on. The Jade Cicada King can grow up only after several decades of this diet. Furthermore, if even a little wind blows or if the grass moves slightly, it might catch a cold, and all the effort they spent raising it will naturally have been in vain. Zui leisurely shook the cup as he continued, moreover, do you think that the Jade Cicada King has such a good temper that it'll find a mysterious land for you if it merely says it would? It's said that Grandpa Jade Cicada handles matters entirely based on its mood. If it's not happy, no matter how you beg like you're begging your grandparents, it'll still just lie there motionlessly. There was a time 10 years ago when a disciple was feeding it, he threw an insect that had previously drunk blood to the Jade Cicada King. As a result, the Jade Cicada King threw a temper tantrum and almost didn't point out the mysterious land that year. Yan Tianan listened with keen interest and couldn't help laughing. This Jade Cicada King is really interesting. It's actually a foodie. Ji Zui nodded. Exactly. Look at this plate of golden cicada sugar threads. People created this dish based on the Jade Cicada King's preferences, tracking the clues along the way to find the most edible insects and cooking them. Yan Tianan couldn't help clicking his tongue in wonder. Golden cicada sugar threads, if the Jade Cicada King hears this name, will it be angry? Ji Zui smiled. Well, I don't know about this. If you have the opportunity to meet the Jade Cicada King, you can ask him. Yan Tianan rubbed his hands and spoke enviously, I also want to raise a Jade Cicada King. This way, I won't have to worry about a lack of mysterious lands anymore. Ji Zui replied faintly, this kind of thing takes an enormous amount of effort. It's even more expensive than providing for you. Thus, Ji Zui called the waiter and ordered another plate. The waiter said awkwardly, it's already enough for 3 people to eat a single plate of golden cicada sugar threads. If you eat too much, your spiritual chi will become too abundant and give you a stomachache. We can't afford to take responsibility for that. Ji Zui pointed to Feng Jingyu. Our family's bird hasn't eaten yet. The corners of the waiter's mouth twitched as he looked at Feng Jingyu, who was acting like an uncle. The waiter turned to add another plate. Feng Jingyu continuously pecked and swallowed an entire plate of golden cicada sugar threads into his stomach. After finishing the plate, he gave a full burp and nearly overturned his chubby and round body. Yan Tianan's eyes were full of joy when watching this. Ever since Ji Zui found out from Yin Xinghan's mouth that Mao Mao was that West Phoenix monarch, he could no longer look Feng Jingyu straight in the eye. However, he would try his best to satisfy Feng Jingyu's demands. After all, although Feng Jingyu looked a little timid now, he was nevertheless a golden thigh that Ji Zui couldn't afford to provoke. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the 3 of them went to stay in the inn next door. Early in the morning on the second day, there was no trace of Zui anymore, so Lin Xuanji leisurely wandered around Talon City with Yan Tianan and Feng Jingyu, buying many trinkets that Yan Tianan had never seen before, as well as a lot of food. As for Ji worms, Yan Tianan also went to the marketplace to take a look. It's just that Ji Zui was away, and Yan Tianan as a half-amateur couldn't tell which young Ji worms were better. In the end, he didn't buy anything. They returned to the inn at night, and Ji Zui also came back. I received a pretty useful piece of information today. Ji Zui came to Lin Xuanji's guest room. Regarding the Jade Cicada Palace's directions to the mysterious land, this year it will officially be sold starting on the 15th of next month. Yan Tianan leaned on the table and tilted his head. Can we afford it? Ji Zui answered, we must still think of a way to obtain it even if we can't afford it. According to inside information from Jade Cicada Palace, the mysterious land this time is Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, which only opens once every 100 years. The last time this mysterious land was opened, several people mistakenly entered and cultivated in there. By the time they came out, they were already powerhouses capable of moving unhindered throughout the 5 continents. It's just that Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land is difficult to find, and it's hard to estimate when it will open each time, so no one has been able to find it since then. Yan Tianan was more interested now. What treasures are there in this Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land? Ji Zui thought about it and answered, I heard that the density of spiritual qi in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land is several times that of the outside world, which is conducive to cultivation. Moreover, the spatial structure of this small world is extremely unique, it can temper someone's body and is a good place for body cultivators. As for rare treasures, this depends on chance. There will likely be a large number of treasures. The most important thing is that rumors say that Jade Cicada Palace's palace master brought the Jade Cicada King out of Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land 100 years ago. Yan Tianan's eyes suddenly brightened to a terrifying degree. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xuanji with a burning gaze. Dage, let's also think of a way to enter and try our luck in this Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Maybe, we can also find another Jade Cicada King. Lin Xuanji thought for a moment and asked Ji Zui, where did you hear all this information from? Is it reliable? Ji Zui rubbed his nose. At the very least, I'm someone who has friends inside Jade Cicada Palace. This information was fished out with much difficulty after inviting that friend out for wine for the entire day. Yan Tianan asked, is your friend reliable? Ji Zui nodded. Jade Cicada Palace's eldest disciple, do you think he's reliable or not? Yan Tianan exclaimed, wow, sure enough, people can't be judged by their appearances. With your thick eyebrows and big eyes, I didn't expect that you can actually engage in this kind of shady business. Ji Zui, Lin Xuanji smiled, since the news is reliable, we can try and see if we can buy entrance to the mysterious land. Ji Zui sighed, I've also inquired about that. Just a single transportation talisman to the entrance alone costs 8.888 million gold. What? Yan Tianan suddenly froze. Ji Zui added, this is still the discount price they can give me for our friendship. If I didn't know the eldest disciple, I'm afraid the price would be many times the current price. Lin Xuanji asked, how many people can be teleported with a single transportation talisman? Ji Zui answered, at most 1 person. However, Jade Cicada Palace has also prepared a teleportation array. A single teleportation array can transport 10 people, but I'm afraid that the price will reach hundreds of millions of gold. Besides the deep-pocketed sects and families, absolutely nobody can afford this price. Yan Tianan frowned. The biggest advantage of a teleportation array is that it can guarantee that everyone will be transported to the same location. Who knows where we will land with transportation talismans? Ji Zui looked at Lin Xuanji. I don't care either way whether I enter or not. It's up to you two whether you want to go. Lin Zan also had some scruples. He naturally wanted to go inside and take a look. It wasn't a bad idea to try his luck, but he didn't have much money left in his hands ever since he ran away from home in disguise. He had deliberately avoided selling magic treasures that could reflect his personal style. However, the spending along this journey was also large, they only consumed but didn't make much money. After a while, he was naturally cash-strapped. Yan Tianan suddenly realized this problem too. His eyes showed a touch of regret, but he quickly perked up. Forget it, Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land might not necessarily be so great either, and it's even so expensive. Who knows if we can earn back the money we spend? We'd better not go. After hearing this, Lin Xuanji looked up and smiled slightly. Since it's such a rarely seen mysterious land, of course we must find a way to enter and take a look. The money problem is a small matter. Ah Hen need not worry, just let me handle it. Yan Tianan shook his head. Dage, if you still want to sell magic treasures, forget it. As soon as you do that, it will easily attract people's attention. We're still on the run right now, so we have to keep a low profile. Zui cut in, there's no need for you two to appease each other like this. Speaking of which, although there is not enough money, it's not like there's no other way to obtain the transportation talisman. Yan Tianan asked, What method? Zui leisurely replied, my friend said that recently, their young palace master has lost his appetite and can't eat anything. This has already gone on for many days. The group of people we met at Thousand Flavors restaurant yesterday was there to ask the G family to refine a medicinal pill to whet their young palace master's appetite. If you can also refine such a medicinal pill and restore the young palace master's appetite, they are willing to give a teleportation array as a reward. Yan Tianan was so stunned that his chin almost fell off. He opened and closed his mouth, then said incredulously, they're making such a big fuss over a mere loss of appetite. Jade Cicada Palace is perhaps too good to this young palace master. Zui nodded. Who let them be so rich? Yan Tianan remarked, even if they're rich, they still shouldn't spoil him like this ba. It makes people quite jealous. Lin Xuanji raised his hand and rubbed Yan Tianan's head, smiling. Is Ah Hen envious? Yan Tianan sighed. I can't envy him ah. I've never lost my appetite. I only experience times when I'm so hungry that I can't sleep. Zui. However, Yan Tianan had some thoughts about helping to restore the young palace master's appetite. It's just that for the time being, he still didn't understand what caused the young palace master to lose his appetite, and Yan Tianan also didn't dare to rashly refine a pill. Zui immediately decided to take the two of them together to find Jade Cicada Palace's eldest disciple tomorrow. While they were at it, they planned to walk through the back door to visit that young palace master and see why he had poor appetite. Early next morning, the three people went to Jade Cicada Palace together. Chapter 440. The Jade Cicada Palace, edited by Eilener. The Jade Cicada Palace was located in the south of Talon City, which covered a wide area. The pavilions appeared to be very elegant from a distance, and had a sense of beauty and serenity. Of a water town, when that eldest disciple, Xiao Mo, learned that Ji Zui was coming, he personally came to the door to receive them. Xiao Mo was handsome in appearance and his body was not as rugged as that of men in the north. He appeared to have well-proportioned bones and smoother muscles, looking much like a scholar. This was also the appearance and style of most men in the south continent. When Xiao Mo saw Ji Zui, he had a faint smile. Brother Zui, you didn't come when I invited you yesterday. I can't believe you've taken the initiative to come today. What a rare visit. Ji Zui looked at Xiao Mo. Who asked you to tell me that that annoying bug from the Ji family will also come over today? Xiao Mo asked. Ji Yufei is coming to cure Xiaoqin's illness, so Jade Cicada Palace still has to ask the Ji family for treatment. I can't keep them out of the door. As for you, the relationship between you and the Ji family still haven't eased. I just had a disagreement yesterday about this kind of thing. There won't be a chance for reconciliation in this lifetime, Zui said faintly. Xiao Mo replied somewhat helplessly, all right, I won't talk much about your family affairs, but who are these two? My name is Lin Mo. Yan Tianan quickly introduced himself, and conveniently introduced Lin Xuanji as well. This is my Dao companion, Yan Tianqing. Xiao Mo nodded in acknowledgement. My name is Xiao Mo and I am the eldest disciple of Jade Cicada Palace. Welcome to Jade Cicada Palace. I heard Zui say that one of you is an alchemist. Yan Tianan raised his hand. That would be me. Ka Feng Jingyu let out a cry and suddenly flew towards a tree with an extremely dense canopy beside him. When he came back, there was an emerald green round worm in his mouth. Xiao Mo's face suddenly changed and asked, I'd like to ask what's the origin of your bird? For a moment, Yan Tianan thought that Feng Jingyu's identity had been exposed, but he soon calmed down and thought of Feng Jingyu's fluffy appearance, which didn't have a powerful and domineering temperament at all, so he definitely wouldn't be recognized. We picked it up on the road. I don't know what kind of species it is. Why? Xiao Mo's face paled and answered hesitantly, your bird may have to wait outside. Ever since he was a child, the young palace master has had some psychological shadows about fierce birds. Feng Jingyu's face suddenly darkened. Although there were feathers blocking it and it could not be seen clearly, Yan Tianan could see his eyes burning with displeasure and giving off sparks. Lin Xuanji held out his finger and tapped Feng Jingyu's head. This is a domestic bird raised by my family and will not attack people randomly. However, if you do not feel at ease, then it is okay to find a place for it to play and rest. Xiao Mo's face turned pale and swallowed hard. Your bird is really powerful. This cage is made of dark steel, and I can't even break it with my bare hands. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose with a guilty heart and said, my family's bird eats a lot and has innate super strength. There's no need to pay too much attention to these details. Xiao Mo reluctantly accepted his remarks and smiled forcefully, then led them towards the courtyard. In the young palace master's bedroom, a delicately beautiful and adorable young man, who was in a light green robe, sat on a vine-woven chair in the pavilion. There were nectar and succulent plants that looked like a small grape cluster in front of him, but he looked indifferent to all these delicacies. There were several disciples from the palace who were earnestly persuading him to eat. Please eat something quickly. If you don't, you will starve and become thinner. Look at these spiritual teas. They were obtained from all sorts of flowers the moment dawn broke, so they taste very sweet and delicious. And these spiritual insects as well. They all grew up eating 5-color rice and drinking dew, so they are very clean and taste delicious. Young palace master. No, they're not tasty. I've no appetite, so I don't want to eat. All of you don't surround me anymore, it's so annoying. The boy was impatient, and he rolled his eyes at the roof of the pavilion. Lin Ran said with a good temper, then what do you want to eat? Shishong will find it for you. The boy answered, I want to eat the cleanest insects in the world. Find them for me. Lin Ran couldn't help laughing bitterly. Xiaochen, you always say that you want to eat the largest and cleanest insect, but you have to tell me, what is the name of this insect? Xiaochen curled his mouth. You are such an idiot. You don't even know about this kind of bug. You don't need to come and serve me anymore. You are not qualified. Lin Ran looked embarrassed. Xiao Mo came over. Xiaochen, you are bullying junior martial brother Lin again. Xiaochen looked up and saw Xiao Mo, then Zui and the others. He immediately tilted his head and asked, why did you bring them here? Xiao Mo went to Xiaochen and stood next to him, before saying, they are my friends. One of them is an alchemist and I wanted him to check on your health. Xiaochen immediately pursed up his mouth and said with displeasure, I don't want to see an alchemist. They are all liars. They have no ability and can't save me. When Yan Tianan heard this, he became a little unhappy. I haven't even treated you yet, so how can you know that I'm a liar? Xiaochen held out his hand. Even if you look at it, you still won't be able to see what the problem is. Yan Tianan stepped forward and pretended to hold his wrist for diagnosis. Originally, he just wanted to go through the appearances of diagnosing Xiaochen, but he did not expect to actually feel a problem with his pulse. Why is your pulse so weak? Also, your Dantian Qi Si seems to be having a problem too. Yan Tianan frowned and said, I remember that only a dying old man would have this kind of pulse condition and Dantian Qi Si situation. Xiaochen instantly pulled his hand back and said with a dark expression, do you even know how to talk properly? If you don't, then don't speak. Who are you saying that is going to die? Lin Ran also showed his displeasure. Xiaochen only has a bad appetite. From the looks of it, it seems that you have no ability as an alchemist. We, the Jade Cicada Palace, don't welcome you. Elder martial brother, next time don't just bring anyone here. Xiaochen nodded his head, waved his hand and said impatiently, I'm exhausted. I want to head back and sleep. Xiao Mo asked anxiously, Xiaochen, besides not wanting to eat, do you have any other discomfort? Xiaochen answered, it's already unlucky enough to not want to eat. Is it possible to be any unluckier? At this moment, Ji Yufei, who had made an appointment to see Xiaochen today, stepped into the courtyard together with an elder of the Ji family, accompanied by the palace master of Jade Cicada Palace. Xiaochen, who had originally planned to leave, had to sit back down again. When Ji Yufei saw Zui, his face darkened, and asked, why are you here? Zui ignored him. Ji Yufei frowned. Ji Zui, the Jade Cicada Palace is not a place where you can run wild. It is better for your Ji worms to stay away from Xiaochen, otherwise it will make his illness worse. You won't be able to bear this responsibility. Ji Zui rolled his eyes and fanned his palm in front of his nose. Where did these smelly bugs come from? It smells terrible. Seeing this, Sha Yuji, the palace master, said, since everyone is here to visit Xiaochen, it's better to be more polite with each other. As soon as Sha Yuji spoke, it was natural that the guests followed the host's will. Quarreling in the master's house seemed very disrespectful. So Ji Yufei tried to hold back his anger and suppressed his words. However, he had already made a serious note of Ji Zui in his heart. Master. Xiao Mo saluted Sha Yuji and respectfully said, these three are my friends. This is Zui and the other two are Lin Mo and Yan Tianqing. Sha Yuji was a profound realm cultivator. However, he was very reserved and gentle. In the face of the younger generation, he deliberately restrained his strong pressure, so as not to make people feel uncomfortable. Sha Yuji nodded his head gently and said, "These 3 friends of yours are the people who will help diagnose Xiaochen." Yan Tianan nodded. "The diagnosis has been made, but there may be some inconsistency, so Palace Master should ask for another expert." HMPH. Ji Yufei sneered scornfully and said in his heart, "Who knows where Ji Zui found these 2 men? With just a glance, one could tell that they are unreliable and have no skills." Yan Tianan looked at Ji Yufei sharply. "If you can feel the pulse, you may as well give this little friend a diagnosis. I want to see what results you can get." Ji Yufei walked slowly to Sha Xiaochen, who was listless and worn out, and said softly, "Xiaochen, I will check your pulse and see if your situation has improved from last time." Sha Xiaochen stretched out his hand disgruntledly and Ji Yufei held his wrist. After a while, he released his hand. "The original congestion has been alleviated after taking pills. I believe that if you continue to eat Jade Snow Pill, you will be able to fully recover in 2 months." Sha Xiaochen glanced at him and said nothing. Yan Tianan was instantly stunned, as he stared at Ji Yufei. "It's merely a blockage in the veins. Are you sure?" Ji Yufei coolly looked at Yan Tianan, and sarcastically said, "I don't know what your thoughts are, but to have actually used the term, merely. Could it be possible that you wish for Xiaochen's body to become worse than before?" Sha Yuji's expression also looked a little unsightly. Since his precious grandson had become like this, he was already heartbroken enough. He did not want to hear any more unpleasant words. Yan Tianan felt a little anxious. "I'm not talking nonsense. His current pulse is like that of a dying old man and his Dantian Qi Si is also shrinking. If you don't find the right way to treat it, it won't be long before the situation gets worse." "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Ran pounded the table and stood up, glaring at him. "If you say one more word like this, the gate of Jade Cicada Palace will never open for you." Yan Tianan still wanted to explain something, but Lin Xuanji stopped him. Lin Xuanji then said indifferently, "If this is the case, then just consider it as we have been a nuisance today, so we bid you farewell, no need to send us off." After speaking, Lin Xuanji pulled Yan Tianan along as they left. Ji Zui also sneered and said to the palace master, "These 2 friends of mine, although they do not look like it, but they really are capable people. Since you all would rather conceal his illness and are reluctant to have him cured, as well as not being able to distinguish the good from the bad, then forget it, we are unable to save this kind of person." Chapter 441. Visiting again. Edited by Aya and Eilener. Xiao Mo was extremely embarrassed, but because his master and other disciples were present, all he could do was to watch Ji Zui leave. Initially, he wanted to do something good for the young master, but he didn't expect this outcome. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Mo admitted his guilt and ran towards the gate of the palace. Sha Yuji couldn't help but frown. "I am not concealing his illness, nor am I reluctant for him to be cured, but hundreds of pharmacists and alchemists have already diagnosed Xiaochen, and they all said that his veins were blocked. No one had ever said that his pulse was weak, so how can I believe that little friend's words?" Ji Yufei said, "My grandfather has personally diagnosed Xiaochen's pulse condition. These pills were also made by his esteemed self. Throughout the entire South Continent, who else has a deeper knowledge of alchemy than my grandfather?" Hearing this, Sha Yuji nodded and answered, "You are right, I naturally believe in alchemist Ji." The moment they left the palace, Yan Tianan pouted and showed displeasure in every word he said. That family, why won't they accept this fact? They themselves don't even know what kind of illness he has, so how can he continue taking the pill? Lin Xuanji rubbed Yan Tianan's head. They don't know what is good for them and didn't believe in Ahen. If there are any consequences, then it is their own problem. With all the pent-up anger in his belly, Yan Tianan exclaimed, "I don't want to come here ever again, and that Ji Yufei is really annoying." "Yeah, he has always been annoying." Zui touched his chin and continued, "However, I heard that he has been pursuing the young palace master of Jade Cicada Palace. Just looking at the young palace master's reaction though, he probably doesn't have much of a chance." Succumbing to his urge to gossip, Yan Tianan said, "He likes Sha Xiaochen. Sha Xiaochen does look very cute, but unfortunately he is a short-lived one. It won't be long before Ji Yufei will be very sad." "He won't go so far as to be sad." Zui sneered and said, "In the past, Ji Yufei had once pursued the son of an aristocratic clan, the Bailey family. It was a shame that he was not up to the other party's standard. Due to the unbearable pestering, the Bailey person even gave up being in the quota of Heavenly Law sect and went to Sky Peak sect to seek Tao. It is fine if Ji Yufei was more sincere, but when the second young master of the Bailey family asked why he was pursuing him, Ji Yufei said that it was because the two families are well matched, so if they were to join forces, it would be good for fame and fortune. In the name of fame and fortune, yet ironically there was no mention of love. Yan Tianan asked, is he stupid? If two people were to be together, shouldn't love be the most important thing? In this world, not everyone gives meaning to the word love, Lin Xuanji said lightly. Yan Tianan pondered for a moment and let out a sigh. Anyway, our teleportation array is probably gone, and the transportation talisman is probably also gone. That Palace Master Shah's dark expression looked so scary. Lin Xuanji smiled soothingly. Then we don't have to pay them any more attention. Just when the three of them had walked a certain distance away from Jade Cicada Palace, Xiaomo came running from behind and shouted, the three of you, stop, please wait a moment. After Xiaomo caught up, Yan Tianan looked at him in a puzzled way. Are you looking for us? Is there anything else? Xiaomo clasped his hands and apologized to them by admitting his guilt. Then, he told them somewhat helplessly, everyone, you have been much offended in the Jade Cicada Palace just now, so please let me explain. Ever since 3 months ago, Xiaochen suddenly lost his appetite. My master has invited no less than 100 experts to come treat Xiaochen. The causes they mentioned were all rather similar, as they all said it was because the veins were blocked, which led to a loss of appetite. That was why when the little friend suddenly said that his pulse condition was weak and his Dantian qi was shrinking. Earlier, Master naturally didn't believe it. Yan Tianan frowned. I am certain that when I searched Xiaochen with my spiritual qi, there was not any obstruction in the measurable points of his pulse. As for why other people's findings were different from mine, I don't know. Xiaomo clasped his hand again to plead guilty and said, please return once more with me. I want you to make sure again. At this time, a fluffy bird flew onto Yan Tianan's shoulder, staring at Xiaomo intimidatingly, with a pair of golden red eyes. Xiaomo, Lin Xuanji said, we can go back, but this time we have to take the bird with us. Xiaomo's face showed a baffled look. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuanji said, if this is the case, then we will leave first. Xiaomo watched hesitantly as they left again. When they reached a safe place, Feng Jingyu cleared his throat and said, that young palace master is a Jade Cicada king. It seems that he is probably only 100 years old, but for the Jade Cicada clan, it is already considered as a long lifespan. Ah, Yan Tianan was stunned for a moment and asked, how do you know this? Feng Jingyu said with pride, this king knows everything in the world. Generally speaking, the lifespan of the Jade Cicada clan is only 10 years at most. As for the Jade Cicada king, who is royalty, his natural lifespan is longer, which can reach 100 years. But after 100 years, if he doesn't get any big fortune, he will become what he is today. First, he can't eat, then his pulse will be weak, and the Dantian qi will shrink. When ordinary people diagnose and treat them, they will not be able to detect it and will think that it's a blockage of the veins. Yan Tianan asked in confusion, but why can I detect it? Feng Jingyu said without thinking, because you are a genius, and they are stupid. Yan Tianan clapped his hands. I like this reason, Mao Mao. You are really wise and discerning. Ji Zui. Yan Tianan thought for a moment, and then asked, Mao Mao, is there any cure for Sha Xiaochen's situation? There are some cures. Feng Jingyu said leisurely. Let Ji Zui put the kind of Jiyu worm that can gnaw on the rotten veins into Jade Cicada's body, then give him the heaven reversal pill when the rotten veins are almost eaten. It's easy to solve this problem. However, the reason why these Jade Cicadas have such a short lifespan was that they are too lazy to practice cultivation and save their lives. If they cultivate hard, they can live for hundreds of years just like ordinary cultivators. Yan Tianan sighed, there are really people who are so lazy that they don't even want their lives. Ji Zui remarked, it is very hard to get the heaven reversal pill. Yan Tianan laughed twice and said, others won't be able to get it, but I can. Ji Zui looked at him thoughtfully. Feng Jingyu raised his tail. You don't have to worry about this. If you were to stay for a few more days, maybe someone will come and look for you. However, after 3 days, no one came to look for Yan Tianan. Initially, Yan Tianan thought that this matter was over just like that. He no longer dreamt of getting his hands on the transportation talisman of the heavenly swamp mysterious land through a regular channel. Instead, he was thinking about whether he could get them through other unorthodox methods, such as stealing it from Ji Yufei. However, He never expected things to turn around after another 3 days passed. On this day, Yan Tianan was just about to go out with Ji Zui to buy some young Ji worms when he was stopped at the inn entrance by a breathless Xiaomo. "Little friend Lin, please come with me to Jade Cicada Palace," Xiaomo said, looking solemn. Yan Tianan was stunned. "Why should I go to the Jade Cicada Palace with you? No, I am going out to buy young Ji worms, so I don't have time to go to the Jade Cicada Palace." Xiaomo, who was on the verge of crying, pleaded, "Little friend Lin, it was my Jade Cicada Palace that did not treat you well before. Please, I am begging you to go back again today and have another look." Zui asked, "What happened?" Xiaomo answered with a mournful face, "This morning, the young palace master spat a mouthful of blood, and then fell unconscious. When I asked someone to take his pulse, the symptoms that the man said were actually the same as what this little friend said a few days ago." Yan Tianan and Ji Zui thought, "It's exactly the same as what Feng Jingyu said." Yan Tianan pretended to be embarrassed and looked at Xiaomo. "However, a few days ago, you threw me out of the gate at the Jade Cicada Palace, without giving me any face. I have to think this through carefully, whether to just forgive and forget everything that happened and give you another chance." The distressed Xiaomo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and nodded hastily. "Little friend Lin, please be a bigger person and don't pursue this matter any further with us. If you were able to help Xiaochen, everything else can be easily discussed." Yan Tianan was waiting for these words, and he pretended to think again. While Xiaomo was holding his breath, he reluctantly nodded his head. "Okay, for your sincerity, I will follow you and take a look at your young palace master, but it has been dragged on for many days, whether he can be cured is another matter." Xiaomo sighed, feeling surprised and nervous at the same time. "I still hope that little friend can do his best. The young palace master is very important to us. Last time, Feng Jingyu wasn't allowed inside the palace. However this time, although Xiaomo watched Feng Jingyu all the way with bated breath as if the bird was a hungry wolf that would do something it shouldn't. For the sake of Sha Xiaochen being cured, Xiaomo had to put up with Feng Jingyu flying around Yan Tianan's head. The Jade Cicada Palace was in a mess and everyone seemed to be very nervous, especially some of the inner disciples who probably knew that Xiaomo went to invite someone to come and check on the young palace master. Every single one of them kept pacing along the road, from the gate of the palace to Sha Xiaochen's bedroom, looking very nervous and worried. Yan Tianan went straight into Sha Xiaochen's room. At this moment, Sha Xiaochen, who initially looked no different from normal people, was lying on the bed with his eyes closed tightly. He looked withered, just like an old man who was about to die. His hair had turned white, the skin on his face was wrinkled, and there were some blood stains on the bed. It looked like he didn't only cough up a mouthful of blood. With slightly pursed lips, Sha Yuji sat beside Sha Xiaochen, his face showing concern and worry. Upon seeing Yan Tianan and the others, Sha Yuji raised his head and asked, "Please, little friend, have a look." "What's wrong with Xiaochen?" Yan Tianan held Sha Xiaochen's wrist and felt his pulse. After using his spiritual qi to check on his body, he found that the pulse in Sha Xiaochen's veins were very weak and about to disappear. His Dantian qi had shrunk so much that it was now only half the size of a fist. If it wasn't for the powerful life-saving medicine of Jade Cicada Palace, Sha Xiaochen would probably be dead already. After Yan Tianan released his wrist, he looked at Sha Xiaochen and declared, "He is not ill. He is dying." Sha Yuji gasped and asked, "What do you mean?" Chapter 442, Life-Saving Method edited by Aya and Rose. Yan Tianan tilted his head and looked at Sha Yuji as he asked, "Don't you all know that he is the Jade Cicada King?" As soon as this was said, Xiaomo blurted out, "How? Do you know?" Yan Tianan said confidently, "I am an expert, so shouldn't I be able to see through the disguises of others at a glance?" Ji Zui, to be honest, didn't you only find this out from Feng Jingyu? Xiaomo was stunned for a moment, squinting at the bird that had been standing on the table gnawing at some snacks since it came in as he thought. It turned out that Lin Mo knew that Sha Xiaochen was the Jade Cicada King and it was his nature to be scared to death of birds, so he deliberately said that he would bring the bird over several times. It seems that this powerful gentleman was testing his sincerity. Sha Yuji's eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. He stood up and bowed respectfully to Yan Tianan. "Since Sir can see what Xiaochen really is, I hope you can help me." Yan Tianan nodded. "Since I was willing to come with Xiaomo, naturally I can cure him. I am not like those idiots with a belly full of bad ideas who can only mouth off, embroidered pillows who look good but lack any actual knowledge. The corners of Ji Zui's mouth twitched, but his heart secretly felt refreshed as he thought, Yan Tianan was truly good at mouthing off. At this time, he didn't forget to drag Ji Yufei out and whip his corpse again. When he heard this, Sha Yuji nodded, his eyes slightly gloomy. Indeed, some people do things unkindly and dishonestly. Yan Tianan nodded back, I'm different, I am a person with professional ethics. I only take people's money as repayment for helping others. Although you haven't paid me yet, I believe you will not fall back on the bill. Ji Zui, Xiaomo wiped cold sweat off his forehead and affirmed again, payment is absolutely indispensable. Yan Tianan nodded and said enigmatically, my method is very simple, but I don't know if you have the courage to use it. Xiaomo became nervous and asked, what is the method? When Xiaomo heard this, his face turned pale. I can accept the fact that the GU worm can solve the problem. However, the heaven reversal pill is very rare, not to mention difficult to refine due to its extremely low success rate. Just one of the required materials I know of is rare in the world. The inquiring immortal's spiritual grass only grows in West Continent's myriad beasts' demonic forest, and no one has ever found its location. Isn't this extremely difficult? Yan Tianan nodded and replied, the heaven reversal pill is indeed hard to find, but it is the only way to save him. You have to understand that this is not just to cure the disease, but to save his life. Moreover, your Jade Cicada Palace is considered to have a wide network of acquaintances, so it would be better to post an announcement now to find the heaven reversal pill in the South Continent. Sha Yuji took a deep breath and said with deep sullen eyes, it will take at least a few months for the heaven reversal pill to be refined. Will Xiaochen be able to last that long? Yan Tianan took out a pill and handed it to Sha Yuji. I have a pill here, it will let him hang on to life for 10 days to half a month without any problem. Sha Yuji took the thick, and irregular in shape translucent pill. Without asking what it was, he asked Xiaomo to feed it to Sha Xiaochen. Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows. You won't even test it? Are you not afraid that I'll give him poison? Sha Yuji said, if I suspect someone, I won't use them, but if I plan to use someone, then I won't suspect them. To tell you the truth, before you gentlemen came, I had invited the best pharmacist in the South Continent to feel Xiaochen's pulse. What he said was no different from what you have diagnosed. Moreover, the medicine he prescribed was very similar. However, he emphasized that Xiaochen has only 3 days to live. Even if we are lucky enough to get a heaven reversal pill, he won't be able to make it. Yan Tianan nodded. It seems that not all the pharmacists in the South Continent are useless. Ji Zui calmly said, it's unfair for others when you think that everyone is a good-for-nothing just because you have seen a single useless person. You are right, but geniuses are always surrounded by other geniuses. Yan Tianan pointed to his nose and said without shame, like me. Zui nodded happily, you are right. The corners of Xiaomo's lips twitched repeatedly. He wiped his sweat while secretly thinking to himself, are geniuses really so narcissistic? Yan Tianan told Jade Cicada Palace the treatment method, and they immediately bought 3 GU worms from Zui for a large price. Yan Tianan put the worms into Sha Xiaochen's body with Zui's help. After that, Yan Tianan and his party left the Jade Cicada Palace. Right after they left, Sha Xiaochen's originally pale face turned flushed and his wrinkled skin smoothened. Everyone in Jade Cicada Palace was overjoyed. Sha Yuji even wanted to ask where the translucent and sticky pill was from, but he finally resisted it for fear of provoking Yan Tianan. After returning to the inn, Yan Tianan said enviously, you just gave a few bugs but you got a transportation talisman for the heavenly swamp mysterious land. It was such an easy bargain. He actually just gave me some consultation gold. Sigh, it really is gold for diagnosing him. Zui raised his eyebrows. If you want it, I can give it to you. Yan Tianan smiled. Forget it, I'll just wait for the teleportation array. I wonder what price they'll offer to buy a heaven reversal pill. Ji Zui asked, why didn't you tell them that you can refine the pill? Yan Tianan tilted his head towards Lin Xuanji and said, my eldest brother won't let me. Lin Xuanji looked up. The abilities Ah Hen displayed so far are already enough to be feared by others. Once word that he can refine the heaven reversal pill leaks out, Ah Hen will be targeted by many people, which is contrary to our original intention of changing our names. We may as well be nameless this time and engage in a blind transaction with Jade Cicada Palace. Ji Zui said, you guys are too cautious. Jade Cicada Palace has always been honest in handling matters and won't repay one's kindness with vengeance. However, it's also always right to be careful and consider the situation more. Lin Xuanji nodded his head. Ahen might take 10 days to a half-month to refine the heaven reversal pill. I'm afraid that some basic spiritual plants needed to be found by Jade Cicada Palace. Ji Zui asked, but I can't show myself. How can you complete the transaction without showing up? Lin Xuanji answered with an impenetrable look, we naturally have our own ingenious ways. On the same day, Jade Cicada Palace placed a recruitment order in the largest intelligence building in the South Continent for receiving the Heaven Reversal Pill within 10 days in exchange for priority use of the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land and a teleportation array that can be used by 7 people at the same time. As soon as this news came out, there was an uproar in the South Continent. The Ji family of Talon City received the news first. Ji Yufei walked to the family head's room with an unhappy expression. Grandpa, the reward order issued by Jade Cicada Palace made it clear that it was slapping us in the face. We only told them today that Sha Xiaochen can no longer be saved. The master of the Ji family, Ji Lianfang, who was closing his eyes to meditate, opened them again to look at his talented grandson. Palace Master Sha has most likely been instructed by an expert. Although Sha Xiaochen's pulse was fading away and his Dantian Qi Si was already broken, it will not be impossible to save him if they can get the Heaven Reversal Pill. Ji Yufei frowned. But grandfather, didn't we diagnose Sha Xiaochen earlier that it was just a blockage of the veins? How did it suddenly become this condition? Ji Lianfang's face was pale as he replied, I had already seen it when I first diagnosed Sha Xiaochen. Ji Yufei was stunned. Grandfather, why didn't you tell them? Ji Lianfang answered, at the beginning, even Sha Yuji thought that Sha Xiaochen was truly suffering from a loss of appetite. He came to ask me to refine some pills for Sha Xiaochen to soothe his stomach and remove stasis. He also promised to give us 3 transportation talismans. If I told him that Sha Xiaochen's lifeline has already been severed and that I will not be able to save him, do you think that Sha Yuji won't get angry and destroy all the teleportation talismans of the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land in one breath, and let the whole place be buried alongside Sha Xiaochen? Ji Yufei's complexion changed. It can't be that Sha Yuji will be so decisive that he'll even cut off the Jade Cicada Palace's lifeline. Ji Lianfang shook his head. You don't know Sha Yuji at all. Sha Xiaochen is the Jade Cicada king that Sha Yuji personally brought out from the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land 100 years ago. He has deep affection for Sha Xiaochen, and Jade Cicada Palace was built for Sha Xiaochen. Sha Yuji is a person who does what he wants. If it weren't for wanting Sha Xiaochen to have a worry-free life, Sha Yuji would not sell information about the mysterious lands every 10 years. If Sha Xiaochen is gone, Jade Cicada Palace will also cease to exist. Ji Yufei gasped in shock and asked, so it turns out that Sha Xiaochen is the Jade Cicada king. Ji Lianfang glanced at Ji Yufei. Otherwise, why do you think I asked you to spend more time with him? Ji Yufei was very regretful. Grandfather, if you had told me this secret earlier, I would not have been half-hearted in pursuing Sha Xiaochen. Ji Lianfang said, it's still not too late. Ji Yufei pondered and asked, if we can give a Heaven Reversal Pill to Sha Xiaochen, we can seize the first opportunity for entering the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Ji Lianfang stroked his beard. You think it's easy to refine the Heaven Reversal Pill? It takes at least a month or 2, up to more than a year and a half to refine. Moreover, the most important ingredient of the Heaven Reversal Pill, the Inquiring Immortal Spiritual Grass, has disappeared. Although we have 2 medicinal pills in our hands right now, they are to be used to save our lives. Even the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land can't be exchanged for it. I think no one in the world is willing to exchange the Heaven Reversal Pill for that. Ji Yufei nodded, then frowned. Grandpa, someone reported today that this morning, Xiaomo took Ji Zui and his 2 unknown friends to the Jade Cicada Palace in a hurry. Shortly after they left, Jade Cicada Palace released such news. It was also unknown whether Sha Xiaochen's illness was diagnosed by the man named Lin Mo brought by Ji Zui. Ji Lianfang narrowed his eyes. If it's really him, then Lin Mo's attainment is not low. You can learn more about the situation. However, even if he gave the diagnosis, it won't have any effect on you. Ji Zui has already been driven out of the Ji family, and there is no longer anyone useful in Old Three's branch of the family. Yes. Ji Yufei's eyes flashed with joy. Chapter 443. Brought back from death, edited by Aya and Rose. The news of the heaven reversal pill had already been released for 2 days, but so far no one had responded to Jade Cicada Palace's request. Sha Yuji had no appetite every day and looked miserable. During this period, Sha Xiaochen had been awake for a long time after the Gu worms ate up his rotten veins. When Sha Xiaochen woke up and saw Sha Yuji sitting next to him, he smiled weakly and said, "Old Sha, I actually lied to you. The reason I didn't want to eat wasn't because of a lack of appetite, but because my lifespan was about to be exhausted, so I lost my appetite. We Jade Cicada clan have such a short lifespan, but I'm content to have been with you for 100 years. Sha Yuji's face immediately turned ugly. He said to Sha Xiaochen, "You should tell me about this kind of thing earlier, so that I can be more prepared. I don't know how many times I have told you to concentrate on cultivation in the past, but you didn't care. You felt that you were young and would not grow old, so you wasted a lot of time. Now, aren't you just asking for trouble?" Sha Xiaochen covered his ears. Iya, I'm dying but you're still lecturing me. Old Sha, are you in the menopausal stage?" Sha Yuji pinched Sha Xiaochen's face. "I posted an announcement all over the 5 continents, offering a reward for the heaven reversal pill. The rotten veins in your body have been eaten, and your life has also been temporarily extended by a miracle pill. If we can find the heaven reversal pill, you will be saved." Sha Xiaochen's eyes lit up, and then dimmed again. The materials needed to refine the heaven reversal pill are all expensive spiritual plants. Among them, the inquiring immortal spiritual grass is the most difficult to find. I haven't seen a single inquiring immortal spiritual grass even when I was in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Even if some families have the heaven reversal pill in their hands, they will definitely not use them for others. Old Sha, you should prepare in advance." Sha Yuji shook his head. "I will not give up." Sha Xiaochen tried to open his eyes and looked at Sha Yuji's face, which was as beautiful as it was 100 years ago. "Old Sha, life doesn't last forever, there will always be a day when people die of old age and illness. Even if they become gods, there will always be a day when they fade away. I have lived happily in the past 100 years. Even if I die today, I have no regrets." Sha Yuji asked with a sinking expression, "Don't you have any yearning at all for this world?" Sha Xiaochen smiled. "Who will I miss? Could it be you?" Sha Yuji pursed his lips and said nothing. Sha Xiaochen then whispered, "I know what you think of me, but I have been with you for 100 years. If I could like you, I would have liked you a long time ago. You'd better find someone else. You don't have to spend too much energy on me. When you saved me back then, I promised you that I will stay by your side for 100 years. Now 100 years have passed. Let me go. For us Jade Cicadas, freedom is more important than anything else." Sha Yuji clenched his fist and stood up. "After you recover, I will let you leave Jade Cicada Palace." Xiaomo nodded and patted Sha Xiaochen's head. "Don't worry, just now someone has given us a response. They wanted us to find some kinds of spiritual plants. Master has determined that they are the ingredients needed to refine heaven reversal pill. I think a powerhouse is willing to help you." Sha Xiaochen was taken aback. Which spiritual plants did they want? Xiaomo listed the names of 10 spiritual plants. The more Sha Xiaochen heard, the more his teeth hurt. Finally, he nearly died of shock. He sat up, slapped the bed board, and shouted, "And you just gave him everything he wanted. Where's that big liar now?" Xiaomo scratched his head. "He used a skylark to send a message to our door. The spiritual plants we prepared were also taken away by the skylark." Sha Xiaochen said angrily, "He must be a swindler, there's no doubt about it. He didn't even dare to show his face and cheated the money away. Why are you so gullible?" Xiaomo defended, "It's not that we're gullible. In recent days, many swindlers have come to the door to deliver medicines, and they have all been seen through by the palace master. This powerhouse, since he can make a skylark who doesn't yet have sentience listen to him, he must have some abilities. Moreover, the spiritual plants he wants just happens to be plants that we can take out from our reserves. He didn't ask for the inquiring immortal spiritual grass." Sha Xiaochen was even more surprised. Xiaomo shook his head. "If he really wanted the inquiring immortal spiritual grass, I'm afraid we won't be able to trade with him." Sha Xiaochen patted the bed angrily. "This shows even more that he is a big liar. Did a donkey kick old Sha in the head? How can he just randomly believe anyone? This won't do, old Sha is too kind. When can he grow a brain?" Xiaomo sighed and said in a complicated tone, Nowadays, Master would rather believe than doubt. Even if he was deceived, it would still be better than waiting without any hope. Sha Xiaoqian was stunned. He shrank slightly into the quilt and asked in a low voice, Shishang, if I really died, will old Sha be very sad? Xiaomo looked at him and answered, if you die, I'm afraid there will no longer be anyone in the world that Master cares about. Sha Xiaoqian was dazed for a moment and closed his eyes. It wasn't like he disliked old Sha, but because he was destined to be unable to accompany him, he would rather not start something. However, he still felt sad when he thought of old Sha being alone in the future. 15 days later, the door of the room in the inn was opened from inside. Lin Xuanji looked up and saw Yan Tianan holding a cat-eye blue pill in his hand, a big smile on his face. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows and said, have you finished refining the heaven reversal pill? Yan Tianan nodded. Yeah, and it's also a top-grade heaven reversal pill. After eating it, not only will it rejuvenate the person, but it will also make the cultivator's spiritual roots more pure. Sha Xiaoqian really got a bargain. Let's go and send it to Jade Cicada Palace. If it's any later, I'm afraid you won't be able to save Sha Xiaoqian. Feng Jingyu flew on top of Lin Xuanji's head. At least this king gave him a divine pill to extend his life. If he died as easily as that, wouldn't it be an insult to this king's divine pill? Lin Xuanji said coolly, you spat a mouthful of saliva and mixed it with some of the leftover snacks and dregs you had eaten, then shaped it into a ball. Can it even be called a divine pill? Feng Jingyu stretched out his neck. That can definitely be called a divine pill. You think just anyone can get this king's saliva? It's a great tonic, it can extend someone's life with just one bite. Yan Tianan pondered and said, that's true, I'll have to study Mao Mao's whole body one day. Feng Jingyu. Yan Tianan quickly handed the pill to Feng Jingyu and asked him to send the pitiful and ignorant Skylark to Jade Cicada Palace with the pill bottle clasped in its beak to hand this medicinal pill over to the palace master. Master Xiaomo rushed over with a bottle in his hand, with a look of ecstasy on his face. That great power has brought us the pill. Sha Yuji, who was already about to lose heart, stood up at once, grabbed the bottle with one hand, and poured out the pill. After sniffing it carefully, he couldn't help breathing in a gasp. What a strong medicinal aroma. Sha Yuji glanced at the back room and said, I'll feed it to Xiaoqian. Master, don't you have to test the pill beforehand? Xiaomo asked, what if it is a fake? Sha Yuji shook his head. Xiaoqian is already like this. It's up to fate whether or not he can be saved. I also know that the Ji family has a heaven reversal pill, but after I came to their door to ask for it, they sent me away with a few words, which shows how important the heaven reversal pill is to a family. All the disciples I sent to ask for the pill also returned empty-handed. This pill is our last hope. Xiaomo nodded heavily. Only at the critical moment you can truly see people's hearts. Sha Yuji was non-committal, but went to the back room and gave the pill to Sha Xiaoqian, who had already fallen into a coma. Not long after the pill was taken, Sha Xiaoqian's skin color began to return to normal, and even the rotten veins that had been swallowed up began to sprout new veins. After a while, when the pill's effect was fully released, even the Dantian Qi, which had shrunk to the size of a thumb cap, gradually expanded and recovered to its original state. Sha Xiaoqian opened his eyes and was confused for a moment. He said in a puzzled manner, why do I feel like I am coming back to life again? My cultivation level seems to have returned, and my spiritual roots are more pure. You really found the heaven reversal pill? Sha Yuji chuckled briskly. Yeah, this is Xiaoqian's fortune. You're quite lucky to have met such a great power. Sha Xiaoqian sat up and stared into Sha Yuji's eyes. What did you promise them? I gave a set of teleportation arrays that can enter Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land in advance, and also 10 million gold. Sha Xiaoqian said thoughtfully, that person is not greedy. Sha Yuji nodded. Yeah, if I were him, I would want the entire Jade Cicada Palace in exchange, or the entire Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Sha Xiaoqian couldn't help being happy. The entire Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land is okay, but the entire Jade Cicada Palace is too much. Who dares to ask for this? That would be a clear challenge and provocation. Sha Yuji just smiled lightly and thought, even if someone really asked for the whole Jade Cicada Palace in exchange for Sha Xiaoqian's life, he would make an exchange without any hesitation. However, it was unnecessary for Sha Xiaoqian to know this. Sha Yuji raised his hand and touched Sha Xiaoqian's head, and said lovingly, Xiaoqian, you should cultivate well in the future, and cherish this hard-won opportunity to live again. Sha Xiaoqian nodded and rubbed Sha Yuji's palm with his head, then looked at him with burning eyes. I never thought before that we golden cicadas could fight against destiny and even be reborn again after 100 years. The biggest calamity in my life has passed. After this, the curse that the golden cicada clan cannot survive past 100 years has been broken on me, so I can be like ordinary cultivators, cultivating and striving for immortality. Sha Yuji laughed knowingly. This is the best. Sha Xiaochen looked at Sha Yuji, and his mood was indescribable. Now he especially wanted to jump into Sha Yuji's arms and act coquettish. However, Sha Yuji avoided his gaze as he spoke. You have just recovered. Take a rest. If there is anything you want to eat, tell Xiao Mo. Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land is opening soon, so I still have some other things to deal with. Sha Xiaochen could only watch Sha Yuji leave. Chapter 444. Gifting the location, edited by Aya and Rose the Skylark, who had been coerced and bribed by Feng Jingyu to run errands in Jade Cicada Palace, trembled as he carried the teleportation array plate and 10 million gold back to Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan quickly opened the bag and counted the gold. He could not help but say, the palace master of Jade Cicada Palace is indeed a man of his word. He is also very generous. If I knew this, I would have asked for tens of millions more gold. Ji Zui side-eyed him. You are too kind. If I were you, I would directly ask for the Jade Cicada Palace. Yan Tianan remarked, you are too greedy. Jade Cicada Palace is so big. You can't swallow it all by yourself. Even if you really did obtain the palace and all the people in it, they still won't accept you. Ji Zui replied, naturally, I can swallow it. I don't want the Jade Cicada Palace to do anything for me. I only need their money. That's why I said, you are too generous. Lin Xuanji said indifferently, we are not generous, but this way, the Jade Cicada Palace will owe us a favor, which will last longer. Ji Zui was a little unhappy. You can say that, but the Jade Cicada Palace doesn't even know whose favor they owe. Lin Xuanji raised his eyebrows. You seem to have some thoughts about the Jade Cicada Palace. Ji Zui snorted. Who let them have a good relationship with the Ji family? Lin Xuanji immediately smiled. I see. I thought you didn't care so much about the Ji family. But after this incident, I'm afraid that the relationship between Jade Cicada Palace and the Ji family will be over. Ji Zui asked, why is that? I got the news that Sha Yuji personally went to the Ji family to ask for the Heaven Reversal Pill, but he was ridiculed and driven out of the house, which made him lose face, and he finally saw what kind of people they are. People show their true natures during times of crisis. The Ji family was so stingy. As long as Sha Yuji is not a fool, he should know that some people can't be trusted. When Ji Zui heard this, he gave a comfortable sneer. Not all of the Ji family are like that, but the main branch, who's currently in control, are greedy and dishonest. However, I didn't expect that the Ji family would actually have a heaven-returning pill. With 10 million gold in his hand, Yan Tianan said happily, whatever you say, but what you have in your hand is the surest thing. After this, we'll have money to spare when buying young Ji-Yu worms. Yan Tianan's eyes lit up excitedly. That would be good. 3 days later, the Ji-Yu fighting conference was held. Yan Tianan looked curiously at these weirdly dressed Ji-Yu masters with Ji-Yu worms crawling on their hands. He couldn't help being attracted by the dazzling Ji-Yu worms. During this period, Yan Tianan visited the Ji-Yu market in Talon City and selected 5 or 6 kinds of young Ji-Yu worms that he needed. Most of these were young Ji-Yu worms that could control a corpse and enhance its flexibility, which was not too harmful. However, this time, Yan Tianan wanted to find out whether there were Ji-Yu worms with stronger attacks. The Ji-Yu fighting conference was a small feast for Ji-Yu masters. All the Ji-Yu masters from all walks of life gathered in Talon City Square to exchange their experiences in raising Ji-Yu. It's very lively, as some people were having their Ji-Yu worms battle each other and debating with each other or just comparing their methods. Of course, the meeting could only be held in the South Continent, where the acceptance of Ji-Yu worms and insects was relatively high. If it was held in other places on the mainland of the 5 continents, the Ji-Yu fighting conference would be besieged as part of the evil demonic path as soon as it appeared. Yan Tianan selected a type of young Ji-Yu worm named Indigo Clothes. This Ji-Yu worm is raised with spiritual chi and normally only likes to sleep in the box. After becoming an adult Ji-Yu worm, it will be able to communicate with the master who feeds it. The Indigo Clothes is a non-poisonous but frightening Ji-Yu worm. It can penetrate into the human body and devour the spiritual chi of the enemy's Dantian Chi Si, and transfer it to the master's body through the contract. Unless the cultivator's cultivation base is much higher than that of the contract owner, there is absolutely no way to get these GU worms out. Indigo clothes have always been known as evil and vicious existences, and they are difficult to feed, so the quantity is scarce and the price is expensive. Yan Tianan bought that young GU worm for 500,000 gold, but he still didn't know whether he could raise it well. Zui had many GU worms in his hands, and he exchanged several kinds of GU worms with other GU masters and was very satisfied with today's harvest. The guards of Talon City stood around and watched vigilantly as if they were facing powerful enemies, for fear that a melee would break out if they were not careful. The GU fighting conference ended when the sun was about to set. Although Yan Tianan only bought a few GU worms, he gained a lot of knowledge and left the square with great satisfaction. As soon as he walked to a slightly quieter place in the market, Yan Tianan saw Sha Xiaochen with Xiao Mo and Lin Ran guarding him on both sides. The other party also saw them from a distance. Sha Xiaochen quickly ran towards Yan Tianan and the others. Sha Xiaochen stared at Yan Tianan and asked, "Were you the one who saved me?" Yan Tianan nodded. "It seems that you have found the heaven reversal pill." Sha Xiaochen looked at Yan Tianan and asked suspiciously, "Did you secretly give me the heaven reversal pill?" Yan Tianan replied innocently, "Why do you think so? If it were me, instead of asking for so little money, I would definitely ask for more in return." Although Sha Xiaochen was very suspicious, he thought about it and said, "Yes, you don't seem to be rich. If it really were you, it is reasonable to ask for more rewards." Yan Tianan almost couldn't hold back from rolling his eyes. He only saved Sha Xiaochen out of the goodness of his heart, not to take advantage of people while they were in danger. Unfortunately, he was regarded as a poor man by Sha Xiaochen. This boy really didn't know how to talk. Lin Xuanji, however, smiled slightly. "It seems that your body is recovering well." Sha Xiaochen nodded. "Yes, I am now back to my heyday. Now, whether I'm cultivating or eating, it is very smooth and soon I will be able to leave for the heavenly swamp mysterious land." Yan Tianan's eyes lit up and he inquired, "Sha Xiaochen, you are from heavenly swamp mysterious land. Why don't you tell us in advance what good things are there in heavenly swamp mysterious land?" Palace Master Sha Yuji was a very generous man. 2 days ago, he sent someone to Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan to give 2 transportation talismans for the heavenly swamp mysterious land, and gratefully gifted a lot of Jade Cicada Palace's self-brewed 100 flowers nectar to thank Yan Tianan for the sticky divine pill that Yan Tianan gave to Sha Xiaochen, which extended his life. Yan Tianyun felt a little guilty when he thought of where the life-prolonging divine pill came from. Sha Xiaochen chuckled. "There are a lot of good things in heavenly swamp mysterious land. I won't be able to finish talking about it all day and night, but there is a place in heavenly swamp mysterious land that is very suitable for cultivating. I will take you guys there when the time comes." Yan Tianan nodded. "However, this transportation talisman doesn't seem to be able to teleport us to the same location." Sha Xiaochen winked at Yan Tianan. "My family's old Sha has already reserved the location of the teleportation array for the 3 of you. Those transportation talismans are clearly for you to give away as favors, or to sell in exchange for some goods." Yan Tianan was pleasantly surprised. "Is this true?" Sha Xiaochen patted his chest and answered, "Of course it's true. Come find me in Jade Cicada Palace in 5 days, and then we will be able to enter the heavenly swamp mysterious land. Although it was announced to the public that it will take half a month to open the heavenly swamp mysterious land, in fact, there are other entrances to the secret place that have been opened in advance. Of course, only Sha Xiaochen, the Jade Cicada King who came out of heavenly swamp mysterious land, knows the location of this entrance." Lin Xuanji glanced at Sha Xiaochen. "We will go in with you then." Ji Zui asked, "You have a good relationship with the Ji family, will you take them with you too?" Sha Xiaochen suddenly pulled a long face. "The Ji family has a heaven reversal pill in hand. I don't mind that they didn't give it to us, but they even sneered at my family's old Sha for asking for it. If it wasn't for old Sha, who gave them the transportation talisman in advance, I wouldn't let them into the heavenly swamp mysterious land this time no matter what." Ji Zui nodded. "I can rest assured now that you've seen the Ji family's main branch, which is currently in power, being so shameless." Sha Xiaochen. They chatted some more, then Yan Tianan and the others left. After Yan Tianan left, Xiao Mo asked, "How come I didn't know that the palace master saved them a spot on heavenly swamp teleportation array this time?" Although they were all teleportation arrays, there were differences in the location and time of transport. Heavenly Swamp Teleportation Array was a transmission array specially prepared for Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. It could only be opened once 100 years, and there were only 6 locations, which were very precious. Therefore, Jade Cicada Palace originally reserved this for its own people. Sha Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with a shining bright blue light as he answered, "You won't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, I insist on entering together with them, and the palace master will certainly agree to this." Not long after returning to Jade Cicada Palace, Sha Yuji came to find Sha Xiaoqian. "I heard that you met Mr. Lin Mo and the others today?" Sha Yuji asked. "Yeah." Sha Xiaoqian was gnawing at a plum cake, but when he saw Sha Yuji coming over, he threw down the plum cake and flew into his arms to be coquettish. "I made my own decision and left 3 positions for them. You won't blame me, will you?" Sha Yuji chuckled. "You were the one who brought the Heavenly Swamp Teleportation Array out of the mysterious land to begin with. Naturally, it's up to you." "That's not what I meant." Sha Xiaoqian nuzzled his head into Sha Yuji's chest. "I smelled the residual aroma of the Heaven Reversal pill on Lin Mo's body. They should be the ones who saved me, so I want to repay them well." Sha Yuji's expression changed slightly. "Are you sure?" Sha Xiaoqian nodded. "I am very sure. It's because the golden cicadas naturally have a better sense of smell than others. Besides finding mysterious lands, I can also find spiritual plants. Moreover, the Heaven Reversal pill contained many high-grade spiritual plants, which needed refining for many days. The lingering fragrance will inevitably remain on the alchemist for a while. Others can't smell it, but of course I can." Sha Yuji nodded thoughtfully and said with great joy, "So, it seems that Master Lin Mo is really a hidden powerhouse. We almost offended them because of the Ji family before. Fortunately, I got back from the brink in time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." When Sha Xiaoqian heard about the Ji family, he was so angry that he suddenly came up and said with a dark expression, "Today, I met Ji Yufei in the square market. He even came up to say hello to me as if nothing happened. If it wasn't for the first and second elder martial brothers to stop me, I would have gone up and beaten him." Chapter 445. Entrusted by the Palace Master, edited by Rose and Aya. Sha Yuji looked at Sha Xiaoqian, who was puffing in rage, and couldn't help but show a gentle and warm smile. "You don't have to bother with them. Nothing is more important than your safety." Sha Xiaoqian snorted and muttered, "I definitely wouldn't be able to endure it if I did not remember what you said before, about how when you go out, if you can bear it, you must not unrestrainedly fight with others." Sha Yuji happily spoke, "Yes, our family's Xiaoqian is the best." 5 days later, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan brought Feng Jingyu and came to the Jade Cicada Palace, and was warmly welcomed by Sha Yuji. During the meal, Sha Yuji took the initiative to talk about Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. 100 years ago, several good friends, including Ji Lianfeng, and I once entered Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. There were many dangerous moments in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, and the extreme weather went from cold to hot, and there were all kinds of ferocious beasts that can't be found elsewhere. When I met Xiaoqian, he was being chased by a giant bird. I saved Xiaoqian and Xiaoqian followed me when I left Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land and drew up a 100-year contract to repay the debt in gratitude." Yan Tianan clicked his tongue and stated, "Your business is really profitable, indeed really profitable." Sha Yuji smiled and said, "However, now that 100 years have passed, it should be time for Xiaoqian to regain his freedom over his life. When he returns to Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land this time, it can be assumed that he can find other opportunities." Sha Xiaoji's hand that was holding the cake suddenly stopped and he looked at Sha Yuji. "What do you mean by those words?" Sha Yuji simply and lightly answered, "You should have your own life." Sha Xiaoqian blankly stared and said, "You don't plan to go to Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land with me?" Sha Yuji replied, "There are only a total of 6 spots in the transportation array for that day. You, Xiao Mo, and Lin Ran occupy 3 seats, so there are no more seats." Sha Xiaoqian stood up. "This is out of the question, you have to come in with me." Nevertheless, Sha Yuji faintly smiled. "Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land is not of great use for me. On the contrary, your 2 senior martial brothers can get a lot of benefits from being inside. It is not necessary for you to squander it on me. Stop saying so many excuses." Sha Xiaoqian glared at Sha Yuji and said, "Is it that you no longer want me?" "No, you must be thinking this way." Sha Yuji sighed and said, "What you said is too unreasonable. Have I ever expressed the idea that I don't want you? Once you return to Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, if you want to come out, you can just immediately leave obediently. The doors of Jade Cicada Palace will forever be open for you. You don't have to worry about this. That's not what we talked about before. Sha Xiaochen trembled with anger. A few months ago, you promised me that you would spend 100 years with me in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land until Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land opens next time, you will bring me out. Sha Xiaochen's eyes were red, and he felt that ever since his body recovered, Sha Yuji became more and more indifferent to him, as if he was deliberately drifting apart from him. Sha Xiaochen kicked the chair next to him to the ground with one foot, and then spread his legs and ran away. Yan Tianen's face was stunned, and he seemed to understand a bit why Sha Xiaochen was so angry. At the same time he seemed to have no idea what they were making a scene about. However, Sha Yuji apologized, Xiaochen has been spoiled by me, so please forgive him. Lin Xuanji nodded. He is indeed really spoiled, but it depends on who spoiled him. Sha Yuji couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, it's still my fault. In the next few hours, Yan Tianen never saw a trace of Sha Xiaochen. However, when Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land was about to open, Sha Xiaochen ran back again, but he was carrying a bulging traveling bag on his shoulder, and looked like he was going to run away from home. Old Sha, after I leave, you have to take good care of yourself. Sha Xiaochen finally gave in first. He stood in front of Sha Yuji and looked at him eagerly. I didn't mean anything I said before, so don't take it to heart. Sha Yuji raised his hand and patted Sha Xiaochen's head very gently. Even if we don't talk about it, if we live together for 100 years, we will naturally have feelings of love for each other. Sha Xiaochen nodded and cleverly and cutely said, wait for me to come out of Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, then we will go somewhere else and live in anonymity for the rest of our lives. Sha Yuji was slightly stunned, then nodded, saying, on the road you should be more obedient. Although you have lived for more than 100 years, you've always been under my protection, you don't understand much about the dangers in this world. If something happens in the future, you should listen to others more. Sha Xiaochen cutely nodded, which was quite different from his previous appearance with a small bad temper. Yan Tianen was listening nearby, and leaned to Lin Xuanji's ear and whispered, why do I always think there is something in Palace Master Sha's words that seem like he's making funeral arrangements? Lin Xuanji said, that you would have to ask Palace Master Sha. The Heavenly Swamp teleportation array was about to open soon. Sha Xiaochen, as the acting master of this transportation array, naturally needed to go to its side to watch over it. After he left first, Sha Yuji stopped Lin Xuanji as expected. Sir Yan, Master Lin. Sha Yuji deeply bowed and said, I already know that the Heaven Reversal Pill was made by you two. Many thanks to the both of you this time. Yan Tianen's facial expression changed slightly and puzzledly asked, how did you know? I obviously hid it so well. Sha Yuji answered, I didn't mean to pry about the master who didn't want to reveal his identity. However, Xiaochen could smell the residual powered fragrance left on the master and accidentally discovered his identity. Lin Xuanji maintained his composure and looked at Sha Yuji and quietly said, what does Palace Master Sha want to say by uncovering this matter? Sha Yuji nodded his head and said, the two sirs have treated me with kindness as heavy as a mountain, and I will never do such a thing like returning kindness with ingratitude. There is one thing. I didn't tell Xiaochen a word about it, out of fear that after he learned it, he wouldn't go to Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Yan Tianen asked, could it be you want to tell me and my partner? Sha Yuji nodded. I wonder if the two of you have ever heard of the 5 continents barrier and the 5 hidden treasures. Yan Tianen raised a brow. Without changing his tone, Lin Xuanji continued, naturally, I have heard that profound sky sect's esteemed Lan Yu has already declared to the world about this matter. Who in 5 continents doesn't know? Sha Yuji let out a sigh of relief. Since you know, it's easier for me to speak of it. Briefly speaking, Sky Peak sect's prophet, Master Shenji, the divine dreamwalker, sent someone to me a few days ago to demand the Jade Cicada King in the palace. He wanted to let the Jade Cicada King take him to Thousand Stars Island to find the entrance to the seal. However, I expected that he didn't know that Xiaochen is the Jade Cicada King, therefore I deceived him first. I want to wait for Xiaochen to enter Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, so even if Yin Xinghan found his identity, it would be useless. Yan Tianen couldn't refrain from saying, Yin Xinghan is really shameless. Did he threaten you? Sha Yuji said, right now it's just threats and bribes. He said he would come to get the Jade Cicada King in a month. When the time comes and I can't bring him out, I'm afraid it will become a threat of force. Speaking of which, can xianxia really find the entrance of Thousand Stars Island's Great Demon Sealing Array? Lin Xuanji lightly asked. Xiaoyuji glanced at Lin Xuanji. He found a strange barrier on Thousand Stars Island decades ago. If I didn't feel the danger and stop him from going deep into it, I suppose that perhaps the Great Demon Sealing Array would have already been presented in front of the common people a long time ago. He meant that xianxia could definitely find it then. Lin Xuanji hooked his lips up and said playfully, "Aren't you afraid that our purpose for coming to the South Continent is also the Great Demon Sealing Array?" Xiaoyuji sighed and said, "When people come to the South Continent, are there many whose purpose isn't the magic treasure in the Great Demon Sealing Array? However, you have saved Xiaoqian's life, and your abilities are not bad. Even if Xiaoqian follows you, it is better than following those heartless people. You have thought it through." Lin Xuanji spoke, "I will try my best to protect Xiaoqian from falling into the hands of Yin Xinghan." Xiaoyuji spoke his thanks. Yan Tianan asked, "Then what are you going to do? If Xiaoyuji can't give Xiaoqian over when the time comes, according to the style of Yin Xinghan, he won't let him go." Xiaoyuji smiled. The Jade Cicada Palace was originally built on Thousand Stars Island. There are thousands of islands in Thousand Stars Island. The waterways are complex and the poisonous fog is pervasive. Even if the one who wants to come is Prophet Shenji, he would not dare casually trespass. Yan Tianan said sincerely, "Palace Master Xia, if it is within your ability, please don't show mercy to Yin Xinghan." Xiaoyuji said, "I will do my best." Not long after they communicated with each other, the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land Teleportation Array activated. 6 people stood on the 6 corners of the teleportation array, and it lit up. In a short time, the 6 people who stood there disappeared without a trace. The teleportation array also burned to ashes, and once the wind blew it disappeared. Xiaoyuji stared at the empty ground, squeezing his lips slightly and remained silent. After a while, he called his subordinates and asked, "Have this year's transportation talismans and teleportation arrays all been sold?" As soon as it was released, there was a panic to buy and nothing was left. The subordinate answered. Xiaoyuji nodded and said, "How did Master Lin deal with those extra transportation talismans and teleportation arrays in their possession?" The subordinate said in confusion, "It was sent to the East Continent by a group of birds. I don't know who the birds gave them to. Those birds were too smart and cautious. Our people did not dare follow too closely and soon we lost them." Xiaoyuji said, "Then you don't have to keep following. Is everything packed up?" The subordinate nodded. Complying with the instructions of the palace master, everything has already been packed up. Xiaoyuji looked at the lush and quiet Jade Cicada Palace, sighed lightly and said, "Then start sending them back to Thousand Stars Island in batches. Within a few days, more and more people will come to visit the Jade Cicada Palace to borrow the Jade Cicada King." Yin Xinghan was only the first to come to him demanding for the Jade Cicada King. Slowly, when others realized that the Jade Cicada King could find Great Demon Sealing Arrays, they would come to him one after another. Familiar or unfamiliar. What's worse, in this world it's not only the people in Jade Cicada Palace who know Xiaoqian's identity, but also the master of Ji family and a great elder of the Bailey family, who entered Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land with him. He was afraid that the future wouldn't be peaceful. Chapter 446. A Slave Contract, edited by Rose and Eco, translated by Aya. Just as soon as they entered Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, they were assaulted by hot air, which made them unable to open their eyes. As far as the eye can see, it was a wilderness of blazing fire and many burning bodies. The burning corpses were very big and evidently were the beasts inside the mysterious land. This is the first-rate area in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Xiaoqian was a native insect of Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. He naturally knew Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land very well. He stepped down from the flying sword and stepped on the loose black muddy soil under his feet. The Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land is rumored by outsiders to be a paradise for cultivators. However, in reality, there are hidden dangers everywhere. If you are not careful, you will die here. This is not some kind of easy place you can casually enter. Lin Xuanji said, "It is precisely this kind of place that indicates a large opportunity might happen." Xiaoqian glanced at Lin Xuanji and smiled. "That's true." Xiaomo frowned and asked, "How did this fire start? I don't see any kindling." Xiaoqian's complexion was slightly grave as he replied, "This is a masterpiece of a divine flame beast. Every once in a while, it will come out for food. It likes to eat cooked beasts, but these beasts are old beasts with rough skin. It takes 10 days to a half a month to roast with the fire of a divine flame beast. Just as he said those words, they saw a golden red flame shoot out from behind Lin Xuanji, and the beast that was being roasted in front of them suddenly burned to ashes. Sha Xiaoqian turned his head and suddenly saw a dusty bird who was hiccuping. He immediately fell on his butt in fright. When did this bird follow us in? Sha Xiaoqian turned pale and frantically tried to get away, crawling behind Xiaomo. Xiaomo stared at the two small white cats standing on Yan Tianan's shoulders in surprise and asked, where did these two cats come from? Clearly, when entering Heavenly Swamp mysterious land, other than people, there were no other things. Ah, Yan Tianan thought, it's not like I can say that these three little guys were released from the soul plate, right? So he cleared his throat and answered, it was me who stuffed them in a storage bag and brought them in. Don't tease me. Sha Xiaoqian immediately debunked Yan Tianshan's lies. The storage bag cannot contain living things, it's impossible for dead things to enter. Yan Tianan's expression was slightly embarrassed. He was just about to continue to explain clearly, when suddenly a tall man with inky black hair, pure black eyes, and pale skin appeared behind him. Core. Corpse Lin Ran screamed in horror, you are of the Yin Corpse sect. As soon as he said those words, they saw Ling Chigu holding a piece of bamboo that he got from somewhere, and suddenly waved it in a sweeping motion. Unexpectedly, several demonic beast corpses that had been gnawed clean uniformly stood up. The empty eyes lit up with strange green light, as if about to kill people. Yan Tianan, Lin Ran, Xiaomo looked shocked, but Sha Xiaoqian barely recovered from the initial panic and took a deep breath. He asked with rare solemnity, who on earth are you people? Feng Jingyu jumped into Ling Chigu's hand, and Ling Chigu's hand was loosened gently, and the bamboo was put away. Sha Xiaoqian was dumbfounded. Since Lin Xuanji released Ling Chigu from the soul plate, he did not intend to hide anything. He said bluntly, my real name is Lin Xuanji, you may have heard of me. Sha Xiaoqian made an ah sound and pointed to Lin Xuanji and spoke, you are the one being chased. Lin Xuanji nodded. That's me. Xiaomo's complexion changed a few times, and his expressions were quite rich and complex. Lin Ran was timid and no longer knew what to do. He really regretted that he didn't insist on letting Master come in. This was simply too big of a surprise. Yan Tianan touched his nose and said, if you don't want to be together with us, let's go our separate ways here. Sha Xiaoqian stared at Yan Tianan and said, do you think I am stupid? You guys aren't even afraid of Yin Xinghan and are also dreaded by him, plus you are an alchemist. Besides following you guys, it's not like I will push you out. I'm not a fool. When Yan Tianan heard this, he nodded with joy and said, you still have a good eye and brain. Unlike Yin Xinghan, who knows what is going on in his head. Ever since he came to the 5 continents, he has started to cause us trouble. Definitely. Sha Xiaoqian suddenly nodded and said, that Yin Xinghan, his mind is probably full of only shit, thinking that he is the only one who is important in the entire world. Zui could not help but raise the corners of his mouth and asked, do you have a problem with Yin Xinghan? Sha Xiaoqian said, that is a must. He went to old Sha and insisted that old Sha hand me over. If it wasn't for making it easier for old Sha, I would not have separated from him and come alone to the Heavenly Swamp mysterious land. Lin Zan and Yan Tianan couldn't help but glance at each other. This Sha Xiaoqian and Sha Yuji were interesting. They kept secrets from each other but thought of the other. However, between them, they really lacked communication. Lin Ran saw that Sha Xiaoqian had been so calm and could not lose his dignity as a senior martial brother. He stood up and patted his ass and said, I just lost control and was barely scared. Yan Tianan patted Lin Ran on the shoulder. Your heart is not good, you need to do some more thrilling things and exercise your heart more. Lin Ran reluctantly lifted his mouth. Lin Ran thought, his reaction could be a little more intense. If it weren't for the calmness of young Palace Master and Xiaomo, which made it seem like he was making a fuss over nothing, he would definitely lift his feet and run away. After they revealed their identities, Sha Xiaoqian obviously became more warm to them. Unlike what was expected, he was not scared away by them. However, Sha Xiaoqian subconsciously stayed away from Feng Jingyu, out of fear that Feng Jingyu, an insect-eating species, would swallow him when he was hungry. To this, Feng Jingyu said that he was not any normal bird, and he would not eat any strange bugs. It didn't take long for the earth to shake, and a huge winged demonic beast fell from the sky and roared and spewed a mouthful of flames. Thanks to Lin Xuanji and others who responded quickly, They hid behind a huge rock around them, and with the auxiliary camouflage of the Jade Cicada King, they were not seen by the big demonic beast. This is that divine flame beast with rough skin. It likes to play with fire when it's bored and also likes to hunt demonic beasts. The Jade Cicada King whispered, "It is a bully in the first-rate area, and no one dares to provoke it." "Even you don't dare provoke it?" Yan Tianan asked in a low voice. With a look of "You're kidding me," the Jade Cicada King said, "I'm so petite and exquisite, and the divine flame beast has lived for at least thousands of years, so its cultivation is in the demonic core period. Compared with it, I am far from it." Yan Tianan clicked his tongue twice. "You are really a weak chicken," Sha Shaochen said with dissatisfaction. "My ability to hide is top class. Besides, I can still find the entrance to mysterious lands. I can only say that my head works well, so my strength decreased." "I'm proud of it, Yan Tianan." The divine flame beast rushed out and found that some blind thing made the demonic beasts it had been baking so hard for so long all disappear. It suddenly roared violently for a moment, and the ground shook, the noise deafening and scary. After a moment, a demonic beast the size of a child rushed up from a distance, flapping the wings made of meat on its back, and let out a cry, then promptly fought the divine flame beast without another word. Yan Tianan didn't understand the story, so he asked, "What is this?" Sha Shaochen hissed and explained, "This is a fire-devouring beast, which can devour all kinds of flames. It is the natural enemy of the divine flame beast. When I was in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land before, the fire-devouring beast had grown as big as the divine flame beast. Now this one is just a cub. Fire-devouring beasts are very concerned about their offsprings. If the big fire-devouring beast was still alive, it definitely wouldn't bear to let the cub out. It seems that the adult fire-devouring beast has already been killed by the divine flame beast." While speaking, the fire-devouring beast had been slapped by the divine flame beast and sent flying, but in the process of flying backwards, the fire-devouring beast also opened its mouth and sucked all the flames around it into its mouth, only to see that its stomach swelled slightly, and when it hit the ground and was about to stop, it suddenly sprayed a mouthful of poisonous water wrapped in flames toward the divine flame beast. The speed of that poisonous water was fast and fierce, like lightning. Almost instantaneously, the spray landed on the divine flame beast. The divine flame beast couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed with a mouthful of poisonous water. The thick scales on the outside were melted by the poisonous fire water. It was so painful that it howled loudly, and flung its tail violently towards the fire-devouring beast. The fire-devouring beast was small and fast, but it was no match for the divine flame beast, so this fire-devouring beast was about to be hit so hard by the divine flame beast that it would be sent flying again. With a thought, Lin Xuanji accepted the fire-devouring beast into the soul plate, and in passing, threw a burnt demonic beast corpse. With a bang, that demonic beast was sent flying after being hit by the tail and exploded, becoming meat paste. The divine flame beast thought it had annihilated the fire-devouring beast and roared several times toward the sky, carrying a few roasted beasts and flying towards the distance. The divine flame beast was huge, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun and looked full of power. All the people who saw it were silent, out of fear that this ancestor would find them in an unguarded moment. After all traces of the divine flame beast disappeared, Lin Ran stated with difficulty, "That was a close call." Sha Shaochen nodded. "The divine flame beast is already very territorial. If it finds that outsiders have broken into its territory, it will definitely hunt them down till one side dies." As soon as the words were spoken, a small fire-devouring beast quietly climbed up Lin Xuanji's head, resembling an alpaca, as it gazed curiously at the many people in front of it. Sha Shaochen, Xiao Mo gulped. "Immortal Master Yan, this fire-devouring beast, how did you switch it out right under the divine flame beast's eyes?" Although he saw Lin Xuanji's movement just now, he didn't know how Lin Xuanji did it. Lin Xuanji lightly said, "It was willing to sign a slave contract with me. Naturally, I am willing to give it a helping hand." Lin Ran stared and asked, "A slave contract?" Chapter 447. Land of Lightning Strikes, edited by Molly and Aya. The fire-devouring beast could understand people's words, and he immediately bulged his chest and used all his strength and nodded his head, rather proud. Sha Shaochen looked at the fire-devouring beast, slightly in shock, and rubbed his chin. The fire-devouring beast has a very high rank and is a rare exotic beast. Since its birth, its strength is comparable to beasts in the wisdom stage, and can receive things passed down from its bloodline. Apart from being incapable of transforming into a human, the fire-devouring beast can crush other demonic beasts of the same rank in all aspects. It is only that I have never met a strange beast who would take the initiative to demand a slave contract with the human as the master. Hey, why did you ask Mr. Yan for help instead of me? Don't I obviously look more reliable? The last few words were obviously xianxia talking to the fire-devouring beast. The fire-devouring beast was pleased with the words spoken, jumping off Lin Xuanji's head, bouncing and vivaciously leaping to the ground, putting his hands on his hips and said, he hash fo different fires on his body. I am a fire-devouring beast. Of course, I white people with different fires. Feng Jingyu flew behind the fire-devouring beast and faintly asked, this king's natural attribute is fire. This king's fire is much more powerful than those different fires. Why did you not ask me for a contract? Everyone was willing to accept a powerful underling without having to pay anything. Once the fire-devouring beast saw Feng Jingyu, even though he had courage, he had a stronger urge to kneel down and shout Big King. He suddenly ran over to Lin Xuanji's shoulder and poked his head out. I am not dumb. Your fire kamesh from your own body. We fire-devouring beasts can only eat fire that are of a lower rank than us, or the fires in heaven and earth. I absolute why don't want to be burnt to death by you. Burn to death, your whole family should burn to death. Feng Jingyu disdained, where is your accent from? Your flat consonant sounds and your rolled tongue sounds are indistinguishable. The fire-devouring beast answered, I had no father or mother who taught me, that's why my Mandarin is not very good. The corners of xianxia's mouth twitched. I remember that the fire-devouring beasts here from before were much more powerful and magnificent than you. The fire-devouring beast sighed and replied, it seems that you are also an old fan of my father here. My father had been bitten to death by the divine flame beast. Now I am the only fire-devouring beast in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. You should treat me well. Lin Ran couldn't help showing an expression of sympathy and was seen by the fire-devouring beast's sharp eyes. He despised it, it's a big fuss about nothing, we fire-devouring beasts and divine flame beasts are natural enemies of each other. Since we were born, we were prepared to kill or be killed. What's the matter? In a matter of life and death, this fire-devouring beast had already become a nerd to the unusual. What's so happy about life, what's so painful about death? Lin Ran suddenly had the feeling that he was facing a master who had seen through life and death. But, Yan Tianan asked in a puzzled manner, if you seriously think this way, why did you absolutely insist on having my big brother save you when you were almost about to be killed by that divine flame beast? He really doesn't want to talk to this fellow who also has a flame on him. Therefore, with the fire-devouring beast guiding, Lin Xuanji and others walked safely through the burning fire domain. Just as they left the territory of the divine flame beast, Lin Xuanji and the others felt that their footsteps were somewhat much more heavy, like an iron block that weighed about 1,000 caddies tied to it. There was also lightning pouring down from time to time on top of them, and there were also crackling sounds by their feet. The situation seemed very dangerous and strange. Lin Ran was nearly chopped in half by lightning, and was blocked by Lin Xuanji's fast usage of a magic weapon. Lin Ran scowled miserably, what is this place? Why can't I move my feet? There are lightning strikes above my head as well. Although xianxia felt the same, his eyes were full of eager excitement. He said, this is the feng shui treasure land that I mentioned before that can temper your body. Don't judge this place as something you can't use your feet on, or a place where there are lightning strikes. In fact, this lightning can temper your body, making your flesh as hard as iron, invulnerable, and powerful. Besides, it's hard to move because there is a huge magnet on your feet, which is similar in principle to the gravity chamber in the Sky Peak sect. However, I heard that the gravity chamber has no function of lightning tempering the body, and you need to spend a lot of money to buy it, which is not particularly profitable. In this place, you can stay as long as you want, as long as you can bear it. When people looked at the terrain of upright rugged rocks that resembled a maze of black rocks again, their outlook had changed. The fire-devouring beast nodded. This is indeed a good place. Many beasts come here to gain experience. However, in recent years, the territory leading to this place has been occupied by the divine flame beast, so this place has been abandoned. You are really lucky to have met me. Xianxia rolled his eyes and thought, even without this fire-devouring beast, he could have brought Lin Xuanji and others here, but he was too lazy to compete with a small bratty child. The outermost layer of this land of lightning strikes has the lightest gravity and the lightest lightning strikes. If you take one more step inside, your perception would change. If you can go further to the innermost part, your body can be hardened into a lightning-tempered body, which can withstand the pain of being torn by space and won't be torn again easily. However, the experience here should be done according to what one's ability allows them to. If you force yourself inside blindly, you will easily be torn apart and will be turned into coal by lightning. 7 people, including Ling Chigu, were eager to try. Not wasting time, they went together side by side and walked towards it. 3 days later, Lin Ran and Ji Zui stopped walking inside. It turned out that it got increasingly more difficult when one bypassed one stone forest. At most, they could walk past one stone forest pillar every day. When they attempted to go one step further, they were not only having difficulty breathing, but were also having difficulty lifting their feet. Even the thunder that hit them left a burning sensation. They were afraid that they could not hold on and just sat down outside to cultivate. On the 7th day, Sha Xiaochen and Xiao Mo also stopped. Meanwhile, Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, and Ling Chigu, along with one bird and 2 tigers, couldn't be seen anywhere. Sha Xiaochen was tired and collapsed on the ground. He couldn't stand it and retreated behind a stone forest pillar. When Xiao Mo saw this, he followed Sha Xiaochen. Sha Xiaochen gasped, leaving sweat on his forehead, and said in a confused voice, "Those people are simply not human beings." Back then, old Sha only went to the 7th pillar at most. Up, to which pillar does Lin Xuanji want to go to consider it finished? Xiao Mo also ruefully said, "It seems that they are not ordinary people. I watched them go ahead. Although they were not capable of going further at first, they will be able to go further before long. This cultivation ability is too frightening." Sha Xiaochen remarked. This Lin Xuanji had originally killed Mo Yan, who had reached the profound realm. He is not a normal person. I wonder if brother noticed that there are countless treasures on Lin Xuanji's body, not to mention his already famous Zij sword. Just the rumored heavenly flame and twin lotus lamp have already made him destined to be far superior to others. Xiao Mo nodded and said, "Besides, there should be a very powerful person around Lin Xuanji. I heard that he is also from the 9 lands, but I don't know what kind of status he has." At the time when Yin Xinghan declared the West Phoenix monarch's identity, not many people were present. After that, Yin Xinghan didn't mention Feng Jingyu again, so the outside world was not aware that it was the West Phoenix Feng Jingyu who sent Ku Bui flying with a single slap back then. After all, Feng Jingyu's appearance now was far different from before. When Sha Xiaochen heard this, he looked out into the distance, revealing an unpredictable expression on his face. The talking bird named Mau Mau had a naturally strong race suppression. Even when he was chased by the most powerful bird clan in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, his soul did not want to bow down to them like it did when he faced Feng Jingyu for the first time. Sha Xiaochen was always observing Feng Jingyu's every move during this period of time. He was shocked to find that the food Feng Jingyu ate that was hidden in Lin Xuanji's storage bag were bamboo food and sweet wine spring water. A terrifying identity gradually formed in Sha Xiaochen's mind, and he was gradually certain after he saw Feng Jingyu spitting fire from time to time. A phoenix, the biggest natural predator of the insect clan, the natural supreme king of the bird clan. It took Sha Xiaochen a long time to accept this fact. Just, Feng Jingyu's identity, he can't say it, and he will never say it out loud and make trouble for himself. By further inference, since Feng Jingyu's identity was already so noble, if he could follow someone, how can they be an ordinary person? The Golden Cicada King can track all the land secrets in the world. He has a natural perception of these things. Therefore, when Sha Xiaochen first saw Lin Xuanji, he had already noticed that there seemed to be a very hidden and high-level mysterious land on him. Most of the time, this mysterious land could not be perceived. Only when Feng Jingyu, Ling Chigu, and the 2 tiger cubs appeared inexplicably, and when the fire-devouring beast disappeared and reappeared after being rescued by Lin Xuanji, did Sha Xiaochen feel the existence of the mysterious land. The place was hidden inside of Lin Xuanji's body. Sha Xiaochen couldn't stop shivering when he thought of this. Xiao Mo's eyes inadvertently swept Sha Xiaochen, and he saw his pale face as if he had discovered something terrible. "Young palace master, what happened?" Xiao Mo immediately became alert and looked around and asked, "Is there any danger?" Sha Xiaochen shook his head and took a deep breath. "Nothing, I just feel that in the future, the 5 continents will not be peaceful. Speaking of which, the jade cicadas are still a little mysterious. They are similar to the insect clan's prophets, but because they are too lazy by nature, not many people are aware of their abilities since a long time ago, and even the jade cicadas themselves don't care as much. Only, Xiaochen genuinely used his infallible sixth sense, and felt that the structure of the 5 continents was changing rapidly, similar to a situation of a secret storm surging up. Chapter 448, Intruders, edited by Molly and Aya. In the blink of an eye, another half of a month had passed. Yan Tianan had stopped pressing forward to continue cultivating since 7 days ago, not because his body could not bear it, but when Yan Tianan went to the 13th level, he suddenly felt that the seal in his body seemed to loosen. After a strand of demonic chi escaped, it unexpectedly attracted movements from the demonic beasts outside. More importantly, with every step forward Yan Tianan took afterwards, his Dantian chi hurt as if it seemed to be tearing, and Lin Xuanji was extremely afraid that he would break through the seal in a moment of carelessness, which would cause irreparable consequences because of the incorrect method used, and asked Yan Tianan to stop going farther. However, Lin Xuanji would not give up this opportunity. Day and night, he used his body to bear the huge lightning strikes that chopped down from the sky, and let his body's veins, bones, and muscles be tempered over and over again, thus becoming incomparably firm and tough. The farther inside he went, the more terrifying these lightning strikes were. If it wasn't for Lin Xuanji transferring these lightning strikes to the soul plate for it to dissolve somewhat, and then send back to his body, he could not guarantee that he could walk to the end area alive. What surprised Lin Xuanji was Ling Chigu. Even Bai and Hu Po, as well as Feng Jingyu, could not stand the intense lightning strike and pressure and shrank back from the innermost layers, but Ling Chigu followed Lin Xuanji step by step. Although the pace was slow, it was extremely firm. Even if his skin burst occasionally, he also walked without changing his expression, as if life and death were meaningless. After he thought about it, Lin Xuanji grew a feeling of admiration for Ling Chigu. Ling Chigu was a corpse and couldn't feel as much pain, and his body was able to endure much more than ordinary people. He had also benefited from the soul plate's tempering for many days and Feng Jingyu's care, who would feed him some pills from time to time. Thus, Ling Chigu's response to the outside world became stronger, and his pain nerves were also resurrected a little. Contrary to expectations, corpses also had the instinct to avoid harm. There was only one explanation for how Ling Chigu could walk to this step with such steadfastness: his firm willpower was like a mountain. It was a kind of tenacity and unyielding character that came from his experience on the battlefield and belonged uniquely to little General Ling. In another half a month's time, when a muffled thunder spike fell from above and after passing through the heads of 2 people who were almost kneeling on the ground, there was a violent quake throughout the whole area. Seeing the thick thunder across the sky in the distance, Yan Tianan, who was cultivating outside, couldn't help but stand up, trembling in fear. Lin Xuanji had already been inside for a whole month, and during this time Yan Tianan did not receive the slightest bit of news of Lin Xuanji, which made him very anxious. Feng Jingyu was also unable to sit or stand still. He flew on top of Yan Tianan's head for a while, then flew in front of Yan Tianan's eyes, and grabbed Yan Tianan's hand from time to time, which made Yan Tianan, who wanted to be nervous, unable to be nervous. Feng Jingyu took a deep breath and said, "You can't say for sure, maybe the 2 of them were crushed into meat pies and roasted into burnt corpses." "Yan Tianan, can't you think positively?" At this time, Xiaochen, who was cultivating at the outer edge, walked over with difficulty and informed, "There is too much noise here, which has attracted many cultivators to investigate this location. How much longer until they're ready to leave?" Yan Tianan shook his head. "Well, I don't know yet, but didn't you say before that the divine flame beast's territory is in front, and humans couldn't come here easily?" Xiaochen's expression turned dark. This wouldn't have happened if the cultivators who came in from outside didn't make too much noise and attract the divine flame beast to another area. 2 days ago, some people from Sky Peak sect were trapped outside by my illusion array, but the illusion array can only trap them for 3 days at most, and eventually, they will come in. Yan Tianan frowned and asked, "What kind of people are those outsiders?" Xiaochen answered, "They are all mixed, some of whom were from Twin Flower sect, some from Thousand Stars Island, and some people from the Central Continent and East Continent. However, their cultivation is not high, but just that there are many people." Yan Tianan breathed a sigh of relief. "It doesn't matter if there are many people, I am just afraid that powerful people will follow over here. Many people are also not okay." Xiaochen said with some worry, "My 2 martial brothers had to meet with people from Jade Cicada Palace who just entered a few days ago. They all bypassed the lightning strike area to meet them in a lower ranked area, so they're not here anymore. If the people outside break my barrier and Immortal Lin and your contracted servant have not come out yet, we will only have 2 people who can fight." Feng Jingyu slapped Sha Xiaoqian on the head. "Have you forgotten this, venerable?" Sha Xiaoqian's legs went soft and sat on the ground. At this moment, after hearing a bang, Sha Xiaoqian's face changed. "The barrier is broken. It's a day earlier than I expected. There must be a powerful person there." Yan Tianan and Sha Xiaoqian glanced at each other, and at the same time, they dashed towards the edge of the area, and made preparations to attack. Only to see several dozens of people dressed in different styles coming towards them, and many cultivators were swearing, obviously dissatisfied with being trapped in that barrier. When everyone saw Yan Tianan and Sha Xiaoqian suddenly appear in front of them, someone shouted, "Who made that trashy barrier?" Sha Xiaoqian suddenly became angry and spoke, "Even if the barrier was trashy, it still trapped you for so long. You probably still took advantage of others to get out. It seems that you are trashier than trash, so you're just a big piece of trash, you smelly boy. Do you know who I am?" The man who just spoke scowled and showed a fierce expression. Sha Xiaoqian glanced at him and said contemptuously, "Aren't you people from the Twin Flower sect? There is nothing to show off." At this time, another person suddenly pointed to Sha Xiaoqian. "I know who this person is. He is the young palace master of Jade Cicada Palace, and the Jade Cicada King that Mr. Yin mentioned before. He can find the position of the seal on Thousand Stars Island. Everyone quickly tie him up." Sha Xiaoqian's face suddenly turned dark. He swore once, then turned around and slowly walked forward and suddenly turned into a transparent jade cicada the size of a thumb, hiding in Yan Tianan's clothes. "Yan Tianan, your uncle." Yan Tianan turned around and ran towards the lightning strike area. After a month's training, his tolerance for this area had become very high. Compared to other people, he had a natural advantage here. As lightning struck down one by one, Yan Tianan let the lightning strikes hit his body. In any case, his body had been refined several times, so the lightning outside was just like a tickle for him. However, this was not the case for others. Although those cultivators who could get a transportation talisman could be considered not cannon fodder, they could not really be considered very powerful either, so when they all ran into the lightning area, it was as though earth spirits bound their legs to the ground. One by one, they rocked their bodies back and forth and screamed because of the sudden increase of lightning strikes in the sky. Of course there were also ones with higher cultivation. The man from Twin Flower sect before was as light as a swallow while holding a sword as he quickly ran towards Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan saw that he could not dodge, so he shot 5 or 6 yin flame palm toward the back one after another and smashed a lot of marks into the ground. There were still a few palms that were dodged by the man, so it spread to the cultivators behind him. Several people were suddenly pierced through the chest by these attacks cold yin wind, which turned out to be fatal. This move aroused people's murderous desires even more. In addition to the people from the Twin Flower sect, there were some cultivators from the Yin Corpse sect who drove some yin corpses forward to chase after Yan Tianan. There were many yin corpses, some were demonic beasts. Most of the big demonic beasts were fast and heavy. Even if they were struck by lightning, they still wouldn't retreat and soon caught up to Yan Tianan. A 3-meter-high yin corpse of a thunder frost lion who had a rotten smell suddenly leapt and landed in front of Yan Tianan, blocking his way. The thunder frost lion was covered with black corpse spots all over his body. The meat around his gums had already rotten and stunk. His huge teeth were also bared. His pitch-black eyes looked very scary. Yan Tianan paused and waved a whip at the lion, but the lion dodged him. Yan Tianan waved the yin flame whip continuously, and made the whip longer and hooked around the lion's neck, trying to wring its huge head, but only to find that the lion had an unknown special treatment done, and his neck was surprisingly hard. The lion even scratched with his claw, which not only dispelled the yin flame but also nearly hurt Yan Tianan with the wind blade. Jia Jia Jia, a short man with a yin corpse lizard demonic beast, rushed over from behind. He was also surrounded by a yin corpse snake king. He showed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Give me that Jade Cicada King quickly, and I can still leave your corpse intact, otherwise." Jia Jia Jia, Yan Tianan secretly thought, "You came at the right time." He had been cultivating the Imperial Corpse technique in a hurry these days and had also accelerated the cultivation of his GU worms. His original purpose was to control more corpses, but he had never tried it because he rarely found suitable experimental subjects. Now that the South Continent's Yin Corpse sect people came to him, there was no reason for Yan Tianan to let them go. He formed some hand seals and spiritual chi rushed to his head. The 3 Gu worms he had been raising in his body quietly flew towards those 3 yin corpses. Suddenly, they drilled into the demonic beast yin corpses' skulls. Those Gu worms were nurtured using Yan Tianan's own flesh, blood, and spiritual qi, so there was also a natural master-servant contractual relationship between them. The situation on the Gu worm's side could be transmitted back into Yan Tianan's mind in an instant. The imperial corpse technique was divided into many schools. Some relied on sorcery, some relied on Gu worms, and some relied on secret manuals. The imperial corpse technique that Yan Tianan cultivated was a combination of Gu worms and secret manuals, while South Continent's Yin corpse sect cultivated using a combination of sorcery and Gu worms, or a single one of those. At these times, they were competing over whose Gu worm was more powerful. At this time, Yan Tianan was very grateful to his Mingyin constitution. He found that the Gu worms refined by this kind of physique were naturally made for Yin corpses. The attributes of these two things fit well, but his Mingyin constitution was a bit more gloomy than the 9 cold pools, so Yin corpses naturally liked him more. Chapter 449. A scene of battle. Just when the old ghost of Yin corpse sect was about to order the Yin corpse snake and lion to destroy Yan Tianan, he suddenly found that the connection between him and the Yin corpses had actually disappeared. He commanded them to move again, but the connection was still utterly gone. "You, what have you done?" old ghost asked in horror, pointing at Yan Tianan. "Nothing more than reverse controlling your Yin corpses." Yan Tianan's identity was hidden at this time, so he was very self-indulgent. Laughing his head off, he snapped his fingers and said, "This move is called getting a taste of your own medicine. I'm afraid you haven't had a taste of an Yin corpse yet, right? I'll give you a taste of the power of the Yin corpse now." His voice didn't completely fade away yet when the lizard suddenly increased in size, swaying from left to right as it directly shook off the old ghost, who had been standing on him. The old ghost's body hit the ground and was temporarily overwhelmed by the extreme gravity on the ground, unable to extricate himself. His heart abruptly tensed, and he saw the Thunder Frost lion who used to obey him growl and spray a mouthful of lightning containing yin qi at him. The old ghost was very familiar with the Thunder Frost lion's attacks and barely managed to take out a magic treasure to block it. Just as he wanted to relax, he found that something had mercilessly wrapped around his neck. Snakes have always had strong binding abilities. Once they clung to their prey, they would never let go easily. The Yin corpse snake wrapped around his original owner's neck, and the old ghost's face turned a frightening shade of red. His legs kicked fiercely, and he pulled out a double-edged sword and delivered a heavy slash toward the Yin corpse snake. However, at this moment, a bolt of thunder and lightning struck the old ghost, who had no time to dodge and was turned into a piece of charred ash. Most of the people who controlled Yin corpses didn't have too much power on their own. Even until his death, old ghost probably didn't know why his contracted Yin corpse was actually reverse-controlled. Yan Tianan smiled and looked at the other cultivators who were eager to move but were quite vigilant. He commanded the 3 Yin corpses that were completely under his control and pointed to those people. "Whoever dares to come over, bite him to death." Most of the people were frightened by Yan Tianan's fierce appearance. In addition, the heavy gravity and lightning in the lightning strike area really distracted them, so most of them hesitated to move forward. Feng Jingyu squatted on top of Yan Tianan's head and chirped, "It seems that you're very imposing right now." Yan Tianan couldn't help feeling smug. "Of course, after studying with my eldest brother for so long, I naturally have this much power." All of a sudden, the 3 Yin corpses who were originally facing the front suddenly turned around and started roaring at Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan's expression changed and he thought, "Not good." The 3 Gu worms he raised directly escaped from the corpse puppets and ran inside of Yan Tianan's body to hide themselves. There must be a more powerful imperial corpse technique user coming. Just as expected, a group of cultivators who controlled humanoid corpse puppets came, and the young man who led them smiled at Yan Tianshan and said, "Yin corpse sect has really fallen into degeneracy in recent years. Any random disciple of our corpse palace is much more powerful." Yan Tianan looked at the 3 corpse puppets around the young man. The corpses who opened and closed their mouths as they coldly stared at him. Yan Tianan frowned slightly. He smelled a strange fragrance. It didn't smell like anything normal. "Boy, which imperial corpse method are you cultivating?" Mo Jianqi asked. Yan Tianan didn't understand why Mo Jianqi was arguing about this matter right now but was not in the mood to argue. He only hoped that Lin Xuanji and Ling Chigu would come over quickly. Hua Zifeng, from Twin Flower Palace, glanced at Mo Jianqi and asked, "You from Corpse Palace, that boy belongs to you. Those who can control the corpses will produce better effects after being made into a corpse puppet, right?" Mo Jianqi gave a strange smile and replied, "It's hard to say. Some puppets will betray their master. You want the Jade Cicada King, and I also want the Jade Cicada King. Everyone has the same thoughts." Hua Zifeng sneered, "Then let's take him down first and then talk about how to split the spoils." When he finished talking, Mo Jianqi and Hua Zifeng attacked Yan Tianan at the same time. Mo Jianqi's 3 corpse puppets were very powerful, and there were several Corpse Palace disciples who followed him. The puppets could be manipulated by the master from a distance to accomplish a ranged attack. Moreover, Mo Jianqi's 3 puppets were already at the corpse general level, so the 3 cooperated with each other with great understanding. At the same time, they reached Yan Tianan and were not too affected by the increased gravity. For a while, Yan Tianan was trying his best, but he could only barely fight evenly with these 3 corpse puppets. Feng Jingyu was worried to death. If it weren't for Lin Xuanji telling him that he could never reveal his identity unless it was a last resort, he certainly would have spewed out fire already. Mo Jianqi stood far away and looked at the corpse puppets with his lips curled, watching as they constantly sent out attacks toward Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan waved a whip in his hand and sent out palm attacks from time to time, barely keeping his form from becoming messed up. However, he couldn't take a step forward, no matter how much he wanted to. When Twin Flower Palace's Hua Zifeng saw this situation, he also wanted a piece of the benefits and suddenly made a surprise attack from the flank, releasing a fire dragon towards Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan was struggling to cope with the 3 corpse generals. When he saw the fire dragon roaring towards him, he could not counter it. Just when he thought he was going to be licked by the fire dragon, a fire-devouring beast emitting golden light rushed out from somewhere and swallowed the fire in one gulp. Hua Zifeng paused. "What is that thing?" The fire-devouring beast said with disgust, "Fish kindling ish really not tasty." Retuning it back to you after he said that, the fire-devouring beast directly aimed at Hua Zifeng and sent a poisonous flame to Hua Zifeng, engulfing him in an instant. Hua Zifeng cried with pain. The flame was originally refined inside his body. He was completely immune to the fire, but he just didn't expect that after the fire-devouring beast processed the fire he could no longer bear this flame attack. Mo Jianqi's gaze gradually changed, which seemed somewhat inscrutable. The fire-devouring beast was hidden in Lin Xuanji's soul plate. Since the fire-devouring beast appeared here, it meant that Lin Xuanji was also here. In addition, bringing Ling Qigu along. When Ling Qigu saw the corpse puppets similar to him, he didn't even need Yan Tianan's order, so he held his spear and swept it towards them. Every movement of Ling Qigu was free and unrestrained, which seemed like he was sweeping thousands of troops away. He cultivated in the deepest part of the lightning strike place for so long. Ling Qigu's body had already been tempered, so his movements were lighter and more sensitive than before. Every move and every style carried a sharp gale and thunder, and one of the corpse puppets was flicked away by his spear. Mo Jianqi's expression changed greatly. Corpse monster. A corpse monster was 2 levels higher than a corpse general and was equivalent to profound realm cultivators. In the 5 continents, few people could refine a corpse monster. After all, there weren't many profound realm cultivators to begin with, so profound realm corpse monsters were even rarer. Unexpectedly, the boy who cultivated an imperial corpse technique and whose cultivation was just so had a very powerful corpse puppet. While Mo Jianqi was spending time estimating Ling Qigu's rank, another of his corpse puppets was easily and swiftly killed by Ling Qigu. Mo Jianqi's expression turned dark. With a large wave of his hand, he released a group of black corpse bugs. There was a large number of corpse bugs and they had fast crawling speed, plus they weren't very affected by the region because of their small bodies. These corpse bugs climbed onto the lion's body, and when they passed, the lion became a complete skeleton, which was very frightening. The fire-devouring beast called out "Mama Ah" and jumped up, spraying a mouthful of fire toward the corpse bugs. Lin Xuanji's gaze was cold. With one clean sweep of his sword, the corpse bugs that were not burned were all lifted by a strong shock wave and crashed toward the rear. "This is the Zij sword," nobody knew who suddenly cried out. The crowd suddenly stirred up in extreme excitement and stared at Lin Xuanji. "He is Lin Xuanji. Sky Peak sect has offered a reward of 10 million. Everyone, let's work together to take him down." Feng Jingyu narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned into a phoenix with 3 long feathers on his head. His previous appearance could not be seen anywhere anymore. With one phoenix cry, 100 birds in the heavenly swamp mysterious land received the summon from the royal family, and one after another, they rushed out and flew over in this direction. When they saw that, the 2 tiger cubs beside him who were initially unsure if they should transform also turned into 2 vigorous large cats, howling as they bravely jumped into this group of people, slapping someone down with every strike of their paws. Mo Jianqi's expression changed greatly. He already knew that it would be impossible to win against Lin Xuanji today, so he wanted to flee, only to find Lin Xuanji's sword mercilessly slashing towards him. Mo Jianqi turned out to have already been killed. The instant Mo Jianqi died, his corpse turned into a pile of bones. Yan Tianan was originally fighting Hua Zifeng, but when he inadvertently looked over, he suddenly exclaimed, "He is actually also a corpse puppet, but he seemed exactly like a living person just now." Lin Xuanji naturally also noticed. He lifted his right hand and grabbed a transparent fragment in his hand. He looked at it and put it in his storage bag. The bird families in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land were all creatures who had survived after many hard-fought battles. Every one of them was fiercer than the other, and swarms of birds flew towards this side. They followed Feng Jingyu's command and attacked the people below. The whole battlefield was instantly reversed. Not long after, these people who originally wanted to snatch the Jade Cicada King were completely annihilated. After the battle, everyone gained a lot. Ling Chigu collected all the remaining spiritual qi in these people's bodies so that he could refine these spiritual qi for his own use. Yan Tianan picked the storage bags on these cultivators and found a lot of good items. Of course, in Lin Xuanji's view, most of them were trash. Only then did Sha Xiaochen run out from Yan Tianan's clothes. Yan Tianan said with a dark expression, "You are really capable. You ran away at the most critical moment." Sha Xiaochen defended with a feeling of injustice, "I don't know how to fight. We have to play to our strengths. As soon as I attack, I will be instantly killed." Yan Tianan's expression continued to look unsightly. "Let me guess. 100 years ago, Palace Master Sha didn't voluntarily save you, but rather, when you were in danger, you hit on him and he had no choice but to save you, right?" Sha Xiaochen nodded. "How do you know?" "You guessed it right, that's amazing." Yan Tianan, "Bitch it, even after 100 years, you still haven't made any progress." Feng Jingyu flew around Ling Chigu, and Ling Chigu's eyeballs kept following him. Chapter 450. Awakening from a deep dream. Feng Jingyu flew around Ling Chigu, and Ling Chigu's gaze constantly followed him. Yan Tianan went to Lin Xuanji's side. "Dage, have you developed a lightning-tempered body?" Lin Xuanji nodded and clenched his fist. He felt much stronger than before. Suddenly, he smashed his fist towards a huge stone in the distance, and a loud rumble could be heard. The stone was instantly smashed to pieces. Right now, the lightning strikes were circumventing Lin Xuanji and Ling Chigu, avoiding them as much as possible. After all, these lightning bolts bullied the weak and feared the strong. If lightning fell on Lin Xuanji now, every single strike would definitely be dispelled by Lin Xuanji. Feng Jingyu was pleasantly surprised. "I didn't expect that Ling Chigu could also refine a lightning-tempered body." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Little General Ling's perseverance is extraordinary." Feng Jingyu nodded. "He's a man who never shouts about bitterness or tiredness. Even if he's injured, he'll still grit his teeth and endure it. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for so many people in the military to willingly follow him when he was so young." Lin Xuanji said, "Just now, I collected some fragments from the disciples of Corpse Palace. I don't know what they're for, but we might as well leave here before doing research." Sha Xiaochen nodded. "It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. I think these people were just bait to explore the situation. The people behind them will likely come soon when they find out that these people have died. I know a place where we can strengthen our physique. We might as well head there." Thus, Lin Xuanji and the others flew to another region on their swords. All of a sudden, a piece of jade in Old Corpse Ghost's hand was broken into pieces. His complexion changed. Liang Tong, his disciple, came over and asked, "Master, what happened?" "Mo Jianqi is dead," answered Old Corpse Ghost. Liang Tong was surprised. Mo Jianqi himself is a corpse. Moreover, he has already reached the level of a corpse ghost, and he even can control a variety of corpse puppets. How could he be killed so easily? With a long face, Old Corpse Ghost clenched his fist and replied, "He must have met someone more powerful." Liang Tong frowned. Who could it be? Old Corpse Ghost made a hand seal with his fingers pressed together. When nothing happened, he tried it again. Fucking bastard, that person actually took away the essence of life. Liang Tong's face also turned white. The essence of life. Should we track them? A month later, a topless Yan Tianan came out of a lake. The effects of this lake were similar to the lightning strikes. It could temper one's body after soaking in it, but one needed a lot of patience to endure the pain it caused. The water itself had yin attributes, and when Yan Tianan took a dip in it, there was not much discomfort, so he persevered for a whole month. It was really convenient to have Sha Xiaochen as a guide. At least they never met any other person while sneaking into this secret place aside from that land of lightning strikes. Moreover, Sha Xiaochen was very generous in telling Yan Tianan the location of the body-tempering lake, which led to Yan Tianan training his body almost masochistically every day. When tempering one's body, one couldn't wear clothes, otherwise the effect would be greatly reduced. So when Yan Tianan came out, he was completely naked. During this period of time, Feng Jingyu used his innate bloodline suppression to force Sha Xiaochen to find something for him to eat in the forest every day, while he watched Ling Chigu hunt in the forest to improve his cultivation. He didn't often appear in front of Lin Xuanji nowadays. At first glance, Lin Xuanji saw Yan Tianan's grand appearance coming towards him. Crystal clear water slid down the skin on his chest, and when they fell to the ground, it was trampled by Yan Tianan, creating one wet footprint after another. The teenager's beautiful body made one feel that he looked delectable, as though he was full of endless temptation. Yan Tianan's clothes were all in Lin Xuanji's storage bag. Walking up to him, he blinked at Lin Xuanji. "Dage, where are the clothes?" Lin Xuanji suddenly curled his lips to reveal a smile full of suggestive hints. He raised his hand and touched the beautiful and strong muscles on Yan Tianan's chest. Yan Tianan, he seemed to understand what Lin Xuanji wanted to do. Yan Tianan's cheeks flushed. He raised his head and looked up at Lin Xuanji, who was slightly taller than him. Throat bobbing, he asked, "Dage, do you want to sleep with me?" The originally very nice atmosphere dissipated by half from Yan Tianan's words. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. The word, sleep, is too euphemistic and simple. "I want to make love to you." Yan Tianan giggled with a blushing face. He wrapped his hands around Lin Xuanji's neck, and pecked softly at his ear. "Dage, in fact, I've been waiting for a long time." The flames in Lin Xuanji's body quickly turned into a forest fire. If someone told Lin Xuanji in advance that his first time with Yan Tianan would also be their last time together in this lifetime, Lin Xuanji would surely have laughed and felt that the person was not right in the head. If someone told Yan Tianan the same thing, he would probably wave his fist and beat the person who tried to jinx them to the ground, knocking out all their teeth, for spitting around nonsense. However, in reality, when the two people completely combined and the spiritual qi in Yan Tianan's body circulated around, Yan Tianan's spiritual foundation gradually became extremely clear and thorough. "Kill me. Do a good deed, just love me this once. Kill me, Yan Tianan, I'll only ask you once. Did you kill Lang Jishui? My father is dead, he died because of you. I will never treat you as my deity in this life. Leave, I don't even want to see you again in my next life. Dage, let's end it." The past events flashed through Yan Tianan's mind like a fleeting view of dreams surrounded by unknown incense smoke, as if they were paying homage to his ridiculous past, a past where he wanted to weep but had no tears to shed. His surroundings were dark, his entire body was cold. His brain was suddenly filled with countless pieces of memories, some happy, some difficult, some sad, some delightful. But the vast majority of them were sorrowful and miserable. There were also a few unspeakable joys. Through a cave entrance, Yan Tianan looked at the distant mountains with their backs to the hazy fog and didn't speak for a long time. He also did not move. His body had been draped by their torn clothes, and it was sticky wet underneath him. The seal in his body had absorbed a lot of Lin Xuanji's spiritual qi through the sex, which forcefully broke half of the seal and almost ignited his other half's demonic lineage. However, Yan Tianan did not feel a surge of strength. His heart was only full of desolation and exhaustion. When they finished having sex, Yan Tianan asked indifferently, "Why aren't you together with Lang Jishui?" In that instant, Lin Xuanji's heart plummeted into an icy cave, and he knew that Yan Tianan had already restored his past life's memories. Ever since his rebirth, he had been wondering what the trigger for Yan Tianan to recover his memories would be. He once thought that it would be when they unlocked the seal in his body, or by the reappearance of the revert world mirror. He also speculated that the constant loop of the West Continent's Great Demon Sealing Array would trigger it. But he never thought the trigger for Yan Tianan instantly recovering his memories would be the union of their bodies, which stimulated Yan Tianan's furnace constitution. Lin Xuanji stood up wrapped in his clothes. He looked at Yan Tianan's expressionless face with extremely complicated eyes. It took a long time before he could find his own voice. "How much do you remember?" After a while, Yan Tianan turned his eyes and looked at Lin Xuanji. He gave him a smile that was a little bewitching with eyes half narrowed. "Not too much, and not too little. Just enough for me to remember how I got into your bed and how I was betrayed by you." Lin Xuanji felt a pain in his heart, and even his breathing seemed to sting. Yan Tianan used the word betrayed. In his previous life, he went to Sky Peak Sect and became Ren Bulin's core disciple. In Sky Peak Sect, he was always treated as if he was the brilliant moon that all the stars twinkled around. At that time, there were no relatives around him, only Lang Jishui treated him sincerely, and there was Master Ren who paid attention to him and wasn't stingy. That was why Lin Xuanji was naturally willing to do anything for Sky Peak Sect. At that time, there was a seal picture hanging in Ren Bulin's room. It looked enchanting and peculiar, like the red spider lily from hell, and it was even more gorgeous, which made Lin Xuanji unable to forget it. When Yan Tianan was in love, such a pattern would appear on his lower abdomen. The deeper the emotion he was feeling, the more gorgeous the flower would bloom, with the petals growing larger. Even the slender branches would extend to Yan Tianan's lower back. Lin Xuanji once asked what this was when the relationship between the two of them was still slightly gentle, but Yan Tianan lightly brushed over the matter. Lin Xuanji also didn't care much. He thought he had no feelings for Yan Tianan, so he didn't want to care too much about him either. Lin Xuanji never thought of telling people his bedroom matters, but he still said it later, even though he didn't mean it. At that time, he hated Yan Tianan. He thought that Yan Tianan had killed Lang Jishui, whom he'd regarded as his best friend. It just so happened that at that time, Yan Tianan had been bewitched by someone and continuously killed several of Sky Peak Sect's inner door disciples, which caused hostility and pursuit from the righteous path. Lin Xuanji's heart was full of gloomy emotions during that period of time, which made him feel terrible. He couldn't tell whether it was because of Yan Tianan or because of Lang Jishui, but every day, he mingled with Su Zixing and xianxia, who had deliberately approached him. After a moment of drunkenness, he actually confided the secret of Yan Tianan's red flower lily seal image to Su Zixing and xianxia. The two then turned around and sold the news to Wang Fujin. Wang Fujin hated Yan Tianan and spent a lot of money to buy this information. Of course, he definitely didn't buy this information because he wanted to keep this a secret. He sold this to a peddler who specialized in disseminating information. Within a few days, the entire 5 continents knew Yan Tianan's new identity, that of a heavenly furnace constitution. This was the most yin-aligned constitution in the world, which had been extinct for tens of thousands of years in the cultivation world. However, according to secret records, this kind of human furnace could grant supreme benefits to a person if they made it even once, but the narrative was very vague, and it was unclear what the benefits were. Chapter 451. However, this didn't hinder the cultivators' fanatical pursuit for a heavenly human furnace. Lin Xuanji told himself countless times that Yan Tianan had killed innocent people and had fallen into the demonic path. It was difficult and hopeless to eradicate his heart demon. However, when he remembered the way Yan Tianan felt in his arms and when Yan Tianan secretly tried to kiss the corner of his lips when he thought Lin Xuanji was asleep, he still couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. Once Lin Xuanji walked both the righteous and demonic paths in parallel, he was like a man riding 2 horses, and it was dangerous to keep going this way. He had to choose a road. Lin Xuanji couldn't choose Yan Tianan because there was too much hate and misunderstanding between them. Therefore, as a rising star of the righteous path and a disciple valued most by Sky Peak sect master, Lin Xuanji finally chose to completely break all relations with Yan Tianan for his future and for his revenge. At that time, he thought he would never forgive Yan Tianan because of what happened with Lin Zan, with Lang Jishui, and with the innocent people who died under Yan Tianan's hands. Yan Tianan's life became even more difficult. Not only was he pursued by the righteous path, but he was also betrayed by many of his own subordinates. Those demonic cultivators were even more concerned about benefits than the righteous cultivators. When they learned that the man they'd been following actually had a furnace constitution, they targeted Yan Tianan. Everyone, no matter good or evil, wanted to obtain such a rare human furnace. Lin Xuanji didn't see Yan Tianan with his own eyes when Yan Tianan made his escape. However, Lin Xuanji had been the one who led the people to arrest Yan Tianan. From his exhausted and miserable state, he could certainly infer how much torture Yan Tianan had experienced. Yan Tianan's cultivation at that time was already very high, but he was probably too tired and didn't want to continue escaping, so he was caught easily by Lin Xuanji. When they faced each other, their gaze seemed to hold for tens of thousands of years. Like how they were staring at each other now. Lin Xuanji's long hair that usually fell straight down his back had a few strands scattered in front of his face. He pursed his lips and said calmly, "Ah Hen, I can't explain the past, but if you want a solution, we can do what you want." Yan Tianan smiled lightly. On his face, which was full of cracks, there was some indescribable contempt. The body of a human furnace can indeed enhance one's soul and is also a good tool to improve one's cultivation. Yan Tianan touched his face and said with a strange smile, "It's really hard on you. You can actually still do it while looking at such a face." "Ah Hen, I remember that Dage used to like doing me from behind." Yan Tianan's tone was full of indifference as if he were mentioning other people's affairs. "Probably because this face of mine would frighten you." Lin Xuanji was deeply grieved. He would rather be treated with hostility than see Yan Tianan deny their past by belittling himself, although their history was indeed a miserable thing that couldn't be mentioned. With a pale face, Lin Xuanji stared into Yan Tianan's eyes and asked, "Are you belittling me or yourself by saying such things?" Lin Xuanji sighed. It was indeed that time. "Ah Hen, I really can't explain the past, but in this life, I've always treated you sincerely. I don't believe you can't feel it. Back then, you also treated Lang Jishui with the same sincerity." Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji with a smile. "Now you already know Lang Jishui as Bai Yichen. You might as well continue to renew your relationship with him from the past life. Don't tell me that you don't care about him. You used to." Once upon a time, they had broken up completely. Wasn't Lang Jishui's death precisely the reason that they broke up? Lin Xuanji was dazed. "Now, no matter what I say, you won't believe it." Yan Tianan nodded. "So, let's not say anything. Let's just forget it." Lin Xuanji clenched his fists and then released it feebly. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "You have just recovered your past life's memories, so your mood is unstable. Let's not talk about it until you calm down in the future. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore." Yan Tianan interrupted Lin Xuanji's words, tied his belt, and took off the jade pendant he had worn for many years. Lin Xuanji felt suffocated. This was the jade pendant he'd given him many years ago when Yan Tianan just came to the Lin family's house. The jade used wasn't the best, but it was the design that was important. This was the first piece of jade he had carved with his own hands. He shaped it into a rabbit with big ears. The rabbit's ears, eyes, and small tail were emerald green, while everywhere else was white jade. It looked very lovely and lifelike. It stayed on Yan Tianan's person for so many years. "Once, you shattered this jade with your own hands. This time, I will give it back to you." Yan Tianan gently laid the jade rabbit on the ground. "You and I have already been intimate with each other, and we can't be called enemies, so let's not make this quarrel too ugly. In the future, we'll go our separate ways. If we meet each other again, we can greet each other and laugh. As for further interactions, let's not have those anymore." Lin Xuanji watched his back leaving with pursed lips. But in the end, he didn't pursue him. He bent down, picked up the jade rabbit, and held it tightly in his hand. Yan Tianan came out of the hidden cave and didn't know where he should go. He walked in a random direction for a while, before feeling someone following him. Yan Tianan stopped and was so full of irritation that he didn't know how to vent. He suddenly turned around and shouted at Lin Xuanji, "Don't follow me, I don't want to see you anymore." Lin Xuanji's dirty and weary face showed an obvious touch of sorrow, but he said firmly, "There are dangers everywhere in here. Even if you don't want to see me, you have to wait until after we get out." Yan Tianan's eyes were a little cold as he stared at Lin Xuanji. "Surely you're no match for me right now. Half of my seal has been broken. My cultivation isn't what you think it is. When I was at the peak of my cultivation in the previous life, you were no match for me either." Lin Xuanji snorted and said faintly, "You won't listen to what I say, so I naturally won't listen to what you have to say." Yan Tianan's anger suddenly burst out. He raised his hand and condensed his yin flame into a sword with a wide blade. The body of it was dark and had a red core that was emitting murderous intent. Yan Tianan made a swinging motion like he was chopping down with a blade, and a giant crack appeared on the land. It ran towards Lin Xuanji's feet with a crackle. With the Zij sword's scabbard, Lin Xuanji drew a line under his feet. The vigorous wind furiously blocked the big crack just 3 feet away from him. One yin and one yang sword technique collided with each other, and the land between the two people turned over. Profound realm. Yan Tianan was stunned, then coldly smirked. Dage, I've long thought that your cultivation should not be just at the primary realm. Who would have thought that you really reached the profound realm? Lin Xuanji explained, I broke through to the profound realm in the land of lightning strikes. Yan Tianan nodded, I'm no match for you after all. Lin Xuanji asked him, do you have to compete with me? In any case, I will not cross swords with you. If you didn't cross swords with me, then how did I die? Yan Tianan smiled miserably and tightened his grip. The yin flame that was scattered by the Zij sword condensed back into his hand and became a long whip. Yan Tianan didn't want to say much. He directly whipped it towards Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji naturally wouldn't let him run wild in this place, but he didn't draw out his sword as he fought with Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan grew more and more enraged the longer they fought. After a while, his eyes turned red and he directly summoned his corpse puppet, Ling Chigu, through the contract. Once the seal suppressing his demonic bloodline broke, Yan Tianan was full of killing intent. What the hell are you doing? Feng Jingyu's voice was startling, and he turned into his human form. With a wave of his hand, he forcibly separated Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, who were fighting so hard that they were inseparable, from each other. Yan Tianan, with glowing red eyes, wanted to continue whipping Lin Xuanji, but Feng Jingyu used his fast reflexes to grab Yan Tianan's shoulder from behind. Other people are about to track you two to this place, but you guys are actually fighting each other. Are you motherfucking itchy under your skins, ha? When Feng Jingyu shouted at them, Yan Tianan's hands trembled, and he mercilessly glared at Lin Xuanji for a moment. Then he slammed his whip toward the ground, clenched his hands, and the yin flames dissipated. But Ling Chigu was still going after Lin Xuanji in a lethal manner. Lin Xuanji backhanded with his scabbard to dodge one of Ling Chigu's attacks, then used his spiritual chi to cut apart the silver spear. Only then did Feng Jingyu realize that something was extremely wrong. Ling Chigu had no self-awareness. He completely listened to the orders of his master, Yan Tianan. However, watching Ling Chigu's behavior, it seemed that Yan Tianan wanted to kill Lin Xuanji very badly. How can that be possible? How did things turn out like this while I was away for a day? Ah hen, are you crazy? Feng Jingyu watched Ling Chigu fight with Lin Xuanji unarmed, and his entire person was frightened. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the strong urge to murder. Ah Ji Yu, come back. Ling Chigu suddenly stopped and quickly returned behind Yan Tianan. Dumbfounded, Feng Jingyu glanced between Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji, who stood in the same place and didn't come over. He tried to say something when his sharp eyes noticed the red marks on Yan Tianan's neck. Feng Jingyu, Godbitch beast. Yan Tianan glared at Lin Xuanji angrily, then turned around and left whatever. In any case, he wouldn't pay attention to Lin Xuanji. Feng Jingyu looked at Lin Xuanji for a while, and upon seeing that Ling Chigu had run after Yan Tianan, he followed as well. Hen, did he force you? No, Yan Tianan said impatiently. Feng Jingyu let out a small ah and raised a long and narrow brow above his phoenix eyes. Is this a disharmony in bed? Ah hen darling, you must understand your Dage. He has been a little virgin for so many years. It is understandable that the first time was short and caused a little pain. You don't have to be so angry and ashamed that you want to kill him, right? Yan Tianan snapped. You, shut up, you're not allowed to casually speculate on my Dage's ability. Oh, Feng Jingyu couldn't help but think. Although it looked like Yan Tianan couldn't wait to skin the other party and pull out his bones, in reality, he was still very defensive of him. After that, the rims of Yan Tianan's eyes suddenly reddened. He knew that Lin Xuanji was keeping a certain distance behind him, but he didn't want to see that person at all right now. Chapter 452, Unavoidable Confrontation. Why must Yan Tianan be reminded of these things? Why couldn't he remain ignorant of his past memories all his life and just continue loving Lin Xuanji stupidly and wholeheartedly? Why couldn't Lin Xuanji stay far away from him after remembering the past, so that Yan Tianan would have no chance to fall in love with him? Why was Lin Xuanji still following him? Even if he followed a few steps, could that erase the previous mistakes he made? Yan Tianan suddenly remembered what Lin Zan had said to him in his past life. Ah hen, not everything in this world can be forgiven. Not all love could endure being betrayed again and again. Past life, Yan Tianan shook his head, erasing those cruel and tragic pictures from his mind, but he couldn't help thinking about them again. In fact, he had countless puzzles he'd yet to understand, the most important of which was why his life suddenly started all over again, and what opportunity made Lin Xuanji recall his past life. However, compared to his current mood, these unknowns seemed to be nothing now. Yan Tianan looked around, his eyes deep and profound. The heavenly swamp mysterious land was very vast. However, when he looked up, it was all an unknown road. Where was his future? Feng Jingyu looked at Yan Tianan's dazed eyes and couldn't help but worry. If he thought before that the reason these two people didn't get along was because of those kinds of things or because Yan Tianan lost his virginity and couldn't accept it in such a short time, then now, when Feng Jingyu saw Yan Tianan's reaction, he knew it couldn't possibly be this reason Yan Tianan was too eager to strip Lin Xuanji and eat him up. How could he be so reserved to cry that he was being taken advantage of? Something terrible must have happened between Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji. But they did nothing more than roll around in the sheets under the heavens. Why did it suddenly become like this? Feng Jingyu suddenly remembered the rumor that Yan Tianan was born as a human furnace. His expression quickly changed, and he reverted back into his bird form. He flew to Yan Tianan's shoulder and asked, "Your dage couldn't have used you to do something bad, did he?" Yan Tianan grabbed Feng Jingyu. "Don't try to guess, you won't be able to guess it." He then said, "Mao Mao, if I part ways with him in the future, who will you follow?" Feng Jingyu was immediately appalled. The way Yan Tianan asked was like a husband and wife who wanted to divorce from each other and were now asking their child who he wanted to follow. Of course, the child was more likely to follow his father. For a moment, Feng Jingyu felt that he had become a little wretch whom no one wanted. He asked in a very meek tone, "Can't the two people not separate?" Yan Tianan shook his head. He thought of something but ultimately shook his head again. "No way, you don't understand what happened between me and him, you clearly don't. You weren't involved, so don't try to persuade me." Yan Tianan couldn't help but feel bitter in his mouth. Where did he abandon Lin Xuanji? Clearly, it was Lin Xuanji who broke his heart again and again. At last, he became dispirited and had nothing left to live for. He grieved, hated, and regretted everything so much that he didn't even want his own soul. Yan Tianan suddenly recalled the agony of his soul scattering away and felt an impulse to shiver uncontrollably. How could he continue to love Lin Xuanji and stay with him, as if nothing had happened? Yan Tianan pulled himself away from his memories. He was never indecisive, nor had he ever cared very much about the consequences of his actions. Just as he accepted Lin Xuanji in his previous life, he tried every means to hook Lin Xuanji into his bed, never considering whether the other party loved him or whether he was willing to marry him. "You'll come with me." Yan Tianan seemed to have made up his mind for Feng Jingyu, saying, "Jiyu is my contracted corpse puppet. He is bound to follow me. I assume that you can't bear to part with Jiyu." Seeing this, Feng Jingyu stopped asking. He sighed, "You've made such a hasty decision. You must have wanted to break your dage's heart thoroughly." Yan Tianan said as he walked, "If there is a cause in this world, then there will be an effect. The cause from the previous life has become this life's effect." Feng Jingyu had rarely heard Yan Tianan speak in such an age-old tone, even less did he hear such words with rich connotation and philosophy that people couldn't quite understand coming from the youth who always ran his mouth. It was as if overnight, Yan Tianan was no longer the person he once knew. Just like the so-called overnight growth. Feng Jingyu sighed with emotion. "Ah Hen, what you just said is really unexpected and impressive. However, although I don't know what you've experienced, my heart will always be biased towards you." Yan Tianan laughed. "In fact, I shouldn't let you follow me. You should go with my dage. After all, he is slightly more powerful than me. The phoenix is born under the sun and gravitates towards it. If you're around him, your cultivation will recover faster." Feng Jingyu was surprised. "Just now, you asked me to follow you. Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Yan Tianan looked at Ling Chigu, who'd been following him silently. "Because one day, you'll nevertheless be standing on his side." Feng Jingyu's heart was full of stormy winds and rolling clouds, covering the sky and blocking the sun, but nothing could be seen on his cute bird face. The West Phoenix monarch couldn't help but think of Yan Tianan's identity and lineage. Did his words imply that he would embark on a different road in the future? The Divine Devil tribe had always done whatever they wanted and was very overbearing. For the next part of the journey, Yan Tianan didn't speak, and Feng Jingyu fell on Ling Chigu from time to time, pecking his collar sometimes and smoothing his hair at other times. He seemed to enjoy being awfully busy. When they almost reached the end of the Mirror Lake, Sha Xiaochen suddenly dashed over. Sha Xiaochen cried, "There are a lot of people outside who seem to be from Sky Peak sect. You guys should quickly escape to somewhere else. Please don't be caught by them." After finishing, there was a whoosh as Sha Xiaochen suddenly turned into a jade cicada the size of a finger and hid himself in Yan Tianan's clothes without another word, taking the phrase scaredy cat to another level. Feng Jingyu abruptly burst out a curse and scolded, "Fella, how can you be like this? You're even worse than the morning birds that announce someone's death. At least a morning bird can bite people once or twice, but you only know how to hide." Sha Xiaochen's faint voice came from inside Yan Tianan's clothes. "Each of us should perform our duties and be aware of our own limitations. If I go out, I will only hold you guys back." Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes, then asked Yan Tianan, "Do you want to disguise your face?" Since he had come here to refine his body, Yan Tianan had removed all his disguises. At this time, he was using his true appearance. Yan Tianan touched his face and coldly smirked. "There's no need to go through such lengths." Feng Jingyu frowned. "It's not good to be seen. They're looking for you." Yan Tianan didn't care. "Just cut them off at the root and kill them all." Feng Jingyu, Sha Xiaochen was born with the ability to create barriers. From the outside, it seemed that there was no road ahead, but in reality, it was just a smokescreen. The disciples of Sky Peak sect couldn't see through it. They wandered around in front of the rocks for a long time. "Mr. Liu, is there really nothing wrong with this guide compass that esteemed Shenji gave us?" Steward Kui, who had been following Ren Bulin for many years, couldn't help but have some doubts. Lu Tianhe glanced at Steward Kui and plucked the incense trail guide plate specially used for tracking people. He looked at the illuminated scale above it and said, "If you doubt it, you can leave by yourself." Steward Kui rolled his eyes and immediately replied, "How could I doubt it? Esteemed Shenji is erudite and knowledgeable, and he knows divination. I think there must be something strange about this forest, which makes it difficult for us to find that Jade Cicada King." The person Lu Tianhe was looking for was Sha Xiaochen. Before he entered the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, he made a special trip to the Jade Cicada Palace and acquired an item related to Sha Xiaochen. He put them into the incense trail guide plate to locate Sha Xiaochen's position. The incense trail guide plate led them all the way here. However, there was no trace of Sha Xiaochen. "The Jade Cicada King has the innate ability to find secret lands and grotto heavens," Lu Tianhe said lightly. He suddenly stretched out his hand and poked at a brown bark in front of him. Like soft cotton, the bark distorted, letting Lu Tianhe's fingers sink into it. Lu Tianhe's expression changed all of a sudden. This was obviously an illusory barrier before him. Lu Tianhe quickly said, "There is a barrier here. Please step back and let me break it." "As if you need to break it." A teenager's voice suddenly rang out before cracking noises followed. The clumps of illusory trees in front of him all retreated swiftly, and in a flash, they turned into weeds, which only reached their knees. The subtlety of the illusory barrier was hard to describe. Only those who witnessed it could be amazed. Covered with red and black lines, a face that looked as if it had been cut by someone was revealed with a thin but not so slender figure, holding a flame whip in one hand. Yan Tianan. Lu Tianhe was taken aback. He had seen Yan Tianan's portrait. This person's appearance was too special to forget. Although he had thought that Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji might have entered Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, he was cautious and didn't search for these two's existences. Instead, he went directly to search for the Jade Cicada King. After all, in the near future, these two people would be other people's problems to handle. The most important thing for Lu Tianhe was to find the magic treasure using the Jade Cicada King. He just didn't expect that while the Jade Cicada King was missing, Yan Tianan had jumped out on his own initiative. The compass showed that this was where the Jade Cicada King was, but what came out was Yan Tianan. Maybe the Jade Cicada King was with Yan Tianan. This was the worst and most fortunate result. "Mr. Liu." Yan Tianan narrowed his eyes as if he were both laughing and hiding his emotions. "The last time I saw you, you were still trapped in Sky Peak Sect's Trapped Beasts prison. I didn't expect to meet you outside so soon." Lu Tianhe looked very wise, but he still didn't understand what Yan Tianan meant. He had never left Sky Peak Sect, let alone seen Yan Tianan before. Although Sky Peak sect had a trapped beast prison, imprisoned inside were all ferocious beasts and criminals that couldn't be killed yet for the time being despite their heavy crimes. He came from noble birth, so how could he ever descend into such a filthy place? Chapter 453. Getting the upper hand. Lu Tianhe looked very wise, but he still didn't understand what Yan Tianan meant. He had never left Sky Peak sect, let alone seen Yan Tianan before. Although Sky Peak sect had a trapped beast prison, imprisoned inside were all ferocious beasts and criminals that couldn't be killed yet for the time being despite their heavy crimes. He came from a noble birth, so how could he ever descend into such a filthy place? Lu Tianhe said, "You remembered the wrong person." Yan Tianan replied, "I never remember wrong. In his previous life, he did meet this person in the trapped beast prison inside Sky Peak sect, and their meeting wasn't very happy." Lu Tianhe was slightly stunned and said with deep meaning, "Even if you pretend to be my acquaintance, I will do what I have to do." Yan Tianan laughed, "This is not a meeting of acquaintanceship. I only fear that when you die, you won't even understand how you died." Lu Tianhe laughed too. He completely regarded Yan Tianan's words as a challenge. "What an arrogant boy, if you want my life, it depends on whether or not you have the ability. Then open your dog eyes and take a good look." Lu Tianhe had never seen Yan Tianan before, but this did not prevent him from feeling the cold yin qi when Yan Tianan first waved his whip. Divine Devil Tribe. Lu Tianhe quickly retreated towards the rear and conveniently grabbed Steward Kui, who was too late to respond. They'd brought dozens of people from Sky Peak sect, not to find and capture Yan Tianan, but to capture Sha Xiaoqian. It was a great accident that they met him instead, and this was not a good thing for Lu Tianhe. Due to Yan Tianan's urging, Feng Jingyu and Ling Chigu were originally hidden in the bushes towards the back. However, when Feng Jingyu witnessed Yan Tianan strangling those Sky Peak sect disciples who had similar cultivations as him while using a whip that danced around like a snake, a grave look became more and more profound in his golden eyes. Fierce and quick, with an aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, this was the style of Yan Tianan's attacks. Ling Chigu was ready to move, his pair of black eyes gradually turning into the color of blood. Steward Kui's face was very pale and his body was shaking like a leaf. He exclaimed, "How can he be so powerful? At most, he's only at primary realm. This is impossible." Lu Tianhe threw out a magic weapon at Yan Tianan. A bloody glint flashed through Yan Tianan's eyes, and the whip instantly changed into the shape of a long blade. He held the blade in both hands and made a heavy chop toward the front. The magic weapon hadn't even launched its attack yet when it was instantly burned to ashes. Lu Tianhe was suddenly afraid. What kind of cultivation method was this? No, it wasn't like those moves he'd seen before. He could clearly see that Yan Tianan had transformed the whip into a blade. Although one couldn't see the demonic qi, with their naked eyes, it was so tangible that the pressure could oppress someone to the point of trembling. Didn't they say that Yan Tianan was taken away by Yuming only after his divine devil blood had been sealed? Lu Tianhe took out a flying saucer and ran so fast that he disappeared without a trace. Yan Tianan snatched his hand back and looked at the empty front without interest. He eagerly said, "You run away when you can't beat me. You're like a turtle shrinking its head. How shameless." However, he didn't really intend on killing Lu Tianhe. For one thing, Lu Tianhe's cultivation was not lower than his, and he didn't know how many magic treasures Lu Tianan had on his body. The man was extremely cautious and afraid of death too. If he really wanted to escape, Yan Tianan wouldn't be able to catch up, so he decided not to waste energy without reason. It was unknown how long Lin Xuanji had been standing behind him. Yan Tianan turned around and looked at Lin Xuanji. He bluntly demanded, "I want the Yin Ghost Banner. To begin with, I prepared that for you." A surging storm flashed through Yan Tianan's eyes momentarily, but it had already disappeared in the next instant. Dage was really planning ahead, Yan Tianan noted. Lin Xuanji took out the Yin Ghost Banner, and the surrounding temperature significantly dropped. "The Yin Ghost Banner is suitable for demonic cultivators. I was originally keeping it for you." Lin Xuanji handed the Yin Ghost Banner to Yan Tianan. "Now it can be returned to its original owner." Yan Tianan suddenly felt it was very boring. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take this Yin Ghost Banner and kill Leng Jishui again?" Lin Xuanji said indifferently, "It's up to you whether you want to kill him or keep him. Whomever you want to kill and whomever you want to keep all depend on your likes and dislikes." Yan Tianan took the Yin Ghost Banner, raised his chin, and stared at Lin Xuanji. "Then stay away from me. Don't follow me." Stay away from me, I don't want to see you. Yan Tianan had said these many times today. Lin Xuanji still looked indifferent. He said nonchalantly, the world is so big that you can go anywhere you want, and so can I. Yan Tianan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. I never knew my dage was so brazen. I've already started to drive you away, but you still have to follow me shamelessly. Do you know what this is? However, Lin Xuanji chuckled. You can call me a lecher or shameless. I've had to complete you once, so how can I let you go so easily? Yan Tianan stared at Lin Xuanji for a moment, then took the Yin Ghost banner and turned to leave. Before he left, he also controlled the Yin Ghost banner to collect the souls of those corpses on the ground. Feng Jingyu hurried to catch up. Sha Xiaoqian emerged from Yan Tianan's clothes and flew to Lin Xuanji's shoulder. He asked, what happened between you two? How did you go from wearing the same pair of pants to becoming enemies? Lin Xuanji stared at Yan Tianan's back and head. I heard him, and he should be angry. Sha Xiaoqian clicked his tongue twice. Then, do you still want to stay in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land? You should ask him about this kind of thing. Aya, you're indulging him too much, aren't you? This is the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. If you're careless, you'll die. You can't mess around. Let him be happy, said Lin Xuanji. I'm afraid there are few people in this whole Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land who are his opponents. With the memories of his past life and half of his divine devil blood unsealed in the array of his body, Yan Tianan could be said to have restored his previous life's cultivation. Before, Lin Xuanji couldn't be certain whether the past life's Yan Tianan had broken the seal inside his body, but now he could conclude with certainty after the first intercourse, the body of a heavenly human furnace could receive great benefits, which would enhance one's senses, talent, and cultivation. However, the benefits brought by the first intercourse should be the greatest. And along with the improvement in cultivation, half of that seal had also been unlocked. The same was true in their previous lives. That was why Yan Tianan suddenly became so strong that soon after, he didn't even pay much attention to Sky Peak sect master. Lin Xuanji sighed softly, and then released a jade butterfly. He followed it to find the missing Yan Tianan. Without hesitation, Lu Tianhe chose to run towards the exit of Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Yan Tianan's cultivation had somehow broken through to the profound realm, and it was not suppressed. Although Lu Tianhe had cultivated to the earth realm, under the natural suppression of this lower world, he could only stay at the peak of profound realm's return origin stage. However, he had always been cautious and deliberately avoided all unknown dangers. Just like the demonic Yan Tianan, Steward Kui was still chattering and expressing dissatisfaction. Immortal Lu, you are obviously so much stronger than that boy. You could have caught the man wanted by Sect Master Ren and the Jade Cicada King wanted by esteemed Shenji. Why didn't you even try and instead, ran away? Steward Kui was Ren Bulin's #1 steward, so he'd always thought highly of himself. Lu Tianhe didn't want to talk too much with him, so he said flatly, things are not as simple as you think. The specific matters will be discussed after seeing your master. Steward Kui was somewhat discontented. We have spent a lot of effort in entering this time. Now that we have found nothing to gain, Sect Master Ren will be dissatisfied. I'll take responsibility for everything. Remember, you're the one who said that. Lu Tianhe agreed once and no longer said anything more. Although one couldn't enter the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land any time they wanted, they could leave the place whenever they wanted. Outside of Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, Lu Tianhe soon found Yin Xinghan, who was camping nearby and waiting for news. In order to pursue Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan and get the magic treasure within Thousand Stars Island's barrier, Yin Xinghan must definitely come in person. The twin lotus lamp in the Myriad Beasts demonic forest from the West Continent was lost when Yin Xinghan underestimated his opponent's strength. He would never make the mistake of underestimating his enemy again, especially when the man who was competing with him was Lin Xuanji, the chosen son of heaven and the first heir to the Qianyuan dynasty based on the prophecy. No, now that he had already been born, it was no longer just a prophecy. Yin Xinghan's face was gloomy, and nobody knew what he was thinking. His face had not been very pleasing lately. He picked up a tortoise shell laid on the astrolabe, bit his finger, and shed a drop of blood in the center. Then he performed some incantations to divine the heavens. The lines of different shades on the tortoise shell slowly climbed to the color of red blood, and the position moved without wind, forming seemingly loose but regular patterns. Yin Xinghan made a hand seal and only heard a crisp sound as the tortoise shell broke into pieces. Bitchit Yin Xinghan cursed and threw the tortoise shell to the ground. During this period of time, he had divined and calculated Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji's life stars more than once, but he still couldn't find anything. He didn't know what was stopping his divination. If it continued like this, the tortoise shells he brought would all be used up. Sir, Immortal Lu and Steward Kui are back, Ren. Bulin's subordinates came in and reported. Yin Xinghen had a bad premonition. It had only been more than a month. Why did they come out so quickly? Yin Xinghen got out of the tent and faced the incoming Lu Tianhe and Steward Kui. Lu Tianhe's face looked rather grave as he revealed, Sir, Yan Tianan is with the Jade Cicada King at this time. For some reason, the seal in his body seems to have been broken. Although the moves he used could not be seen as demonic cultivation, they gave me the strong pressure of the Divine Devil tribe. I didn't know his precise cultivation methods and cultivation level, so I withdrew from the mysterious land first and came to inform you. Yin Xinghen suddenly clenched his fist, his breathing tight inside the chest. It took a long time for it to sink in. Chapter 455. Meeting in the butterfly residence these days, Yin Xinghen had been continuously divining Yan Tianan's life star because he had a premonition that some major event out of his control was about to occur. He didn't know how many times the tortoiseshell cracked, and he also couldn't find out why. He didn't expect that it was caused by the release of Yan Tianan's seal. No, it shouldn't be completely broken yet. After all, Yin Xinghen was still a person who had seen much of the world, so he soon calmed down. After a pause, he said, it's not necessarily a bad thing first that Yan Tianan exposed his demonic lineage. The 5 continents' hatred of divine devils is far deeper than that of the 9 lands. If people in the 5 continents learn this news, they'll inevitably attack in droves. At that time, we'll have more help. Lu Tianhe pondered a little. However, no matter how I look, the techniques that Yan Tianan displayed all seem like the 18 hells of the underworld that Demon Venerable Yu Ming used back then. Is it possible that Demon Venerable Yu Ming is also in the 5 continents? Yin Xinghen's face turned cold. It's hard to tell. Originally, I could have divined Yu Ming's destination, but Yan Zhonghua actually used a magic treasure capable of fooling heaven to cover up Yu Ming's life star. When I came here, I initially suspected that esteemed Yu was Yu Ming, but I found that Yu had already been in the 5 continents many years ago. At that time, Yu Ming was still causing chaos in the 9 lands, but 18 hells of the underworld is not something one can automatically inherit, so someone must have given Yan Tianan this secret manual, and that person was certainly Yu Ming. Surprise flashed through Lu Tianhe's eyes. He frowned. If Yu Ming is here, I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with. HMPH, what are you afraid of? Yin Xinghen smiled coldly and moved the rotating pearl in his hand. Master's side has already responded. Before long, Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji won't be able to act so wantonly anymore. Now, we only need to catch the rabbit by guarding the tree stump and guard the exit to Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. When they come out, we will catch a turtle in a jar. Lu Tianhe was pleasantly surprised. So we've actually heard back from Master already. Who will be sent over this time? The transmission says it's Lord Shuibi and Yu Suhua. Lu Tianhe couldn't stop himself from feeling astonished. Lord Shuibi and Lord Suhua. Our master actually sent 2 of the heavenly capital's 4 generals at once. If they're gone, who will rule over the Crow Guards? Yin Xinghen glanced at him. The Crow Guards will still remain Crow Guards even without them. If we don't completely eradicate Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji in the 5 continents, then I'm afraid that matters will no longer be so easily resolved once the 5 continents barrier is broken. When that happens, no one will be able to predict what changes will occur in the 9 lands, so Master's decision is extremely wise. In his opinion, it wasn't an overkill even if Master dispatched more people to deal with those 2. Lu Tianhe was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Indeed wise, but once Yan Tianan's seal is broken, I'm afraid there will also be some movement on Yan Zhonghua's side. Yin Xinghen gazed at overlapping mountain peaks in the distance. The shadows superimposed upon each other, looking mottled and unclear under the sunlight, as if the future was uncertain. Then it depends on who moves faster. Yan Zhonghua hadn't left the palace for a long time. He'd always disliked noise and didn't admire the vicissitudes and hardships of life. He was content with merely holding a small corner of the territory and living an idle life, watching the clouds, admiring wild cranes and peach blossoms, and enjoying wine. It was exactly like what Yu Ming said back then. As soon as he saw Yan Zhonghua, he felt like he was watching beautiful scenery, with the sky clearing up to reveal the moon. As usual, Yan Zhonghua came to the riverside with his fishing rod and gently threw the hook into the limpid waters, sitting there for an entire day. He caught a fish, took it off the hook, threw it back into the river, then caught another one, and the cycle repeated again and again. Today was an ordinary day with moderate wind and beautiful sun. Black-naped orioles were chirping. However, towards the evening, Yan Zhonghua fished out a very heavy fish. When he wanted to take it off the hook, the fish suddenly showed surprising strength and actually snapped the fishing line, then dived into the water again with a whoosh, creating a big splash. The water droplets sprayed 10 meters high, and just when they were about to splash onto Yan Zhonghua, the droplets suddenly seemed to be blocked by something, freezing in midair and falling back into the river with a crash. Yan Zhonghua stood up, a gathering storm surging in his pair of starry eyes. "Your Majesty," a servant respectfully came to report, "the ruler of the East Lands has come to visit and has already reached Hunting Moon Terrace." Yan Zhonghua asked, "Are there others with him?" That servant answered, "The living Yama is also there." Yan Zhonghua waved his hand. "I will personally welcome them." 10 years, Yan Zhonghua thought. It's been 10 years or even longer since I last saw Zhan Wush. In the butterfly residence, Yan Zhonghua met Zhan Wush, who didn't easily leave the East Lands. He was still handsome and distinguished, with a flawlessly stunning face. He was dignified and imposing even without having to get angry, so much so that people didn't dare to entertain even the slightest bit of blasphemous thoughts in his presence. Standing beside him was an elegant young man whose smile felt like a fresh spring breeze, but his smile always seemed to make people a little terrified. "One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. I haven't seen you for many years. Your smile and features still remain the same," Yan Zhonghua lightly greeted. "It's only been over 10 years. Even if you don't see me for 100 or even 1,000 years, I will still be the same." Zhan Wush replied indifferently, then bluntly stated, "You've lived in seclusion amongst the mountains and forests during these years, closing your door and declining all visitors. Your cultivation has increased a lot." Yan Zhonghua wasn't surprised that Zhan Wush saw through his cultivation advancement at a glance. In any case, he had nothing to hide. "In these years, I've stayed away from the filth and unrest of the world and no one has disturbed me, so naturally, I am tranquil and even-tempered, which is extremely beneficial to cultivation." Yin Xingli, who was known as the living Yama, smiled. "Once again, King Yi is further away from the date of his death, with a fate of wealth and longevity for 10,000 years to come." Yan Zhonghua looked at Yin Xingli with a faint smile on his face. "The last time we met, you said that this king was not far from his death." Yin Xingli bowed to Yan Zhonghua in deference. "Last time, it was because Prince's condition was truly too frightening. Your servant mistakenly believed that Prince couldn't survive that heavenly tribulation, so he spoke conceited nonsense. Your servant hopes that Prince will forgive him. Don't mind it. This king has no intention of pursuing this matter any further." Yan Zhonghua raised his hand and motioned for Yin Xingli to stand up. He spoke quite magnanimously, "The living Yama has always liked to judge people's death dates. It's not as though this king has only known you for a day or two. Otherwise, how could Yin Xingli be known as the living Yama? If King Yama wants you to die at the 3rd watch, he will not leave you alive until the 5th watch. Rumor had it that if living Yama Yin Xingli predicted someone's death date, that person wouldn't be able to escape that time of death. In the 9 lands, not many people liked Yin Xingli, especially this mouth of his, which was good at jinxing people." Yin Xingli smiled happily. "King Yi is indeed magnanimous. Others always dislike me for saying inauspicious remarks, but they don't realize that, for the most part, life and death are in their own hands." Zhan Wush looked at Yan Zhonghua's beautiful and refined face. "Have you heard any news about your child these years?" Yan Zhonghua replied, "When I was fishing just now, I sensed that half of the seal had been broken." Zhan Wush's eyebrows inched up slightly. "So suddenly?" Yan Zhonghua nodded. "Since you took living Yama with you and came to find me, you must have found something important, right?" Zhan Wush hadn't even opened his mouth yet when living Yama Yin Xingli spoke first. "Indeed, I found some incredibly serious matters. A few days ago, I vaguely sensed that there was a faint movement in a barrier in the east, and it seemed that traces of a small world appeared out of thin air. When I made another divination, that barrier seemed to have completely closed again, leaving no trace of the small world. Next, I learned that Yin Xinghan left the 9 lands and went to an unknown small world, which I felt was a bit strange." Yin Xingli pinched his fingers and continued, "Yin Xinghan and I are identical twins. I took advantage of when he was sleeping to sneak into his mind and sea of knowledge, where I suddenly discovered that he had already found a place called the Five Continents. Moreover, he also found the burial grounds of Divine Devil Venerable Radiant Sky from thousands of years ago. Yan Zhonghua didn't speak immediately. He thought about it for a moment before asking, "Isn't the demon's burial ground in the Nine Lands Demon Tomb?" Yin Xingli curled his lips. "We've all been deceived. I'm afraid that besides those few people who personally sealed the demon back then, no one else knows where the real burial grounds are located." Twin Lotus Lamp, Yin Yang Umbrella, Heavenly Thunder Tripod, Four Direction Seal, and Five Elements Converging Soul Plate. All of these divine-level magic treasures that had disappeared from the Nine Lands for a long time were actually hidden in the Five Continents demon burial sites. Yin Xinghan's purpose in going there is to obtain these magic treasures and help Yan Zizhong win the throne. After learning this news, I could no longer restrain myself. Yan Zhonghua paid more attention to this time. 5 kinds of magic treasures were all buried in the demon sealing sites. It seems that the Zan family's old ancestor did this deliberately. He was indeed deliberate, Zan Wush said flatly. He sealed that Divine Devil Venerable, but he really hurt us terribly with that move. Originally, these magic treasures should belong to the 5 major families, but they all disappeared overnight, which resulted in an uneven distribution of power amongst the 9 divine clans. This also caused the Yan family to become dominant in one fell swoop. Now that the 5 magic treasures have simultaneously appeared again, a difficult fight to snatch these treasures is bound to occur. Yan Zhonghua nodded. The world hasn't been peaceful for a long time. The demon clans are eager to move, and there is constant internal strife within the divine clans. I'm afraid that great chaos is right around the corner, should the opportunity present itself. This is not what worries me the most. Zan Wush changed the topic. The only matter that can make you more worried can only be about your wife. Yan Zhonghua narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it related to Lord Guangling? Guangling is only half, Zan Wush replied. My son also accounts for half. Yan Zhonghua raised his eyebrows and looked at Zan Wush's seemingly calm expression. Your son? Since when did you have a son? Do you still remember how that old bastard from the Yin family made a prediction about the first-ranked successor more than 20 years ago? Although news of this prophecy had been suppressed by force so that even some people in the divine clans had never heard of it, that was only because they weren't qualified enough. Clearly, Yan Zhonghua was qualified enough. As the former first-ranked successor, he naturally had this ability and status. Yan Zhonghua recalled, he said that the Purple Emperor's star will appear in the East Lands, in the Lotus Sea Mirage, as the heir to the Zan clan's main branch. This gentleman is born with knowledge, possesses unsurpassed talent, cherishes the common people, and is a star of salvation. Exactly this sentence. Yan Zhonghua pondered. Back then, we always thought that the Yin family had deliberately released this prophecy in order to incite discord between me and you and to sabotage relations between the Yan and Zan families. Is it possible that there's some other variable involved? Chapter 456. Wind and rain are coming in those days. The Yin family constantly visited the capital and bluntly declared that the royal heavenly capital would change rulers within 100 years. They even claimed that this change was related to my Zan clan in the East Lands, so it was understandable that both you and I regarded the prophecy about the Zan clan's legitimate heir as a deliberate attempt to sabotage our family's relations. Zan Wush's eyes sank slightly, as if they contained a dark whirlpool whose depths couldn't be seen. He continued, however, when I asked Kongsang privately whether this prediction was true, he frankly told me that the Yin family did not fake this prophecy. The Yin family's old ancestor had already fallen as a result of attempting this divination. It's clear that they paid a heavy price for this prediction. Looking at Yan Zhonghua's dumbfounded expression, Zan Wush smiled lightly, as if in self-mockery. Destiny is hard to disobey, so why should I waste so much effort to oppose heaven? At that time, I planned to drag the Voodoo family into the water with me by taking the eldest daughter of the Ying family as my wife, thus producing a legitimate heir while taking this opportunity to turn the Ying family against the Yan family, but I didn't expect. He didn't expect for Lin Zan to have such a fierce temperament. He would rather break than bend, he'd rather end up with nothing than accept a shoddy option. He would rather leave decisively, even if such an act pained him down to his very bones, rather than accept a compromise and serve a husband together with another person. Contrary to expectations, Zan Wush had the wrong idea. Lin Zan was precisely such an unique person to begin with. His thoughts were quite different from the vast majority of people in the Nine Lands. Yan Zhonghua smiled. Lord Guangling may seem like he has a very good temper, but unexpectedly, he's just as resolute and unyielding as Yu Ming. Ever since we were cultivating in the mountains as youths, Yu Ming has brazenly displayed his personality. No one dares to provoke him. Anyone with eyes can see his burning intensity, so it's not hard to imagine what his actual personality is like. Lin Zan, on the other hand, truly caught me off guard. Yan Zhonghua nodded. He recalled Yu Ming's characteristic of taking the tiles off the roof after merely 3 days of not being hit, then thought about that Lord Guangling, who always had a smile on his face as he followed behind Zan Wush, and couldn't help sighing. Yan Zhonghua collected his thoughts and asked, "Just now, you mentioned your eldest son. Could it be that he really appeared?" When Lin Zan left the 9 lands, he was already 3 months pregnant. Now, my eldest son is over 20 years old. His location just happens to be inside the sealed 5 continents. Furthermore, Yin Xinghan has already seen through his identity. Yan Zhonghua's expression changed slightly. "Is the information reliable?" "Naturally, it's true," answered Yin Xingli, who hadn't not opened his mouth for a long time. "Our spy in the royal heavenly capital reported that Yin Xinghan sent Yan Zizhong a transmission talisman that can travel through worlds. In it, he mentioned the names Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, and the spy also heard him bring up the West Phoenix monarch Feng Jingyu. We don't know the specifics, but today, we received news that Yan Zizhong actually sent the leaders of the Black and White Crow Guards, 2 of the heavenly capital's 4 generals Lord Shuibi and Yu Suhua to the 5 continents to kill 2 people, Lin and Yan." Yan Zhonghua's eyes became cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Frost even crept up some of the leaves near him. Over the years, Yan Zizhong has become more and more unbridled. Ever since you gave up your claim to the throne, Zizhong has increasingly believed himself to be infallible. Zan Wush said, "However, there is good news. Kongsang is currently in the 5 continents and has already made contact with my son. With his help, everything will be much smoother." Yan Zhonghua inquired, "Lord Shuibi and Yu Suhua are difficult to handle. Do you plan to send someone to the 5 continents?" Yin Xingli replied, "They sent a prophet there, so naturally, we will also send a prophet." Yan Zhonghua nodded slightly. "In addition to you, there must also be someone who can fight." Yin Xingli nodded with a smile. "In terms of strength, who in King Yi's palace can compare with the ruler of snow and frost, Yan Zhonghua?" Yan Zhonghua paused, then spoke, "I once made a solemn oath to never leave the 9 lands. Not just him, but all the 9 lands rulers and kings wouldn't casually leave the 9 lands. Then, what if I told you that Yu Ming is in the 5 continents right now and can't return to the 9 lands because of the barrier?" Zan Wush asked nonchalantly. Yan Zhonghua stared blankly for a moment before asking, "When will we leave?" Yin Xingli's smile deepened. He shook the fan in his hand. "Sure enough, Demon Venerable Yu Ming's face is the biggest, even more important than your son. I haven't heard from Yu Ming for many years." Yan Zhonghua sighed softly. "I'm afraid that if I see my son, I won't be able to stop myself from breaking the seal for him. When that happens, it won't necessarily be good for him. Let them decide for themselves, whether it's good or bad." Zan Wushi's face also became more relaxed. "You haven't seen Ah Hen for so many years. When you see him again, I'm afraid that as his father, you'll have to give him some large gifts." "I'm afraid he won't want it." Yan Zhonghua asked, "His name is Ah Hen?" Zan Wush nodded. "Ah Zan adopted him. When Sumo sent him to Ah Zan, he told him that the child's name was Yan Tianan. This is probably a new name that Yu Ming gave him." Yan Zhonghua chewed the name in his heart for a moment before saying, "It's a good name, much better than the previous one. However, there is one matter you should think through first. If the 5 continents barrier is broken, then Ah Hen will definitely return to the 9 lands with you. When that time comes, what kind of status do you want to give him, and how do you want him to think of himself?" Yan Zhonghua showed a very simple smile, and his face, which was as white as jade, seemed much more elegant in this instant. "Back then, I was caught off guard. Now, after 20 years of recuperation while maintaining my resolve for revenge, I'm afraid that Yan Zizhong will no longer be able to cover the sky with a single hand again." Zan Wush thought, since Yan Zhonghua said this, he must naturally be confident in his ability to protect Yan Tianan, so I can safely report back to Ah Zan on a mission successfully completed. The 2 people looked at each other and understood the deep meaning in each other's eyes. This was a very ordinary day. No major event seemed to have occurred in the 9 lands. However, Dark waves would always be brewing in the deep sea before the turbid and violent storm came. Wind and rain are coming. Lin Xuanji followed Yan Tianan as he wandered around Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land for 2 months. During this period, Yan Tianan sneaked into various dangerous places in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land under Sha Xiaoqian's guidance and harvested plenty of spiritual plants, demonic beasts, and other treasures. He had a lot of fun all the way, and his mood was a lot better. Now that he was half divine devil, his features underwent some changes. His ears were slightly sharper than before, the color of his pupils were richer, and a circle of red light appeared around his pupils. His long hair became darker, and his figure also lengthened. The biggest change was his aura. In reality, divine devils were very easy to distinguish, especially when the divine devil didn't bother to hide their aura and deliberately indulged themselves by wantonly displaying their demonic chi. Yan Tianan seemed like he deliberately wanted people to find out about his identity. He left demonic chi wherever he went. This attracted the pursuit of many cultivators, who tried to track him down and kill him. However, the current Yan Tianan wasn't the slightest bit afraid of those cultivators. His cultivation had already advanced to profound realm and had even attracted divine lightning. He easily broke through the lightning tribulation, and while he was at it, he even refined a lot of medicinal pills that could invigorate chi and protect the user. He chewed them non-stop, as if he was eating candy, which made Sha Xiaoqian tremble with fear. Sha Xiaoqian was truly afraid that eventually, he would eat a pill, and it would be the straw that broke the camel's back, the last snowflake whose weight broke the tree branch, and that it would kill Yan Tianan. Just like this, they carelessly walked and rested, refining pills and fighting. 2 months passed in this manner. Lin Xuanji kept a certain distance from Yan Tianan. Not only did he have to ensure that Yan Tianan was within his line of sight, but he also couldn't get too close, or else Yan Tianan would flip out. This truly required a lot of skill. No matter how he looked, Feng Jingyu couldn't understand the two people's current situation, so he simply slept on Ling Chigu's head every day and watched the show, or looked for some spiritual plants that could hasten his recovery to kill time. Do you know where the Great Demon Sealing Array in Thousand Stars Island is located? Yan Tianan asked Sha Xiaoqian, who was happily eating nibbling on fruit. Recently, Sha Xiaoqian had seen Yan Tianan kill many people, so he was terrified as hell when facing Yan Tianan. He hurriedly nodded repeatedly, looking like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course I know. It will only take me 3 days to find it. However, I can feel that it is very dangerous inside that barrier, so I can't enter it easily. Yan Tianan curled his lips. You only need to find it. You won't have to worry about the rest. Sha Xiaoqian asked, are you planning to leave now? I can't stuff anything else into my storage bag anymore. There are quite a few strange demonic beasts in this mysterious land. Unfortunately, I'm too lazy to disturb them. I might as well leave and make preparations for going to the Demon Sealing Array later. Sha Xiaoqian subconsciously looked towards Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji sat cross-legged on a grassy field, his facial features gentle and clear. His clothes were as white as snow and his long hair was like ink, forming a scene right out of a painting. Sha Xiaoqian whispered, why don't you have him carry it for you? He has a magic treasure similar to a separate space on him, including every manifestation of nature. I'm afraid it won't be a problem even if he placed the entire Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land inside it. Upon hearing Sha Xiaoqian's words, killing intent flashed through Yan Tianan's eyes. Sha Xiaoqian shrank his neck back and cut in. This is an innate feature unique to my species, I didn't deliberately investigate him. Moreover, I didn't tell anyone. Don't overthink this. Yan Tianan felt that it was funny and raised his hand as he flicked Sha Xiaoqian's forehead with his finger. How can you be such a scaredy cat? At the very least, you're the Golden Cicada King. Sha Xiaoqian replied righteously, who let me only be able to find treasures but not fight. I'm a refined Golden Cicada King. Yan Tianan shook his head. I don't see it. Sha Xiaoqian, ever since Yan Tianan recovered his half-divine devil bloodline, Abai and Hupo hadn't dared to casually approach him anymore. This was also an innate instinct of their species. Yan Tianan was a little sad at first, but later, he stopped paying attention to these two tiger cubs. He realized that a divine devil's aura repelled spiritual beasts on a fundamental level. These two tiger cubs must have felt that his aura was both unfamiliar and terrifying, so they gathered around Lin Xuanji's side every day, avoiding dangers while sticking close to benefits. This was his identity. What did he need to hide? Even if he restrained his demonic chi and temporarily fooled Abai and Hupo, the day when he shows his true colors will always come, so won't the result still be the same when that happens? It was better not to hide it from the beginning. After Yan Tianan had enough rest, he stood up. Let's go now. Sha Xiaoqian looked at him, opening and closing his mouth several times like he wanted to say something. Finally, he said, after going out, you have to be careful. You've killed many sects, disciples in this mysterious land. Those who escaped outside must have a grudge against you. They're probably waiting in ambush outside. YZH. I can't leave the 9 lands, I promised. XWS. What if I told you Yu Ming is there? YZH. So when do we leave? Now. Chapter 457. Throwing in one's life for a treasure hunt. Yan Tianan nodded, not in the least concerned. If they can kill me, then they can be regarded as capable. His 18 hells of the underworld had already fully revealed itself within his sea of knowledge, and in the short span of 2 months, he had already cultivated it to the 6th level. As far as he knew regarding this secret manual, it covered utilizing a combination of yin flame and yin qi to create weapons. The highest level that anyone cultivated it to was the 8th level, and that person was still his dad, Yu Ming. As for other people, they could only cultivate it to the 5th level at most and wouldn't experience any breakthroughs for many years. The past life's cause became this life's effect. Not only could the heptabrilliant sacred fire mend his soul, but it could also complement the yin fire in his body. The two qi overlapped and changed, increasing steadily with each passing day, which made the results of his meditation techniques improve at an extraordinary speed. Although the current Yan Tianan hadn't yet reached Profound Realms Return Origin stage, he was confident that 70–80% of Return Origin stage experts were no match for him. Lin Xuanji, who didn't talk much for 2 months, walked up at this time. He stared into Yan Tianan's eyes. When you leave this time, you won't have to hide anymore. Yan Tianan casually glanced at Lin Xuanji out of the corner of his eyes. I've never liked hiding. If it wasn't for the fact that you didn't want me to reveal my identity, I would have acted according to my wishes a long time ago. Lin Xuanji smiled slightly. Indeed, the current you has no need to hide or conceal anything. Yan Tianan's expression looked cold. After we leave, we'll go our separate ways and look for the magic treasures. There's no need to work together anymore. Lin Xuanji said softly, if there's one more person helping you find the magic treasures related to the 5 continents seal, don't tell me that you'll still refuse. Yan Tianan became silent. Lin Xuanji continued to strike while the iron was hot. Ah Hen, regardless of our other relations, you're still my dad's adopted son, my younger brother, and my fellow junior martial brother from the same sect, right? Anyhow, you won't be able to cleanly cast aside these relations. Moreover, Ah Hen is a smart person. I delivered myself to your door offering to hunt down the magic treasures for you and to throw my life in for you, you shouldn't refuse. Yan Tianan turned away as he avoided looking at Lin Xuanji's enchanting face. He spoke with a cold voice, it's not like you'll give me the magic treasures you find. If you want, I will give you the soul plate right now, Lin Xuanji replied. Frankly speaking, except for you, everything else in the world, be it magic treasures, medicinal pills, or miraculous medicines, are no more than fleeting clouds to me. I've never cared for those. Yan Tianan suddenly turned his head around and stared at Lin Xuanji for a long time before saying, you're the one who said this, so don't regret it when the time comes. I don't want the soul plate, and I don't want the twin lotus lamp either. I just want to leave the 5 continents. Lin Xuanji nodded. I'll help you. Yan Tianan took a deep look at him, then turned his head and left. If you're willing to follow, then follow. In any case, this is your own choice. If you regret it in the future, you mustn't say that I forced you. With Sha Xiaoqian leading the way, even if they had no teleportation array, they could still smoothly find the exit. Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land was about to close soon, so there were many cultivators heading for the exit. Along the way, Yan Tianan swaggered at the very front, followed by his corpse puppet Ling Chigu, followed by Lin Xuanji, who took the 2 tiger cubs along. These cultivators had already memorized Yan Tianan's appearance and team composition after learning about them by word of mouth. When they saw Yan Tianan and the rest, their gazes showed hatred, fear, and restlessness. However, not many people dared to rush forward. When Yan Tianan was about to reach the exit, he heard someone call him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lang Jishui walked up with several Sky Peak sect disciples. You guys are really famous these days. Lang Jishui seemed as though he couldn't see the demonic qi on Yan Tianan's body. He still smiled faintly and continued, I've been looking for you all for a long time, and I finally met you guys here. Yan Tianan regarded Lang Jishui with a slightly complicated expression. In his previous life, although he'd never killed Lang Jishui, he developed an indescribable jealousy towards him because of the ambiguous relationship between Lang Jishui and Lin Xuanji. Later, Lin Xuanji even crossed swords with him because of Lang Jishui, which made Yan Tianan unable to have a good impression of Lang Jishui in his heart. It was still fine when he hadn't recovered his memories previously, but now that he could remember the past, how could he still welcome Lang Jishui with a smile? Yan Tianan stared at Lang Jishui with a cold expression. Are you looking for me or my dage? Lang Jishui paused slightly and felt that Yan Tianan was a little strange, but he still answered, you two are always stuck together, so naturally I'm looking for you too. Yan Tianan asked, what is it? Did you kill many disciples from famous sects these days? Yan Tianan said impatiently, they started shouting about wanting to beat me and kill me as soon as they saw me. Don't tell me that only they are allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to protect myself. The strong survive, the weak die. This has always been the truth of the cultivation world. It can't be that Gentleman Lang doesn't know this. Lang Jishui suddenly became tongue-tied. He had merely asked a single sentence, but he didn't expect to get such a sharp answer. However, it confirmed what he had heard. Although he didn't know the reason, Lang Jishui could sense the strong demonic qi on Yan Tianan. Lang Jishui sighed lightly and spoke, although people say that humans and demons cannot coexist, nevertheless, I still have some friendship with you. The news that you've become a demon and killed many disciples has already been spread outside by people. Right now, I'm afraid that there are several disciples from sects or families outside the exit waiting for you to walk right into a trap. If possible, it's better to stay in this Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land first. After all, Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land had some restrictions on cultivation level, and all the experts who could actually deal with Yan Tianan were blocked outside. This was the biggest reason why Yan Tianan could run amok in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land unimpeded. It's just that at this very moment, Yan Tianan's identity was mostly exposed. Countless people were waiting to subdue the monster and exterminate the demon while snatching the twin lotus lamp from Lin Xuanji's hands in passing. The degree of danger was self-evident. Yan Tianan's mood was quite complicated. To be honest, he had never been very fond of Lang Jishui. However, he didn't expect for this guy to dare brave the risk of committing what the world regarded as a heinous crime in order to kindly warn him about danger. Yan Tianan felt a little ashamed that he tried to measure the depths of a gentleman's generosity using the heart of a petty person. Yan Tianan's expression warmed slightly. Many thanks for warning me. However, I still have many things to do, so I can't possibly remain in this Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Besides, Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land is not a place where ordinary people can stay for a long time. Gentleman Lang should also leave early. If the Mysterious Land throws you out, I'm afraid it will damage your cultivation. Lang Jishui nodded. Many thanks for reminding me. Yan Tianan suddenly changed the subject and looked at Lang Jishui as he asked, Wang Fujin has already married the Bai family's eldest miss. Lang Jishui's expression remained unchanged, as though he already knew what Yan Tianan wanted to ask. Yan Tianan lamented, even if everything has started over again, history still won't completely change. Those who should marry will eventually marry, and those who should leave will eventually leave. I just don't know whether Lang Jishui and Wang Fujin's final outcome will still be the same. Yan Tianan turned his face as he clenched his fist, a long whip appearing in his hand. He flew towards the exit, closely followed by Lin Xuanji, who already had the Zij sword in his hand. The two disappeared before their eyes. A disciple behind Lang Jishui came forward and asked in confusion, Shishang, why did you kindly warn them? I feel uncomfortable as soon as I look at Yan Tianan. I'm afraid that he truly is part of the demon clan and is a natural enemy of human beings. Lang Jishui looked at this junior martial brother whose face still looked youthful. Since when has the good and evil in this world been distinguished by race? There are bad humans, and there are also good demons. It all depends on one's heart. The junior martial brother nodded, not really understanding. There was a flash of multicolored light, and demonic qi soared to the skies. The people keeping guard outside had no time to react and were hit by a strong gale, which threw them far away. Yan Tianan made a preemptive attack. As soon as he came out of the mysterious land, he sent 10 palm strikes outside continuously out of the blue, opening a path for himself first. Then, he waved his sleeve and stirred up clouds of dust, blocking these people's sight. The devil came out. Everybody attacked together and capture him. Hurry and find the elder, quickly informed the sect master. Unconcerned, Yan Tianan curled his lips as he turned the whip into a bow. He casually created an arrow and pulled the bow into the shape of a full moon. With a swish, the arrow shot at the swordsman running the fastest towards him with the fiercest expression. The arrow was so fast that the person couldn't dodge it and was pierced through the chest. The yin ghost banner emerged, floating up behind Yan Tianan. The flag swayed gently. The tail of the flag floated like a dark cloud, dragging a tail with a faint skull, which absorbed that disciple's soul into it. With another shake, the soul turned into spiritual chi and entered Yan Tianan's body. Everyone looked horrified when they saw this, and for a while, no one dared to attack. Yan Tianan remembered that person. During the demon suppression battle on Green Jade Mountain, after Yan Tianan had been captured, that disciple slashed his shoulder with a blade. In this life, Yan Tianan used his life to repay debts from his past life. After frightening the others, Yan Tianan sent out a yin fire and turned it into a thin cloud under his own feet, wanting to take the opportunity to run away, but to his surprise, a more powerful pressure descended from the sky and blocked his path. Ah Hen, be careful! Lin Xuanji, who was close behind him, drew out the Zij sword to block that palm strike. They heard a loud sound. Lin Xuanji turned over and pressed Yan Tianan beneath him. A defensive magic treasure activated a shield of light behind him, but the remnant power from that palm strike showered down and shattered the light shield, and the heavy attack hit Lin Xuanji squarely in the back. Even though Lin Xuanji had already tempered his body in the land of lightning strikes, he still felt like his internal organs were being smashed to pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which dyed Yan Tianan's back red. Soon after, another palm strike approached, and Lin Xuanji broke out his sword. The Zij sword showed off its ability, and a flash of teal sword light met the palm attack head-on. A misty white fog emerged. When the attacker waved a palm to disperse the fog, they found that there was not a single blade of grass left in the deep palm-shaped pit. Let alone a human being, there wasn't even a bug left. Hee, they can even escape this. It seems that there are indeed quite a few powerhouses around Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. A beautiful woman dressed in a plain robe swiveled her wrist as a smile appeared on her face. Yin Xinghen walked over and frowned as he looked at the deep pit in the ground. We actually let them escape. Chapter 458. Thread in the east while striking the west. The woman smiled sweetly. What's the hurry, sir? They're nothing more than 2 mice now. They can escape today, but tomorrow, they'll still be found by me, the cat. It's merely the difference between an earlier death and a later death. Yin Xinghen swept this woman a glance. Seeing her was akin to seeing himself when he first arrived at the 5 continents. Yin Xinghen warned in a soft voice, don't underestimate them too much. Yu Ming and Yin Kongsang aren't incompetent. If it weren't for Lord Shuibi blocking them from coming here, you wouldn't even have the chance to fight them directly. The woman's interest was piqued, and her eyes flashed. Yan Tianan is the son of Yu Ming and King Yi, a natural half-divine devil. I think it's excusable that he could escape from my hands, but who is the one who fought with me just now? I'm afraid that he must have an extremely powerful magic treasure in his hands, or else it would have been impossible for him to endure that palm strike of mine just now. Yin Xinghen's eyes lowered slightly as he responded impassively. He is Yan Tianan's adoptive brother in this 5 continents and is also a genius who has received heaven's mercy. Both the twin lotus lamp and small Mingyin flame are in his hands right now. The woman's expression suddenly changed, and her willow eyebrows arched up. It's fine if it's just the twin lotus lamp, but how come even the small Mingyin flame is in his hands? Why didn't you say this earlier? You caused Liaoniang to lose an opportunity. Yin Xinghen glanced at her. You were the one who didn't want to listen carefully. The woman narrowed her eyes and smiled lovably again. Finding out right now still isn't too late. They'll become 2 corpses before long. Based on that meager cultivation they displayed just now, Master gave them too much face by sending both me and Lord Shuibi here. Yin Xinghen didn't respond. He knew Lin Xuanji's identity, and Yan Zizhong also knew. However, it was hard to say who else knew in addition to them. At least, from the conversation just now, Yin Xinghen could wholly infer that Yu Suhua knew nothing about Lin Xuanji's identity. Whether or not he should tell her wasn't something that Yin Xinghen could decide, because the person who could decide this matter was still sitting on the throne of the 9 lands' royal heavenly capital. Thousands of miles away, the winds and clouds suddenly changed, and dark clouds covered the sky. All traces of life disappeared within 100 miles, and the insects and birds didn't dare to make a sound. 2 figures suddenly flashed by. One could only see the afterimages left behind in the split second. In the blink of an eye, the 2 people had already exchanged hundreds of blows, and that number was about to reach 1,000. The surrounding rocks were smashed to pieces, and the mountains shook from the attacks. Destruction raged everywhere. There were many overlapping trees, all of which collapsed in rows, as though a violent storm had swept through here. 2 cold lights clashed. With a loud bang, Yu Ming and another young man in red stood in the clouds as they faced each other. Lord Shuibi's eyelids twitched, and his murderous aura intensified. Lord Shuibi said, "This mouth of Mt. Fuyao's demon Venerable Yu Ming really makes people want to tear it up. It's not bad, not bad. Ying Shuibi, the head of the Crow Guards, makes people want to tear apart his entire face, which is much better than tearing up just the mouth." Yu Ming smiled irreverently and jabbed specifically at people's sore spots. "Don't know if your sister has already gotten everything she could wish for and married into the Zan family as queen. Back then, the entire 9 lands knew that your eldest sister wanted to marry Zan Wush, and Zan Wush has also softened with regards to her. Hehehehe, I just don't know if Sovereign Wushi's heart can be moved by your infatuated eldest sister after so many years." Strong killing intent flashed through Lord Shuibi's eyes. Ever since he took control of the Black Crow Guards, no one had dared to insult him so blatantly for many years. The matter between Ying Hongyi and Zan Wush was a humiliating piece of history that couldn't be mentioned in the Ying family. "There's no need to trouble you." A wife who had fallen out of favor and been abandoned by his husband's family like a worn-out shoe. Lord Shuibi suddenly threw a row of thunder bombs toward Yu Ming's face, sealing off all his escape routes. Clearly, he wanted to keep Yu Ming here. Yu Ming indifferently conjured a handful of black petals and threw them around himself. The petals made contact with the explosive thunder bombs in a symphony of blasts and actually enveloped all the thunder bombs, which delayed the explosions for a few seconds. Yet when they finally exploded, all traces of Yu Ming had long since disappeared. Lord Shuibi lifted up his eyelids. All of a sudden, a sword appeared behind him and stabbed him directly through the chest. Lord Shuibi's body suddenly burst and scattered into many bits and pieces, which looked particularly bloody and gory. Yu Ming saw a piece of wood that had been punctured by the tip of his sword and suddenly flew into a rage, sending a sweeping slash towards the ground with his sword. The entire land was lifted up and twisted into pieces. Puppet arts. Yu Ming looked towards the south with a dark expression. Evidently, Lord Shuibi's attack this time was merely to sound him out, and Yu Ming also couldn't turn this place into Ying Shuibi's grave after all. They were both great powers who had lived for many years. Even if they'd always hated each other, they didn't necessarily intend to kill each other at any cost as soon as they met and fought. What's more, both sides were strong enough to put up an equal fight, and it was unknown who the final winner would be. Right at this time, esteemed Lan Yu had already arrived here to rendezvous with Yu Ming. Lord Shuibi came. Esteemed Lan Yu's aura was tinged with slight murderous intent, and he said with sunken eyes, he took elite subordinates from the Black Crow Guards and came to the 5 continents to capture Xuanji and Ahen. Yu Ming clenched his fist tightly. Which division of the Black Crow Guards did Shishong fight against just now? Not Death Guards, esteemed Lan Yu answered. They should be Shadow Guards. Yu Ming was slightly relieved. If they weren't Death Guards, then there was still room for moderation. Death Guards would endlessly pursue the enemy until one side was dead rather than allow any prey that had fallen into their hands to escape. What Yu Ming hated the most was the team of Death Guards from the Black Crow Guards. Back then, when he ran towards the demon realm while hugging Ahen, he was hunted down by the Black Crow Guards' Death Guards and cut an extremely sorry figure, and he nearly died halfway on the journey when they surrounded him. After that, Yu Ming would gnash his teeth in hatred whenever he thought of the Black Crow Guards' Death Guards. They were stopped on their way to the South Continent. Yu Ming gritted his teeth. I didn't expect that Ying Shuibi's puppet arts had already been cultivated to such a realm. If there are more puppets, I'm afraid even I will barely win. Esteemed Lan Yu remarked, it's good as long as you can win, but I'm afraid that the current Ying Shuibi can no longer be mentioned on equal terms. I know. Yu Ming frowned. I don't know when he came to the 5 continents, and why he couldn't wait to meet me halfway on the road. Esteemed Lan Yu lit a talisman. After the dark blue flame burned up the talisman, His expression changed slightly, threatened the east while striking the west. Yu Ming was stunned. Ah Hen and Xuanji have already left Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land in advance, esteemed Lan Yu continued with a dark expression, and at the Mysterious Land's exit, they met Yu Suhua's pursuit. At this time, they've already fled to an unknown location. Yu Ming's expression changed dramatically. Yu Suhua, the head of the White Crow Guards. Fuck, I knew they didn't have any good intentions. They actually sent such a person to deal with 2 children. They're truly shameless. The Black and White Crow Guards belong to the Royal Heavenly Capital Yan family's assassination organization, and all the shady deeds were carried out by them, either secretly or explicitly. Black Crow Guards were mainly in charge of killing, assassinating, and finding people. White Crow Guards were mainly in charge of collecting intelligence from all over the world and also making deals with buyers and sellers in passing, as well as following the Yan family around. The leaders of the Black and White Crow Guards were 2 of the Heavenly Capital's 4 generals. Be it in terms of strategy or in terms of cultivation, they could be regarded as the Yan family's pillars. Any one of them would be enough for Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan to die without a burial site, let alone the fact that both of them had been sent at once. Yan Zizhong's intention to kill Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan was abundantly clear, which also completely offended Demon Venerable Yu Ming. Since Zizhong is determined to kill them, then I absolutely won't sit still in resignation. Yu Ming's eyes were endlessly dark as he gazed at the mountains in front, taking in the panoramic view of the broken mountains and destroyed rivers. Ah Hen's seal has already broken by half. This half of his demonic bloodline is enough to allow him to command the demons. You should think about this carefully. Yu Ming looked at him. He's caught in a dead end without any retreat routes. If he hadn't killed people and exposed his demonic bloodline, I could still convince myself to let him slowly grow up like an ordinary person. But now, he has already exposed his identity, and countless people in the 5 continents want to kill him, not to mention he also has Lin Xuanji, who's carrying the twin lotus lamp and small Mingyin flame. After thinking for a moment, esteemed Lan Yu nodded. Speaking of the small Mingyin flame, he obtained this item from the Bai family's young master, Bai Yichen. Bai Yichen personally paid Profound Sky Sect a visit to ask me about Lin Xuanji's identity some time ago. I noticed that his body contained extremely powerful and boundless spiritual qi, and his cultivation can only be higher than yours or mine. Say, who in the world can he be? Yu Ming raised his brow. The small Mingyin flame is said to be crafting monarch Bai Wen's crafting soulfire, but Bai Wen is a great power who was active during the period when the demon was sealed. He had already disappeared when the great demon sealing array was completed. Could Bai Yichen be that crafting monarch Bai Wen from back then? Very likely. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded. If he truly is Bai Wen, then he's the one who understands the 5 elements sealing array the best in this world. After all, he personally repaired the 4 direction seal and yin-yang umbrella in those days. Yu Ming frowned and suddenly said, so that's why he was always staring at Lin Xuanji. They all say that Bai Wen had always been looking for someone who could inherit his mantle. Lin Xuanji is quite talented on the crafting path, so it's not surprising that Bai Wen has set his sights on him. Esteemed Lan Yu side-eyed him. What are you so excited for? Yu Ming answered with a dark expression, I don't know whether Lin Xuanji, this boy, is fickle. What will happen to my family's Ah Hen if Bai Wen, this 1000-year-old fox, seduces Lin Xuanji away? The corners of esteemed Lan Yu's mouth twitched, and he was unable to comprehend Yu Ming's thought process. Matters have already developed into such a critical situation, yet you're still paying attention to these things. Heaven is large, earth is large, but my son is the most important to me. In theory, Ah Hen's seal shouldn't have been unlocked so early, who knows what happened. If Lin Xuanji abandons Ah Hen or if someone tries to sabotage their relationship, that would be bad. While speaking, the 2 people had already traveled thousands of miles in an instant. When they arrived at the exit to Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, there were many people surrounding the exit, but they didn't see Lin Xuanji or Yan Tianan. They didn't even see Yin Xinghan's faction, who should have been waiting here. From a distance, Yu Ming saw the huge palm print that made the land sink. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. Yu Suhua has already attacked. Chapter 459. Great Reversal. Palm. Yu Ming grabbed a young cultivator beside him who had been clicking his tongue while chattering incessantly about how strong Yu Suhua's palm attack was. He scowled and asked, what happened just now? Where's Lin Xuanji? Normally, Yu Ming deliberately concealed his aura, which was still alright, but at this time, he displayed his imposing manner to the fullest. The pressure emanating from Yu Ming almost pushed this cultivator to his knees. With his legs shaking all over, he stammered, they had a fight. Lin Xuanji and that devil R ran away together. I don't know where they went, I don't know anything, I'm begging you, please let me go get lost. Yu Ming threw the cultivator aside and turned to esteemed Lan Yu. Shishang, is there any way to find Lin Xuanji and Hen? Esteemed Lan Yu took out the celestial staff that Lin Xuanji had refined and threw out a compass-like magic treasure. The celestial staff gently touched the center of the compass, and esteemed Lan Yu made a hand seal while silently chanting something. There was a flash of starlight on the compass, and esteemed Lan Yu opened his eyes. South. The two people instantly disappeared without a trace. The cultivators who had gathered there to admire the handprint-shaped deep pit were all startled by the two people's sudden speed, and they began to chatter endlessly. Who were those two just now? Their auras were terrifying. They didn't use any transportation talismans or teleportation arrays just now, did they? They could actually disappear in the blink of an eye, so much so that not even their shadows could be seen anymore. I can tell that their cultivation is profound and not something that we can glimpse into. Really, you don't know those two? Although I don't know who that gorgeous man is, I do recognize the other upright and noble-looking gentleman. Ah, who is he? He is profound Sky Sect's esteemed Lan Yu. He's also the powerful prophet who released news about the magic treasures connected to the 5 continents seal. So that was him, he's Lin Xuanji's master. Since he came here, he'll definitely help Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji has rare treasures on him, which is already enough to make people green with envy. Now his younger brother Yan Tianan, who never leaves his side, has been revealed as a demon. Before that, there were also rumors that one of them is an exceptional furnace. It can be assumed that more and more people will want to kill them. Esteemed Lan Yu has a noble character and high prestige. If he truly is smart, then right now, he should choose to be a wise man and look after his own safety first. Ha, Yan Tianan, that demon, is truly savage and unrestrained. He killed countless disciples. We must capture him as soon as possible so that stability can return to the 5 continents. Feng Jingyu threw down the 3 people and 2 tigers, along with an unreliable fire-devouring beast, who grabbed Lin Xuanji's hair while sliding to the ground. Hurry and take a look at his condition. Feng Jingyu's eyebrows were almost knitted into a ball when he looked at Lin Xuanji, whose clothes were full of blood. Yan Tianan knelt beside Lin Xuanji and pressed his lips tightly together as he felt Lin Xuanji's pulse. He had been constantly channeling spiritual qi into Lin Xuanji's body along the way here and had even stuffed him several pills used to stabilize one's cultivation and treat internal injuries, but the effect wasn't very obvious. Lin Xuanji's face was pale and colorless. His eyebrows would become slightly wrinkled from time to time. Evidently, his internal injuries made him feel uncontrollable pain even while unconscious. If not for the fact that he had already tempered his body inside Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land, and if not for the fact that Yan Tianan reacted quickly and used the bracelet Lin Zan left him to block a blow before they ran away, he's afraid that Lin Xuanji would have already been killed on the spot and smashed into meat paste when Yu Suhua's first palm strike hit. Yan Tianan said anxiously, "Not good, his internal organs have been damaged, and he simply can't recover in a short time." Feng Jingyu also frowned and pressed on Lin Xuanji's heart. Yu Suhua's great reversal palm is very famous throughout the entire 9 lands. Although she's a woman, she's even fiercer than a man. A single palm strike from her can crack an entire mountain. The fact that your Dage is still alive right now can be considered a great fortune. What can be done about this? Yan Tianan was extremely distressed. He had no time to care about who Yu Suhua really was. He was too busy flipping through the profound book of poisons in his sea of knowledge, only to find that it mostly contained methods involving mutual harmony and restraint among the 5 elements, which was beneficial to cultivation or poisoning people, but there were very few healing methods. Yan Tianan almost burst into tears, and even his hands were shaking. When Feng Jingyu saw this, he kicked Yan Tianan's butt. "Look, your Dage hasn't died yet. Weren't you eager to kill him just now? How come you look like this now that he's actually dying?" "I didn't want him to die." Yan Tianan roared in a low voice. "My mind was merely in an awful mess before, so I didn't want to see him for the time being. I've never gravely injured him. Don't misunderstand me." Feng Jingyu nodded half-heartedly. "If worst comes to worst, I'll spit some saliva again and stuff it into his mouth to keep him alive for the time being. Your saliva has no effect on human beings. Don't you loot a burning house and take advantage of my Dage." Yan Tianan glared at Feng Jingyu angrily. Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Then there's no other solution. Well, why don't you stew the Jade Cicada King instead? Perhaps he can provide Lin Xuanji with some nourishment. Sha Xiaochen, who had been subtly reaching a hand out to poke Lin Xuanji, was suddenly dumbfounded. He stared at them with a pair of wide eyes. There won't be any nourishment even if you eat me. Don't randomly get ideas about other people, okay? Feng Jingyu gave a tisk. Look at you being a scaredy cat. I was merely joking, yet you took it seriously. In fact, I'm worried that my brain will become stupid after eating you. Sha Xiaochen fumed in rage as he glared at Feng Jingyu, looking as if he dared to get angry but didn't dare to speak out. Yan Tianan irritably snapped, you too, don't say these useless things. Hurry up and think about what I should do. Feng Jingyu looked at Lin Xuanji, whose forehead was covered with sweat drops the size of beans, and sighed. To be honest, Yu Suhua's great reversal palm is notoriously incurable in the entire 9 lands. This is not only because her palm strike contains the aura of an extremely powerful flame, but also because Yu Suhua's palm is highly poisonous. If this palm strike hits someone dead on, the poison and rare flame will be transmitted along the victim's heart and blood vessels to the 4 limbs and hundreds of bones in one's body. The victim will experience excruciating pain while their internal organs are dissolved from the inside so that eventually, only their skin will be left. Yan Tianan got a fright and turned deathly pale. Why is it so scary? Don't tell me that he can't be saved. Feng Jingyu answered, he can indeed be saved. Do you think it's so easy to melt a person's internal organs? Xuanji has refined a lightning-tempered body to begin with, so his internal organs and veins are harder than that of other people. It'll most likely take several months for his internal organs to completely dissolve. However, if you can refine the fateful Imbu Yang pill specially used to resist the great reversal palm within these few months, everything will be easily resolved, and your Dage can even absorb the thunder and fire chi inside the pill to obtain a lot of benefits. Yan Tianan hurriedly asked, how do I refine the fateful Imbu Yang pill? Have you seen the formula? Refining a pill was easy, but finding the formula was hard. However, since Feng Jingyu dared to say so, it was naturally because he had this formula in his hands. Feng Jingyu nodded. This king just so happens to have such a formula, but there is one thing, refining this pill will greatly damage your cultivation. You should think about it carefully before refining it. After a pause, Yan Tianan said firmly, give me the formula. Feng Jingyu looked at Yan Tianan with deep meaning. You're even willing to damage your cultivation for him. So why did you get into such an ugly quarrel with him before? I've racked my brains constantly on the way here, but I still can't figure out what kind of deep hatred you two have. Yan Tianan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm afraid that even if I explain, you still might not believe this kind of thing. If you want to know, you can ask my Dage again after he recovers. Feng Jingyu frowned. Ah Hen, you are one with your Dage. Right now, countless people are watching you both like prey. No matter what, you shouldn't give outsiders any loopholes to exploit. Because of internal strife, do not do stupid things that will hurt your loved ones and make your enemies happy. Yan Tianan was enlightened, and he recalled the stupid things he'd done before. He couldn't help but nod in embarrassment with a red face and mumble, I won't do this again. If it weren't for his temporary fit of anger and awful control over his demonic chi attracting so much trouble, Lin Xuanji wouldn't have been targeted like this. Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes and changed the subject, the formula is in my mind. I'll read it to you. You should write it down. Yan Tianan nodded and listened to Feng Jingyu recite the pill formula. To Yan Tianan's surprise, he could actually find all the spiritual plants the formula required. When he was at the summit of Profound Sky Sect's Broken Sword Peak back then, esteemed Yu's spiritual herb fields contained all of them. Before Yan Tianan left, he transplanted many of those spiritual plants into the soul plate in Lin Xuanji's consciousness. Although the spiritual plants used were extremely expensive, just the basic materials alone cost millions of gold. Yan Tianan didn't care at all. After hearing the formula, Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu with distrust and asked, are you sure it only requires these spiritual herbs? Although these spiritual plants are hard to find, they're not particularly rare at all. The Great Reversal Palm is so powerful, how can it possibly be neutralized with such simple spiritual plants? When faced with Yan Tianan's doubt, Feng Jingyu merely swept him a glance. I haven't even finished speaking yet. What's your hurry? Yan Tianan stared at Feng Jingyu eagerly. Feng Jingyu held out a finger and explained, this is just the basic formula. The most important sacred item needed for the pill is a drop of this king's blood. Yan Tianan was stunned. Your blood, that's right. Feng Jingyu nodded. The Phoenix clan has an innate divine bloodline, and their blood contains energy from pill fires, not to mention the fact that the Phoenix clan's divine fire is the most yang-aligned flame in this world, which is also contained in their blood. After it's formed into a pill, it just happens to be capable of devouring the great reversal palm's poisonous flames. Therefore, the most difficult and most valuable ingredient in the fateful Imbu Yang pill was a drop of blood from Feng Jingyu. Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu with a burning gaze. Mao Mao, we have such a good relationship. You'll help me with this tiny favor, right? Feng Jingyu gave two evil chuckles. Whether or not I'll give it to you depends on whether you're willing to exchange something for it. Chapter 460. The pill formula's origin. Yan Tianan assured, right now, no matter what you want, I will promise to give it to you. Feng Jingyu responded, besides yourself, what else do you have that this king wants? Yan Tianan's body suddenly froze and his throat tightened. Mao Mao, I didn't expect that you feel this way towards me. Who the fuck feels this way towards you? Don't even think about it. Feng Jingyu realized that Yan Tianan had misunderstood and glanced nervously at Ling Chigu, for fear that the bystander would misunderstand his innocence. Of course, the latter wouldn't give him any reaction at all, so Feng Jingyu calmed down. In the past, no matter how much your Dage indulged you, he always had a bottom line, but this time, he seems to have lost his mind. I want to know what happened between the two of you. Yan Tianan sighed, Mao Mao, Aji Yu won't like you if you're such a busybody. Feng Jingyu sneered, even if this king doesn't gossip, he still won't like me. Yan Tianan, you won. Yan Tianan looked at Feng Jingyu. It's a very long story. If you really want to know, I will tell you the whole story after. I've finished refining the pill. But you have to swear that you won't tell anyone else. When Feng Jingyu heard this, he instinctively felt that it was an important matter. He couldn't help but become more serious as he nodded. You can rest assured, I'm not a loose-lipped person. The two bumped their fists together and promised. Yan Tianan took out the spiritual plant, and Feng Jingyu gave him a drop of his blood. Then Yan Tianan started to refine the fateful Imbu Yang pill using xianxia. This kind of pill whose purpose was to neutralize a poison wasn't particularly complicated to refine, but the pill formula and phoenix blood were hard to find. However, these two kinds of materials were very easy for Yan Tianan to obtain, which saved a lot of time. He hurriedly refined the pill for an entire month, and the fateful Imbu Yang pill was formed. Yan Tianan fed the pill to Lin Xuanji and made him swallow it. After observing for a while, he found that Lin Xuanji's pale and colorless complexion had eased somewhat, and it also ameliorated his own anxious heart. Yan Tianan was surprised. Only 3 days. Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes and countered, that person is the pill king, who's at the same level as this king. He's several hundred years old right now, and his cultivation is at least in the earth realm's major perfection stage. He's much stronger than the current you. Why would you compare yourself with him? Yan Tianan rubbed his nose. You're right. Yan Tianan then asked curiously, Mao Mao, you're not an alchemist, so how do you know the exact pill formula for the antidote to Great Reversal Palm's poison? Feng Jingyu's body stiffened. He glared at Yan Tianan and snapped, you're just a child. What would you want such gossip for? Yan Tianan, he was just casually asking, why did Feng Jingyu have such a big reaction? Feng Jingyu narrowed his golden-red phoenix eyes and stared at Yan Tianan. Speaking of which, the pill has been refined, and your Dage will soon wake up. Shouldn't you tell me some matters? Yan Tianan never thought of reneging. He nodded and asked, have you ever heard of the dream of Nanki? As soon as he started telling Feng Jingyu about this matter, he continued non-stop for an entire night. Maybe because it had been suppressed in his heart for too long, but as soon as Yan Tianan opened his mouth, he could no longer stop. He wanted to pour out all the depression and sadness in his heart like how someone would throw out garbage. Feng Jingyu was also a very good listener. He sat next to Yan Tianan and listened attentively. He rarely spoke, but every time he did, he would pull Yan Tianan back from his memories slightly so that Yan Tianan's emotions wouldn't fall into a sorrowful mood. I also don't know what kind of joke heaven wants to play on me. Yan Tianan's gaze was somewhat lost and resentful as he stared at the full moon hanging in the sky and the sea of sunlight emerging from the horizon. He continued, my Dage and I merely made love once, and then I remembered those past life's events. I died too miserably in my previous life, and I suddenly felt that I was still in a dream, carrying the sorrow of my previous life. For a while, I couldn't bear the shock and couldn't tell reality from illusion. I couldn't face my Dage, which was why I quarreled with him like that. Feng Jingyu's mood couldn't be described by words. If not for the fact that Yan Tianan didn't like to lie and that fact that he just happened to be well informed and had seen a lot of strange events, he might have thought that Yan Tianan was teasing him. However, Feng Jingyu was certain that what Yan Tianan said was true. He frowned and changed to a more comfortable posture. Based on your story, your Dage had already recovered his past lives. Memories a long time ago, and he even feels guilt towards you. Therefore, your Dage deliberately changed many events, which is why this life is different from the previous life. Yan Tianan nodded. Ever since I first remembered the past, I've been pondering these matters. I compared the past life with the present situation and found that the development of many events were different from the previous life, but there were also many things that still returned to the starting point, even if they took a detour along the way. Such as Wangfu Jin and Leng Jishui. Feng Jingyu pondered, but, have you ever thought about how your Dage was able to turn back the clock? The level of difficulty in this feat is absolutely beyond imagination. Yan Tianan shook his head. I don't know anything about it, but intuition tells me that it has something to do with the soul plate. Feng Jingyu knew the soul plate, and he had also personally lived inside it for a period of time. Based on his inquisitive nature, he would never easily let go of any clues regarding the soul plate. Hearing this, Feng Jingyu shook his head. They probably are related, but that soul plate definitely wasn't the one that turned back time. It must have been something else. Yan Tianan said, this kind of thing can only be known by asking my Dage. Feng Jingyu turned his head and looked at Lin Xuanji, who was still lying down on the hay. He looked like a sleeping beauty. It's impossible to solve any problem by making a fuss and fighting a cold war. When your Dage wakes up, you'd better have a good talk with him. Moreover, you're both in that kind of relationship now. There must be a solution. Yan Tianan's face turned slightly red when he heard it. He couldn't help thinking back to the time when he and Lin Xuanji were in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. It was probably the most touching, comfortable, and indulgent experience he ever had in his life. Leaving aside the last accident, it was an endless aftertaste and addictive experience. However, he couldn't just forget their past. After all, the grudge was already too deep. Yan Tianan sighed and said, Mao Mao, if you were me, would you forgive him? Feng Jingyu laughed, raised his eyebrows and looked at the misty mountains. The only reason you're able to ask this question is because you haven't experienced life and death with him. You asked me why I have this pill formula. I might as well tell you. His gaze shifted and fell on Ling Chigu, who'd been standing beside him like a statue. His gaze was far away, as if he had seen through the ages. I met him because that day, he rode his horse non-stop to my Westland's Kunwu Divine Palace in person, asking me for a drop of blood. Feng Jingyu fell into his memories with a light tone, as if he was talking about other people's affairs. At that time, he was wearing a snowy blue robe, riding a roaring blood celestial horse, wearing golden battle boots, and holding a red tasseled spear. His eyes were cold and ruthless, and he single-handedly broke through the 112 barriers from the foot of the mountain to halfway up the mountain of Kunwu Divine Palace and slaughtered his way to me. Feng Jingyu had lived for hundreds of years. What kind of person hadn't he seen? However, when he stood on the peak, looking at the beautiful and vigorous man wearing the stars and covered by the moon, pulling the reins and looking up at him, he couldn't help but feel his heart love and start beating like a drum. The general who was known as the Crimson Tassel Snow-Robed Youth, who became famous when he was young in the northern lands, and shocked the entire 9 lands. When he was still a child inside the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital, he'd been courted by the great divine clans before he even started his career. Feng Jingyu had naturally heard of Ling Chigu. The Ling family was a quasi-divine clan. They were not any family's subordinates. They had remained impartial and neutral since ancient times. The Ling family truly cherished the world and helped the common people. They guarded the 9 lands and swore loyalty to the current emperor. However, the little General Ling, who had always guarded the North lands, actually came to the West lands in person, merely to beg Feng Jingyu for a drop of phoenix blood for his childhood sweetheart Yan Weijun, who had been nearly killed by the Great Reversal Palm. Feng Jingyu sat sloppily on the chair with his legs propped up. He asked Ling Chigu, this king's phoenix blood is not something you can ask for even if you want it. What can you exchange for it? Ling Chigu answered, If it doesn't violate morality and doesn't hurt others, I can give whatever your majesty wants. Feng Jingyu narrowed his eyes. Okay, then let me see just how far you'll go for Yan Weijun. He put forward a condition. Ling Qigu agreed and carried it out, but it also annoyed Feng Jingyu. I broke my contract. Feng Jingyu laid on the ground with his hands folded behind his head as he looked at the sky and said lazily, at the time, I thought that Ling Qigu really wasn't anything good. Since he was so bold, why should I let him be satisfied? Who would have thought that he had the ability to invite the Pill King to personally speak for him? I happened to have a matter that I wanted the Pill King to handle at that time, so I could only agree. The Pill King also told me that pill formula in passing. Yan Tianan laid on the ground with his cheeks propped up by his palms as he looked at Feng Jingyu. The Yan Weijun you mentioned was the successor that Yu had always been guarding. Who else is there besides him? Speaking of which, he's a somewhat close blood relative of yours. He's your father Yan Zhonghua's own younger brother born from the same mother's womb. After your father lost his inheritance, the order of the heirs shuffled again, and he suddenly became the third-ranked heir. In accordance with seniority, you should call him an imperial uncle. Yan Tianan thought for a while and asked, what kind of person was he? Feng Jingyu snorted coldly. He looked gentle, innocent, and harmless, but in fact, he was a dirty dog who was accustomed to using and appraising people, and also played dirty tricks behind the scenes. Yan Tianan was dumbfounded and smacked his tongue. Yu actually liked such a person. Is he blind? Feng Jingyu nodded with great approval and coldly glanced at the innocent Ling Qigu. Right, he's definitely blind, Yan Tianan commented, but you're actually attracted to Yu, so aren't you even more blind? Feng Jingyu, good brat, are you tired of living? Chapter 461, Relationship Easing Up edited by Aya and Molly. Yan Tianan suddenly began to laugh again, and a lovely pair of pear-shaped dimples appeared on his cheeks. He leaned closer to Feng Jingyu. I'm kidding, Mao Mao, you're so kind, so Yu definitely came to like you later on, right? I don't know, Feng Jingyu sneered, as if in self-mockery. He died when our relationship had merely begun to lighten up a little, so I didn't even understand his intentions yet. He even died for Yan Weijun. Say, don't you think I'm wretched? Yan Tianan remained silent as he thought, yes, his life is a little miserable. He asked, you still like him, even after all this? If the person he liked sacrificed their life for the sake of another person, Yan Tianan definitely wouldn't continue to like them. Even if he couldn't do that, he would still control himself not to think about that person. How could he be like Feng Jingyu, who was still following Yu around? Ling Qigu's rank is much higher than that of your Dage. Feng Jingyu's voice was both disappointed and frustrated. When that person in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital ordered the annihilation of the Ling family, Ling Qigu was protecting Yan Weijun and helping him escape. He entrusted his younger brother to me and asked me to protect the last seedling for the sake of his family. I asked him then if he harbored even a tiny bit of love for me. He said that members of the Ling family were loyal and dedicated, and they would only love one person in their entire life, never changing their love until death. At that time, I knew that there was no possibility between us. He didn't leave me with any hope and broke my last fantasy, but he regarded me as a close friend and put his younger brother in my hands with confidence. I entrusted Ling Beigu to a reliable friend and went back to chase after him, to save him, only to find that he was dying but still was fighting a bloody battle. We were outnumbered, so I took the fatal blow meant for him, and I met my death there. As for the events that occurred afterwards, I don't know. Feng Jingyu recounted that soul-stirring battle so indifferently. By the time Feng Jingyu woke up, he was already in the 5 continents. He was reborn from the ashes and had regressed to an infant bird, but he didn't expect to see Ling Qigu, well, at least Ling Qigu's corpse again in the 5 continents. Perhaps all of this was fated by the heavens. There was some noise behind him. Yan Tianan turned his head quickly and saw Lin Xuanji open his eyes and try to sit up. Yan Tianan's throat tightened. He hurriedly got up from the ground and flew to Lin Xuanji's side, holding his shoulders and arms to help him sit up more easily. Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan. How long have I been in a coma? Yan Tianan said, it's been a whole month. Lin Xuanji frowned. That long? Yan Tianan nodded. It's all my fault. My cultivation wasn't high enough. It took me an entire month to refine the fateful Imbu Yang pill. If I could have refined it faster, Dage wouldn't have suffered so much. Lin Xuanji seemed to be in a trance. Subconsciously, He reached out to touch Yan Tianan's face and said with a smile, "You can refine the fateful Imbu Yong pill in a month." Ah Hen is already very incredible. Yan Tianan subconsciously leaned back and avoided Lin Xuanji's touch. Lin Xuanji's fingers paused midair, and he realized that the relationship between him and Yan Tianan right now was no longer the same as before. Lin Xuanji supported his forehead with his palm for a moment, then asked, "Who exactly is that woman? Her skills are beyond the 5 continents' abilities." Feng Jingyu came over and answered, "Her name is Yu Suhua. She is the leader of the Royal Heavenly Capital's White Crow Guards. She's only good at killing officials all year round. However, I didn't expect that Yan Zizhang could bear to send her down to the lower realm to deal with you." Yan Tianan had a "so that's how it is" expression, and then he asked in confusion, "I often hear you mention the 3rd and 7th successors, but where are the first 2 successors?" Feng Jingyu's eyes took a look at Yan Tianan's face, then turned to Lin Xuanji. "Yan Tianan, it's not what he thinks, is it?" Yan Tianan widened his eyes and pointed to the tip of his nose. "Me?" Feng Jingyu gave 2 humps. "Yes, you're the 2nd heir, and your succession rank was only revealed on the star chart when you were found to have divine devil blood. How can the Yan family let you, a person with impure blood, have such a high rank of succession? This was also part of the reason why they sent out orders for you to be killed." Yan Tianan said with consternation, "But I don't remember anything." Feng Jingyu nodded. "That's extremely normal. The years when Yu Ming took you along as he escaped pursuit obviously wouldn't be a good memory. Therefore, when Yan Zhonghua sealed the divine devil blood in your body, he also sealed your memory." Yan Tianan couldn't help clicking his tongue, as though he could no longer stand this. "Even less needs to be said about your age." Feng Jingyu chuckled and continued, "Long before you were born, the eldest son of the Zan clan was predicted to have the innate fate of a supreme emperor. If the first-ranked successor isn't him, then I'll write my name backwards." However, Lin Xuanji was indifferent. What use does this order of succession have? Yan Zhonghua was the first-ranked heir in the past, but in the end, he couldn't even protect his son. It can be seen that this order is also irrelevant. Feng Jingyu shook his head. "It's hard to predict the mysteries of heaven, but as far as I know, when Yan Zhonghua was a teenager, a national advisor divined his fate and warned him that there would be a catastrophe in his life. The solution was that he must not leave the mountain within 3 years. Yan Zhonghua didn't listen. He left the mountain and met demon venerable Yu Ming in the same year, after which Yu Ming clung to him and pestered him. Look at these worldly affairs that come and go, nothing is permanent." Yan Tianan sighed for a moment, then asked Lin Xuanji, "How do you feel?" Lin Xuanji clenched his fist. "It's a blessing in disguise. I've counteracted the fire and thunder poison from the Great Reversal Palm. Now I should have a certain resistance to the Great Reversal Palm. Moreover, my body is now immune to many toxins." Pleasant surprise flashed through Yan Tianan's eyes. "That's good." Lin Xuanji looked at Yan Tianan with gentle eyes. "Ah Hen, do you want to talk about us?" Yan Tianan's eyes didn't avoid his gaze, nor did they have the obvious anger and resentment from before. He looked at Lin Xuanji calmly, and there was no longer any trace of turbulent wind and rain within his gaze. "Dage, I've given it much thought, and I somewhat understand what you said before. You mentioned that apart from the relationship between Dao companions, we're still brothers, friends, and family. I cannot deny that. When I saw you hurt, I felt so uncomfortable that I couldn't sleep, worrying about what will happen to you. That's why I don't want to remain angry anymore. You will continue to be my Dage, and I will continue to be your deity. We won't talk about our previous life's matters, and we won't talk about our relationship before today, okay?" So Yan Tianan still had some grudge against him buried deep in his heart. Lin Xuanji could only sigh heavily in his heart. However, it was already a miracle that Ah Hen was so tolerant. What more could he ask for? Lin Xuanji nodded and agreed, "Everything is up to you." Yan Tianan smiled, but soon went back to his grave expression. "Hiding here is not a long-term solution. How can we avoid Yu Suhua's pursuit?" Lin Xuanji looked at the frightening cliff outside the cave and his eyes sank slightly. "If we're no match for them, we will have to seek external assistance." His sight fell on Feng Jingyu. Feng Jingyu shrugged. "Fine, I knew I couldn't escape the fate of being your slave. Are you guys planning to find esteemed Lan Yu? And also my master?" Yan Tianan added. "Forget your master," Feng Jingyu said with a look of disgust. "He's nothing more than a fellow who sleeps inside his bamboo house all day long while planting some spiritual herbs when he's bored." What kind of fighting power can such a guy have? Yan Tianan kindly enlightened him. He actually has another name, he's also called Yu Ming. That face of his right now is probably fake. Feng Jingyu. What? The phoenix's screech sounded like thunder, resounding through the mountains and forests. Yu Ming and esteemed Lan Yu had been wandering in the small town near Thousand Stars Island for a long time. They had already encountered Yin Xinghan and the leaders of the Black and White Crow Guards countless times. Yu Ming wanted to do something about them several times, but esteemed Lan Yu stopped him. The 5 continents won't be able to survive if you guys fought. Esteemed Lan Yu said, after much difficulty, the 5 continents barrier has just started to loosen. If you guys fight here, the Great Demon Sealing Array will definitely be affected. If you change the structure of the barrier, it won't be suitable for occupation again for a year or 2. If a peak Profound Realm Return Origin Stage Cultivator attacked and killed a person who had just advanced to the Profound Realm, it wouldn't have much impact on a small world. However, if 2 powerhouses at the peak of Profound Realms Return Origin Stage fought each other to the death, then it would be a calamity for the small world. Because of this, the small world's Profound Realm Return Origin Stage cultivators had an agreement not to kill each other in the small world. Therefore, even if 2 Return Origin Stage powerhouses had a great feud, they still wouldn't casually fight with each other. They would only fight by proxy and sacrifice the people around them. Obviously, the people on Yin Xinghan's side also knew this. Although they had met Yu Ming many times, they merely provoked him but didn't intend to fight him seriously. After all, these people from the 9 lands wouldn't want to stay in such a poor realm like the 5 continents for a long time. Yu Ming and Yin Xinghan rushed to see who could find Lin Xuanji first. On this day, Yu Ming was looking for the Great Demon Sealing Array's entrance among the tens of thousands of islands in the Milky Way Sea. At this time, a fluffy gray bird flew in from the window and suddenly scattered the divination board that Yu Ming had set up with great difficulty. Before Yu Ming had time to explode, he saw that bird suddenly turn into a tall man. The man's clothes were extremely flashy and flamboyant. The red robe had a phoenix tail embroidered with golden thread. It looked complicated and dignified, with an immensely imposing aura. Feng Jingyu. Yu Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the man in front of him. Chapter 462. 2 Sides Meeting edited by Aya and NZ Rose. Feng Jingyu grabbed Yu Ming's arm and spoke with a low growl. Yu Ming, what the hell are you doing here? And you've even exposed your identity. Yu Ming was startled at first, but after that, he fell into a deeper fright. Aren't you the black chicken staying by Ah Hen's side? Bitch, since when did phoenixes look so stupid? Feng Jingyu exploded in anger. Who are you calling stupid? Who said that phoenixes should look that beautiful as soon as they hatch? No, this doesn't seem to be the crux of the matter. Fortunately, Yu Ming's brain hadn't stopped working yet. He suddenly realized something. How did you know that I'm Yu Ming? I haven't exposed anything in front of you at all. Feng Jingyu rolled his eyes at Yu Ming. Your identity was already exposed to your son a long time ago. Yan Tianan also knows that I have a good relationship with you, so he kept it from me all this time. If not for the fact that they're currently in a desperate situation, I'm afraid that he would have continued to keep us in the dark. Yu Ming was frightened. He was in a trance for a long time, then murmured, when did Ah Hen find out that I'm his dad? He left so quietly. It must be because he doesn't want to acknowledge me as his dad. I also didn't mean to abandon Ah Hen back then. Everything is his ruthless father's fault. This won't do, I have to find Ah Hen. When Feng Jingyu saw that Yu Ming looked slightly unstable and crazed, he couldn't help but sigh as he supported his forehead with his hand. Calm down. I came here to tell you about Ah Hen's whereabouts. Now that Yu Suhua is here when I haven't recovered my cultivation yet, I'm definitely no match for this woman. If they want to successfully reach Thousand Stars Island, they must rely on you and esteemed Lan Yu for help. Yu Ming also gradually regained his sanity, and his eyes sank. Not just Yu Suhua, even Lord Shuibi came here. Feng Jingyu was shocked. Ying Shuibi. Yu Ming nodded. That's him. Then, does he know that Xuanji is Zan Wushi's son? I don't think he knows that yet. Yu Ming sneered. Ying Shuibi hates the Zan family to death. If he knew that Lin Xuanji was the son of Zan Wush and the then Lord Guangling, how could he still have the peace of mind to wait for Lin Xuanji to deliver himself to Ying Shuibi's door? He definitely would have run around trying to take revenge on Lin Xuanji a long time ago. Feng Jingyu calmed down and remarked, Yan Zizhong actually didn't tell Lord Shuibi and Yu Suhua such important information. This doesn't seem like him. Yu Ming sat on the chair as he crossed one leg over the other without any decorum. He blinked at Feng Jingyu. Yan Zizhong fears that original prophecy the most. Not only is he, himself was afraid, but he's also afraid of others finding out. Unless he has no choice, Yan Zizhong will certainly try to keep this secret. The fewer people who know about this, the more secure and legitimate his authority will be. Feng Jingyu slowly said, this coincides with our intentions. They also hoped that Lin Xuanji's identity would be exposed as late as possible. The later that people find out, the fewer people who will pursue him now, and the safer he'll be. Yu Ming looked at Feng Jingyu deeply for some time. Jingyu, I won't ask why you look like this right now, nor will I ask what exactly is going on between you and Ling Chigu. I only want to ask you, if one day you return to the Nine Lands, who will you support? Feng Jingyu answered with a solemn expression, do you still not understand what kind of person I am? The only reason I helped Yan Weijun back then was to take some burden off Ling Chigu's shoulders, and I also didn't happen to have anyone to support. Now that the rightful first-ranked heir has appeared, how can I not know whom to choose? No, Feng Jingyu frowned. I've always thought of Ah Hen as the empress, but you're telling me that you want him to be the emperor. Fuck your uncle. The two looked at each other for a moment, then all of a sudden, both of them laughed. Yu Ming pushed aside the scattered chess pieces and stood up. Where are they now? I'll pick them up right away. Yu Ming took Feng Jingyu, who had transformed into a young bird, and quickly flew towards that mountain peak. After a short while, they went through the dense fog and found Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, who were waiting for assistance in the cave. When Yu Ming saw Ling Chigu standing to the side, he couldn't help casting a few more glances at him. Seeing Yu Ming again, Yan Tianan's state of mind changed greatly. He said with a smile, Master, you came quickly. Yu Ming had so many things he wanted to say but suddenly choked back his words. However, it was better not to think too much about matters right now. Yu Ming sighed. There are a lot of things we need to discuss, but now is not the time. When we see Senior Marshal Brother, we can clear up everything at once. This was also Lin Xuanji's intention, so he nodded. We've troubled Marshal Uncle to make a deliberate trip here. No problem. Yu Ming threw a silver pendant to Yan Tianan. Instructed, wear it on your neck. The demonic chi on your body is too obvious, and it'll attract many demonic beasts while on the road. You have to learn to restrain it a little. Yan Tianan nodded and obediently wore the pendant around his neck. As soon as he wore it, his entire aura changed. Even Yan Tianan himself couldn't sense that he was a divine devil anymore. What's this? Yan Tianan curiously looked at the silver stone. Yu Ming explained, it's a good item specifically used to disguise as humans. I've been wearing it for decades, and nobody found out about my identity. Yan Tianan couldn't help clicking his tongue in wonder. Yu Ming had a lot of magic treasures on him, and he also possessed many means of transportation. He released a boat made of unknown wood shaped like a small hawk. They sat on the sunken-in back of the kite boat and flew south. They were idle and bored on the road, so Yu Ming took out a lot of powder from his storage ring and worked on everyone's faces for a while, adjusting their appearances to avoid drawing attention. A few hours later, they arrived at the small fishing village currently occupied by cultivators. As the opening date of the Great Demon Sealing Array drew near, there were more and more cultivators rushing to the small fishing village from all over the 5 continents. The originally quiet and peaceful small fishing village had now become very noisy. When Lin Xuanji and the others arrived, they happened to meet 2 groups of cultivators who had fought each other at the entrance of the village just now. The corpses on the ground hadn't even been taken away yet. Feng Jingyu also transformed into his human appearance. As he swept a glance at his surroundings, he commented, the Great Demon Sealing Array hadn't even opened yet, but they've already started fighting. Yu Ming looked on with cold eyes. Human nature is greedy. The 4 directions seal is inside the Great Demon Sealing Array. Naturally, everyone wants a share of the pie. Many people deliberately sabotaged relations between these cultivators, waiting to fish more easily in troubled waters. However, how can it be so easy to find the Great Demon Sealing Array? Yan Tianan frowned. When we went to the Myriad Beasts demonic forest to hunt for treasure, we were only able to enter the array by accident. We also tried very hard to break through Twin Moon City's dilemma. Who knows how difficult it'll be to find this southern Great Demon Sealing Array? Yu Ming looked at Yan Tianan, and his gaze became much gentler. I heard that the Golden Cicada King is in your hands. Sha Xiaochen, who hadn't dared to show himself and had hidden in Yan Tianan's clothes ever since he first saw Yu Ming, moved only now. He peeked out his head and shook the two antennae on his head. Yu Ming couldn't help clicking his tongue. He reached out his hand and pulled out the golden cicada king. This little thing is a treasure. You guys are extremely lucky. I'm afraid it won't be too difficult to find the magic treasures in the mysterious lands. Sha Xiaoqian didn't dare to move at all in fear that this man with an oppressive and powerful aura would pinch him to death in a moment of carelessness. Yu Ming thought it was fun, so he shook Sha Xiaoqian again. Yan Tianan couldn't bear to watch anymore. Master, don't bully Xiaoqian. If you frighten him to death, you'll never find a second golden cicada king. Yu Ming threw Sha Xiaoqian back to Yan Tianan, and Sha Xiaoqian burrowed into Yan Tianan's clothes, never showing his head again. Yan Tianan had a better level of understanding regarding Yu Ming's nasty temperament, and he couldn't help feeling a little headache. After entering the small fishing village, Yu Ming took them to the house that he'd bought. After walking a few steps, they saw esteemed Lan Yu standing on the side. Master, Lin Xuanji called out. Esteemed Lan Yu said with a cold expression, aren't you very capable? Didn't you disdain relying on other people's help for anything? What are you doing, coming back? Lin Xuanji knew that he was angry that he insisted on leaving without saying goodbye. At this time, he had to bow down and admit his mistake. I was too self-righteous and caused so much trouble to Master for no reason. I still hope that Master will forgive me. Yan Tianan mumbled, Martial uncle, I was the one who gave Dage this idea. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Esteemed Lan Yu glanced at Yu Ming, who had an unsightly expression beside him and looked like he wanted to say something, and decided to end this topic. Esteemed Lan Yu spoke, no need to say these useless words. I don't need to tell you what the current situation is. Since you've suffered hardships outside, the fact that you knew to come back for help proves that you're not completely stupid. In fact, Lin Xuanji also felt quite helpless. He had properly calculated everything when he left, behaving in a low-key manner while acting in a high-profile manner. He took away the magic treasure before those people could. His plans were very detailed, and he'd even thought out the escape routes. However, human calculation couldn't compare with heaven's calculation. How could he know that Ah Hen would suddenly break half of the seal on his body and unlock half of his demonic bloodline? As a result, the difficulty greatly increased, not to mention that the upper realm also sent two powerful killers. Lin Xuanji's face was full of embarrassment. Yu Ming came forward and said with some dissatisfaction, Senior Martial Brother, I didn't bring them here to be lectured by you. I can't lecture your son, but don't tell me that I can't even lecture my disciple. Esteemed Lan Yu asked. Yu Ming suddenly became nervous and quickly glanced at Yan Tianan. Elder Martial Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of dumb riddles are you playing at this time? I think Ah Hen has already seen through your identity, but he just didn't expose you yet because he wanted to give you face. Yan Tianan rubbed his chin and blinked at Yu Ming, looking innocent. Yu Ming's heart skipped a beat. About the events back then, This is not the time to talk about these matters, esteemed Lan Yu interrupted Yu Ming ruthlessly. Let's go inside first. Yu Ming made a face at esteemed Lan Yu's back. When he looked at Yan Tianan again, Yan Tianan had already turned away as he followed Lin Xuanji and esteemed Lan Yu and walked inside. Feng Jingyu patted Yu Ming on the shoulder and cast him a sympathetic gaze. Zaki. I know, yeah. The all-powerful divine devil venerable Yu Ming, when faced with his son, became a chicken. Zaki. Speaking of chickens, this one cracks me up. I've always thought of Ah Hen as the empress, but you're telling me that you want him to be the emperor. I just love FJY unguarded mouth he. Chapter 463. The Northern Seal. Esteemed Lan Yu had never liked to waste time with useless words. He went right to the point. Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi have rare treasures on them, and they also have high cultivation bases. If we truly fight, only Yu Ming will be a match for them. So try to avoid a direct confrontation with them unless it's an act of last resort. Feng Jingyu looked at esteemed Lan Yu in surprise and asked, Kongsang, isn't your cultivation level better than Ying Shuibi's? Esteemed Lan Yu answered indifferently, my body and soul were too damaged in the past, so my cultivation base has been stagnant for a long time and I have not recovered yet. I certainly can't compare with the Black and White Crow guards, these killing gods who deal with dead people all day long. What about you? When will you recover your cultivation? Feng Jingyu looked like he had a long story to tell as well. If I want to recover, I can recover overnight. But if I recover here, I'm afraid the whole 5 continents will be in chaos. I have to go back to the 9 lands before I dare to recover. After understanding the meaning of his words, esteemed Lan Yu said, then you'd better take your time. It's enough to stay as a bird for the time being. Feng Jingyu. Lin Xuanji pondered for a moment and then suggested, if Yin Xinghan can call external assistance, why can't we? I think Martial Uncle and Master also have many old friends in the upper realm. I have pondered over the voice transmission talismans that can be used across the worlds these days, and I think I can refine them. Esteemed Lan Yu looked at Lin Xuanji with deep meaning as he replied, your father is probably the only one in the 9 lands willing to directly oppose Yan Zizhong. However, I have no influence in front of him. Why don't you try it? Forget it. Yu Ming sighed and spoke with a bit of bitterness. I found when I have a need for people, I have nobody whom I can use. My network is actually this bad. Esteemed Lan Yu glanced at him. It's good that you know this in your heart. Who told you to bully others by relying on your high cultivation and a strong backer? Yu Ming glared angrily at esteemed Lan Yu for a moment. Elder martial brother. Say, if I ask him, will he come to the 5 continents to help me? Esteemed Lan Yu replied flatly, he is such an upright gentleman. If you're in trouble, he will definitely be willing to sacrifice his life to save you. Then I better not look for him. Esteemed Lan Yu glanced at him without responding. Yu Suhua snorted when she saw this, then smiled and stretched out her finger and scratched Ku Buyi's chin. She said frivolously, why are you so nervous? I won't do anything bad to your master. I just want to talk to him about something. Ku Buyi's expression didn't change, but he retreated a few steps while fixing Yu Suhua with a death stare. Although Ying Xinghan had a bad temper, he could still distinguish what people he couldn't afford to provoke. These two were popular in Yan Zizhong's eyes and were also his colleagues, so they were considered acquaintances. Naturally, he wouldn't bother arguing over such a small matter. Yin Xinghan glanced at Yu Suhua. Buyi is introverted, you shouldn't tease him. Yu Suhua took back her hand and spoke, Master Shenji, Master sent me and Lord Shuibi to the lower realm to help you without another word. Back then, we only knew that you had found the son of King Yi and Demon Venerable Yu Ming, but we didn't know that there were so many incredible people hiding in this small 5 continents. For example, Yin Xinghan asked, what kind of rumors have you heard now? Lord Shuibi was not tall, he still looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy, but he had an extremely gloomy face. He walked to Yin Xinghan and raised his eyelids to look at him. I just want to know who is the Lin Xuanji drawn on that wanted portrait. In the end, Lin Xuanji's face still brought disaster. Yin Xinghan curled his lips. You really have great observation skills. You actually noticed Lin Xuanji. It's hard for him not to be noticed. Yu Suhua smiled charmingly. With that kind of appearance, my heart tickled when I fought with him that day. I can't wait to see him a few more times. Ying Shuibi said coldly, his face looks very similar to my enemy's. Don't tell me that Master Shenji couldn't divine his true identity. Yin Xinghan tilted his head dismissively. If you already know the answer to this kind of thing, why bother asking me? A few years ago, you placed hundreds of scarlet kill orders on behalf of Master, casting a wide net in various small worlds to hunt down Lin Zan, or Lin Guangling. How can you not know why Master wanted to hunt him down? Yin Xinghan didn't know that day, but now he had the benefit of hindsight. Naturally, he held a grudge in his heart. Lord Shuibi said frankly, Master just thought that the fewer people knew about this matter, the better. Yin Xinghan nodded. The same words, the same reason. You don't have to ask me anything. Lord Shuibi's complexion sank, but he also stopped blaming Yin Xinghan for not telling Lin Xuanji's identity. Is Lin Xuanji really Zan Wushi's son? You'll know just by looking at that face. I must kill him. Lord Shuibi revealed a fierce killing intent. Yu Suhua laughed. Why would Lord Shuibi destroy the pretty flowers so fiercely? Why don't I capture him and love him well, then kill him? If Zan Wush knew that his son had become a chunk of meat for my exclusive consumption, he would feel even worse than if he found out that his son had died. Ying Shuibi disagreed, cut the grass at its roots to avoid future troubles. Yin Xinghan thought secretly, it seems that although Lord Shuibi and Yu Suhua know Lin Xuanji's identity now, they still don't know the secret prophecy from back then. However, since they have a strong intention to kill Lin Xuanji, there's no need to let them know about the prophecy, so as not to create complications. Yin Xinghan changed the subject. The urgent task right now is not how to handle Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, but to fight for the Four Directions seal on Thousand Stars Island. Yu Suhua was unconcerned. If I deal with Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji, the Jade Cicada King will belong to me. After that, finding those magic treasures will naturally come easily. Yin Xinghan shook his head. I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Since esteemed Yu has been confirmed to be Demon Venerable Yu Ming, plus Yin Kongsang's current cultivation base is unfathomable. What's more, the West Phoenix Monarch also stood on Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan's side, and I'm afraid he would be even more difficult to deal with. Yu Suhua couldn't help laughing. Is it possible that Master Shenji is befuddled? Our goal is only to kill Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji. As for Yin Kongsang and Yu Ming, we'll wait until they've returned to the Nine Lands to deal with them. You don't have to be afraid of the West Phoenix Monarch at all. With his temperament, if his cultivation was truly still there, I'm afraid you would have been a corpse long ago. Lord Shweeby also nodded. Even if phoenixes can be reborn from the ashes, it is not without cost. You shouldn't worry about him. You two are confident, Yin Xinghan remarked. Naturally, Yu Suhua said, in 1 month's time, the barrier to the South Continent's Great Demon Sealing Array will open. Before that, we must find the Jade Cicada King. Yin Xinghan was full of confidence. If you want to find the Jade Cicada King, you only need to wait here for the rabbit to run into the tree stump, but when the rabbit comes, whether or not we can catch the rabbit depends on the two of you. Lord Shweeby said coldly, as long as a certain someone doesn't show mercy because she was bewitched by beauty, everything will be fine. Yu Suhua sneered and lightly touched her fingernails, which were dyed red. Although Yu Suhua and Lord Shweeby talked about this like it wasn't a big deal, it wasn't a simple matter if they truly wanted to kill Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji had undergone Yu Ming's unique face-changing technique, plus Lin Xuanji had refined a magic treasure to conceal their auras. Additionally, Sha Xiaochen could make barriers to assist them. These factors made it difficult for others to find their position. Secondly, whenever Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji went out, there must be Yu Ming and Lan Yu following closely behind them to personally protect them, for fear of something going wrong. They refused to give their enemies an opportunity. Therefore, Yin Xinghan had never seen any trace of Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan again ever since he last saw them at the exit to Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. Yin Xinghan originally planned to dig out Yan Tianan's location through divination, but another event happened, which made him leave Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan behind in an instant. The North Continent's seal actually showed signs of loosening, and according to his observations of the celestial bodies, the magic treasure that North Continent's demon sealing array suppressed was the Heavenly Thunder Tripod. The so-called Heavenly Thunder Tripod was a treasure that was only seen during the formation of heaven and earth. It could suppress the demon clans, eliminate all evils, and could also command the thunder throughout the 9 heavens and resist lightning tribulations. It was an exceptional magic treasure that was born from nature. It was impossible for any cultivator to not be tempted. It's just that this Heavenly Thunder Tripod had already disappeared for many years, and no one thought that it would appear in the North Continent's Great Demon Sealing Array on the 5 continents. Yin Xinghan was both pleasantly surprised and worried. He also found out about this occasion accidentally. For fear of being discovered by Lin Xuanji and the others, he didn't even continue looking for them. He secretly sent Ren Bulin to the North Continent, where Ren Bulin contacted Heavenly Fire Sect and found the Heavenly Thunder Tripod, whose location was already very obvious. Because everyone's attention had been attracted by South Continent's 4-direction seal, the fewest number of people tried to snatch North Continent's Heavenly Thunder Tripod, even though its location was particularly prominent. Even the Great Demon Sealing Array had appeared on an ice lake, so the entrance was very obvious. It was half a month before esteemed Lan Yu sensed that the Heavenly Thunder Tripod had appeared 3 years earlier than he had predicted, but Yin Xinghan had already obtained the magic treasure by that time. It was too late. Esteemed Lan Yu and the others were regretful, but they also knew that it was too late for regrets. The Heavenly Thunder Tripod has fallen into Yin Xinghan's hands. Esteemed Lan Yu had a gloomy expression as he slammed the astrolabe in front of him hard, causing all the black and white stars on it to scatter. Seeing this, Yu Ming comforted, "It's merely a Heavenly Thunder Tripod. It's no big deal. We have the Twin Lotus Lamp in our hands. In a few days, maybe the 4-direction seal will also fall into our hands." Esteemed Lan Yu looked up at Yu Ming and asked, "The item I asked you to prepare, is it ready?" Yu Ming smiled. "Since I'm handling this, Elder Martial Brother can rest assured." Esteemed Lan Yu took a deep breath. We must not let the third magic treasure fall into their hands. Speaking of which, the Four Directions seal is much more important than the Heavenly Thunder tripod. I know. Yu Ming nodded, then let out a rare sigh. Chapter 464. Negotiations gone wrong. After some time, Yan Tianan knocked on the door and came in. Master, Martial Uncle, Yin Xinghan came to our door with a man and a woman and said they wanted to cooperate with us. Yu Ming raised his head, slightly stunned. How can there be such a brazen, despicable, and shameless person? Yan Tianan, in the reception hall, the atmosphere was not very good for a while. The Jade Cicada King is really amazing. He kept you hidden from my eyes for so long. Yin Xinghan smiled, but it made people uncomfortable. Lin Xuanji continued to drink tea with a mild expression, directly treating him as heir. Yu Ming walked over in a breezy manner and started speaking before he had even reached them. I smelled a terrible stench from far away and thought that something had rotted. Now that I've seen you guys, I know why. Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi turned their heads and saw Yu Ming, who had restored his original appearance. They saw him in a black robe, with his long black hair that was knee-length loosely draped behind him, as if he had just woken up from sleep. With a black ribbon and red bead on his forehead, his face was so bright and handsome that it made people feel ashamed. When they saw a Yu Ming who looked like this, Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi's complexions both changed. He had this exact appearance dressed like a black chicken when he went crazy a few years ago, coming to the royal heavenly palace to look for Yan Zonghua and turning the entire city upside down. Yu Ming was probably born for destruction. By himself, he stirred up chaos for the Yan family and caused great pandemonium in the entire city, making everyone anxious and restless. Although the consequences weren't very serious, once they remembered those days when they weren't able to sleep peacefully, Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi felt terrible. Even Lin Xuanji couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Yu Ming's appearance. In the past, he had only seen Yu Ming's disguised appearance, so this was the first time that Lin Xuanji saw his real face. His surprise was due to no other reason than the fact that this appearance was very similar to Yan Tianan's features reflected in the mirror that could show one's true appearance. Yu Suhua was the first to speak, and her voice was soft as she smiled. Demon Venerable Yu Ming is right. These stinky men don't smell very good. The smelly man Lord Shuibi cast Yu Suhua a look from the corner of his eyes. However, Yu Ming also smiled, bright and gorgeous. Even if you deliberately flatter me, I still have no good feelings for you all, just a group of scums who can only play dirty tricks behind the scenes. Yu Ming, don't go too far. Yin Xinghan's anger couldn't be restrained, and a strong pressure burst out of his body. Yan Tianan frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Yu Ming suddenly became energetic as well. What's the matter? You guys delivered yourselves right to my door. Do you want to fight? Come. Fight, fight, fight. As if this venerable is afraid of you all. Yu Suhua covered her lips and laughed a few times. As soon as Lord Shuibi opened his mouth to speak, he heard Yu Ming say, "The East Sovereign is an infatuated and single-minded person, but it's quite a pity for that delusional sister of yours. Tisk tisk, if I were her, I would have definitely already become a monk by now, accompanied only by the lamps and Buddha statues for the rest of my life, never daring to come out to see anyone again in this lifetime." Yu Ming. Yu Suhua hurriedly pressed down on Lord Shuibi's shoulder, comforting him. Don't argue with him. He's nothing more than an abandoned wife who fell out of favor. I don't see King Yi being kind to him either. Yu Ming's face became cold, and his fingers clenched so much they emitted cracking sounds. Lord Shuibi coldly glared at Yu Ming, looking as though he would start fighting in the next second. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. Esteemed Lan Yu stood by and watched coldly. When he saw that they really would start fighting unless someone stopped them, he spoke up. What are you guys here for? Is it just to argue? Naturally not. Yu Suhua smiled and let go of Lord Shuibi, who was about to be pressed into the ground by her. She was very thankful that she had no dark history for people to poke at and spoke with a smile to esteemed Lan Yu. We are here this time to discuss a matter. Spit it out. Yu Ming cut a long story short. Iya, what's Demon Venerable Yu Ming in such a hurry for? Yu Suhua said, right now, 3 of the 5 seals have been broken. To tell you the truth, we just obtained the Heavenly Thunder tripod from the North Continent not long ago, and the Twin Lotus lamp is here with you. The 4 Directions seal is about to appear. Instead of trying to kill each other and letting a third party take advantage of our situation, it's better to put down our grudges for the time being and join hands to seize the Great Demon Sealing Array first. so that other people will have no chance to snatch the treasure. After that, we will rely on our own abilities to fight it out. What do you think? After listening to her, Yu Ming didn't even think about it before refusing. This venerable doesn't think so. Yu Suhua's smile cracked a little. Then what is demon venerable Yu Ming thinking? Yu Ming gave her a contemptuous look. Do you think we're stupid? The Jade Cicada King is in our hands right now. With it, what kind of barriers or great arrays can't we find? You all just can't find the entrance, so you want to take this opportunity to fish for information from us. If we secretly went to the Great Demon Sealing Array without you, wouldn't we also be happy? Yin Xinghan also regained his composure and argued, you can't say that. The 5 continents seal can be truly broken only by gathering together all 5 magic treasures connected to the seal. If we can't cooperate right now, I'm afraid that it'll be more difficult if we choose to cooperate when that time comes. Yu Ming replied, cooperation is naturally possible. Since you came in a hurry to flatter this venerable is naturally willing to give this opportunity to my lovely grandchildren provided that the remaining magic treasures belong to us. If this major premise is not met, then we have nothing to discuss. Yu Ming, you are too petty. Yu Suhua was simply fed up with Yu Ming's disgusting temperament. You guys want 4 of the 5 magic treasures. Do you think this is possible? Yu Ming sneered, I think it's very possible. After all, no matter how powerful you all are, you're just newcomers in the 5 continents. It was just a fluke that you obtained the Heavenly Thunder tripod. From now on, even if you want a magic treasure, I'm afraid that you won't have a chance. Yin Xinghan's expression darkened completely. If that's the case, then don't regret it. Yu Ming responded, fuck off and get lost. Don't come here anymore, you'll just disgrace yourselves. Yin Xinghan left a few ruthless words and glared at Yu Ming a few times. Before leaving with the other 2 people, Lord Shuibi stared at Lin Xuanji's face for a moment and revealed a very strange sneer that people couldn't understand. That person has a grudge against my dage. Yan Tianan remembered Lord Shuibi's uncomfortable smile. Obviously he has a deep grudge. Yu Ming rejoiced in someone else's misfortune as he explained, his name is Ying Shuibi, and he has an older sister named Ying Linglin with the same father and mother. Ying Linglin had liked to pester Zhan Wush ever since she was a child and would run to the East Lands whenever she had a chance. Everyone in the 9 lands knew that Ying Linglin likes Zhan Wush. Zhan Wush's mother was also very satisfied with this prospective daughter-in-law and even personally agreed to the 2's marriage 20 years ago. Zhan Wush didn't refute it at that time, but also didn't agree to it. The Ying family took it for granted that the matter of Ying Linglin marrying into the Zhan clan was a foregone conclusion, and even had the wedding robes made for Ying Linglin. Unexpectedly, nobody knew what suddenly went wrong with Zhan Wush's brain, but when the wedding was right around the corner, he actually announced to the entire world that he already had a wife and will never marry a second person in this life. Yan Tianan couldn't help glancing at Lin Xuanji. The patriarch of the Zhan clan is quite bad. He agreed to this affair, but he actually got cold feet and regretted it. If I were Ying Linglin, I would definitely hate him to death. Yu Ming asked twice. It's not like that either. It's always a matter of power and authority. It's hard to say whether it's right or wrong. In those days, the East Sovereign was also constrained everywhere and was suppressed by both internal and external forces. Even that biological mother of his was full of crooked thoughts, which made her hard to deal with. Besides, the marriage with the Ying family was personally facilitated by his mother. The Zhan family's matriarch isn't anyone good. She was born in the Ying family, to begin with. Ever since the previous East Sovereign's death, she had always wanted to change the Zhan family's name to Ying. Her ambitions were obvious. Lin Xuanji didn't want to make any comments on the East Sovereign. He had never seen this man before and didn't know what kind of temperament he had, so naturally, he couldn't judge this person. You turned down Yin Xinghan today. Judging from his reaction, he may become furious from embarrassment, Lin Xuanji reminded Yu Ming. As if I'm afraid of him. There are still many opportunities for him to become furious from embarrassment in the future. On the other hand, you have to be especially careful about Lord Shuibi, he's extremely petty. Yan Tianan couldn't help but sigh. Before, he screamed at us and tried to kill us, but then changed his attitude at the drop of a hat and now wants to cooperate with us. Could it be possible that these people's brains are full of holes? Yu Ming smiled. Right, most people in the 9 lands have holes in their brains. They have no eternal friends, but they also don't have eternal enemies. Even if one side had killed the other's father and destroyed their entire clan, when they need to cooperate, they would still get together and laugh as if they were mentally disabled. However, I will never cooperate with them. Not to mention how Lin Xuanji was slapped by Yu Suhua's great reversal palm. Just based on the deep blood feud Feng Jingyu and Ling Chigu had with them alone, Yu Ming would never give them even a tiny bit of false pretense. Lin Xuanji nodded. The Jade Cicada King said that the entrance to the Great Demon Sealing Array will open in 3 days. When will we leave? Esteemed Lan Yu answered, there are many illusions and obstacles on Thousand Stars Island, and the vast sea is boundless. However, with the Jade Cicada King and an astrolabe as a guide, the difficulty will be much lower. We might as well leave early so we can arrive in time. Yan Tianan added, when we leave, we must leave quietly. We can't let those bad guys find out. Esteemed Lan Yu smiled. Those who live in the mountains naturally have their own tricks. They know how to lure the tiger away from the mountain, to strike the unguarded mountain, but can't we also enact, the cicada sheds its carapace, to pull a disappearing act? The next day, Lin Xuanji and the others set off in disguise. They went straight to the beach near the small fishing village. In order to prevent anyone from finding any clues, they directly hired a fisherman and a fishing boat which could resist the wind and waves. They took advantage of the large number of people going to the sea. In recent days, in order to find the South Continent's magic treasure, there were countless people who went out to the sea every day, so Lin Xuanji and the others weren't too conspicuous. As the boat left the shore, esteemed Lan Yu stood at the bow of the boat and looked towards the direction of the small fishing village for a long time. He remembered his conversation with Yu Ming a few days ago. 3 days later, you take them out to sea. I'll stay here and use the puppet arts to draw these people away. You must be joking, elder martial brother. In terms of cultivation, you're not higher than mine right now, and in terms of deduction, I think I can't compare with you. You have to do more mental work, while people like me who can only fight and can't think are suitable for this kind of physical work. Naturally, I will stay here and lead them away. It's precisely because you don't want to think too much and don't want to use your brain, that you'll suffer when you face Yin Xinghan. I have my own method to escape from their hands. What else do you have besides brute force? Elder martial brother, I won't be happy if you say that about me. Alright, it's not like I'm going to sacrifice my life. Those people still aren't enough to enter my eyes. Even if I get hurt, I absolutely won't die. I still have this confidence. Lan Yu could neither snatch anything from him nor win against him. This junior martial brother of his wasn't stupid at all, but he clearly never used his brain in the right place. After some more arguments, esteemed Lan Yu was still defeated by Yu Ming's strong resistance. This time, Lan Yu was responsible for protecting the children out at sea as they searched for the magic treasure. Zaki, these two best friends share a common look. FJY equals ugly chicken, YM equals black chicken. If they join the Marvel team, they would be called the Black Chickens, and both will be yelling Cox forever. Ha ha ha. Spank meh, hey, a cocks are chickens too, right? No pun intended. P. Chapter 465. Divine troops descend from the sky. 2 days later, the great demon sealing array let out a thread of endlessly fluctuating chi, which made Yin Xinghan, who was constantly observing the stars, catch it red-handed. Yin Xinghan clenched his fist and took a deep breath. The great demon sealing array in the West Continent is hidden behind many overlapping barriers. It is very difficult to find. We must get the Jade Cicada King before we can bypass the Thousand Stars Island and find the true location of the Great Demon Sealing Array. Yu Suhua frowned. Since the Great Demon Sealing Array is about to be opened, why did Yu Ming and those people still haven't made any movements? Is it because they have another plan? Yin Xinghan was also puzzled. He sent a lot of people to look for a Great Demon Sealing Array in advance, but there were many beasts on the sea, and there were many barriers. If the subordinates were not lost halfway through the road and couldn't find the route, then they were all thoroughly chewed by the beasts, leaving no bones behind. However, there was no movement from Lin Xuanji's side. This made Yin Xinghan speculate that they had the Jade Cicada King, and they didn't need to investigate anything in advance. Yin Xinghan summoned his subordinates who were sent to monitor Yu Ming and asked them about the recent activities of those people. 3 days ago, several of them left the house together and went to the market to sell fish, and even entered a fish shop. I was still thinking, why would they personally move together to go out to buy a fish? However, after they bought a few fish, they went back together and up to now still haven't come back out yet. Yin Xinghan's heart was tight as he asked, haven't come back out again? Not a single one. Yes, I don't know what they're secretly tinkering around in there. Yin Xinghan and Yu Suhan exchanged glances. The two of them stood up at the same time and left. During this whole journey, there was a turbulent storm in the dark. In Yin Xinghan's heart, an idea gradually took shape. What was the most powerful evil yin technique of demon venerable Yu Ming in those days? It was the imperial corpse technique. When talking about controlling corpses, he could be said to be on the same level as the technique's founder. Moreover, Yu Ming's painting skills were very powerful, including the technique of changing the faces of the dead to the living. What if Lin Xuanji and the others had already run away, leaving behind a few corpses? In this world, there would never be a lack of mass graves. A fishing rod appeared in Lord Shuibi's hand. It had a long silk thread hanging from it, and a fishhook as sharp as a beak at the bottom of the silk thread. Who knows how many people had died under his fishing rod? Those people were all his fish. When Yu Ming saw the fishing rod, he also became a bit serious. He got up and clapped his hands as he smiled. So you've even taken this thing out. It seems that you are serious. Lord Shuibi whispered in his throat, no one dares make fun of me like this. Yu Ming clicked his tongue and added fuel to the fire. Actually, there are people who dare to tease your wishfully thinking older sister like this. You're courting death. Lord Shuibi flew completely into a rage. The fishhook advanced toward Yu Ming's neck. The fishhook produced a serene remote blue gloss and was extremely fast. If your cultivation was not up to standard, you wouldn't even be able to sense how the hook got before your eyes, and your neck would have been hooked down before then. Yu Ming rushed out to the roof as soon as he lifted his foot, striking out with his palm. Although it looked easy, he actually broke out in a cold sweat. After a few years of not meeting, Lord Shuibi's angling speed turned out to be many times faster. This was what Lord Shuibi cultivated, the method of assassination. This fishhook as thin as silk and as fast as lightning was indeed an excellent assassination device. It was impossible to defend against it effectively. Yu Ming was on the alert. In the flash of an eye, he had already started exchanging blows with Lord Shuibi 100 times. If it was 20 years ago, Lord Shuibi was absolutely not a match for Yu Ming, but then Yu Ming had a chi deviation while cultivating, and his cultivation realm fell. In addition, his body suffered badly over the years, and it didn't take long for it to seem slightly exhausted. The two men had fought to a standstill, and neither could get ahead over the other. But no one showed any signs of fatigue. Yu Ming wanted to delay these people for some more time, so he fought while retreating in the direction of the coast. He concentrated on dealing with Lord Shuibi, while Yin Xinghan and Yu Suhua attacked him from behind. Yu Suhua sent came palm after palm towards Yu Ming's back. With a wave of his sleeve, Yu Ming slashed out a black fog cover, which blocked all these palm strikes. Tire him out, then kill him. Yin Xinghan had been deceived, so his killing intent was very high. His face was ashen. At this point he found that apart from Yu Ming, the others had completely left, so he was afraid by this time, other than Yu Ming, they would have already reached the seal. Since they were incapable of immediately taking the four-direction seal, they would settle for the next best, and discuss after dispatching Yu Ming first. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds were overwhelming, and the entire mountain was cut flat. Yu Ming had never fought to his heart's content for a long time. The murderous intent and demonic nature in his heart, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, was nearly excited by these people. He resisted the impulse of turning his eyes red into demonic transformation, out of fear that he would start killing indiscriminately if he was not careful. He didn't want to become a lunatic. He didn't want to become an unfeeling lunatic who forgot all about the past. But these people were pursuing him step by step after him, unwilling to let him go. Yu Ming was distracted. His left arm was hooked by the hook. A piece of flesh was hooked down. His heart ached with pain. His right leg was also hooked, and the hook went deep into the bone, as if trying to break his leg. Yu Ming shouted. A black fire sharply cleaved off the transparent silk thread, and saved his leg, but the hook was as thick as 2 fingers and pierced his thigh bone and passed through. Yu Ming bit the tip of his tongue, keeping himself conscious, but his eyes had turned blood red. He didn't want to kill anyone, but someone insisted on taking his life. The smell of blood aroused the consciousness of Yu Ming's demon side deep in his heart. He pulled out his life origin weapon from his sea of knowledge, a crescent-shaped blade. In a single attack, he nearly cut Yu Suhua, who was ambushing him from behind, in half. Yu Suhua looked startled. She retreated toward the back, clutching her abdomen, and took a few pills to speed up healing. 2 against 1 had this advantage. If one was injured, the other could still fight, so that the injured one had time to heal and wrap up the injury, but in contrast, Yu Ming was somewhat at a disadvantage. He didn't dare stop, he couldn't stop, although he was certain that he wouldn't die here, he also didn't want to let himself sustain too many injuries. Thousands of hooks rushed towards Yu Ming, and Yu Ming transformed his curved blade into thousands of illusory ones. They flew towards the fishhooks, making swishing and crisp sounds when they collided and cut all the fishing wires. The main part of the fishhook came towards Yu Ming's front with a fateful force. Yu Ming hit this fishhook with his curved blade, which contained black flames and made the hook fly out. Yu Ming suddenly screamed. The hook in his leg bone swelled a few fractions and made his bone marrow ache. With this falter, the fishhook was almost at his eyes. Yu Ming thought of nothing at this moment, and yet, he thought a lot. He thought of his son who still hadn't acknowledged him as father, and the man who wasn't willing to forgive him, no matter what, throughout the years. A cold glint flashed through Yu Ming's red pupils. Perhaps this pair of eyes could no longer be saved, but someone who had cultivated to this realm didn't need eyes to see the world. If this hook went into his eyes, he was confident that he could make Lord Shuibi pay a more painful price. A delicate scent came with the wind. Among the thick stench of blood, it was particularly unique. Yu Ming fell into a trance for an instant. He wondered if he was seeing an illusion, then saw a crackle. A white, flawless, slender, well-proportioned hand, at a distance of only half an inch from his eyes, caught the magnificent fishhook between two fingers, as though picking a flower. All was silent. People were fickle and unpredictable. Yu Ming looked at the man who appeared in front of him with confusion and disbelief. His mouth trembled a little, but he was unable to say anything. Yan Zhonghua, Yu Suhua cried out in horror. Without even thinking about it, she directly took out a magic treasure and used it, frantically trying to escape towards the horizon. Unexpectedly, she had abandoned even her own companions. Yin Xinghan's complexion was as pale as snow. Just as he was taking a few steps back, someone pressed down on his shoulder. Laplace, I wonder what kind of scent can be delicate but be smellable over blood. Zaki, husband to the rescue. This is becoming more and more exciting. I'm looking forward to YM's sets of blaming page need to cover my ears cuz I'm sure Sarah will be screaming non-stop again. Chapter 466, Heavenly Thunder Tripod Pod edited by Aya and Rose. Yu Ming screamed. His misery was not inferior to Lord Shuibi, whose hand had just been cut off. His tears suddenly came, and the terrible pain made him swear, Yan Zhonghua, you son of a bitch, fuck your ancestors 18 generations back, ow ow ow. It hurts so much. Ow ow ow. MMPH. The spicy medicinal pill was stuffed into Yu Ming's mouth, and took the chance while he was screaming to slip down his throat to his belly. Yu Ming stared at Yan Zhonghua in panic. What did you give me? Yan Zhonghua replied, poison that rots the intestines. Yu Ming, in fact, this poison doesn't exist, and it will not exist in his entire life. The medicinal pill took effect immediately. First, the pain gradually lessened, then the blood stopped flowing out, and the wound gradually healed from the inside area out at a perceptible speed. In a short time, the skin and bones had been restored to normal. If it wasn't for the bloody hole on the robe, it would be absolutely impossible to see that there had been a frightening injury. Yu Ming was still sobbing with his face buried in his hands, and when he felt that his legs could move, he squatted on the ground and cried, like a child who had been greatly wronged. Yan Zhonghua was originally looking on coldly, but after a quarter of an hour, Yu Ming was still crying sadly without any change in his posture. Yan Zhonghua's calm, impassive face finally showed a somewhat unbearable and helpless expression. Compared to other injuries that Yu Ming had received in the past, the injury just now simply wasn't worth mentioning. Clearly, there were other reasons for him to cry so miserably. Yin Xingli stood not far away, watching this scene as if it was a play. He took out a pipe and used the handle to knock on Yin Xinghan's head, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. To think that demon venerable Yu Ming still has this side to him, it's really very rare, very rare. In theory, he and Yin Xingli should be equal in terms of cultivation, but who knew what deadly magical treasure Yin Xingli had in his hands? It tied him up firmly, and he could not move. He rolled his eyes, secretly scolding the two people for being unkind and dishonest while thinking of a safe way to escape. As he thought that, Yu Ming looked up and stared at Yan Zhonghua with bloodshot eyes as he spoke maliciously, who let you help me? I'm not the only fish in the sea. Why do you care about what I do? I thought you didn't even want to see me. Who wants your stupid good intentions? Yan Zhonghua frowned slightly. After so many years, how come your temper hasn't changed a fraction? My temper won't change for my entire life. Yu Ming stood up, sucked in his nose, and wiped his eyes. You should have already known that. Yin Xinghan had never suffered such humiliation before. He glared at Yu Ming with clear and fierce eyes and spat a mouthful of blood. Yu Ming, fortunes rise and fall. You should be careful not to fall into my hands. Yu Ming smiled coldly as he pinched Yin Xinghan's chin. Fortunes rise and fall. To kill the weeds, it's important to eliminate the roots. Thanks for reminding me that today I must smash your bones to powder and scatter your soul so that you won't even have the opportunity to rise back up again. Yin Xinghan was scared by the dense murderous intent in Yu Ming's eyes. He spoke in a trembling voice, "Don't forget, I am a person standing next to the crown prince of the Qianyuan dynasty. If you dare to kill me, be careful that the crown prince will never let you or King Yi off in the future." Yu Ming narrowed his eyes and didn't answer the words for a while. He seemed to be weighing something. When Yin Xinghan saw it, he thought that the statement worked, and he hardened his courage and said, "It can't be that you want to provoke the crown prince's authority and have a treasonous heart. The Black and White Crow Guard's leaders are seriously hurt, which is already your fault. If His Royal Highness knew about this matter, he surely will get to the bottom of it and find you guys responsible. If you stop in time and send me back respectfully, we will forget about this matter, and it's not impossible for me to act as if nothing had happened." It wasn't that Yin Xinghan had no fear, but when you beat a dog, you have to look at its master first. Being Yan Zizhong's right-hand man, he held a lot of authority and had a high position in Yan Zizhong's mind. These days, Yan Zizhong was precisely the person who obeyed only one person and reigned over 10,000 people. As long as the emperor didn't leave secluded cultivation, he represented the highest-ranking person. All living beings in the 9 lands had to obey his commands. If word got out that someone dared to casually attack his subordinates, that would be the crime of treason, which was punishable by death. If Yan Zizhong wanted to use this as a reason to order a kill order, it would be within reason, and nobody would be able to object. Moreover, anyone can kill me, but only King Yi Yan Zonghua cannot. The more Yin Xinghan thought, the more clear his thoughts became. He couldn't help feeling smug, narrowing his eyes at Yan Zonghua. You are a man of sin, leaving the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital without authorization. This has already broken the rules and left a weak spot that your enemies can exploit. If you kill me today, on top of that, even within the 9 lands, there will be no place for you anymore. Your Highness King Yi, back then, His Royal Highness only spared your life because you shared a blood relationship with him, and he was unwilling to raise a hand against his siblings, but if you don't know your position today and go the wrong way, it's unclear what will happen next. Yu Ming swung a fist at Yin Xinghan again, directly knocking out a few teeth. He grabbed the front of Yin Xinghan's clothes and his smile was colder than ice and snow, just like a devil crawling out of hell. You seem to have mistaken something. I am me, he is him, and his future has nothing to do with me. Today, he is not going to kill you, but I am going to kill you. If you have something to say, tell it to Yan Zizhong again when you go to the underworld. When he was done speaking, Yu Ming directly clawed Yin Xinghan's heart out. He squeezed hard and directly crushed the beating heart, killing the person and seizing the soul. This series of behaviors Yu Ming did was done cleanly and without hesitation. Although it was difficult for him to kill Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi, and it would also lead to a turmoil in heaven and earth, killing a trapped Yin Xinghan was different. Yin Xinghan's soul wanted to run away, but Yu Ming restrained it in one move and completely scattered it, so that he couldn't even enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yin Xingli couldn't help saying, "Demon Venerable Yu Ming is really domineering." Yu Ming's hands were full of flesh and blood. He gently shook them and applied a cleaning spell, and his body became as clean as ever. He couldn't see any color of blood, and even the smell faded. Yu Ming turned and looked at Yan Zonghua, cocked his head at him. "I've caused you trouble again. All of a sudden, I'm afraid you will be singled out by Yan Zizhong. Even if you go back to 9 lands in the future, life will not be easy." Yan Zonghua, however, replied very calmly, "If he's killed, then he's killed. After all, this isn't the first time you've caused me trouble. It's nothing more than one more trouble, I can still tolerate it." Sighing deeply, Yu Ming took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the right hand he just got dirty. Then again, how can King Yi personally come here? Yin Xingli answered, "The 5 continents seal, the 5 continents magic treasures, as well as Lin Xuanji and Yan Tian, and any one of these is enough to make people feel tempted." When the East Sovereign found out about this matter, he naturally sent someone here to oppose Yan Zizhong. Yu Ming sent a disdainful look and grumpily said, "What this venerable means is, why didn't your East Sovereign come in person but let King Yi come with you? Does he want King Yi to become a target in his stead? Your East Sovereign is really good at scheming." As thick-skinned as Yin Xingli was, when asked so directly, he was still slightly embarrassed. He used force to shake his fan and kept a strained smile on his face. If it was possible, the East Sovereign is naturally willing to come in person. It's just that the East Sovereign can't leave the East lands easily. As for why, as a mere subordinate, I can't say the reason. What reason? It's just because he's a cunning old fox. Yu Ming was not polite at all when speaking ill of Zhan Wush. Yin Xingli let Yu Ming say whatever he wanted. He knew that Yu Ming was a madman who shouldn't be provoked, so he smiled and nodded without a word. Yu Ming suddenly felt it was meaningless. He walked over and angrily kicked Yin Xinghan's corpse twice, and even took a look at his storage ring. This one look was critical. Besides many gold, spirit stones, sparrow spirits, astrology magic treasures, it turned out that there was one more item that he couldn't even think of, the Heavenly Thunder tripod. Yu Ming looked puzzled as he stared at the Heavenly Thunder tripod for a long time, and then looked at Yan Zhonghua standing beside him with an inexplicable expression. "Help me check to see if this is actually the legendary Heavenly Thunder tripod." As the name implied, there were 3 legs evenly arranged under the tripod. The prototype of the tripod was only as big as an ordinary incense burner. Its color was a dark green. It felt a little uneven. If you looked closely, you could find that many magic spells were engraved on it. Heavenly Thunder furnaces could be big or small, and its greatest use was to resist and absorb the Heavenly Thunder and turn it into one's own use, which was a good tool with both offensive and defensive abilities. With such a magic weapon, one would be almost invincible with regards to lightning tribulations. However, almost no one had seen it nowadays, so few people could judge whether the rumors were true or not. But this wasn't a difficult thing for Yan Zhonghua. He was the first heir ever since he was a child, and he was liked by those who were higher ranked than him. Naturally, he always cultivated with these peerless magic weapons according to his successor status. Although it had disappeared for many years, there were always remaining records in books. If nothing else, Yan Zhonghua, among other things, was first-rate at identifying magic treasures. Yan Zhonghua injected a stream of spiritual qi, which collided with the ugly black, and the furnace made a long and deep buzz. After enlarging the furnace, and spending a few minutes checking the layout and content of the inscriptions and spells, and finally looking at the texture and overall appearance, Yan Zhonghua threw the tripod to Yu Ming and said, "It's genuine." Yu Ming scrambled to hold the Heavenly Thunder tripod in his arms, staring at Yan Zhonghua. "Your Highness King Yi, this is also a divine-level magic treasure, but you're throwing it to me like it's junk." Yan Zhonghua glanced at the furnace carelessly and said, "This magic treasure is still asleep. If you want to awaken it, you need the blood of its owner. It's just a piece of junk for the time being, although you could use it to take a bath." Yu Ming stared with big eyes. Yin Xingli was bleeding from his heart as he listened. Everyone, listen, what is the peak of extravagance? This is, can't believe you can even think of that." Yu Ming smiled. To use everything to the fullest extent is definitely considered not wasting it. When Yan Zhonghua finished speaking, he changed the subject. "Where are Yan Tianan and Lin Xuanji now?" Yu Ming looked at him, thought for a moment, and said something irrelevant. "I'm tired." Yan Zhonghua stopped asking and replied, "Then go back and rest, I'll take care of the rest." Yu Ming turned to go. In his hands, he was playing with throwing the Heavenly Thunder tripod. Yin Xingli watched from the side, with a hard-to-explain expression, watching a couple engaged in an illicit love affair. "Zaki, Yin Xinghan is dead, doing the chicken dances. I am gonna throw a party à la place. I'm sitting here all sad because I always get attached to the bad guys." TT throws a pity party. Chapter 467. Meeting Changyu again. Edited by Molly. At this time, Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, under the leadership of the Jade Cicada King, took a boat across the criss-crossing waterways on the Thousand Stars Sea, passing by many sect cultivators, and quietly came to a sea full of fog. The sea was quite calm, and there was no sight of the slightest waves. It was precisely because of this that it seemed particularly strange. Sha Shaochen turned into his human form, looked at the sky, and then gazed out at the sea. "The entrance is here. When the fog clears, we can enter the Great Demon Sealing Array. You'll have to look for the specific entry method yourself." You can't let me think of all of it. I know you don't have enough brain cells, thank you for your hardship. Feng Jingyu patted Sha Xiaochen on the shoulder and nearly scared Sha Xiaochen enough to pee himself. Yan Tianan stood in the front of the boat and looked around. Everywhere he looked, it was a vast expanse. Compared to the misty forest of esteemed Yu, there was nothing meant to prevent crossing over. Yan Tianan said, no one would easily enter places that radiate an aura of something going wrong at a glance. What do you think? Not to be left behind, Lin Xuanji also looked toward the sky peak, but his line of sight was completely cut off. Even if the spiritual qi was concentrated on his eyes, he still similarly could not see anything clearly. Do you repeatedly look up because there is something up there? Lin Xuanji asked. Sha Xiaochen nodded. You guys can't see clearly, but I can see it as clear as daylight. It's very strange that the sky peak and the lake are integrated. You will know when the fog clears up. Feng Jingyu stood beside Ling Chigu. He tilted his head and looked up for a moment. He couldn't help but laugh, as expected of the innate ability of a species, this king can't see anything. Today was the day the great demon sealing array opened. Yu Ming made a move to lure the enemy away by distracting Yin Xinghan and the others, who were eyeing the great demon sealing array covetously, thus reducing the difficulty by half. The place of the great demon sealing array in the South Continent was extremely unique and concealed, and its layout was meticulous. It was like a maze. If not for having Sha Xiaochen, this guide that led them here, they would probably have to look for 10 years or 80 years and still wouldn't touch even the edge of the great demon sealing array. When the cloudy fog was all gone, Yan Tianan pointed to the sky and said, how could we appear there? And in one glance, they could tell that the sky peak was really a mirror, and the appearance of the lake at this time was completely reflected in it, but when you looked at it carefully, the mirror image was reversed, which made people unable to grasp the mystery. Esteemed Lan Yu looked down at the water under his feet, then at the sky. This is a yin-yang 8 trigrams array. The so-called yin-yang 8 trigrams array meant that everything was reversed yin and yang, concave and convex. Looking at the position of the boat, it was precisely on a point on the 8 trigrams. On its exact opposite side was another point. The sea surface had become a slightly dense dark green, and the sky was a clear and transparent blue-green. This echoed each other, becoming a contrasting difference in color and luster. It was indeed a yin-yang 8 trigrams array. Yan Tianan observed it carefully for a while. Martial uncle is really incredible, it really is an 8 trigrams array, but the illusion fog around us has already cleared away. Why hasn't the 8 trigrams array been cracked yet? Where on earth is this entrance? Esteemed Lan Yu gently waved his hand, and the small boat went forward. It was not difficult to open the yin-yang 8 trigrams array, but it was just that the boat was in the wrong position. The so-called yin-yang 8 trigrams array, naturally, meant that yin and yang must mutually extinguish each other. When the boat had traveled to the center of the largest circle in half of the 8 trigrams, the sky suddenly lifted and the sea dropped. They merged together soon afterwards. The ship in the mirror and the actual ship both rotated faster and faster with the rotation of the 8 trigrams. Just before Yan Tianan nearly threw up, the rotation suddenly slowed down and quickly stopped. Looking around again, they could see a plain of nothingness. A young man in a blue robe was sitting cross-legged on a square cloud, his eyes closed gently, his long hair hanging loosely on his legs, and it wasn't known if he was alive or dead. Yan Tianan's throat tightened. He asked, is this man the devil sealed here? Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. He stepped forward and said, Senior Changyu. Yin Changyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xuanji and others. He seemed to show both some confusion and relief. Just like this, Yin Changyu's adult face appeared in front of them. Yan Tianan stared blankly, he could not help but feel shocked. Although he hasn't been to the North Continent before, he was afraid that the sealed divine devil in the North Continent was also Yin Changyu. Although he vaguely knew before that all the 5 continents' great demon sealing arrays all were sealing the same devil, however, seeing with one's own eyes such an array that could split up the soul and seal them separately, Yan Tianan inevitably felt tremors. He knew better than anyone the agony of having one's soul being torn apart and unable to be unified. Therefore, he was more empathetic than anyone else. He couldn't separate Little Monkey in Twin Moon City from the pale and thin man in front of him. Even if Yan Tianan lived 2 lives, he still couldn't change the side of his nature that was inclined to kindness. Yin Changyu's eyes fell on Yan Tianan. He hooked his lips and said, are you sympathizing with me? Yan Tianan paused. He didn't know how to respond. Yin Changyu was dismissive, saying, since you all can come here, it means that the West array has been broken, and the ones who want to break the array is you. When Lin Xuanji heard this, he saluted Yin Chongyu and said, Senior Yin, are the different great demon sealing arrays on the 5 continents all connected? Although esteemed Lan Yu could deduce the time and general position of the 5 continents seals, it was extremely consuming and couldn't be precise. If Yin Chongyu knew of a method, it couldn't be better. Yin Chongyu pulled the hair hanging at his chest behind his ear and said, Since you have all come here, it's no harm to tell you. The seals of the 5 continents mutually complement and restrain each other, with water in the south, fire in the north, gold in the east, wood in the west, and soil in the center. You undid the soil in the center. Originally, the next one should have been the gold that can restrain the soil. You should have gone to the east to find the great demon sealing array, but you did just the opposite, looking for the seal of the west first. All of a sudden, it was all messed up. After the west, it was the south. The water in the south has not yet been undone, but the fire in the north has ignited again. Yi, however, your luck is not bad, and the mistakes from acting before thinking have not caused any irreparable consequences. Yin Chongyu smiled softly for a while. After getting the 4-direction seal here, go look for the location of the final magic treasure. Yan Tianan looked puzzled when he heard it, but he was good at grasping the key points. He frowned and asked, When did we find the magic treasure of the center? As far as I know, the 3 magic treasures Twin Lotus Lamp, 4-direction seal, and Heavenly Thunder Tripod have already emerged. As for the seal of the central continent, until now the seal has not shown any signs of revealing itself. Yin Chongyu couldn't help breaking into laughter, and a pair of clear and moist eyes fell upon Lin Xuanji teasingly. Lin Xuanji remembered the soul plate in his sea of knowledge. It's just that he'd never associated the soul plate with the 5 elements converging soul plate before, because in the thousands of years of his previous life, most of the time, the soul plate had always watched him forge magic weapons silently, failing and succeeding again and again. Lin Xuanji always thought that the soul plate was a space where the soul could rest for a while. Since the chi inside was quite suitable for refining magic weapons, he assumed it was the hidden treasure of an almighty craftsman of the distant past. However, ever since he got the Twin Lotus Lamp, this idea had increasingly been reversed. When the Twin Lotus Lamp fell into the soul plate was upgraded by many levels. This not only expanded the area of land, lakes, and mountains, but even the sun, moon, and stars also flashed faintly. However, before the Twin Lotus Lamp entered the soul plate, in the whole soul plate space, chi was so rich that it took only 1 year to plant and harvest mature spiritual plants. After the Twin Lotus Lamp came in, although the chi concentration increased several times, the speed of the spiritual plants maturing slowed down. Lin Xuanji observed and pondered it, only to find that 8 or 9 out of 10, it was because the sliver of soul in the soul plate absorbed the chi from the Twin Lotus Lamp. The soul's outline gradually became clear, his appearance gradually deepened, and Lin Xuanji always felt like he had seen this person somewhere before. Looking at Yin Chongyu again today, all the puzzles felt like they had been solved. The 5 elements converging soul plate is on me. Lin Xuanji looked Yin Chongyu in the eye and said, I just never thought that you were the soul in the soul plate. Yin Chongyu stood up, he seemed to be floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xuanji. He looked at this man with skin like ice and snow, bones like white jade, and thousands of stars in his eyes. He said, Seeing you, I suddenly remembered something. I have a 1,000-year arrangement with you. You haven't forgotten it, have you? Lin Xuanji knew that from now on, Yin Chongyu had remembered all of the past life. A sense of destiny rushed into Lin Xuanji's chest, and he chose to accept it calmly. Lin Xuanji's smile was faint. In this realm of nothingness, it was like a touch of bright light. Although it was not gorgeous, it penetrated deeply into the heart. Regarding the 1,000-year arrangement, Warong has always remembered it in his mind, he wouldn't dare to forget it even for a moment. Lin Xuanji's voice sounded as though it was hitting jade. Yin Chongyu nodded with satisfaction. I knew you were a man who wouldn't break your oath easily. Back then, the effort I spent exhausting my spirit and mind to keep your soul intact wasn't in vain. Yan Tianan listened and was confused, asking with a tight frown, What do you mean by exhausting your spirit and mind to keep his soul intact? Why do you guys have a 1,000-year arrangement? My age is clearly no more than 20 years old this year. Yin Chongyu touched his chin. This kind of thing is a secret agreement between me and Warong. Others don't need to know, and they don't deserve to know. Yan Tianan felt very wronged and annoyed. Do you know what my relationship with him is? If I'm not qualified to know, then no one else in the world is qualified to know. Chapter 468, Four Directions Seal, edited by Molly. Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji angrily and said, "Will you not say?" Lin Xuanji couldn't help but force a smile, saying, "This is my private agreement with him, and it is linked to a mystery of heaven. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Even if you are related to Warong, at this time, it is absolutely impossible to let you know the secret." Yin Chongyu smiled like a sly fox and blinked at Lin Xuanji. "I waited for thousands of years and I have finally met you." Yan Tianan. Those words were really warm and ambiguous. He was suddenly filled with unhappiness. Although before it was him that didn't want to be Lin Xuanji's Dao companion, but fundamentally this heart was not his to control at all. Otherwise, it was unlikely he would have ended up losing his life in the previous life. Yan Tianan's mouth can be considered to dislike honesty. He talks about abandoning Lin Xuanji, but he doesn't know how much he likes him in his heart. Lin Xuanji's eyes looked at Yan Tianan's little face getting darker, so he couldn't help reaching out and patting his head. Yan Tianan slapped Lin Xuanji's arm away and said with a cold expression, "Don't touch me. Go and be friendly with him. When I was in the West Continent, I felt that there was something wrong between you and him. Now it seems that you might have already been secretly contacting him." This phrase, secretly making contact, is well used. Yin Chongyu seemed to be afraid that the fire was not burning enough and cheerfully continued to add fuel to the fire. The 6 paths of reincarnation, to be reincarnated and enter rebirth, I can actually reveal some information about that. In those days, Zan Lu split my soul into 5 parts and sealed me in the 5 continents afterwards. Then he even went against fate. He found a 5 elements converging soul plate and placed my soul inside, and then searched for 4 other magic treasures that could oppose fate, ensuring that my soul became increasingly more powerful. In order to protect me, Zan Lu finally exhausted all his power and died in the vast 5 continents. He didn't seal his spirit, so he hasn't faded away, and his soul went to the cycle of reincarnation. I have also been fast asleep inside the seal, so I don't know the great changes that have happened. When Yin Chongyu spoke about this, he smiled softly and looked at Lin Xuanji. His gaze was full of love. He said, "Only the reincarnation of Zan Lu can wake me up. When my 3 souls and 7 spirits gather, I will be able to see the light of day again, and Jushao and I will also be able to experience a love tribulation lasting 10,000 years. After this, we will become Dao companions as high as the mountains and as long as the rivers, accompanying each other." Esteemed Lan Yu's eyebrows raised slightly. He looked at Lin Xuanji with 3 parts suspicion, 3 parts investigation, and 4 parts unhappiness. When lies are pretending to be truth, the truth will also seem like lies. When the truth is pretending to be lies, even lies will seem like truth. Yin Chongyu's words contained both true and false statements, which unexpectedly made him unable to tell which words were true and which ones were false for a moment. But the amount of information revealed in this discourse was really more than enough. Yan Tianan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and his heart hurt like there was a needle, but he could not say where the pain was. He seemed to want to bite his lower lip open, and looked up at Lin Xuanji stubbornly. He said, "If this is really the case, then I should really celebrate that you finally got a partner and got what you wanted with satisfaction." Lin Xuanji had an urge to facepalm. Soul Plate always had an unreasonable upside-down temper. When his mouth opened, he could make up words, and his nonsense was much more powerful than his cultivation. Do you dare to believe him when he says this nonsense? Anyway, Zan Jushao and you are not without similarities. Yan Tianan said with red eyes, "You all have something against us divine devils." Lin Xuanji looked at Yin Chongyu. "All you want is for us to return the 4-direction seal." Yin Chongyu nodded and said casually, "I can't take all 5 of these magic treasures myself, and it's impossible for you to allow me, a devil, to have 5 magic weapons. I don't want my future days to be messed up by you." Lin Xuanji looked at the esteemed Lan Yu. Esteemed Lan Yu did not think. He said, "The 4-direction seal itself should be owned by Senior to begin with. I have no problem with this." Yin Chongyu saw that they were quite sensible, so he said with satisfaction, "In that case, you have agreed to make an oath with me. In the future when I want a 4-direction seal, none of you can obstruct me." Although the 4-direction seal was a peerless magic weapon, it was not the only peerless magic treasure. There were always magic weapons, but the opportunity to unlock the 5 continents array was rare. Lin Xuanji and others could naturally distinguish the importance. After they made an oath contract with Yin Chongyu, he took out the 4-direction seal from who knows where. It was a clear square seal with magic marks and golden ripples flowing in the pitch black. Although it was delicate, no one dared to have thoughts of contempt for it. Legend has it that this 4-direction seal could be used to seal and suppress the devils and other evils, awaken the beasts that had long been sleeping in the void since ancient times, and control the demons throughout the 9 lands. It was both good and evil. It was a magic treasure even higher than a divine-level magic weapon. Lin Xuanji collected the 4-direction seal into the soul plate, and the 4-direction seal found and hid in the distant mountains of the soul plate. Looking up, there was no sun or moon. Yin Chongyu leisurely entered the soul plate of Lin Xuanji's sea of consciousness. He sat down inside and made peace with the other piece of his soul, completely ignoring all the miscellaneous things in the outside world. Just like that, easily getting the 4-direction seal, Yan Tianan still felt incredible on the way back. Our luck is really too good, isn't it? Yan Tianan said, it's so good that now I'm scared. Feng Jingyu sat in the front of the boat, leaning against Ling Chigu's thigh with his legs crossed, and said comfortably, if you talk about good luck, Yin Xinghan's luck is considered good. I don't know how he found out that the North Continent's seal was loose, so with no effort he got the Heavenly Thunder tripod. Lin Xuanji said, since the Heavenly Thunder tripod is in Yin Xinghan's hands, it seems that if we can't snatch the magic weapon from them, then we can only face each other with swords. Esteemed Lan Yu was very experienced, and he said, in a sword fight, you should still pay attention to the strategy. It would be best to fight in a barrier, otherwise you will lose more than you gain if you destroy the original structure of the 5 continents barrier. Feng Jingyu snapped his fingers. There is a more reliable way, that is, to find someone whose cultivation is far superior to them, and have that person beat them up. When the time comes, it will be Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi joining hands to fight. They will be scared out of their wits. Our enemies will have no strength to fight back, let alone sabotage. Esteemed Lan Yu glanced at Feng Jingyu and said, there are quite a few people in the 9 lands who are more powerful than Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi, but I'm afraid no one like that can be found in the 5 continents. Yu Ming has a fierce temper, and it's possible that he met force with force. That being said, Yan Tianan cut in with slight worry, I don't know if Master has tricked those people. We will know if we go back and have a look. Esteemed Lan Yu sighed lightly in his heart. On the way, everyone discussed how to get the Heavenly Thunder tripod back from Yin Xinghan, and finally found that there was no other way except to fight or cooperate. However, when they snuck back to the small yard under the small fishing village in the night, Lin Xuanji's expression changed as soon as he stepped into the yard. The corpses Yan Tianan and Yu Ming brought back from the mass grave together and changed their faces and acted as their stand-ins were torn and scattered all over the yard. The smell of blood was not strong, but the scent made people feel uncomfortable. Master Yan Tianan's heart tightened, quickly running towards the dark room, and pushed the 2 doors away at once, out of fear of seeing a scene that scared him. Just then, the room lit up with lights. He saw a handsome young man standing there, holding a lamp in his hand that had just been lit up. Yan Tianan was stunned. He felt that the man seemed familiar, but he didn't know where he had seen him. Who are you? Yan Tianan asked with some panic. Yan Zonghua looked at Yan Tianan's panicking little appearance and opened his mouth and said, your father. Yan Tianan, what the fuck is wrong with this man? Why is he like this? Yan Tianan suddenly became unhappy and his mouth spoke, I can see you are quite good looking. Why is your brain so bad? Demanding to be someone's father as soon as you open your mouth, and not even taking a look to see if you are qualified enough first. Yan Zonghua, esteemed Lan Yu and Feng Jingyu's voices cried out at the same time. Yan Tianan was mute. He stared dumbfounded at Yan Zonghua, and suddenly forgot what he was saying for a moment. This person was actually Yan Zonghua. Was it not said that Yan Zonghua couldn't leave the 9 lands easily? How could he appear in front of him without any warning? And he even said he was Yan Tianan's father, as their first words, which was rather strange and embarrassing. Couldn't he just pretend he didn't know Yan Tianan for the time being? Yan Tianan cursed in his mind. When he was nervous, he liked to use his brain to curse, as to adjust his mood. Lin Xuanji also looked at the man in front of him. Deep and unfathomable, whether it was his cultivation or the person himself, it was true. Yan Zonghua nodded faintly at esteemed Lan Yu and Feng Jingyu, and put the copper lamp on the table. He hooked his lips and smiled, saying, "West Phoenix Monarch, Prophet Kongsang, the two of you gathered together." Feng Jingyu regretted that he had not become a bird earlier and hid in Yan Tianan's clothes together with Sha Xiaochen. He squeezed out an exaggerated smile on his face and said, "I didn't expect King Yi to personally visit the 5 continents. We really are graced by your presence, ha 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 ha. I am relieved to see with my own eyes that King Yi is still an unsurpassed beauty, ha ha ha." Yan Tianan could not help but say, "Mao Mao, you are about to laugh until you cry." Feng Jingyu immediately put away his smile and said earnestly, "King Yi, let's let bygones be bygones. Now that you have appeared here, you must have heard something and come to help." Yan Zhonghua said slowly, "I don't want to settle any old accounts with you. West Phoenix Monarch has a guilty conscience right now, admitting to guilt without even being beaten first." Feng Jingyu, esteemed Lan Yu sighed. In those days, when Yu Ming fled from the royal heavenly capital with Yan Tianan, Feng Jingyu was the biggest contributor. For Yu Ming, Feng Jingyu couldn't be more loyal. However, when it came to Yan Zhonghua, it was quite he especially because Yan Zhonghua regarded Feng Jingyu as his love rival at that time. Esteemed Lan Yu broke the turbulent atmosphere and said, "Where is younger martial brother?" Yan Zhonghua said, "He exhausted his mind during the day, so he went to get some rest early." Esteemed Lan Yu paused, then asked, "Does that mean what I think it means?" Yan Zhonghua smiled but remained silent. Esteemed Lan Yu sighed again. Chapter 469, Reversing Black and White, edited by Molly and Aya. Although Yan Zhonghua's smile without words left esteemed Lan Yu with countless possibilities for imagination, after listening to him talk in such a light way, esteemed Lan Yu naturally had to ask one more question. The bodies at the courtyard doorway looked like they were ripped apart from Lord Shuibi's hook. Did they fight during the day? Not only did they fight, but he was also beaten to a mess. If it wasn't for me hurrying over, he might have been beaten half to death. Yan Zhonghua, in front of so many people, did not give Yu Ming any face. But he got his revenge on the spot. "How? Yin Xinghan is dead," Yan Zhonghua answered. He acted like he was talking about something ordinary and had no emotional fluctuations. Lin Xuanji and the others actually simultaneously changed their expressions. Most of them were appalled and surprised, and a few of them even felt somewhat complicated. Feng Jingyu felt very incredulous. "You guys actually dared to kill him. He is Yan Zizhong's right-hand man. When beating a dog, one must look at who its owner is first. If you killed him, Yan Zizhong has all the more reason to suppress you and deal with you." Yan Zhonghua remarked, "You and Yin Xinghan actually thought the same thing. Bitch you, do you have to be so disgusting? At the very least, I was concerned about you," Yan Zhonghua sneered. Feng Jingyu, esteemed Lan Yu could not help frowning, and said, "The West Phoenix Monarch is right. Your Majesty King Yi will always have to return to the 9 lands, at that time your situation will be even more dangerous." Yan Zizhong had long been unhappy with Yan Zhonghua, out of fear that he was once the first heir, so he could potentially experience a reversal of fortune and make a comeback. Yan Zhonghua was deeply rooted in the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. Although his influence was now pruned and cut, it was still 9 stories tall, surrounded by countless people. In addition, his cultivation level was quite high, and he was the first-ranked person of his generation in the Yan family, so he was even more questionable. Yan Zhonghua had avoided the world for many years with the intention of avoiding suspicion. He was peaceful with Yan Zizhong. But when he came out of seclusion, no one knew what crazy things Yan Zizhong, who had long wanted to eliminate him at his roots, would do. Not to mention the fact that he spectacularly killed Yin Xinghan as soon as he left seclusion, which would probably drive Yan Zizhong crazy. Yan Zhonghua glanced at esteemed Lan Yu and said, "I didn't kill him." Esteemed Lan Yu replied, "Without your acquiescence, Yu Ming would never have been able to kill him." Yan Zhonghua said, "He wanted to kill. If I didn't let him, he would have been angry with me." Esteemed Lan Yu felt rather irritated. His temperament is caused by spoiling him like this. Who knows, many people he will offend in the future. Yan Zhonghua smiled faintly and gave off a feeling of arrogance as he answered, "As if I didn't wipe his ass many times before." Esteemed Lan Yu stared at Yan Zhonghua full of inquiry and asked, "From now on, you'll bear the consequences of all the deaths he causes. How bloodthirsty can this be considered?" However, after all, he was still a younger martial brother under the same master. In the end, he wanted to confirm again out of worry, "You won't let go halfway through and not care about him again, right?" After all, Yan Zhonghua's past actions were still vivid and served as a warning. Yan Zhonghua looked at Lan Yu with a smile that didn't resemble a smile. Is that what your younger martial brother told you? That I'll desert him after seducing him, and I'll share in his riches and wealth but won't share his troubles and misfortunes? Esteemed Lan Yu's face was honest. How is that possible? Mingming has never spoken ill of you in front of anyone. Yan Zhonghua understood Yu Ming so well, so how could he believe the words of esteemed Lan Yu? He sneered, you might as well ask him clearly whether he has a guilty conscience, taking my son and running away with an adulterer when I grew careless and wasn't observing, or whether I, Yan Zhonghua, was unfair to him. In the end, Yu Ming's skills of reversing black and white have still been as perfect as ever. Esteemed Lan Yu, fuck you. Feng Jingyu suddenly exploded, who the hell is an adulterer? So that's why you just watched this king die without doing anything. Just from Yu Ming's rotten temper coupled with that brain flooded with water, this king will be blind to have a crush on him. Didn't you abandon your wife and son, and even sent someone after them? Esteemed Lan Yu was shocked. You listen to his shit. Yan Zhonghua sounded like he forced this out through gritted teeth. Other than Yu Ming, there was no second person who could make him this angry. Esteemed Lan Yu froze. Feng Jingyu was also stunned. A few years ago, Yu Ming went to the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital to find you. Why did you refuse to meet him? And in these years when he was on the run, you didn't go find him, but even put a bounty on that stupid head of his. Yan Zhonghua regained his composure, but his eyes were slightly cold. He did something wrong. Shouldn't he be punished? He is too self-righteous, lawless, and arbitrary, and will never change without experiencing some suffering. Esteemed Lan Yu's mood was very complicated. He wanted to immediately pull Yu Ming from the warm bed to carefully investigate. If it was according to what Yan Zhonghua said, then all the so-called truth that he and Feng Jingyu knew were directed and acted out by Yu Ming alone to reverse black and white in order to shirk responsibility and win sympathy. And to tell the truth, although his relationship with Yan Zhonghua was absolutely inferior to his relationship with Yu Ming, the credibility of Yan Zhonghua was obviously several times higher than that of Yu Ming. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Originally, when meeting Yan Zhonghua, esteemed Lan Yu always stood at a moral high ground and criticized Yan Zhonghua as the closest elder martial brother of the bullied younger martial brother. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that he could not lift his head in front of Yan Zhonghua. This Yu Ming was good at screwing people over. Feng Jingyu touched his nose, and his eyes drifted and looked around. Yan Zhonghua grunted softly in his heart. Looking at these two people who helped Yu Ming commit evil, kidnap his son, naturally he wouldn't have any good expression to greet them. However, when Yan Zhonghua's eyes fell on Yan Tianan, they were obviously much gentler. You grew up, Yan Zhonghua said. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose and became nervous for a moment. It's not like I can grow younger. That's against the laws of this world. Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, what the hell am I talking about? Yan Zhonghua couldn't help laughing. He smiled more than once today, but this was the only time when it looked pure and had no further meaning. Yan Zhonghua turned to Lin Xuanji again and looked at him. He said, Zan Wuxian Lord Guangling's son is indeed a dragon and phoenix among men, magnificently incomparable. Your Royal Highness King Yi, I'm flattered. In comparison to Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji was much more calm, even though this was probably his future father-in-law. Yan Zhonghua said, your father and I are also considered intimate friends. You can just call me uncle. Lin Xuanji wasn't stubborn and changed his form of address, Uncle Yan. Yan Zhonghua's eyes were slightly warm and he said, since it's our first time meeting, I'll give you a first meeting gift. Yan Zhonghua's hand flipped over, and a blue tripod with 3 feet emerged in the air and fell into the hands of Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji looked intently at it, he sighed in his heart and said, Heavenly Thunder Tripod. They said that Yin Xinghan was lucky before, but now it seemed that their luck was much better than Yin Xinghan's, so much it could be called divine help. This Heavenly Thunder Tripod went around in a circle, and they didn't have to spend any effort to get it in their hands. Feng Jingyu couldn't help but tisk. King Yi, you really are stingy, borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Is this thing even yours? Yet you just brought it out as a gift. Yan Zhonghua glanced at Feng Jingyu. I don't know what powerful magic weapon West Phoenix Monarch gifted his junior upon their first meeting. Feng Jingyu instantly meekly shut up. The scene of his original meeting with Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, let's not mention that, just forget it truly. Yan Zhonghua delivered water when they were thirsty and pillows when they were tired. He never made any pretenses. To Lin Xuanji, the Heavenly Thunder tripod was much more important than any other magic weapon. "Thank you, Uncle." Lin Xuanji thanked him neither haughtily nor humbly and asked, "I wonder if Uncle has heard any news about my dad." "Your dad is now in the Lotus Sea Mirage in the East Lands with your father. There's nothing to worry about." "Then I am relieved," Yan Zhonghua said. "It's getting late. You all should rest first. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. We will leave for the East Continent tomorrow." Yan Tianan held Lin Xuanji's hand and went to get some rest. "Ah Hen, you stay," Yan Zhonghua said. Yan Tianan, father and son meeting. There was no mutual hostility like Yan Tianan had imagined, merely some alienation and strangeness. "I assume that I don't need to introduce myself too much," Yan Zhonghua said. "You only need to know that I'm your father." Yan Tianan, he just went out for a few days, and when he came back, a father had appeared out of thin air. This feeling was a little strange. Yan Tianan could not describe it, so he took it as if he didn't hear or understand it. For some reason, when he was in front of Yan Zhonghua, he always felt like he was under a lot of pressure, so he thickened his skin to say, "That, I heard that you personally made the seal on my body. I was wondering if you can help break it for me." Yan Zhonghua said, "Naturally it is possible to break it, but you'll have to go back to Nine Lands first, otherwise something will go wrong." Yan Tianan pulled out the pendant hidden in his chest, saying, "Actually, I have already broken half the seal. Apart from being unable to control my body's demonic qi and being discovered by many people, I don't know if there are any other side effects." Yan Zhonghua's face was getting darker. "Is it Lin Xuanji?" Yan Zhonghua asked. Yan Tianan nodded his head, thinking that it was strangely embarrassing, but he was afraid this kind of thing could not be concealed. Yan Tianan kept nodding his head. Yan Zhonghua didn't speak for a long time. Yan Tianan's mood slowly became more and more nervous, and his hands were crossing in circles, staring unblinkingly at Yan Zhonghua, for fear that he might get angry or furious or something. However, after a moment's time, Yan Zhonghua still seemed to be in a stable mood. He looked at the pendant in the Yan Tianan's hands and said, "In those days, your dad used this thing to hide the demonic qi on him. Ever since he met me, he has never taken it off for a day." Yan Tianan paused for a moment, eagerly looking at him, not saying anything. "He and I were from the same generation. In the Nine Lands, the talented youths of the same generation and the younger generation of the large influential families will leave the family at a certain age, and enter celestial level sects to experience every hardship and peril. Firstly, influential families, especially the divine clans, will never allow useless people to appear in their families. That time was a good opportunity to expand connections and kill enemies." Yan Zhonghua's voice was calm and soft, bringing a feeling of giving one peace of mind. "I met him at the first beast hunting feast." Chapter 470. Father and Son Meet, edited by Aya and Molly. Yan Zhonghua's voice was gentle and slow, very comfortable to listen to. Yu Ming was a man of great willfulness. Those he liked would be pestered endlessly, while those he hated would not be left with any face. When others talked to him, he wouldn't even pay them any attention. He hounded me for a long time, during which he made a laughingstock of himself countless times and offended many people before he finally got what he wanted. Yan Zhonghua sighed involuntarily. "I am not very volatile in mood, and I rarely talk about feelings with him. Furthermore, because of my special status, there are some unavoidable responsibilities to bear, so the time spent with him is always short. It turns out that I didn't even realize when his cultivation went wrong, and he almost became crazy and obsessed." Crazy and obsessed? Yan Tianan was stunned. At that time, he had just become pregnant with you, and his cultivation fell sharply. As it happens, his clan in Mt. Fuyao had some accidents, so he was extremely anxious and forcibly made a breakthrough in cultivation. Although I could still take remedial measures when I found out, it still left a scar on his body and spirit. Yan Zhonghua had obviously been distressed, unable to bear seeing him like that. He spent a lot of time with Yu Ming, and it took several years to help him slowly return to normal. With the birth of Yan Tianan, Yu Ming's condition had finally stabilized, and the baby was like a white jade dumpling to Yu Ming, filling his eyes with hope again. However, just when everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, a thunderbolt struck our heads in the form of the Yin family's current national advisor to the Qianyuan dynasty. After seeing you once, he immediately asserted that you were the exceptional furnace and the star of destruction. Yan Zhonghua's eyes darkened. This prophecy has been around for many years. I also specially checked who the prophet is, but I didn't expect it to fall on my own son. I was so angry at that time that I wanted the Yin family's national advisor to take back those false words by threatening him with my sword, promising to make the person who was misleading others pay the price. However, I didn't expect that Yu Ming had lied to me from beginning to end. He was a divine devil to begin with. By chance, he was admitted into the gates of Mt. Fuyao, and his identity was only known to the sect master of Fuyao sect. It wasn't until Yan Tianan was prophesied to bring chaos as a half-divine devil that the trouble became more and more serious. Yu Ming then realized that things could not be concealed any longer, and he finally told Yan Zhonghua the truth. However, it was already too late by then. Yan Zhonghua was caught off guard. He was always impartial, fair, and honest, which garnered people's respect. However, because of that groundless and nonsensical prophecy, he was stabbed in the back by his most trusted and closest person when fighting for the position of crown prince. When the emperor found out the truth, he was furious and asked Yan Zhonghua to hand over Yu Ming and Yan Tianan to him. Although Yan Zhonghua was extremely angry with Yu Ming, he would never abandon him and his child just because of Yu Ming's identity. I exchanged my right of inheritance for Yu Ming and you, and I sealed the demon blood in your body in accordance with the emperor's command, so that you can make no progress in cultivation before you became an adult. Yan Zhonghua said lightly, I just didn't expect that when I came home from the royal heavenly capital, Yu Ming had a big fight with me after learning about it. A few days later, he took you away while I wasn't home. After that, Yan Tianan already had a vague idea about the rest, without Yan Zhonghua repeating the details. Yu Ming grew more and more manic and depressed, and when he became crazy, he wouldn't even recognize his friends or relatives. When the number and strength of his pursuers unceasingly increased, it was the last straw. He entrusted Yan Tianan to Feng Jingyu, who then handed him over to Su Mo. Yan Tianan, who was passed over twice, was taken over to the lower realm by Su Mo, far away from the chaos and noise. Yan Tianan only felt that there was bitterness in his mouth. Although he couldn't prove whether Yan Zhonghua's words were true or false at the moment, he could feel Yan Zhonghua's helplessness back then in his flat and concise recounting of past events. Falling from the 9 heavens, losing his throne, and losing his wife and child. Perhaps he even complied with other unknown humiliating clauses to save Yu Ming and Yan Tianan. Yan Zhonghua was the biggest victim in this matter. Yan Tianan's eyes were a little moist, and his flat mouth looked particularly aggrieved. His eyes were still red as he looked at Yan Zhonghua, like a puppy just waiting for someone to pat his head. The only thing missing is his wagging tail, Yan Zhonghua thought. Although Yan Tianan didn't spend a long time with Yu Ming, in some aspects, he was similar to him. For example, he had a pair of black eyes that were wet like glass soaked in spiritual liquid, so when he looked at people with 3 parts grievance and 7 parts coquetry, his expression looked exactly the same as Yu Ming's. Yan Zhonghua's heart melted into a big mess, and he couldn't help but reach out to gently rub Yan Tianan's head. When we get back to the 9 lands, Yan Zhonghua promised, Father won't let anyone bully you again. He broke his oath by leaving King Yi's palace, leaving the 9 lands, intervening in Yan Zizhong's affairs, and allowing Yu Ming to kill Yin Xinghan. He was already doomed to never return to his peaceful life in the future. Since he needed to fight, he would fight thoroughly. Yan Tianan pursed his lips, held back his tears, and nodded. The next morning, Yu Ming got up in high spirits. First, he was quite surprised to find that Lin Xuanji and the others had successfully brought back the 4 directions seal while he slept. Then, before he could find out how the operation was completed, he was even more horrified to find that Yan Tianan had greatly approved of Yan Zhonghua and acknowledged him as his father. You actually called him father. Yu Ming's eyes were red with envy. Yan Tianan looked innocently at him and said, but he is my father. It's not like this kind of thing won't exist without my approval. Yu Ming looked at Yan Tianan hopefully. What about me? Yan Tianan tilted his head and smiled. You are my master. Yu Ming raised his voice. You are biased. It's not fair. Feng Jingyu drifted over and faintly said, King Yi gave Ah Hen an incomplete pill formula and a snow-singing sword inlaid with 12 sparrow spirits. Yu Ming felt as if his heart had been pierced through multiple times, like dripping blood. It was truly a great sin for Yan Zhonghua to use such a dirty trick to corrupt his son's young, pure, and simple little mind. It was really a heinous crime. I can afford that too, said Yu Ming. Feng Jingyu continued, among the 12 sparrow spirits, there is 1 emerald in color, 3 purple in color, and the other 8 are indigo. Yu Ming, can't afford to provoke, can't afford to provoke. Yu Ming's eyes began to turn red with envy. Yan Tianan acted like he didn't know anything as he smiled and said that he would go discuss the next great demon sealing array with his Dage, then ran away. Just in time, Yan Zhonghua appeared, and Yu Ming saw the culprit. He immediately bared his teeth and wanted to ask about his crimes. Yan Zhonghua said without waiting for him to question him, I heard that I abandoned my wife first, and then sent someone to chase you in Ahen, which made both humans and the heavens very angry and resentful. Recently my memory has been getting worse and worse. What else do I have to do? Yu Ming instantly withered and laughed twice, turning around and saying, I remember there are still some things to do, so I'll be leaving now. Yan Zhonghua stood in place and narrowed his eyes as he stared at Yu Ming's back. After a while, he also left. Yin Xingli seemed to worship esteemed Lan Yu very much and called him Gerger very affectionately, which was completely different from Yin Xinghan's attitude towards esteemed Lan Yu. Lin Xuanji looked at Yin Xingli's inability to get away from flattering esteemed Lan Yu. Finally, he could not help but say, they are obviously identical twins, but why is there such a big difference in disposition? Yin Xingli proudly said, young master won't understand this. I was born before Yin Xinghan. When my mother gave birth to me, it was natural. When she gave birth to Yin Xinghan, it was difficult. It was probably because Yin Xinghan had been in her stomach too long, so his brain was deprived of oxygen, which is why his brain is not very good. Esteemed Lan Yu couldn't help but look at Yin Xingli with suspicious eyes and ask, how come I remember that your birth was the difficult one? Yin Xingli. Lin Xuanji was happy. To be honest, Yin Xingli's temperament was much more pleasing compared to Yin Xinghan, especially when this man worked hard and took no pay. Lin Xuanji also showed concern. You and Yin Xinghan are twins and can sense each other. When martial uncle killed Yin Xinghan, how could you have not felt anything? Yin Xingli looked at Lin Xuanji with a smile and shook his fan. How can I feel nothing? When he died, my heart hurt really badly, but it's just that some types of pain don't need to be shown on the outside. Lin Xuanji nodded. It was hard for you. Yin Xingli shook his head. This is nothing. After all, I have long wanted to kill that bloody thing who tried to rob me of my vitality in my mother's womb. I can still bear this little pain. With the help of Yin Xingli and esteemed Lan Yu, the two prophets looked for the position of the great demon sealing array in the East Continent. Everyone else was very comfortable for a period of time. The days of cultivating immortality were hard, exhausting, and lonely. It was much more enjoyable to do whatever you wanted every day. However, the good days soon came to an end. In a few days, Yan Tianan was first led by Yan Zhonghua and Yu Ming to cultivate, and Lin Xuanji also entered the soul plate to talk with Yin Chongyu about the true meaning of life. The soul plate had gone through many changes. The sun, moon, and stars had already covered the sky, and the outline of the distant mountains went from fuzzy to clear. It seemed that it wouldn't take long to form real things from nothingness. The few acres of spiritual fields were flourishing and swaying in the sun, and a log cabin had begun to take shape, standing quietly on the side of the sparkling pool. Lin Xuanji had recently built it by himself in his spare time. Abai and Hupo had also grown up a lot, and the two white tigers were playing tag with each other in the fruit trees. They looked very at peace. After discovering that Abai and Hupo were a little afraid of Yan Tianan, Lin Xuanji threw these two nasty little things into the soul plate. At first, he didn't want Yan Tianan to see them and become sad. Later, he found that once these two young tigers had the spiritual qi nourishment of the soul plate, and their cultivation had gradually improved, he didn't intend to let them out again for the time being. Of course, there was another reason, which was Yin Chongyu's mind was too hard to guess. Lin Xuanji couldn't be rest assured if he left Yin Chongyu alone in the space. He didn't know what Yin Chongyu would do here, so he let the two harmless tiger cubs stay and supervise. Chapter 471. Strange Events. While Lin Xuanji was grinding some wood, Yin Chongyu floated beside him. He stared at Lin Xuanji's hands and asked, "What are you thinking now?" Lin Xuanji continued to grind wood and said without looking up, "I will never break my promise to you." "Of course not." Yin Chongyu rolled his eyes with disdain. "You and I have made a life and death contract. If you dare to break it, you will be inhumanely destroyed by heaven without me having to do anything. I just want to know that you and him have already come to this point, so are you really willing to let him go?" Lin Xuanji glanced at Yin Changyu. If I can't give up on him, are you going to break the contract with me? Yin Changyu rolled his eyes. No, so what's the point of asking whether or not I'm willing to let him go? Lin Xuanji continued to work on the wood very calmly. Yin Changyu inexplicably felt a little upset. I don't want to do this either, but I have no other way. Lin Xuanji nodded. I have never blamed you or anyone else. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to give Ah Hen a new life anyway. It was my own willingness. However, I may have to ask you something. Yin Changyu asked, what is it? Just say it, and I'll help you. Lin Xuanji stopped grinding the wood all the time and said, after I fall into a slumber, let Ah Hen forget about me. Yin Changyu was silent for a moment. After a while, he said, it's wrong for you to think like this. You probably won't find another person in this world who loves you more than he does. In any case, if I were him, I would never forgive you no matter what. But that silly deity of yours is different. Don't look at how indifferent he is to you right now, it's obvious he's about to forgive you. If he knows that you are dead, he will certainly try his best to find a way to bring you back to life. For example, finding the pill formula for the 9 ranks resurrection immortal pill. If you let him forget you, you will really die. Yin Changyu said a lot of things, which could be said to be earnestly sincere. However, after listening to it, Lin Xuanji was very moved, but then he refused. Forget it, you've been thinking about a person for thousands of years, isn't it hard? Yin Changyu replied, it's not easy, but when I think that he could be alive, I think it's worth it. Lin Xuanji blew the debris from the wood and said very calmly, I don't think it's worth it. You are such a coward. Yin Changyu hated how Lin Xuanji was a lump of iron that couldn't be refined into steel faster. I am indeed a coward, Lin Xuanji frankly admitted as if he weren't ashamed but rather proud. It may be that once bitten by a snake, he was afraid of being bitten again for 10 years. When he dreamed about his and Yan Tianan's ending from their previous life, he would feel scared all over. Seeing that this man wasn't making any sense, Yin Changyu reluctantly replied, fine. In fact, he thought to himself, after you die, you won't know what Laozi will do. If you want to arrange other people's lives for them, then Laozi will let that person choose for himself. If Yan Tianan didn't want to remember him, Yin Changyu didn't mind sealing his memories away. If Yan Tianan chose the same as what Yin Changyu did, then he naturally wouldn't play the villain. For Yin Changyu, he felt that Lin Xuanji was too controlling. He wanted to properly arrange Yan Tianan's entire life for him. Although his original intention was right, in the end, he still couldn't ignore Yan Tianan's will, right? Lin Xuanji returned to his task, while Yin Changyu squatted beside him and stared at him grinding his wood. A whole day passed, and Lin Xuanji came out of the soul plate after a month passed. As soon as Demon Venerable Yu Ming saw him, he raised his eyebrows. Your cultivation has improved again. Lin Xuanji nodded. I'm already in the profound realm, unified spirit stage. Yu Ming frowned and studied Lin Xuanji. It's unreasonable for you to improve your cultivation so fast. Lin Xuanji said with a smile, Martial Uncle should know that I have the 5 elements converging soul plate and the twin lotus lamp still inside it. With such treasures, it would be stranger to say that I couldn't quickly improve my cultivation. Yu Ming clicked his tongue. Don't fucking fool me, I've already heard my senior martial brother talk about Yin Changyu's matters. You haven't told me the truth. What is the shady business between you and Yin Changyu? Lin Xuanji thought for a moment and answered, he mistook me for Zan Jushao, so he wanted to tie the knot with me, but I refused. So he asked me to work as a laborer under him for 100 years without pay. Yu Ming, as if I would believe your lies, Lin Xuanji preemptively asked, how was Ah Hen's cultivation during this time? When speaking of Yan Tianan, Yu Ming's eyes became tender, he was also full of pride. How could it be worse if I personally trained him myself? He has now successfully entered the profound realm separated spirit stage, and it won't be long before he surpasses you. Lin Xuanji was even more happy when he heard this. I hope that day will come soon. Yu Ming glanced at him. So, what kind of deal have you reached with Yin Changyu? Lin Xuanji smiled but remained silent, making it clear that Yu Ming could not get a word out of him. Yu Ming grew incredibly gloomy and said maliciously, Brat, don't think I can't do anything to you. If you dare to hurt Ah Hen, I'll take your dog life. You'll take whose dog life? Esteemed Lan Yu walked over and looked at Yu Ming unhappily. Yu Ming immediately became a lapdog and smiled in flattery. I was kidding, senior martial brother, you're getting more radiant these days." Esteemed Lan Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him. Lin Xuanji saluted esteemed Lan Yu. "Master." Esteemed Lan Yu nodded. "The location of the Great Demon Sealing Array in the East Continent has already been determined." Lin Xuanji's heart jumped. He asked, "Where is it?" Esteemed Lan Yu answered in a complicated tone, "In Qing City." Lin Xuanji. In recent days, the Lin family had not been peaceful. First, some disciples in the clan had their essence blood sucked dry in the middle of the night for unknown reasons, and became mummified bodies. Then, several of them had their chest and belly cut open, and their dying faces were miserable and terrifying. Several elders of the Lin family attached great importance to this matter. When the first corpse appeared, they ordered a thorough investigation, and ruled it out one by one. Even the stone under the land was turned over to be rummaged through. However, they still didn't find any clues. Another dried corpse appeared the next day. The investigation soon reached its peak, and under the master of the Lin family's command, the disciples of the Lin family were led by 4th Elder Lin Runru, and began to rush towards several other big families in Qing City. They forced these families to carry out internal investigations quickly with bribes and threats. Originally, several families were unwilling to cooperate, but when a disciple of the Duan family became a mummified corpse, all the families finally paid attention to this matter. However, it was already too late. Before long, this strange event appeared in many big families. One night, Lin Liuchun heard a scream and immediately grabbed his clothes as he rushed in the direction of the voice. He saw a servant on night watch duty, who looked as if something had bitten his neck. The whole person was bent over and twisted in a weird angle. In fact, his surroundings were empty, and nobody was there. Lin Liuchun's hand became a deadly claw, but he caught empty air. When he frowned, he only felt that something flashed past his side as fast as the wind. When he reacted, he was left with the watchman, who was lying on the ground and twitching, almost dead. He hadn't seen anything else. He hurriedly saved the servant, fed him a medicinal pill, and invited a pharmacist to look over him for fear that the only witness who hadn't yet become a corpse in front of that strange thing would die in a moment of carelessness. Unexpectedly, the person was saved, but the man began to talk nonsense. When he saw Lin Liuchun, he screamed wildly like he was being stripped of his clothes. He even rolled and crawled under the bed. He shivered and said that Lin Liuchun attacked him and bit his neck. He also guaranteed that he would never mistake Lin Liuchun. Lin Liuchun felt wrong-footed and wondered if the man's brain was so frightened that he went insane. However, when this man took out a jade pendant from his waist, the room full of people, even Lin Liuchun, changed their expressions. Lin Runru asked, "Didn't you say that when you found him, he was already in a coma? You have never contacted him in the past few days. How can he have your jade pendant with him?" This jade pendant was given to Lin Liuchun by someone else. Lin Liuchun had not taken it off for many years. When Lin Liuchun touched his waist, his jade pendant indeed wasn't there. Although he didn't know the reason, he still felt it was interesting someone wanted to deliberately frame him. However, he never competed with anyone in the Lin family for resources or position, and his temper was too loose. He had always been occupied with zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and drinking wine all day long, so he shouldn't have offended anyone. Therefore, the guy who wanted to put him in the land of injustice did this for what reason? Third Elder had always been good at hammering before, but this time he actually said a few fair words. He felt that Lin Liuchun was not so indiscriminate that he would actually take a fancy to someone with such a low cultivation. Lin Runru, after thinking about it, still grounded Lin Liuchun for the time being, and waited until further investigation. Ever since this day, Qing City had never seen another dried corpse again. Lin Liuchun pondered carefully and was afraid that things were not finished yet. A few days later, a disciple's chest and stomach was cut open and his death was even more miserable. However, Lin Liuchun had been trapped in isolation in the ancestral temple which blocked spiritual qi and cut off his contact from the outside world. It was impossible for him to have gutted the disciple's belly, so who did it? Lin Liuchun was deeply disturbed by the unknown creature that he couldn't catch in his sight that day. However, even if he spoke out, most people would think that he was deliberately shirking his responsibilities and making things up. Lin Liuchun simply stopped talking. The uneasy atmosphere gradually spread from the Lin family to the surrounding families. Finally, one night, Ji Lanjin, who was committing atrocities, was caught red-handed. She was also suppressed in the ancestral temple. Ji Lanjun was discovered to have held a pair of scissors in her hand, which was full of the blood of the disciple who was nearly stabbed to death. It was quite terrifying, and then someone found some belongings of the disciples who had died before in Ji Lanjun's boudoir. As a result, Ji Lanjun became a target of public criticism that even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't wash away their suspicions about her. Chapter 472, Lin Family Ancestral Temple. The Lin family was in a panic, and many other families in Qing City were placing pressure on them to find out what happened. When Lin Runru was struggling with this matter, Lin Xuanji came back. Not only did he return, but he also brought with him a bunch of people. Except for Yan Zonghua and Yin Xingli, all of the names of the people present were familiar to Lin Runru, including Sha Xiaochen, who was wearing a green robe and had a baby face. Lin Runru fully demonstrated his open-minded demeanor as the head of the Lin family by not expressing any unnecessary emotions. He properly welcomed everyone who arrived. Yan Zonghua claimed to be a robe cultivator. In order to prevent being targeted, Yin Xingli changed his face and claimed to be a friend of esteemed Lan Yu. Lin Xuanji noticed something was wrong as soon as he entered the city. He asked, "What happened in Qing City? Why are there so few pedestrians on the road in broad daylight?" Not only were there few people, but everyone on the road seemed to be walking fast with scared expressions on their faces. Lin Runru sighed and said in a complicated tone, "It's a long story. Let's go into the house first and talk about it there." After everyone entered the house with Lin Runru described the matter in detail from beginning to end. After listening, Lin Xuanji felt that there were so many suspicious things about this. For instance, the possibility of Ji Lanjun and Lin Liuchun being suspected as murderers one after the other was very small. Just by judging Ji Lanjun's cultivation, she could never kill some disciples silently. Lin Xuanji frowned slightly. "Can I go and meet Fourth Elder and Aunt Ji?" Lin Runru nodded. "I have already asked them, and they themselves can't tell what happened at that time, especially what Liuchun witnessed. I also specially examined the neck of the watchman afterwards, but there was no tooth mark on it, and he didn't seem to be bitten by anything. Although I believe Liuchun's words, they won't stand up to outside scrutiny." Yan Tianan was also full of doubts and said, "Fourth Elder could never do such a thing. At this time, it is very strange. I think someone behind the mystery is framing Fourth Elder and Aunt Ji." Lin Runru asked, "Who would do such a thing? What would they gain from this?" "It all seems like loud noise," said Yu Ming. "I think they're going to make a big move soon. You have to take precautions in advance." Looking at Yu Ming, esteemed Lan Yu said, "Do you think this behavior is related to demonic cultivation?" Yu Ming shook his head. "It's hard to say. The technique seems like demonic cultivation, but I can't make a conclusion without seeing the body." Lin Runru quickly pressed his hands together and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you, we should hurry." Lin Xuanji won 3 magic weapons. The twin lotus lamp and 4-direction seal didn't need to be mentioned. The former was purely due out of good luck, while the latter was not touched by anyone else except them. As for the Heavenly Thunder tripod, Sky Peak Sect had already released a statement saying Lin Xuanji killed Yan Xinghan and grabbed this magic weapon. Nowadays, many people were secretly organizing forces to get Lin Xuanji's head when Lin Xuanji was returning to the East Continent from the South Continent all the way. Needless to say, they met many dangers on the road. Fortunately, Yan Zonghua had a high cultivation and powerful magic weapons, which protected him on their way home. Lin Xuanji replied faintly, "Being famous is not my wish. It all depends on those people who are too fussy and have never seen the world." Madame Bai's face stiffened and reluctantly said, "It's good for the young master that he left, but the Lin family's gates have been trampled by many people these days. Shouldn't young master say something about that? Since everything started with me, the money for repairing the gate will naturally come from me." Lin Xuanji turned to a servant boy beside him and said, "Take money from my warehouse and give it directly to Madame Bai." After Ji Lanjun was detained, the power of the Lin family's housekeeper fell into Madame Bai's hands. Naturally, it was her duty to repair the gate. When Madame Bai heard this, she felt that Lin Xuanji's skill of being hostile to her was greater than before. This skill of pulling 1,000 pounds with one hand was very strong, which was not a good sign. Madame Bai turned the topic to Yan Tianan. "It's rumored that Yan Tianan is a divine devil and killed many righteous path disciples in the heavenly swamp mysterious land. Is it true?" Yan Tianan smiled shyly. "Of course, it's not true. Good people are bullied, just like how good horses are ridden. They are jealous that my Dage has many magic weapons and is handsome and beautiful too, so they want to replace me by deliberately spreading rumors. Madame Bai can't possibly believe such low-level lies made to sow dissension. Yu Ming nodded. Only an idiot would believe it. Madame Bai gave a very forced smile. Of course not. If she believed, wouldn't it seem like she was an idiot who believed in such provoking words? After careful examination, it seemed that Yan Tianan also had no demonic qi. Madame Bai set her mind and looked at Lin Xuanji. Did you really kill Master Shenji from the Nine Lands? Without waiting for Lin Xuanji to answer, Yu Ming responded, it was this venerable who killed him. If anyone wants to seek revenge, just come to me. Madame Bai said with a smile, esteemed Yu is really a man of high cultivation and courage. When others told me, I was still thinking about how Xuanji's cultivation could kill someone like Master Shenji. So it's actually like this. Since several people still have things to do, I'll leave you alone. After Madame Bai left, Lin Xuanji suddenly asked, what changes have happened between Third Elder and Madame Bai during this time? Lin Runru shook his head. As usual, although he is not honest, there will not be much movement from him. I can't see anything passing me unnoticed. Everyone soon came to the ancestral temple of the Lin family. It was located at the foot of Luojia Mountain. It was a whole 7-story pagoda with bell rings hanging on each of its 12 corners. They have never sounded in recent years. The memorial tablet of the ancestral temple is on the 7th floor, and the Lin family's disciples come to pay their respects every 10 years. All of the people who have made great contributions to the Lin family are allowed to be placed in the ancestral hall, but the names on some tablets look very vague, probably due to the spells. The reason why Ji Lanjin and Lin Liuchun were temporarily held in the ancestral temple was because the pagoda had another use. It could suppress the energy of evil things. It was unknown who revealed that Lin Liuchun and Ji Lanjin were possessed by demonic objects, so they had to be locked up here. On the one hand, Lin Runru was trying his best to protect these two people, and on the other hand, he was trying to convince the people to shut up about their rumors. That was why, with a wave of his hand, he sent them into the pagoda. Lin Xuanji looked at the tall pagoda and felt that there was something in it that attracted him. When they neared, the horn bells that had never rung before suddenly made a clanging sound and rotated wildly at an oblique angle. However, the sky was clear, and there was not even a breeze in the air, but Lin Runru was very calm. He glanced at Yan Tianan and said, once a demon approaches, this horn bell will ring and give a warning. When you enter the ancestral temple, the horn bell will stop ringing, and it won't hurt. Yan Tianan rubbed his nose awkwardly. Lin Runru went on, don't worry, I knew of your identity a long time ago. Yan Tianan grinned gratefully at Lin Runru and took the lead in entering the ancestral temple. The sound of the horn bell stopped for a moment, and then it rang again. Lin Runru turned to Yan Zonghua and Yin Xingli, who were both in disguise. Although one couldn't see much emotion in his half-squinted eyes, his meaning was obvious. At that moment, Yu Ming raised his foot and walked into the ancestral temple. The horn bell stopped ringing and never sounded again. Lin Runru, he seemed a little disoriented. Lin Xuanji looked at the elder, who was not looking very good, and kindly explained, in fact, esteemed Yu is Ah Hen's father. Naturally, he is on Ah Hen's side, so family head doesn't have to worry too much. Lin Runru was surprised, but nodded quickly to express his understanding. I see. Sometimes certain things, certain people, and certain identities didn't matter too much. The light inside the ancestral temple was very dim, surrounded by thick pillars and closed windows. There was a faint smell of burning incense in the air, which was very special. It was said that it was the fragrance of a long-term candle that could burn for 1,000 years. Lin Liuchun and Ji Lanjin were detained on the lowest floor of the pagoda. This ancestral temple was very strange. The reason why it was worshipped once every 10 years was because their ancestors left a family rule to worship it every decade, so that the evil spirits in the pagoda would dare not come out to harm the people. This was due to the suppression of the Lin family's ancestors. Otherwise, if the ancestors were not here, the pagoda would be those evil spirits' world, and it was not guaranteed when the evil spirits would come out to harm people. Therefore, even if someone dared to barge into the pagoda, the ancestral temple would not stop them. It was clear that it would make those trespassers disappear with no return. Of course, over the years, there had been incidents of disciples not listening to advice and going into the pagoda anyway, but all those people without exception had disappeared one by one. That's right, no bodies were found, and they all disappeared. Nobody knew whether they were dead or alive. Above the second floor was a forbidden area, and even Lin Xuanji had never been inside. They naturally wouldn't go in today. There were no stairs in the pagoda. If one wanted to go up and down the floors, they could only rely on the transmission array by standing on it, and soon everyone arrived at the underground floor. It looked as big as the space above. There were quite a few independent rooms in all 8 directions with an open space in the middle. When they heard something, 2 doors were opened from the inside. Lin Liuchun and Ji Lanjun appeared at the same time. When they met Lin Xuanji and the others, they showed similar expressions of having been waiting for them. Ji Lanjun was a woman full of maternal love after all. As soon as she saw Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan, she began to ask about family matters, and Lin Xuanji answered them one by one. After talking about some trivial family matters, the topic changed suddenly and fell onto the strange things happening these days. Lin Liuchun was also very puzzled. I originally thought the watchman secretly took my jade pendant when I was treating him, but later, I figured it was impossible. Not to mention that his breathing was indeed intermittent, he couldn't even move a finger. With his cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through the prohibition around the jade pendant and take it without my notice. Chapter 473, Craniotomy and Autopsy, edited by Aya and NZ Rose. Lin Xuanji thought for a moment and said, if it wasn't him, would there be anyone else? Lin Liuchun shook his head. I'd never let anyone get close to me so easily, so nobody should have been able to take away the jade pendant. Lin Xuanji asked, what if that thing was not a person? Lin Liuchun, Yan Tianan touched his arm. Dage, don't scare me. It's already weirdly gloomy in here. Ji Lanjun's eyes brightened. You say it's not a human being, but I think it's very possible those scissors, too. I was sure that I didn't take them with me when I went out, but it somehow ended up in my hands. It also suddenly changed from an ordinary scissor to a magic tool that could kill people. However, I was still cutting cloth with those scissors on that day, and they'd never left my hands. If the culprit was a human being, he wouldn't be able to do this. For a moment, silence fell in the room. After a pause, Ji Lanjun added, what's more, the reason why I negotiated with the family head to put me here was because when I approached the bloody corpse, I vaguely smelled the scent of burning incense from it, which was very special. I remember only the Lin family's ancestral temple had this kind of smell. I am an alchemist, so my sense of smell is very sensitive. I would never mistake it. Lin Liuchun was stunned, and he shook his head. I didn't smell this, but I don't know if I ignored it or it really wasn't there. Lin Xuanji said, if Aunt Ji's judgment isn't wrong, it may be related to the ancestral temple. It's just in this way, it makes things very complicated. One couldn't easily enter the ancestral temple. Even if you entered, you could only stay on the first floor. Starting from the second floor, there would be unpredictable dangers when going up. Entering the ancestral temple every 10 years was only possible because the transmission array going straight to the 7th floor would open at that time, so the Lin family disciples didn't have to go through the rest of the floors between them. Lin Runru frowned. What kind of ghosts can there be in the ancestral temple? It has been peaceful all these years. Lin Xuanji asked, would 5th Elder know what is in the ancestral temple? Lin Runru didn't look very good as he shook his head. I don't know, but when the previous generation of the Lin family head passed this position to me, he specifically told me not to get any ideas about exploring the ancestral temple, otherwise the fate of the Lin family would be worrying. Yu Ming became interested and said, after listening to this, I'd like to know more about what is in the ancestral temple. Lin Runru said, you can't if you really mess with the rules and anger the Tao of Heaven, the Lin family may be finished. If there were no other clues, they would explore the floors sooner or later. But before that, they had to first rule out other possibilities. Lin Xuanji asked some of the elders in the room, Master, Martial Uncle, have you ever encountered such a situation when you were in the Nine Lands? Yu Ming frowned. This reminds me of a possibility, but the probability of this is too small to tell whether it is the same or not. Lin Xuanji replied, now all possibilities are worth mentioning. Yu Ming concisely explained, I once heard my master mention that everything in the world has a spirit, even swords and equipment have spirits. If magic treasures turned into spirits, they'd be even more terrifying than human and demonic cultivators. If there was a reliable master, it would be fine, but if not, it could turn over the sky. After all, the one who knows himself best is always himself. What's more, magic treasure spirits have a characteristic, that is, their magnetic energy field is special, so humans cannot see them. Yan Tianan's eyes widened. What master means is that the one who has been killing people and framing others was a spirit transformed from some unknown magic treasure. Yu Ming shrugged his shoulders. It's just a guess. I'd have to take a look at the body. All of the corpses are still there. Lin Runru sighed and said, if necessary, I will take you to have a look. The corpses were kept intact in an ice room of the Lin family. The so-called intact was not the body still being complete and lifelike, but that it maintained the original appearance when he died. As soon as Yan Tianan entered, he wanted to vomit after a few glances. Lin Runru was not surprised and pointed to a spittoon placed next to Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan thought Lin Runru was wholly prepared, but after recalling that others before him also did this, he suddenly didn't want to throw up anymore. The appearance of the corpse was very shocking. Even Demon Venerable Yu Ming, who had seen many ways people died, couldn't stop clicking his tongue in wonder. The blood was sucked dry enough to not leave behind even a little bit of water. You probably can't see the spiritual root in the Dantian Chi Si either, can you? Lin Runru sighed and nodded. It is more than the spiritual root of the Dantian Chi Si. The whole Dantian Chi Si has disappeared. If not for cutting open the body for examination, it would not have been obvious from the outside. According to the statements of several other disciples who saw these mummified corpses, they had been sucked dry in an instant, and could not even be saved. Lin Runru's eyebrows wrinkled more and more tightly. I have never heard of such an appalling cultivation method. Yan Zhonghua, who never spoke very much, said, have you ever seen their heads? The head? Lin Runru was shocked. He obviously hadn't because the focus was only on the body and blood, so he'd never opened up their skulls to investigate. After Yan Zhonghua said so, Lin Runru immediately planned to find the Lin family's pharmacist to come to check. I'll do it. Yin Xingli looked eager to try. He rolled up his sleeves and took out a set of autopsy tools from his storage ring, eyes shining as he walked toward the corpse. Lin Runru secretly asked Lin Xuanji, where did you meet this friend? How is his disposition ordinarily? Is it reliable? Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh. He's definitely reliable, but I don't know what his special hobbies are. Yin Xingli was one of Zhan Wushi's people, and Zhan Wushi allowed him to travel to the lower realm with Yan Zhonghua. Obviously, he was very assured about Yin Xingli and trusted him. Although it was hard to figure out what Yin Xingli's motive was, he should be reliable. Lin Runru was reluctant to nod, only paying more attention to Yin Xingli, who did not care what kind of impression he made in the old man's heart. He took out a small hammer and awl, then knocked on the mummified corpse, skull. It didn't take a moment for him to open the skull. Yin Xingli raised his brows and said to them, the inside of the skull is empty, and the brain has been eaten clean. He used a silver stick to pick apart the thick hair on top of its head, and a round hole with the thickness of a finger appeared in front of everyone. I think it was a tube inserted into the Baihui acupoint of the skull. First is to suck the contents from the head, and then suck the rest bone, marrow, and blood from the body. There was only one hole on the entire mummified corpse, and Yin Xingli's statement was very well based. Lin Runru's breath hitched, and he asked, what exactly is that thing? Maybe it's the work of a demon. Why are you like this? Annoyed, Yu Ming cut him off immediately. Did the demons kill your mother or rape your son? Our demon clan is also very picky, okay. It's not like every single human cultivator is good either, and it is also possible to commit such evil acts after becoming obsessed and crazy from a chi deviation. Why should it be a demon who did it? Besides, this may be a matter of cultivation method rather than race. Are you right in the head? Although Lin Runru was older, he was like an innocent child under Yu Ming's momentum. He couldn't help but shiver a little, and he quickly changed his tune. It was just a slip of the tongue. Venerable, please don't be angry. Yu Ming snorted, then pointed to the clumps of flesh and blood whose original shape could no longer be seen. Check those things again. There was no need for him to say, as Yin Xingli had already gone over there. Yan Tianan stood not far away and watched Yin Xingli rummaging over the corpse. He couldn't help but admire the man's thick nerves. Seeing through Yan Tianan's hard-to-hide admiration, esteemed Lan Yu explained, since he was a child, he wanted to be an undertaker. However, there are many rules in the Yin family, and this business of corpse collecting is an inferior field. Naturally, it was impossible for the family to go along with his desires, but Ali has always been a man of his own mind. He secretly learned some undertaker techniques. While talking about this, not only was there no disdain on esteemed Lan Yu's face, but there was also a bit of pride and appreciation too. After all, among the disciples of 9 lands' divine clans, there were only a handful who would dare resist their clan's elders and those heavy, shackle-like rules to act according to their preferences. It took a long time to examine this kind of meat carcass, and the smell of blood in the air grew heavier and heavier. Yin Xingli pinched out something hard from the flesh and blood, then put it under the light to look carefully. It was a broken nail. Yin Xingli placed the nails on a towel handkerchief and showed them to everyone. These fragments were torn like this alive, and there are many marks dug out by nails in the wound. This broken nail could prove that the body was indeed torn apart by bare hands. He also pointed to a wound with a neat edge and said, although some places are indeed made by scissors, they only account for a small part and are not worth mentioning. Lin Runru immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, it can wash away the injustice the two of them suffered. It's hard to say. Yu Ming rolled his eyes and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, you can't guarantee they weren't possessed by ghosts. Lin Runru could only apologize by smiling, knowing that his earlier words had offended Yu Ming. Yan Tianan inspected the nail closer and frowned. Why is this nail blue? It looks very familiar. Yu Ming glanced at it and stared at the broken nail with a slightly strange look. This is the nail of a corpse puppet. Moreover, a corpse puppet that's been refined with poison, and the grade is not low. Is there anyone in your Lin family who controls corpses? Lin Runru's face changed, and he started saying, how is that possible? My Lin family has always been on the righteous path since ancient times. The Lin family's disciples would never be allowed to cultivate an inferior, vile, and evil skill like the imperial corpse technique. As soon as he stopped speaking, Yu Ming and Yan Tianan both stared at Lin Runru with unfriendly eyes. Chapter 474. Falling into a dilemma. Lin Runru felt the unbearable pressure on his life and moved back half a step. He asked in a daze, what's the matter? Lin Xuanji couldn't stop himself from saying, family head, it'd be best if you stopped talking. Lin Runru. However, Lin Runru really didn't know that there was a person who could control corpses in the Lin family. In fact, in the 9 lands, the imperial corpse technique could be regarded as a cultivation method that was both good and bad. People who cultivated it could be from the righteous path or demonic path, and they could also be a human or a demon. It simply depended on what it was used for. However, in a small place like the 5 continents, their views were more close-minded and restrained. They distinguished good and evil from the style of the cultivation method alone. Lin Xuanji asked, are you certain it's a corpse puppet? Yu Ming didn't even think about it. No. Lin Xuanji. Several pairs of eyes landed on Yu Ming simultaneously. Feeling those sharp eyes, Yu Ming coughed and explained, if a corpse puppet could reach the level of invisibility and frame people, I'm afraid it won't be far from a level, but it's almost impossible for a corpse devil to appear in such a low-level small world like the 5 continents. Lin Runru felt he had to save some face for this low-level small world and suggested, maybe it's truly a coincidence of fate that it appeared. If it is, Yu Ming smiled. He didn't understand why Lin Runru wanted to argue with him over this matter. Then I'm afraid the Lin family will become a mass graveyard in a few days, and there's no use saving them. After all, the only way a corpse devil can be born is through live sacrifice. Lin Runru's expressions changed rapidly, and he finally asked awkwardly, what other possibilities are there? Yu Ming squinted and touched his chin. I don't know. Lin Runru. He always had a feeling that he was being teased by Yu Ming from beginning to end. Yan Zhonghua glanced at Yu Ming. There is nothing strange in such a vast world. The possibility of the culprit being a corpse puppet is the greatest, but it cannot be concluded that it was a corpse puppet just by one nail. Yu Ming nodded and smiled. My darling knows me the best. Darling. After leaving the cold storage room, Yan Tianan took a deep breath of fresh air outside, and felt that he was almost choked to death by the thick stench of blood. Who said that demons like to eat people? He just smelled the scent of human flesh, and he was about to suffocate. This was more or less all the harvest they had today. If they wanted to get more useful information, they would have to wait until that thing made another move. After Lin Xuanji returned to the Lin family, there were still many things to do. For example, as a young master, and also as someone very famous outside, he naturally attracted many people's worship. The Lin family disciples were astonished to find that Lin Xuanji, who was just at the foundation stage before he left, had already become a master at the profound realm when he returned after a few years. This left the disciples of the same generation in the dust, and they were more convinced of Lin Xuanji's authority. Speaking of those magic treasures, although they had caused a lot of troubles, it was true that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The saying when one achieves immortality, their dogs and fowls will ascend along with them was not without reason. Moreover, the cultivation world was also very particular about blood relations. The better Lin Xuanji mixed in society, the higher the Lin family's status would be. After meeting several elders and disciples of the Lin family, Lin Xuanji left early with the excuse that he needed to rest after the long journey. The Lin disciples, who had stayed at the dinner banquet, became blabbermouths and started gossiping. Young master went out for a few years, and his aura became more and more frightening. Just now, when I was looking at him, I always felt that I was blaspheming. I didn't dare look him in the eye. Young master's appearance is getting more and more beautiful. I can support and protect him all my life just by looking at his face. Lin Xuanji knew nothing of these remarks, but he could more or less guess the same thing. At the banquet, he did not deliberately restrain the pressure he gave off. The aura of a profound realm master was enough to make the disciples feel the difference in cultivation realms, which would not only give them confidence, but also make some people dispel thoughts they shouldn't think about. Early the next morning, Duan Yuyong and Yuan Tianwen, who received the news of Lin Xuanji's return, came back. Duan Yuyong's bulging belly was already flat. When Yan Tianen saw him, he was pleasantly surprised. "My eldest nephew has been born," Duan Yuyong said with a smile. "He was born shortly after you left. Before I came to Qing City, I left him with the Yuan family. Now my father is looking after him. I will take you to see him another day." Yan Tianen naturally nodded again and again, but he was quite dissatisfied. "When you gave birth, you didn't even tell me." "How mean," Duan Yuyong responded, "you have the nerve to criticize me. If you hadn't followed your Dage and disappeared quietly, would I be in this situation now? I didn't even know where to send the news to." Yan Tianen laughed a bit. "I sent you the transmission array by bird. Did you receive it?" Duan Yuyong nodded. "Naturally, I received it. I went to the Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land with Tianwen and several disciples from Profound Sky Sect. Originally, I thought I could meet you all. However, Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land was unexpectedly too big. We went to other areas and didn't meet each other in the end." Yan Tianen saw that Duan Yuyong looked radiant and had a ruddy complexion, and he knew that Duan Yuyong had benefited a lot. On the other side, Su Mo met Yan Zonghua, and the two men looked at each other in the eye coldly. "Your Majesty King Yi, I didn't expect to see you again in my lifetime," Su Mo said as he smiled at Yan Zonghua. Yan Zonghua also looked at Su Mo and nodded slightly. "I also didn't expect that Mr. Mo, who is famous throughout the 9 lands, was actually hiding in the 5 continents." Yuan Tianwen stood next to Su Mo and was slightly surprised. "Dad, what did he mean by famous throughout the 9 lands?" Su Mo smiled and said, "It's not worth mentioning. That's modest." Feng Jingyu raised his narrow eyes. When Mr. Mo was in the 9 lands back then, he surprised countless people. In just 5 years, he had started business all over the 9 lands, especially the Myriad Manifestations auction house. "Even when I left the 9 lands, your businesses still operated freely, which could be called an iron wall." Su Mo shook his head. "For this Myriad Manifestations auction house, I just paid for the initial investments and developed the network, but it was Lin Zan Lin Guangling who really designed everything behind the scenes." Yan Zonghua said faintly, "Initially, I thought you two never knew each other. Everyone thought we didn't know each other." Su Mo said with profound meaning, "We should always keep some reservations to the outside world, so that it can save our lives at a critical moment. For example, Lin Zan had successfully escaped from the East Lands and returned to the 5 continents by Su Mo's machinations. Zan Wush was wary of many people at the beginning, but failed to guard against Su Mo, who seemed to be strangers with Lin Zan. Another example, Su Mo gave Yan Tianen to Lin Zan to raise, which easily deceived many people. After a few people exchanged greetings, the topic then led back to the 5 continents barrier. Lin Xuanji already had 4 magic treasures in his hand, and only 1 more was needed to put them together to unlock the 5 continents barrier, so the position of the 5th magic treasure was particularly important. However, a problem arose. No matter how esteemed Lan Yu and Yin Xingli tried deducing, the position of the 5th magic weapon couldn't be determined, and even the Great Demon Sealing Array couldn't be found, but it must be in Qing City. They also let Sha Xiaoqian go out to look for it, but as soon as Sha Xiaoqian came out, he said in a disgruntled manner that the entire Qing City smelled too horrible and was too complicated. He couldn't smell the entrance and even got sick. Lin Xuanji and the others were afraid to force him anymore. The matter of searching for the magic treasure cannot be hurried. Esteemed Lan Yu said, the opening of the great demon sealing array depends on chance. It may not open until 10.5 years later, or the entrance may be found tomorrow. Yin Xingli's thoughts were similar. After all, sometimes luck was very important for divination, and some matters couldn't be forced. A magic treasure related to the 5 continents seal was one of them. Another important purpose of Su Mo's return was to solve the problem of the mummified and bloody corpses. The Yuan family was an elite family in the East Continent, so no matter which main city in the East Continent was having a serious issue, they would have to lend a hand. Since it had even reached Su Mo's ears, it showed that the matter was very serious. It was the Han family who sought for my help. Su Mo lightly said, the Han family tattled and told me that someone in the Lin family was keeping dirty things in private, causing many disciples to die in their family. Lin Xuanji said, they don't have evidence either to prove that someone from the Lin family did it. Su Mo replied, there is indeed no evidence, but there will always be people who talk nonsense. Before I came, I heard a lot of rumors, saying that the Lin family was colluding with the demon clan, and those who died were also caused by demons. Bullshit, Yu Ming remarked disdainfully. The rumors must have been spread by Yu Suhua and her group of bastards who only know how to play dirty tricks behind the scenes. When the Lin family was facing troubles, we were in the South Continent. Yet, people will still talk nonsense. Su Mo sighed, we still need to find out the real murderer as soon as possible. Otherwise, this can be used as an excuse to exterminate the demons. Yu Ming sneered, exterminate the demons. After Yu Suhua and Lord Shuibi were defeated that day, they fled back to Sky Peak Sect, but they hadn't come out to prove they existed for a long time now. However, everyone knows that they will never give up, and we don't know what kind of evil schemes they're making in secret. Su Mo suddenly remembered something and said to Lin Xuanji, some time ago, the young master of the Bai family came to see me. He said that since you were not interested in the Craftsman Alliance, he would be the leader of the alliance for the time being. Lin Xuanji nodded, as it should be. If Bai Yichen was the crafting monarch, then there was no other person with deeper attainments than him on the crafting path. Su Mo went on and said, young Master Bai also said that you are one of the elders of the Craftsman Alliance, so whenever you need protection, the Bai family and the alliance will cover for you. As a result, many families who originally planned on publicly denouncing you are beginning to reconsider where to stand. Lin Xuanji was a little surprised, but then he understood. I wondered why there weren't too many people bothering me along the way. It turned out that he was restraining them behind the scenes. If I see him next time, I will definitely thank him personally. Yan Tianan said with a bit of bite, young Master Bai is really kind to you. It seems that one night of being husband and wife will lead to 100 days of good graces. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but laugh, saying, only you and I can be regarded as, one night of being husband and wife will lead to 100 days of good graces. Chapter 475, Sharp Change in Attitude. Yan Tianan rolled his eyes. You've always been good at attracting bees and butterflies. Yu Ming stood by, watching the interaction between Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan as his eyes moved thoughtfully. In the evening, when Lin Xuanji was just about to turn off the lamp and rest, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, Lin Xuanji was surprised to find that it was Yu Ming who came to find him so late at night. I can see that you and Ah Hen are at odds. Yu Ming didn't even bother to say any greetings and spoke as soon as he entered. Furthermore, the conflict between the two of you isn't small. Lin Xuanji thought, I'm afraid he's here to criticize violently. Lin Xuanji asked Yu Ming to sit down. There are indeed some conflicts between me and him. Yu Ming sized up Lin Xuanji. Although there are some matters that make people feel embarrassed when mentioned, there will always be a solution, or else the conflict will accumulate and become deeper, don't you think so? Lin Xuanji nodded. What Martial Uncle said is quite right. I think so too. Yu Ming was very pleased. It's very good that you have this awareness. Ah Hen is thin-skinned. He's too embarrassed to talk about this, but this kind of matter is also very important to the harmonious relationship between husband and wife. It's not like you can hide a sickness for fear of treatment just because you are thin-skinned. It's better to find someone to treat it earlier. Lin Xuanji, he didn't quite understand this. Lin Xuanji couldn't help but ask, Martial Uncle, what do you mean by, hide a sickness for fear of treatment? Yu Ming swept a glance at Lin Xuanji's lower body and spoke quite straightforwardly, Feng Jingyu said that you two's problems are due to a disharmony in bed. I've given it much thought. My son will never have any problems, so is that part of yours not working well? Lin Xuanji, very good, sold the culprit out in one sentence. Even though Lin Xuanji's temper was ordinarily quite good, at this time, he still had an urge to catch Feng Jingyu, pluck out his feathers, and roast him till he was cooked. Of course, he could explain. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lin Xuanji gritted his teeth and swallowed blood as he spoke with difficulty. Martial uncle, thank you for your concern. I will be careful. Yu Ming narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xuanji for a while, then suddenly smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Actually, I don't care about this kind of matter like top or bottom. If you can't top, it's also not bad to have Ah Hen top. Lin Xuanji, in his 2 lifetimes, he finally experienced what flushed with anger and embarrassment meant and earnestly wished that he could dig a hole and never come out. However, what else could he say? Lin Xuanji smiled bitterly as he repeatedly agreed with Yu Ming. Yu Ming tossed Lin Xuanji a bottle of miraculous pills that was said to be able to keep a man's golden spear from falling down. After showering Lin Xuanji with an extremely sympathetic gaze and showing concern for a moment, he got up and left. After a long time, Lin Xuanji finally calmed down his complicated mood. It seems that the problem is a bit serious. Lin Xuanji didn't know that after returning to his room, Yu Ming told Yan Zonghua, he would rather let me misunderstand that he's physically ill than explain the truth. It seems that the reason his and Ah Hen's relationship has become like this is much more serious than we can imagine. Yan Zonghua commented, you really went to test him. Yu Ming replied, this concerns my son. Of course I needed to understand this personally. Yan Zonghua put down the scroll in his hand. Ah Hen has avoided talking about it, and Xuanji also acts as if it's an important secret. I'm more and more curious about what exactly happened between them in Heavenly Swamp Mysterious Land. Yu Ming frowned. I also asked Jingyu. He said that they became like this after the two made love to each other, and that he also didn't know why. Yan Zonghua remarked, it doesn't seem like he's telling the truth. What do you mean? West Phoenix Monarch has always liked to get to the bottom of everything. If he truly knew nothing, then he would doubtlessly pester Ah Hen or Xuanji every day to fish for information, Yan Zonghua nonchalantly analyzed, but he didn't. He never even showed curiosity from beginning to end, which is not in his nature. Yu Ming was stunned, then fiercely slammed his hand on the table. Fuck, he dared to fool me. Yan Zonghua interjected, after being with you for a long time, he will naturally learn to fool people. Yu Ming looked at Yan Zonghua and scooted close to him. Yan Zonghua, what do you mean by this? Are you mocking me? Yan Zonghua calmly answered, I'm merely telling the truth. Yu Ming became angry when he heard those words, but Yan Zonghua cut him off just before he could speak. Yu Ming, do you really think that what happened back then has simply been forgiven on my side? Yan Zonghua asked. Originally, I didn't want to bring up our matter during this time, but you look like you seem to have forgotten everything. Yu Ming's haughtiness immediately dropped by half, and his voice also dropped. It's already been so long, what else do you want? Didn't we make up already? I just feel that some matters don't need to stay entangled. In this world, there are many other relationships to choose from besides husband and wife. Yu Ming understood the implication behind Yan Zonghua's words and asked with his eyes full of shock, we've already slept together and even had a child, yet you actually want us to go back to being brothers? Yan Zonghua looked at Yu Ming for a moment. After we return to the Nine Lands, you should go back to the demon realm. Yu Ming's expression stiffened. What did you say? Yu Ming grabbed Yan Zonghua's collar. Do you fucking know what it means if I return to the demon realm? It means a lot. Yan Zonghua still looked calm and composed, as though he would remain indifferent and unmoved even if Mt. Tai collapsed right in front of him. He and Yu Ming locked gazes. In order to give my son a rightful, legitimate identity, I've laid out the groundwork and arranged matters for 10 years. Before I came, I had already proposed marriage to the South Sovereign Shui in Nichang. You should also know the position the South Sovereign holds in my father's heart. If I combine with her and adopt Ah Hen under her name, then even if Ah Hen has half demon blood, the Emperor will still have to turn a blind eye. At that time, no one in the entire Nine Lands will dare to bully Ah Hen, and no one will dare to have any ideas about him. Yu Ming's expression looked as though he could eat someone alive, but Yan Zonghua didn't seem to see it. He even smiled at Yu Ming and continued, it's fine if you sacrifice a little for your son's sake, right? Fucking hell, it is. Yu Ming's hands were shaking, and he was so furious that he smiled. What bullshit are you talking about? If you want to marry Shui and Nichang, that old woman, then marry her. Don't fucking use my son as an excuse. My son will never acknowledge that old woman as mother. I will never let him return to the royal heavenly capital. With Yu Yanzonghua looked at the completely furious Yu Ming and casually turned the ornamental thumb ring on his hand. He spoke calmly, Yu Ming, do you still not understand? The reason that the emperor stripped me of my succession right wasn't because of Ah Hen, but because of you. So what if he has half demon blood? Isn't he still my, Yanzonghua's, son? Do you know what His Majesty said to me on that rainy night 20 years ago? Yanzonghua leaned close to Yu Ming, looked into his eyes, and whispered, he said, as long as I kill you, I will still be the first-ranked successor, and my son will also receive supreme honor and favor. Yu Ming took a step back and stared at Yanzonghua through trembling eyelashes. He had never seen such a Yanzonghua before, and this person felt incomparably unfamiliar. I also know that he told you what he said to me, word for word. Yanzonghua smiled. There were a lot of things in the smile that Yu Ming couldn't understand. Which was why you avoided me during that time, but whenever I held Ah Hen, you would bare your teeth and claws at me. Later, you drugged me and left with Ah Hen overnight. Yu Ming bit his lower lip lightly. This matter was indeed his guilty conscience. Back then, my head was in a mess. Yanzonghua stood up and slowly walked towards Yu Ming. His words were very slow. In reality, His Majesty had already seen that you are naturally paranoid, cunning, and deceitful. He also knew you weren't a human, so your goals and views would inevitably be different. He had subtly warned me before our wedding, but at that time, I believed that although you behaved unreasonably and wasn't human, you always loved me and trusted me. I didn't expect. Yu Ming retreated a few steps, until his back was against the wall. Yanzonghua lowered his eyes and looked at him. He raised his right hand, which had always been warm and cool, and gently stroked Yu Ming's face. Since you didn't trust me from beginning to end, why stay with me? Yanzonghua hung a long strand of hair behind Yu Ming's ear. When Zhan Wush told me that you and Ah Hen are here, I came without thinking. When you're in distress, I won't sit idly by and ignore it, and whoever you want to kill, I will never stand in the way. It's just that after we return to the Nine Lands, we'll go our separate ways. The fate between us had already been severed by your own hands when you left with Ah Hen back then. Yu Ming spoke with difficulty, I don't want to hear you say such things. I didn't know any better at that time. Later, I learned that I was wrong, so I went back to you to admit my mistake. You're the one who didn't want to see me no matter what and locked your door. In order to see you, I was almost caught. I've had enough of you rolling on the floor and causing an unreasonable scene. You cry and make a fuss, you can throw any kind of tantrum to get what you want. Yanzonghua seemed to recall something. There was a smile on his face but coldness in his eyes. Yu Ming, you were already like that when you were a teenager. Now that so many years have passed, you should also grow up. Not everyone will spoil you, indulge you, and allow you to mess around. What makes you think that I will wait for you in the same place until now? Yu Ming's lips trembled and he sniffed. I made a mistake. You can beat me or scold me, but I don't want to hear you talk to me like this. It wasn't like Yanzonghua never got angry with him before, but Yanzonghua's behavior was very obvious those times. He would take off Yu Ming's pants and ruthlessly hit his butt until it was full of finger marks, or send him to the ice prison to freeze and calm down. However, Yanzonghua had never spoken even a single harsh sentence to him. However, the current Yanzonghua had completely overturned Yu Ming's understanding of him. I won't beat you or scold you, Yanzonghua said, because you are no longer under my charge. I don't have the responsibility to discipline you. You do. Yu Ming pursed his lips, wanting to cry but not being able to cry. How can you ignore me? What if you leave me alone and I go out to harm others? Then naturally your sect will discipline you. Yanzonghua was very ruthless and cold-hearted. Fuyao sect has plenty of methods to discipline people. Zaki. Daddy Yu Ming's convo with LXZ cracked me up lol. Where can you find a cool dad like that? And why am using FJY's name to embarrass LX? Epic best friend lol. Chapter 476. Situation escalates. Yu Ming looked at him and didn't speak. Tears fell down as soon as he blinked. The tip of his nose was bright red, which looked very pitiful. Yanzonghua, however, turned around indifferently as he thought to himself, after so many years, Yu Ming's tricks really are the same old stuff, the only difference is that his skill in acting pitiful has made a lot of progress. I'll leave you the room. You should rest early. Yan Zhonghua hardened his heart and told Yu Ming. Yu Ming was very panicked. He caught up to Yan Zhonghua but didn't dare to touch his body. So he blocked the door with his body and gazed at Yan Zhonghua. Are you really abandoning me? Yan Zhonghua nodded. Yu Ming was even more alarmed. He asked, you're really going to marry Shui and Nichang? Yan Zhonghua confirmed, the entirety of the 9 lands already knows this, what's done is done. Yu Ming froze, and his eyes became clear and limpid. I used to love you so much that I even gave up everything I could have effortlessly obtained just to be with you. Yan Zhonghua seemed as if he was talking about other people's affairs, it's just that no matter how strong the love, there will inevitably come a day when it's exhausted. Deep despair slowly emerged in Yu Ming's eyes. After a while, he finally wiped his face and opened the door with lowered eyes. This is your room. Why would you leave? It's late at night, so you should rest early. With that, Yu Ming left at a quick pace without ever looking back. Yan Zhonghua waited for Yu Ming's silhouette to disappear completely, then slowly withdrew his hand and closed the door. If you did something wrong, how can you not suffer for your actions? For people like Yu Ming, repenting past mistakes and turning over a new leaf was possible only when they'd been truly hurt and scared after a beating. A few days later, just before dawn, someone knocked on Lin Xuanji's door. Lin Xuanji put on his clothes and went to open it. He saw an old servant who'd been by Lin Runru's side. The servant spoke anxiously, young master, something happened last night. Last night was peaceful for the Lin family, but it was a sleepless night for the entire Qing city. When Lin Xuanji arrived at the scene of the incident, the Lin family head, third elder, and the law enforcement hall members, as well as Su Mo and Yuan Tianwen, who had already returned to the Duan family, were all there. Looking around, there were also several important figures from Qing city's major families. Lin Xuanji, Lin Runru, and Su Mo exchanged glances. Su Mo stated, it was the Duan family's night watchman who found these bodies. On the ground were several people who had been torn apart, having completely become pieces of shattered limbs and broken bones. Their stomachs had been gutted in the middle of the street. Right now, the flesh and blood were scattered everywhere, and it all mixed together to the point that people could no longer tell them apart. The thick stench of blood assaulted their nostrils, which made people very uncomfortable. Lin Xuanji squatted down and examined the remains in detail. His eyebrows wrinkled and tightened more and more. When the watchman saw that this young man who didn't look any older than him seemed as though he couldn't smell anything and didn't even have any fear in his expression, the watchman couldn't help feeling admiration in his heart as he thought, he's indeed the Lin family's young master. The unusual corpse gave off a strange stench. The edges of the flesh pieces had turned a bluish-black color. Because it was the crime scene, no one had come to clean it thus far, so people passing by couldn't help but cover their noses in astonishment and speed up their pace. Lin Xuanji glanced around. There is something strange about the corpses. Su Mo didn't bother to look at these corpses, so he asked, what's strange? Lin Xuanji answered, their 5 viscera are gone. Hearing this, Su Mo could no longer worry about anything else and immediately examined the corpses closely as well. It seems that they really are gone. Su Mo mused, but the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of those previous corpses were all intact. Could it be that this was the work of a different person? It's hard to say. Lin Xuanji shook his head. Take them back and have Mr. Yin take a look. The Duan family's watchmen all showed expressions of great reluctance. When Lin Xuanji saw that, he asked several of the Lin family's law enforcement hall disciples to cover these corpse pieces with a white cloth, then put a spell to levitate them onto the carriers, and finally carried them back. Lin Xuanji had been called away by Lin Runru, but Lin Runru didn't call anyone else, so as soon as Lin Xuanji stepped through the courtyard's gate, he saw Yan Tianan walking over. Did something happen outside? Yan Tianan asked nervously. Lin Xuanji's eyes warmed. Several bloody corpses appeared again. Where are Master and the others? You actually didn't call me along for this kind of matter. Master and the others already know about it and should be conducting an autopsy right now. Lin Xuanji nodded. Then we'll wait here for the autopsy result. Yan Tianan paused. Dage is not going. What's there to see about corpses? Seeing too much will affect appetite. Moreover, Mr. Yin is a professional. It's enough that he's taking a look. Yan Tianan seemed as though he kind of wanted to go look but was afraid of vomiting up his dinner, so he followed Lin Xuanji into the room, giving up the idea of examining the corpses. 2 hours later, someone sent a message to Lin Xuanji asking him to go discuss this matter. Judging from the wounds, it was indeed done by the same thing, Yin Xingli said as he took off his gloves. The lump of rotten meat in front of him was covered by white cloth and carried away because it really was unbearable to look at. He spoke mainly to Lin Xuanji. Didn't you previously discover that these people's 5 viscera have already been hollowed out? Lin Xuanji nodded. Are the 6 bowels still there? Of course they are. Yin Xingli curled his lips, but disgust flashed through his eyes. The person who gutted them was specifically looking to cut out the 5 viscera. They really are vicious enough. Lin Xuanji pondered. They just want the 5 viscera but not the 6 bowels. It seems that the thing wants yin attribute objects. Besides the fact that the dead are all men, what other common points about these victims have you all found? Yan Tianan opened his mouth. They're all men. Lin Xuanji. Yu Ming walked over dispiritedly without any strength. His messy appearance looked like he had just woken up and was still sleepwalking. His pair of eyes were swollen and red, like 2 walnuts. Esteemed Lan Yu was taken aback when he saw Yu Ming. How did you become like this? Yu Ming looked towards Yan Zhonghua with an extreme grievance, only to see Yan Zhonghua's gaze landing on Yin Xingli. Yin Xingli suddenly felt the killing intent coming from behind him. Yin Xingli, I'm innocent. Yu Ming was usually quite good at pretending to be pitiful. Whenever he pretended to be pitiful, Yan Zhonghua's heart would soften and he would indulge Yu Ming's every desire. However, since Yan Zhonghua turned a blind eye and had a heart as hard as stone right now, then no matter how much Yu Ming pretended to be pitiful, other people would just see him make a fool of himself in vain, especially Yin Xingli, who deliberately walked very close to Yan Zhonghua. Thus, Yu Ming simply changed his style and spoke with a calm and steady expression. Go and check these people's birth dates and 8 characters, as well as where they were born. Lin Xuanji raised his brow slightly. Still suspect it's a yin corpse? Yu Ming nodded. If it's truly just a yin corpse, then it'll be easy to handle. Because these victims were all born in major families, were household servants who had signed contracts with major families, or were clan pupils, they found the birth dates and 8 characters without much effort. After seeing those people's 8 characters, both esteemed Lan Yu and Yin Xingli couldn't help showing slightly grave expressions. These victims' 8 characters were all born during extreme yin hours. Esteemed Lan Yu said, they're even more yin-aligned than ordinary women. Upon hearing this, Yu Ming sneered, sure enough, someone is playing tricks. Although people who cultivate imperial corpse technique come into contact with yin, cold, and evil objects all year round, they only pick the dead to absorb yin qi from but will never take the living as food. Such a heaven-offending atrocity is simply courting death. This is the so-called heaven's law is clear and will mete out the appropriate retribution. Even if the cultivation world respects the strong and treats the weak like ants, it's still absolutely impossible to wantonly take lives without any previous grudge or hatred. No one can kill for no cause and no reason. Even if no one retaliated, the heavenly tribulation would never easily forgive them. No matter humans or demons, all living beings are equal before the Tao of heaven. Yan Tianan asked in confusion, however, if yin qi is needed for refining yin corpses, can't they just collect it directly from corpses? Is it possible that the yin qi of the living is even heavier than that of the dead? In fact, you're right about that. Yu Ming explained, after a person dies, the yang qi will dissipate, and the body will be full of yin qi. However, this is only true for ordinary people who have a balance between yin and yang. After someone with a yin constitution dies, some of their yin qi will actually disperse, and their body will be much more yang aligned than before. Such a yin constitution person will have countless times higher yin qi when alive than the amount of yin qi ordinary people have after death. They are delicious cakes in the eyes of corpse refiners. Yan Tianan looked like he had learned something new. Looking at Yan Tianan, Yu Ming tried hard to widen his swollen eyes and warned, speaking of yin constitution, I'm afraid there won't be anyone in this 5 continents who has a more yin constitution than you. You should be careful and must not move alone during this time. Yan Tianan didn't expect this fire to turn around and burn him, but when he thought of his own constitution, he also felt a little headache. Lin Xuanji suggested, Hen might as well live with me during this time, so we can look after each other. Yan Zhonghua swept Lin Xuanji a glance but did not object. Xuanji has a yang constitution, and can harmonize yin and yang with Hen, so this arrangement can be considered appropriate. Yan Tianhen inexplicably blushed. Something about the phrase harmonizing yin and yang sounded very strange. Before, they never found the rule behind the appearance of those bloody corpses. Now that they finally found some clues, Lin Xuanji and the others naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death. They sent people to find all the Yin Constitution disciples or household servants of Qing City's major families and kept them under centralized supervision. And even sent special personnel to guard them. A few days passed like this, and indeed, no one else died. This also happened to verify Yu Ming's previous speculation, but it wasn't like they could lock these Yin Constitution people away for a lifetime. Lin Xuanji and the others took turns to lie in ambush around the house where the Yin Constitution people were gathered, waiting for that thing to jump out again when it can't stop itself one day. However, on the 5th night, when Lin Xuanji was sitting in the adjacent room in meditation, the talisman in front of him suddenly burned up. A bloody corpse appeared again. This time, it's a female pupil from the Lin family. Lin Xuanji's expression changed, and he got up and hurried towards the Lin residence. Chapter 477. A strange face in the Lin family's hall. Lin Runru's roar was full of anger. It won't even let a small girl go, it simply deranged. The female disciple who died was a branch member of the Lin family who was less than 10 years old. Her mother had already fainted from crying. When Lin Xuanji arrived and saw a small body covered by a white cloth, unspeakable anger rushed out from his heart. Yu Ming and Yin Xingli also rushed over. Yan Tianan, who had been sleeping at Yan Zhonghua's house for the night, also came over with Yan Zhonghua. Yu Ming lifted the white cloth and couldn't help clenching his fist when he saw the broken, torn-up corpse. Even a demon wouldn't be so cruel and vicious. However, they overlooked the fact that although men with yin constitutions were great nourishment for corpse puppets, it wasn't as though the second best thing women, who originally possessed more yin qi anyways, couldn't be used as well. It's just that their effects wouldn't be as good as men with yin constitutions. Girls' constitutions held more yin qi than women's, so they were clearly the corpse puppets' targets. Yu Ming cursed and told Yin Xingli, check whether the child's womb is still there. Yin Xingli looked like he couldn't bear to, but he still went forward to check. After examining the body, Yin Xingli shook his head. The womb is gone. Sure enough, Yu Ming asked, who's been responsible for this matter all this time? Lin Runru answered, the Law Enforcement Hall is responsible, but Hall Master Lin Bubai's first wife is Ji Lanjun. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he has now recused himself from this matter, so I have handed over the specific responsibilities to Third Elder. Where is the Third Elder? Yu Ming looked around and frowned. How come I've never seen the Lin family's Third Elder after every incident? Third Elder had always arrived late on the crime scenes. By then, Yu Ming was long gone, so he immediately realized that this person was often absent. Lin Runru's expression darkened as soon as he heard this. He ordered a disciple next to him, go and call old 3 over for me. To think that he can sleep so well even after such a grave incident after a long time, a neatly dressed Third Elder rushed here. When he saw Third Elder, Lin Runru said angrily, old 3, back then, you said you wanted to be responsible for this matter. Why couldn't you arrive in time every time an incident occurred? Lin Runru singled out Third Elder and criticized him as soon as he opened his mouth, but Third Elder wasn't angry. Instead, he showed a smile and replied, family head's words seemed to imply that I was deliberately shirking my responsibilities. I merely saw that there are countless talented people here much more powerful than me, so I didn't want to stay here and provoke their disdain. Lin Runru got angry. What nonsense are you still talking about when the situation has already become like this? I let you set up guards and arrange traps inside the Lin family, yet this happened. Right under your nose. What on earth were you doing? Third Elder showed a very innocent expression. I've already arranged the arrays and increased the patrol staff. I don't know what that thing is. It's too powerful. It can freely stroll around the Lin family like it's nothing. What can I do? The deceased is a Lin family disciple, so I'm also very heartbroken. Lin Runru was very disappointed when he heard Third Elder's glib tongue. He bitterly lamented, old 3 old 3, you really don't care about your family's affairs anymore. You were never like this before. In the past, when it came to managing the Lin household, Third Elder had always diligently haggled over every cent and competed over every insignificant matter, as if he was afraid of someone else snatching away his achievements. In particular, he was wary of Lin Xuanji's rising status in the Lin family and even tried his best to make Lin Zeji the Lin family's young master. However, after a few years of not seeing him, Today's third elder had already become like this, idle and leisurely, as though he didn't care about everything. Yan Tianan felt that his vision was a little blurry. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, he was suddenly startled. Third elder's face looked as though it had been drawn on. His eyebrows were slender and drawn with a single brushstroke. His face seemed to be dusted with powder, and his lips were a brilliant red, as though painted on with blood. Ah! Yan Tianan screamed. There's a ghost! Lin Xuanji reacted fast and quickly caught Yan Tianan, who nearly fell backwards. Everyone's gaze uniformly fell on Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan pointed to third elder and cried, "He's not alive, he's not alive!" Everyone's sight then fell upon third elder. Third elder's expression immediately darkened, and he shouted, "Nonsense, what do you mean by this?" Yan Tianan said, "You clearly have a dead person's face." However, as soon as his words fell, when he looked again, the face that could scare a ghost to death was already gone, and third elder was still that third elder. There didn't seem to be any problem with him. Yan Tianan was also stunned. How can this be? I saw that very clearly just now. Perhaps you're too sleepy, so your vision was blurry. Third elder mercilessly interrupted Yan Tianan's words. It's not a good thing to have blurry vision at such an early age. You'd better go back and rest quickly. Yan Tianan, I do not. Yu Ming sneered. Whether it's true or not is not up to you. We'll know once you let me check it out. Looking at the approaching Yu Ming, third elder couldn't help but retreat nervously. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. However, Yu Ming was determined to go there, and third elder couldn't do anything about it either. Yu Ming first pinched and tore at his face, pulling it into various shapes, then took out a medicine bottle and splashed some water on his face. What are you doing? Third elder angrily rubbed his face. Yu Ming's face showed a little confusion. He raised his eyebrow and put away the bottle. Just now, I felt that you haven't woken up, so I threw some water on you to wake you up. After third elder angrily cursed a few more times, he said to Lin Runru, "Family head, don't tell me that you'll allow these people to be rude." Lin Runru hurriedly mediated, "It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. It's getting late, why don't you go back early and rest?" The third elder warned, "No matter how good my temper is, my tolerance is still limited. Next time, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, he turned and angrily walked away. Just as Yan Tianan was about to doubt what he'd just seen and believe that his vision really did become blurry, he saw third elder's head turn 180 degrees and give him a strange smile, and the pale powdered face was exactly the same as what he had previously seen. Yan Tianan, the fuck. Third elder definitely wanted to scare him till he peed his pants. However, this time Yan Tianan learned to be good. He didn't say anything else about third elder's strangeness under Lin Xuanji and Yu Ming's suspicious gazes. After a moment, he indeed saw third elder's head slowly rotate back, while the others seemed to be entirely unaware of this. Yan Tianan took a deep breath and tried to calm down his pounding little heart, feeling that its burden was slightly heavier today. Yu Ming frowned. "Ah Hen, what's the matter with you today?" Yan Tianhen shook his head and said nothing. Seeing this, Lin Xuanji asked, "Is there truly nothing wrong with third elder?" Yu Ming said, "Just now, I poured some form-revealing water on his face. If there is something wrong with that face of his, it must show traces." Fifth elder shook his head. Although third elder doesn't usually seem to have a good temper, he harbors no disloyalty towards the Lin family. Yan Tianan was still in a frightened state. After thinking about it, Lin Xuanji said, "Since the arrays set up by third elder have no effect and can't trap those things, let's redo them." Yu Ming side-eyed Yin Xingli. He definitely knows how. Yin Xingli did not refuse either. "I can only try first, but I can't guarantee it." Not only did Yin Xingli know how to make a trap array, but esteemed Lan Yu was also an expert at this. It seemed that knowledge about arrays was included in the prophet family's inheritance. However, according to Yan Zonghua, South Land's divine clan, the Shuiyan family, was the family most skilled with arrays, and South sovereign Shuiyan Nichang was the foremost expert in arrays. When Shuiyan Nichang was mentioned, Yu Ming's expression turned very ugly. Generally, Yan Zonghua didn't like chatting with people, so he left first after a few sentences. After he left, esteemed Lan Yu asked Yu Ming, "What did you do at night these days? You look like a mess." Yu Ming leaned dispiritedly against the chair. "Nothing, just can't sleep." Esteemed Lan Yu frowned. "Do you not feel well somewhere?" Yu Ming shook his head and didn't speak. After a while, he asked, "Shishong, do you think I especially like to court death? What made you suddenly have a clear understanding of yourself? Yu Ming. Of course, Yu Ming was still his junior martial brother after all, so he still left Yu Ming some face. Why, did you quarrel with King Yi? Quarrel? Yu Ming curled his lips in self-mockery. It would be nice if it was a quarrel. Esteemed Lan Yu felt that the matter was a little serious, so he asked, if you two didn't quarrel, then why do you look like a dead dog? Yu Ming sighed and spoke bitterly, Shishang, didn't you say before that Yan Zonghua is especially soft-hearted towards me at all times? Esteemed Lan Yu didn't even think about it when he replied, if he wasn't particularly soft-hearted towards you, he would have already killed you a long time ago when you were repeatedly harassing him. Yu Ming. Yan Tianan had a thoughtful expression. Yu Ming became even more dispirited. He hung his head as he got up and left. He looked like he'd been abandoned. Esteemed Lan Yu looked at his back and called out to him a few times, but Yu Ming pretended not to hear it, shrinking into his shell as he slowly walked out. Esteemed Lan Yu simply ignored him after that. How did my master become like this overnight? Yan Tianan was very puzzled. With Yu Ming's personality, although his temper couldn't be considered good, he was also quite forgetful. He could quickly fling unpleasant matters to the back of his mind. Furthermore, if anyone dared to make him unhappy, he would immediately make the other party even more unhappy to cheer himself up. The fact that he could wilt into such a state was truly very rare. Feng Jingyu tsked twice, standing on Yan Tianan's shoulder as a little yellow bird. He shook his head and remarked, I ask the world, what is love? It's nothing more than one person besting another. Since Yu Ming didn't want to talk about his own matters, then the others would put them aside for the time being. After all, the number of messy affairs right now couldn't be counted, so they really didn't have so much energy to delve into the love and hate relationship between these two people. Chapter 478. For as long as I live, esteemed Lan Yu and Yin Xingli set up arrays around the entire Lin residence. Lin Xuanji didn't have much knowledge in arrays and couldn't help too much, so he left with Yan Tianan first. On the way back, Yan Tianan said, believe it or not, I really did see another face on Third Elder just now. It looked like a corpse's face, except it was moving. When he was about to leave the house, his head turned around to stare straight at me and even gave me a strange smile. Shish. Lin Xuanji took Yan Tianan's hand and spoke softly, I know Ah Hen won't make such jokes. This is no place to talk. Let's talk about it after we go back. Yan Tianan's heart, which had been left hanging all this time, suddenly found a place to settle down. As long as someone believes him, all his grievances will disappear. Yan Tianan's hand was held in the palm of Lin Xuanji's hand. He felt the warmth coming from Lin Xuanji and couldn't help having a delighted and sweet feeling in his heart. In fact, from when he first recalled his past life's events until now, he had thought a lot and thought very thoroughly. Why should I torture myself in this life with the sufferings and mistakes from my previous life? Clearly, it was already impossible for him to leave Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji had treated him like that in the past life, yet he was still so infatuated with Lin Xuanji, so now that Lin Xuanji treated him so gently and sincerely, how could he be willing to give him up again? He wasn't a fool who would reject such a good person and stubbornly insist on making life difficult for himself. Yan Tianan finally understood, it's just that he hadn't yet found the opportunity to reconcile with Lin Xuanji. Moreover, it was quite shameful to talk about this kind of thing. Nope, he still had to delay a little before discussing this. So with his hand held, he was led all the way to the house. Even until he entered Lin Xuanji's room, Yan Tianan still felt dizzy and disoriented, like he was in a dream. When Lin Xuanji saw this, he thought it was because Yan Tianan was traumatized just now, so he said softly and slowly, Ah Hen need not be afraid. No matter what kind of thing the Third Elder is, I will never let him have a chance to hurt you. Yan Tianan's mind suddenly came back to himself. He looked down at his hand that Lin Xuanji had released and sighed with some loss. Lin Xuanji pushed Yan Tianan into a chair and stuffed a cup of spiritual tea that could ease emotions into his hand. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Yan Tianan recounted in detail the strange things he saw today about the Third Elder. When listening, Lin Xuanji frowned slightly from time to time, as if he'd thought of something, but he didn't say a word. Only when Yan Tianan finally finished talking did Lin Xuanji say, based on your description, it doesn't seem like he truly has two faces. The other face may be someone else's. Yan Tianan's hair stood on end when he heard this. He couldn't help rubbing his arms and asking, what does this mean? Could it be that there's another person growing on him? Lin Xuanji. Pondered for a moment. It's hard to say why this is. I suspect that something unclean has possessed third elder. However, I still have to tell martial uncle about this. Maybe there are other reasons. Lin Xuanji paused, thinking, seems like they're about to break off. No wonder Yu Ming looks like an eggplant that had frosted over in recent days and appeared very disheartened all the time. Lin Xuanji said thoughtfully, however, this shouldn't be the case. King Yi's attitude towards martial uncle doesn't seem like he wants to break off their relationship. Yan Tianan sighed, I don't understand what exactly happened to them either. He shrugged, showing a look of distress. Lin Xuanji looked at him. Then who does Ah Hen want to follow? Yan Tianan gazed at Lin Xuanji and felt that his eyes were really beautiful, like all the stars in the sky were placed into the boundless sea. I don't want them to separate, and I also want to stay together with Dage, Yan Tianan summoned up the courage to say. Lin Xuanji paused, stunned. His gaze looked a little inexplicable. Yan Tianan was a little nervous for a moment. He straightened up and stared at Lin Xuanji. Recently, I've thought a lot about both the past life and this one. Although you weren't very good to me a long time ago, I've still decided to forgive you. But if you dare to attract bees and butterflies again, treat others better than you treat me, or suspect me and frame me, then I'll still ignore you. The room was very quiet for a while. After saying these words, which sounded like forgiveness on the surface but were in reality a confession, Yan Tianan secretly clutched the tips of his fingers. He was very nervous for some reason, and his heart was pounding. Just when Yan Tianan wanted to ask Lin Xuanji what he was thinking and at the very least give him an answer, Lin Xuanji suddenly stood up. He walked beside Yan Tianan and bent down, then suddenly hugged him in a princess carry. Yan Tianan, this is too sudden. Do you want to roll the sheets? In a few short steps, Yan Tianan's face reddened with excitement. Lin Xuanji placed him on the bed and leaned over him with deep feeling in his eyes. Ah Hen, there are certain words that, once spoken, can no longer be taken back. Yan Tianan's gaze just happened to fall on Lin Xuanji's protruding Adam's apple. He watched the Adam's apple vibrate slightly along with Lin Xuanji's speech. He only felt that it was round and lovely, like a mischievous tadpole inviting him to peck at it. So Yan Tianan did just that. His teeth gently bit Lin Xuanji's Adam's apple. Lin Xuanji's body clearly stiffened, and he heard Yan Tianan whisper, a man's word holds enormous weight and can't be taken back. Whoever backs out is a little dog. Lin Xuanji laughed. Yan Tianan felt that his ears were going to be pregnant, and asked dizzily, Dage, you still haven't said it yet. Lin Xuanji bowed his head and kissed Yan Tianan's lips. He solemnly and gently promised, I swear that for as long as I live, I will put Ah Hen in the most important and deepest position in my heart. Yan Tianan was indeed really happy and didn't recognize the implication behind Lin Xuanji's words. Yan Tianan was a standard happy-go-lucky fellow and hedonist. If he could lie down, then he'd never sit, if he could sit down, then he'd never stand, and if he could roll the sheets, he would never be shy and refuse his desires, so they rolled together very congenially, and an entire night passed. Yan Tianan slept until noon the next day. He first moved his body, then got out of bed when he felt nothing serious. The part that should have been overused didn't have much feeling. At first, Yan Tianan thought it was because Lin Xuanji gave him medicine, but then he recalled that he had done it with Lin Xuanji in his past life and also never had much discomfort, so he couldn't help feeling that this exceptional furnace constitution was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Yan Tianan found that his Dantian Qi Si was very warm when he circulated spiritual Qi, and his cultivation seemed to be more refined. So he happily decided to roll the sheets with Lin Xuanji every day. Perhaps, after rolling around for a while, he would become an exceptional powerhouse. Although Feng Jingyu was already able to maintain his human form right now, he seemed to prefer to indulge himself and stay in his original form, so as soon as Yan Tianan went out, a fluffy yellow-billed bird landed on his shoulder. I can't believe you're rolling with him again. Feng Jingyu's tone was very complicated. Yan Tianan chuckled a few times. Originally, I also didn't expect this to develop so quickly, but who let my Dage be a tenacious little monster? Feng Jingyu shivered with fright. He felt that there was something wrong with Yan Tianan's style today. Your Dage is truly a prime example of, practice what he preaches. Yan Tianan happily recalled the triple jump last night and couldn't help nodding. My Dage really is different from those artificial, coquettish, and flirty sluts outside. He truly takes action and keeps his word, never wasting time with useless words. Feng Jingyu was simply fed up with Yan Tianan. He rolled his eyes and coldly said, "Can't you be a little reserved? At the very least, you're the one who's pressed down. Where's your bashfulness and restraint?" Mao Mao ah, Yan Tianan spoke meaningful and heartfelt words. "As a virgin who hasn't rolled the sheets yet, my current happiness is beyond your imagination. You'll understand once you roll with Ah Ji Yu." Feng Jingyu, how can this person be like this ah? Yan Tianan mused, "But you and Ah Ji Yu seem to be of different species and sizes ah. I reckon it'll be a bit difficult to roll the sheets." Feng Jingyu, get lost. So Feng Jingyu flapped his wings and flew away. He didn't want to be with this fellow who didn't pay any attention to his own influence and tried to launch personal attacks on others. His IQ will be pulled down. Feng Jingyu flew directly to the Lin family's meeting hall. Lin Xuanji had just finished checking over the arrays arranged overnight throughout the entire Lin residence and was about to leave at this time. Feng Jingyu landed on Lin Xuanji's shoulder, and when his head tilted, he saw several red spots on Lin Xuanji's neck. Feng Jingyu. Lin Xuanji conveniently held Feng Jingyu in his hand, glanced at him, then told Lin Runru, "Ah Hen should have woken up already, I will attend to him first." Lin Runru was experienced and knowledgeable. As soon as he saw Lin Xuanji this morning, he knew that he'd done something unspeakable last night, so Lin Runru waved his hand. Go, go, it's rare that you can still have these thoughts at such a time." Lin Xuanji couldn't help laughing when he heard this. This kind of opportunity decreased with every act, so he naturally had to grasp it calmly. When walking on the path, Feng Jingyu squeezed his head out from Lin Xuanji's palm. "I've been thinking about it, and I always feel that there's something wrong with you." Lin Xuanji raised an eyebrow. "How long has Yin Chengyu known you?" Although Feng Jingyu used a question, he quickly answered his own question. "I assume it's more than just these few short years, right? Since when did you pay so much attention to me?" "Don't interrupt. The 5 elements converging soul plate is the most important magic treasure in the 5 continents seal. In theory, it's impossible for it to be obtained first, and based on when Ah Hen speculated you first recovered your past life's memories, you simply did not have the time to go to the central continent to take the 5 elements converging soul plate. So the soul plate was already by your side when you first recovered your memories." Feng Jingyu's pair of golden red eyes looked like they contained the light of wisdom that saw through everything. He continued, "Yan Tianan's rebirth shouldn't be a coincidence of heaven, but rather man-made, right?" Lin Xuanji smiled. "Yeah, I exhausted all means to turn back time with much difficulty. There's nothing to hide about this kind of thing. If Ah Hen asks me, I will also tell him the truth." Chapter 479. A Gamble with the Tao of Heaven. Feng Jingyu asked, "What method did you use?" "A magic treasure that can turn back time." Thus, Lin Xuanji saw a conflicted and grave expression appear on Feng Jingyu's fluffy bird face. After a while, Feng Jingyu spoke, "You know, one always has to pay an equivalent price for opposing heaven. Don't look at how you're alive and kicking right now, but in reality, the Tao of Heaven will settle accounts with you sooner or later. When that happens, you'll understand just how cruel the Tao of Heaven is. This is especially true for magic treasures that can turn back time." Lin Xuanji's expression remained unchanged. "If you want something, you must pay an equivalent price. I already knew that in my previous life." Feng Jingyu asked, "What's the price?" "I can't tell you that." Feng Jingyu asked again, trying to get to the heart of the matter, "Is it related to the agreement between you and Yin Chengyu?" Lin Xuanji swept him a glance. "Why do you have so many questions today?" Feng Jingyu squeezed out of Lin Xuanji's hand and jumped to the ground, turning into a handsome young West Phoenix monarch. He frowned at Lin Xuanji. "Because your future is related to my West Land's fate." Lin Xuanji gave a slight pause. "What do you mean?" Feng Jingyu thought for a moment. "To tell you the truth, when I first came to the 5 continents, I was guided by the Tao of Heaven. For the West Phoenix clan, a phoenix is innately divine as soon as it descends upon the world. The Tao of Heaven will not allow the Phoenix clan to become extinct. Back then, because my dad was already pregnant with me, it meant the Phoenix bloodline had a successor. That was why my father's soul scattered and dissipated. And I currently have no offspring, so even if I should have died in the 9 lands, I was still reborn from the ashes. When I was reborn, I had a mysterious and unfathomable feeling that those who could save me were in this sealed 5 continents." He did indeed come to the 5 continents, and met the person who could make him recover very quickly. That person was Lin Xuanji. When the Tao of Heaven guided me, I also saw the future of the 9 lands. Feng Jingyu revealed with a grave expression. I saw desolation and chaos. The vicissitudes of life changed several times, so much so that the Blue Sea turned into mulberry fields. The Qianyuan dynasty fell apart, and several divine clans died out one by one. In the end, this world became the demon's world. Humans were forced to retreat to places where spiritual qi was the thinnest, and cultivators became more and more rare. After tens of thousands of years, the system of cultivation had completely disappeared. Human beings could only live in a small world where spiritual qi was scarce. Although they could traverse the sky and earth with strange tools, they could never again live a long life, cultivate, or use Taoist techniques. They were also helpless against old age and disease. Even our phoenix and dragon clans, as well as those spirits, monsters, and beasts, all became things of legend. I felt that the future revealed by this heavenly secret was very terrible, so I couldn't help glancing at it a few more times. He looked at Lin Xuanji. Then I saw you. At first, Feng Jingyu didn't know why a man standing high in the clouds on top of a mountain peak would appear together with the scene of the end of the world. However, when he saw the man's face, he felt that there was no one in the world more suitable to appear high in the clouds than him. He didn't know who the man he saw was. He just saw the scene change, and the man commanded the clouds and rain with a mere wave of his hand. In an instant, he had already returned the 9 lands to normal. When he pried into a corner of the Tao of Heaven, Feng Jingyu knew that the man he needed to find was the man revealed to him by the Tao of Heaven. Rebirth was not without a price, and Feng Jingyu's price was to find that person and follow him until the end of the world. It's just that Feng Jingyu had never mentioned these things. He didn't believe that there was such a stunning person in the world, right until he saw Lin Xuanji with his own eyes. He had heard of the prophecy about the chosen son of heaven, which almost sent the Yan family into disorder. After learning that Lin Xuanji was the eldest son of Zhan Wush, Feng Jingyu almost threw his head back and laughed. The Tao of Heaven is everywhere. Indeed, it had already arranged everything. Although the Phoenix clan is innately divine, they will never become the ruler of the Purple Emperor's heavenly capital. They had no right of succession and also didn't need this seemingly supreme authority. They were romantic and free by nature, and they only wished to choose their own lord to swear loyalty to and rest on the branches of the parasol tree. The lord that Feng Juxiao chose was Zhan Juxiao, but Zhan Juxiao's destiny had already changed its trajectory when the city of Twin Moons fell. Everyone knew that the Zhan family lost the supreme throne because they went against the mandate of heaven, but they just didn't know what exactly the mandate of heaven was. Feng Jingyu's chosen person was Lin Xuanji. At first, he thought that Lin Xuanji was eventually going to return to the 9 lands to comply with the presupposition of heaven and fulfill his destiny, but he didn't expect that Lin Xuanji was actually a person who had been reborn. A phoenix's rebirth was in compliance with the Tao of Heaven, but opposing heaven to change fate was in violation of the Tao of Heaven, which would inevitably be punished by the Tao of Heaven. At this very moment, Feng Jingyu wasn't so sure about Lin Xuanji's future. He even worried that Lin Xuanji would die an unnatural death in the near future. Extra time won't appear for no cause and no reason. Similarly, a person won't be reborn for no cause and no reason. Feng Jingyu took a deep breath and stared at Lin Xuanji. That's why I want to know, exactly what kind of price did you pay? After a moment's silence, Lin Xuanji said, since you've already said this to such a degree, if I still don't say a word, it'll seem like I'm unreasonable. It's good that you know that. When I return to the past, I did indeed gamble with the Tao of Heaven. The Tao of Heaven is not a person and cannot speak, but just when I was about to succeed, a consciousness suddenly appeared in my sea of knowledge. It told me that if I continued, the Tao of Heaven would completely erase me. However, if I gave up on turning back time, then in another 10,000 years, my physical body would be reshaped into something outside the constraints of the 5 elements and would jump out of the 3 realms, becoming a person who exists outside of the world itself and reaching the highest possible realm. Feng Jingyu couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. His voice was full of astonishment. So, you still chose to turn back time? Lin Xuanji replied flatly, otherwise, what are you looking at right now? Feng Jingyu said, I can't understand your choice. What's wrong with becoming a person who exists outside of this world? To not suffer from old age, death, and miserable reincarnation, what's not to like about that? Lin Xuanji smiled and answered, there is nothing wrong with it. It's just that as long as there's no Ahen, this world is just as miserable. Feng Jingyu went silent. Lin Xuanji continued, in fact, Ever since the Tao of Heaven told me that I would be completely erased after turning back time, I was prepared to never reincarnate again. I just didn't expect that when all was said and done, the Tao of Heaven was merciful and actually gave me a chance to start over with Ahen. But this so-called opportunity has always been stolen, so sooner or later, it will be returned. Feng Jingyu asked with some sadness, is it worth it? Lin Xuanji nodded. It's worth it. At least, I once had all of him. Moreover, Ahen still has a long life in the future. But do you think that Ahen will be happy with that long life if something happens to you? Feng Jingyu interrupted Lin Xuanji and asked sharply. Lin Xuanji replied that of course he has already arranged everything, and Ahen will completely forget him. Feng Jingyu watched him talk so calmly about what would happen afterwards and couldn't help but scold, like hell you can arrange everything. Does Yan Tianan need you to arrange his life for him? He's an independent, living and breathing person, he has his own choices and ideas. You're not the first to tell me this, and you likely won't be the last either, but the Tao of Heaven is like this. I will try to defy it, but I can't guarantee the result. I always have to take the worst-case scenario into account first and think of a corresponding solution. Feng Jingyu said with a cold voice, you really are selfish. Lin Xuanji tilted his head. Do you have a better solution? Feng Jingyu thought about it, then spoke faintly, actually, there's nothing wrong with being selfish either. Lin Xuanji. Feng Jingyu finally flapped his wings anxiously. Is there really no better way? Lin Xuanji replied with there might be, but he really can't think of it. Feng Jingyu said, let me think about it some more. Then he flapped his wings and flew away. How could the Tao of Heaven be so easy to fool? After all, in the gamble, the Tao of Heaven had already lost once, so it would never let itself lose a second time. After setting up the arrays, they just had to wait for that thing to be caught in the trap. It's just that the thing seemed to know that powerful arrays had been set up inside the Lin residence and didn't come out again to harm people for several days. For a while, it did exhaust Lin Xuanji and the others. However, this could at least prove one thing: the strange occurrence indeed originated from the Lin family. Yan Tianan was even worried about whether that thing would just give up and never come out again. Yu Ming soon dispelled his concerns. No matter whether it's nurturing a corpse or advancing its own cultivation, it's impossible to stop once its hands have been stained with blood from human lives. Yu Ming curled his lips. Just wait a few more days and see. Sure enough, 3 days later, Lin Xuanji was meditating in the middle of the night when he suddenly sensed a strange aura appear inside the Lin residence. Lin Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Yin Xingli and esteemed Lan Yu were also heading for the place where the array was affected. When Lin Xuanji arrived, he saw a Lin family disciple in the garden. The whites of his eyes could be seen, and his entire body seemed to be trembling, but they couldn't see anything around him. Without another word, Lin Xuanji directly pulled out Zij and slashed towards the disciple's entire body. All he heard were bangs and tinkling noises, then the disciple fell to the ground, dispirited and listless. A gust of wind blew around them. That thing seemed to have escaped. Yin Xingli rushed over in a hurry. He looked at the stone that had been moved and frowned gravely. It can break my trap array. That thing is not simple. There was a delicate fragrance floating in the air. Although it was light, it wasn't hard to smell. Lin Xuanji first examined the disciple's body and made sure that he was still breathing, but there was a bloody mark on his head, so he sent the disciple back to his room and asked the doctor to look at the wound. Yu Ming also rushed over, dressed in a bright red robe. He said with a dark expression, just now, I saw that thing from afar. I'm afraid it's neither human nor demon. Lin Xuanji nodded. Indeed, it doesn't look like either. However, I did find some clues just now. He took a deep breath and looked towards the back of the mountain with narrowed eyes. There is residual incense smell on that thing. It must have come from the ancestral temple. Chapter 480. Return to the ancestral temple. Yu Ming frowned. It's not that this venerable is deliberately slandering you, but there's definitely something weird in your family's ancestral temple. The last time I went in, I could feel that there were more than one kind of powerful entity above me. I don't know what your ancestors were thinking. They actually suppressed these things in ancestral temples. If those things ever were to come out, your whole family is waiting to be exterminated. Yin Xingli also looked grave. My brother and I also divined the place after we left the ancestral temple of the Lin family on that day. However, not only could we not figure out what was in it, but we also saw the word, ferocious, appear every time. Therefore, We did not mention the ancestral temple during this period, but since this creature is likely to have come from the ancestral temple, it seems that we can't avoid it. Since we can't avoid it, we must find a place to go in, Lin Xuanji said. Yin Xingli sighed slightly. That's the only way. After the disciple woke up on the second day, he was obviously greatly traumatized. His whole person was dumbfounded, and he was uttering "there's a ghost in his mouth," as if he had lost his soul. Yin Xingli patted his forehead twice, and the disciple immediately yelled and fled back, but he was considered to have recovered his mind. As soon as he saw Lin Xuanji, Yin Xingli, and the others, he immediately cried as if he had seen a life-saving straw. He cried while kowtowing, "Wu, young master save me, young master save me." Seeing that his soul had returned, Lin Xuanji also heaved a sigh of relief, and said calmly, "Please tell me carefully about what happened last night." The disciple hurriedly talked about what happened last night. He had been meditating in the room last night, but suddenly he heard a burst of laughter coming from the window, and smelled a strange fragrance. Unconsciously, he yearned for the laughter. When he came to his senses, he had already gone outside. When he was attacked by that thing, he could not speak, hear, nor see, but he still felt something. He could clearly feel that there was a hard pole-like thing trying to insert itself into his head. His heart was scared to death, but his body could not move at all. If Lin Xuanji had not arrived in time, he would have been sucked into a dried corpse. After listening, Lin Xuanji lit a slender incense. When the curling smoke gradually dispersed, the disciple opened his eyes in horror, pointed at the cigarettes, and exclaimed, "This is the smell, this is the smell." Lin Xuanji put out the smoke. This incense should not have appeared in Lin Xuanji's hands, but he was naughty when he was a child. He secretly took one and hid it when he was worshipping his ancestors. Unexpectedly, he had a use for it now. He turned to Yin Xingli. "It seems that we are really going to the ancestral temple." The ancestral temple of the Lin family had been there for many years. The tablets of the ancestors of the Lin family had been placed in the ancestral temple. Although it wouldn't easily appear in front of people, it always protected the Lin family from intrusion. Before entering the ancestral shrine, Lin Runru also prepared a lot of things for worship, saying that he wanted to worship the ancestors first, and then apologize to them, and ask them not to get angry. Yu Ming laughed. "You're going to violate the ancestral precepts and break into the ancestral temple. It's useless to apologize to them." Hearing the speech, Lin Runru solemnly explained, "It's not that I deliberately intend to violate the ancestral precepts, but special matters should be treated with great care. The ancestral temple is about to be defiled by those things. Of course, I want to subdue and cast down the demons and defend the dignity of the ancestors." Yu Ming laughed. He put his hand on Lin Runru's shoulder, leaned over and touched the fifth elder's face with his other hand. "Fifth elder, how come I didn't realize you were so interesting before?" Yan Zhonghua looked at Yin Xingli and curled his lips. "You want to fish information from me?" Yin Xingli said generously, 2 days ago, Demon Venerable Yu Ming came to ask me if you had proposed to the South Sovereign before leaving. I was a little curious. Didn't the South Sovereign already get married 3 years ago, and even has children now? Does His Royal Highness King Yi want to serve one wife together with others? Yan Zhonghua said without changing his face, "So how did you respond?" Yin Xingli said, "Of course I answered yes. His Royal Highness King Yi wanted to tease the cat, so how can I ruin His Royal Highness King Yi's interest just because I am an outsider?" Yan Zhonghua was very satisfied. "You have a good eye," Yin Xingli said with a smile. "Accompanying a king is akin to accompanying a tiger, and I've been with the East Sovereign for a long time. Of course, I have to have a good eye." There were no stairs in the ancestral temple of the Lin family, only teleportation arrays. However, the teleportation array leading to the 7th floor was opened once every 10 years. No one knew where the other teleportation arrays were except the family head. After Lin Runru came in, he stood in the middle of the 1st floor, biting his right finger, then he drew a blood symbol on the ground. This rune is the key to opening the teleportation array. After Lin Runru finished painting, he patted the symbol heavily and looked at the 7 circular teleportation arrays lighting up in turn. He said, "Only the blood of the family head can awaken the teleportation array, and this rune is inherited. Once he becomes the family head recognized by his ancestors, he will know how to draw it." A violent gust of wind surged in the ancestral temple, blowing the window paper with much noise, which seemed to be the atmosphere before something unclean came out. Demon Venerable Yu Ming sucked in a cold breath, rubbed the goose bumps on his arm, and muttered, why does your ancestral temple look like a haunted house? This yin wind. Yan Zhonghua stood beside Yu Ming, staring at the 7 teleportation arrays on the ground emitting golden light with a frown. After the strong wind, it returned to calm. Yan Tianan looked down and couldn't help saying, the layout of this teleportation array is very unique. The normal teleportation array is symmetrical with a 6-pointed star plus a positive center point, but these 7 arrays are crooked everywhere. Lin Xuanji said, it's the Big Dipper array. Yan Tianan took a closer look, and it was indeed so. The Big Dipper was a group of stars in the sky. Generally, when used as a transmission array, it was used to suppress demons and purify their demonic qi. Lin Runru said thoughtfully and solemnly, is it possible that there are really some demonic creatures in our ancestral temple? It is absolutely certain. Ordinary monsters do not eat the human brain. Yu Ming said, but you don't know whether or not it's a demonic thing. Because of the need to protect those Yin Constitution people outside, esteemed Lan Yu did not follow. After looking at the Big Dipper array for a long time, Yin Xingli sighed and said, I don't know too much about the Big Dipper array. Let me go back and draw it on the paper for my elder brother to have a look. Lin Xuanji always felt that there was something wrong with this Big Dipper array. He frowned, stepped back, and stood by the window. Dage, what did you find? Yan Tianan asked. Lin Xuanji turned to a direction and asked, which side is north? When Yan Zhonghua heard this, he showed a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. This boy has some ability. Yan Tianan pointed in a direction, and Lin Xuanji nodded, saying, the direction of the Big Dipper array is wrong. Wrong direction. Lin Runru took a closer look. When he found the problem, his whole body shuddered. The so-called array had extremely high requirements for both the overall arrangements and small details. Just like the Big Dipper array, which was related to the stars, even if the position of each small array was different from the actual requirement, at least the direction should be right. Otherwise, 8 or 9 times out of 10, it would become a completely useless array, and in the remaining 1 or 2 times, it would cause major problems. Obviously, in this case, the Big Dipper array here did not become a useless array. The smell of burning incense became stronger. Lin Runru felt a chill on his back. What is your opinion about this array? Yin Xingli's complexion was also not very good. He did a lot of research on killing arrays, so naturally he could see the effect of the inverted Big Dipper array. Yin Xingli said, Master Lin, your old ancestor was not a good sprout. He actually used arrays to nurture demons in the ancestral temple. Lin Runru was greatly shocked. You can't talk nonsense about this. What do I need to talk nonsense for? Yin Xingli sneered. The Big Dipper array is used to disperse demonic qi, but the reverse is to raise demons. Your ancestors are really afraid that the demons in the ancestral temple will die. Yu Ming nodded. Yes, the array indeed has such an effect when inverted, but I don't know what exactly is trapped inside. Yin Xingli's inspiration suddenly flashed. Didn't we divine before that the 5th magic treasure is in Qing City? Could it be in the Lin family's ancestral temple? Yan Tianan's eyes lit up. It's possible. Lin Xuanji asked about the situation with the soul plate. Is there a great demon sealing array in the ancestral temple? I don't know. Yin Chongyu said lazily, soaking in the water, although I was divided into 5 parts and sealed in different places, each separate, me, can't sense the others very well. I can't perceive it, unless the array opens. Lin Xuanji asked again, do you know what that thing is? Yin Chongyu, I will not tell you even if I know it. Lin Xuanji, solve it 1 day earlier, and you will be resurrected 1 day earlier. Yin Chongyu thought for a moment, there is some truth in your words. So, you have to get closer and let me feel if I can resonate with it. There was no need for Yin Chongyu to say that. Since Lin Xuanji came here, he naturally wanted to go up and have a look. Lin Xuanji said, we might as well go to the 7th floor to have a look. Lin Runru nodded, it can only be like this. The 7th floor was the place where the memorial tablets of Lin's ancestral temple were located. When one entered the ancestral hall, they had to worship the ancestors first. If they didn't do that and instead did something else first, that might make the ancestors angry. Even if the ancestors weren't angry, it was also very important to pray for blessing and protection. So a group of 7 people stood on the last array. The Big Dipper array was activated and the golden array rotated rapidly. The surrounding wind and clouds were surging and the sky was rolling with thunder. After a while, when the people opened their eyes again, there was a long and seemingly endless corridor in their sight. Moreover, they were separated. Lin Xuanji was holding Yan Tianan's hand, so they were still together even now. The corridor was empty and there were walls on both sides, so they couldn't see much. But Lin Xuanji was certain that this was not the 7th floor of the ancestral temple. Zaki. YM is doing every possible way to get a reaction from YZH lol. Poor Runru, you need to run away as fast as you can. Hehe Chapter 481, A Strange Place. Thinking of the inverted Big Dipper array, Lin Xuanji couldn't help sucking in a cold breath. The Big Dipper array had 7 stars, which corresponded to the 7 floors, but in their ancestral shrine, the first floor did not need a teleportation array at all, so where does the extra teleportation array lead to? What's more, he had just overlooked a point. The teleportation array that appeared every 10 years when he came to the ancestral temple was not the one they just stood on, but it just happened to be the array at the other end that they mistook as the first floor's array. Dage, what's the matter? Yan Tianan looked at Lin Xuanji puzzledly. Lin Xuanji calmed down and squinted his eyes. We went to another ancestral shrine. Yan Tianan paused. What do you mean? Lin Xuanji turned around and looked back at the exact same corridor behind him. It seems that the 2 arrays at the opposite ends are the ways to teleport people to 2 different spaces. If I guessed correctly, on the ancestral worship day once every 10 years, the array is facing the right direction. However, at other times, the Big Dipper array is inverted. If we want to go to the 7th floor on any normal day, we have to go to the teleportation array at the other end. It seems that we are on the wrong path. Yan Tianan shivered with fright. Lin Xuanji squeezed his hand. Don't be afraid, I'm going to see what that creature is trying to do. When he squeezed Yan Tianan's hand, he felt that his hand was a little cold, as if it were a little wet, but Lin Xuanji didn't care too much, thinking that Yan Tianan was just afraid. He took Yan Tianan and walked forward a few steps. Although his steps were light, he felt that there was something wrong with the floor when he stepped on it. The sound reverberated in the corridor where there was no end to it. It sounded very sinister. The corridor was very long. Lin Xuanji walked for a long time, but there was still no end in sight. He stopped, bit his finger, drew a symbol out of thin air, and flicked a drop of blood towards the front, saying, "Break." This wasn't all. Lin Xuanji turned around again, using the bloody finger to draw between the eyebrows of Yan Tianan beside him. The space was instantly distorted, and the Lin family's ancestral temple appeared in front of him. He was still on the first floor, and even his feet had not stepped out of the teleportation array just now, but the others had disappeared. Standing next to him, Yan Tianan's face changed slightly, and suddenly withdrew his hand. When did you see through this? A young man wrapped in a white robe quickly retreated back, only to find that he had been blocked by a magic weapon that he didn't know when Lin Xuanji placed on him. Lin Xuanji looked at him. From the beginning, you pretended to look like him, but it's a pity that you didn't handle the details properly. What details? The young man pursued him relentlessly, unable to believe that he could be seen through so easily. He clearly had been observing Lin Xuanji and Yan Tianan secretly for a long time. He even imitated their movements and expressions, but how could Lin Xuanji see through it at a glance? Of course, Lin Xuanji naturally would not tell such things. Lin Xuanji drew out the Zij sword. Even though your illusion is powerful, you are just a scapegoat for someone else. Where is the real murderer now? The young man looked at Lin Xuanji in astonishment. How do you know that I didn't do it? Lin Xuanji said indifferently, the smell on your body. The one who really killed those people inhaled the incense of the Lin family. The boy was taken aback and couldn't help sighing. Obviously, he also knew that the smell on his body was completely different from that of the real murderer. I saw that you are a descendant of the Lin family and originally didn't want your life, but now I have to take it. The young man said in a low voice, and suddenly there was a black umbrella in his hand, and he came towards Lin Xuanji. Yan Tianan felt the goose bumps on his arm, looked around warily, and walked forward. He didn't know why he turned around and came to a dark and steep wilderness. The surrounding trees were low and chaotic, with gusts of yin wind and shadows of ghosts. Looking towards the sky, there was only a pale moon in the gloomy dark night sky that emitted a strange white light, and the shadows on the ground were like winding tentacles. Yan Tianan swallowed hard. He felt something drifting by and it even brushed against his arm. Yan Tianan shivered and rubbed his small arm again. After observing for a while, Yan Tianan found that he still had to walk forward, otherwise it wouldn't be a solution to just stand there. Although the trees here looked messy and disorderly, if you observed closely, you could see a small path in the middle. Yan Tianan walked on the weed-free path, only feeling that the soil under his feet was very soft, as if it was making people sink down. He sped up unconsciously. He didn't know how far he had gone. Yan Tianan saw a large number of lights appearing in front of the shadows, and voices uttering words could be faintly heard, but there were clouds of fog that appeared out of nowhere, dispersing those lights. It spread out, and against the pale moonlight, it became more and more strange. Yan Tianan paused and ran forward quickly. The more he ran forward, the denser the fog became. Just as Yan Tianan blindly rushed forward by relying on the sound, his eyes suddenly opened up, and the fog had scattered. He looked intently in front of him. The lights were bright and it was crowded. The cries and shouts became one. It seemed to be a square, but it was more like a market. Big red lanterns were hung upstairs on both sides of the streets. There were men and women on the road, and many people were wearing masks, talking in twos and threes, smiling and laughing as they walked forward. Yan Tianan saw a beautiful woman dressed in a cloud and mist palace costume. The beautiful woman smiled at Yan Tianan and continued to walk forward. However, when this beauty passed by Yan Tianan, he saw a long, thick tail dragging behind her, still swinging on the ground. Yan Tianan, what the hell is this place? Yan Tianan began to observe the people around him. Soon, he discovered that although the people here all had human appearances, they all had tails, wings, or other limbs. Some of the outstretched arms were not like that of humans at all, but they seemed to some undescribed animal. These animals were something that Yan Tianan had never seen before. At this moment, Yan Tianan heard a quarrel around him. A voice said, I bought a wisdom stage fox demon inner core last year with only 3 middle-grade spirit stones. How come it costs 30 this year? Your price increase is too great, right? Then a voice that sounded very confident, this year, the wisdom stage fox demons have become less and less, it is difficult to find them. Rare things are expensive, and the price is naturally higher. The voice said, I won't buy it because it has risen so much. The other voice immediately became angry, Lousy worked so hard to get it. You have to buy it today, even if you don't want to, or else you won't leave here alive. The original voice also became angry and sneered, I won't buy it, what will you do? Then you will die. He saw a person who was originally 3 meters tall suddenly became violent, and in a blink of an eye he became a 2-story monster with rough and hard armor-like skin and strong limbs, with a long tail behind him. Another human who didn't want to pay a high price to buy the demon fox inner core also changed his appearance. He turned into a humanoid with a serpentine tail. He sneered and wrapped his sturdy tail around the huge monster. A flame flashed in his hand, then the head of the ugly monster had actually been cut off. Fuck, Yan Tianan blurted out. The people around were not even surprised, and some were even pointing and giggling. Aiya, he ran into a hard nut. He doesn't have the ability but still dared to raise the price out of nowhere. He deserves to be killed. This demon looks amazing, but in reality, it had just cultivated a demonic core. It's really boring. You can tell with a glance that he is a newcomer, and he doesn't understand the rules at all. He dares to sit in this pagoda ghost market and raise the price. He's really looking for death. Yan Tianan. It turned out that this place was the pagoda ghost market. Yan Tianan watched as the snake-tailed monster stretched out his slender fingers and easily pulled out the heart of the dead monster. The inner core of demonic beast cultivators was hidden in the Dantian Chi-Si, but the core of demons was in the heart. The guy with a snake-tailed human body looked at the demonic core the size of a thumb and snorted disdainfully, then just threw it into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. Afterwards, he picked up the storage bag that had fallen on the ground, threw it directly into his clothes, and turned into a human form casually. Grandpa is in a good mood today, so I will leave it to you. The snake demon who got the demon fox's inner core was in a good mood, leaving the slain demon to the low-level demons around him. He just waved his hand and walked away a few steps. Yan Tianan watched as 5 or 6 demons that couldn't disguise as humans swarmed up. They quickly divided up the demon with claws and fangs and ate him. Yan Tianan's face turned green. It's too cruel, it's really not suitable for him to stay here for too long. Yan Tianan hurriedly looked back to find the way he came. However, at this moment he found out that all the bustling people in the front and back were just people. There were no villages in front of them and no shops in the back, let alone the road which he took. He could not even see the fog anymore. A young man dressed in black holding a white umbrella looked at Yan Tianan from a distance in the crowd, gave an eerie and malicious smile, then turned and disappeared. Once you've entered the pagoda ghost market, you're on your own. Suddenly, Someone patted Yan Tianan on the shoulder. Yan Tianan turned his head abruptly and saw the guy with the snake-tailed figure just now, looking at him up and down with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Little fellow, is it the first time you've visited the Pagoda Ghost Market?" Yan Tianan stared at his hand for a moment, then asked, "Did you wash your hands after you grabbed the heart?" The smile on the man's face stiffened for an instant. Immediately afterwards, he laughed out loud. "Interesting, but I don't need to wash my hands, I only need a purification charm. However, it seems that this really is the first time you came here, little fellow, you are really not afraid of death?" Yan Tianan asked sullenly. "How can you tell?" TL's corner table. Zaki. "So rude, I was eating my dinner, guys, no manners at all, others eating raw hearts and bodies, call your manager. I need to file a complaint." Chapter 482, Pagoda Ghost Market. The man lowered his voice mysteriously, "Because you smell very fragrant." Yan Tianan raised his sleeve subconsciously and sniffed. "I'm afraid you can't smell it yourself." The man still laughed. "You are not an ordinary person, right? You can be said to be full of yin qi. We demons like your kind the most. Taking a bite will greatly increase our cultivation and strengthen our demonic core." Yan Tianan was shocked in his heart, and he had some lingering fear. If it weren't because he had commanded the lower demons of the 5 continents in his previous life, he was afraid that he would have been frightened to death at this moment. However, it was precisely because he was in such a situation right now that he couldn't show even the slightest bit of fear. So, Yan Tianan smiled to himself and said, "Since you can see that, it means that your cultivation level is not low, but this really is the first time I've come to this kind of place. Why don't you show me around?" The man looked at Yan Tianan with a curious look. "You are not afraid that I will eat you?" These kinds of people who were full of yin qi couldn't wait to run away immediately as soon as they saw him. How could this one even take the initiative to invite him for a stroll? Yan Tianan was full of confidence. "Since I dared to come alone, how can I not have some trump cards to rely on? You also look like a smart person. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. What do you think?" It was probably because it was that person's first time seeing someone like Yan Tianan. Originally, he'd planned to kill Yan Tianan, but at this time he suddenly changed his mind. "What you said also makes sense. I happen to be in a good mood these days, and I have nothing to do. It is good to make more friends." The young man took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Li Mo, and I belong to the clan of Earth Demons." "You don't look like a demon, but instead, look like a human." When Yan Tianan heard this, he knew slightly more about this demon in his heart. No wonder this demon could smell the yin qi on his body. According to the innate strength of their race, demons were divided into divine devils, earth demons, ignorant demons, beast demons, and teal ghosts. Since divine devils had almost disappeared these days, earth demons were the rulers of the demon clan, and the number was very small. An earth demon would almost always become the leader of a group of demons as soon as it appeared. Moreover, because earth demons were the closest to divine devils, they were very sensitive to divine devils. Yan Tianan had only seen one earth demon in his previous life. He didn't expect that he had accidentally strayed into the Pagoda Ghost Market in this life and saw one earth demon at once. Once he thought about that dead demon who said something provocative just now, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. The demon clan's bloodline suppression was stronger than that of humans, and it was almost an extravagant wish to challenge a demon with a higher bloodline unless their years of cultivation were very different. It was no wonder that Li Mo took down that seemingly powerful demon so easily. Yan Tianan nodded and said, "I am indeed a human." Li Mo's eyeballs turned slightly. "Humans can actually enter the demon clan's ghost market. It seems that the guy who brought you here wants your life." Li Mo added, "The Pagoda Ghost Market has no fixed trading rules. It's pretty much a black market. It is only open to demons and demonic cultivators. If you let other demons discover that someone like you have broken into the Pagoda Ghost Market, you will be killed." Yan Tianan asked, "Then how can I leave?" Li Mo looked at him and smiled. "Countless human cultivators have no opportunity to step into the Pagoda Ghost Market at all. You just got here, yet now you are thinking about leaving. Is there nothing that attracts you in this Pagoda Ghost Market?" Yan Tianan waved his hand quickly. "It's a bit interesting, but my family is still waiting for me outside, so I can't stay here too long." Li Mo squinted a pair of narrow eyes and stared at Yan Tianan for a moment, and said, "I was almost fooled by you. In reality, there is no magic treasure that you can depend on. You were simply deceived into coming here, right? Yan Tianan shook his head. I'm not, I wasn't. From the beginning, Li Mo felt that Yan Tianan's cultivation level was not high and that he really smelled so fragrant, so he had some crooked thoughts about him. It was only because he had been acting on impulse for a long time, plus he was baffled by what strange treasure Yan Tianan had in his body, so he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to befriend Yan Tianan. Right now, when he saw that Yan Tianan had nothing to rely on, he started to have bad thoughts again. Realizing that Li Mo's gaze became more and more dangerous, Yan Tianan wanted to retreat. Even if he had unlocked half of his demonic blood, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for an earth demon who had lived for hundreds of years. Moreover, demons could improve their bloodline realm by devouring higher demons. If an earth demon devoured a divine devil, they could then replace him as a new divine devil. Although earth demons were subservient to the divine devils, they were always thinking about rebelling against them and obtaining a higher bloodline. Yan Tianan could still understand this in his heart. Li Mo took a step closer to him. Why is there a human cultivator full of yin qi here? A woman's voice came, and she was wearing a floor-length dress and a hairpin ring. She looked bejeweled, very rich, and graceful. That face was also very good-looking, enchanting yet pure. It was very attractive to men. Hearing this, Li Mo turned to the woman and said, "You're not waiting by the demon emperor's side anymore. How come you have time to visit this kind of place?" The woman's purple pupils locked onto Yan Tianan firmly. She licked the corners of her lips, and said, "I came out to find some good things for the demon emperor." Li Mo, the one behind you, isn't he a good tribute to pay to the demon emperor? Quickly hand him over, so that I can also try him out for the demon emperor first. Li Mo couldn't bear to see anyone snatching away the things he wanted, so he immediately became protective. He sneered and said, "I saw this person first. Don't even think about him." "Oh," the woman sneered, "since we can't get anywhere with a discussion, we should each depend on our own abilities." As soon as her voice fell, a thick black mist appeared in front of Yan Tianan's eyes, and a sharp claw grabbed towards his neck. Yan Tianan swiftly retreated and flicked a yin flame whip towards the claw. The woman seemed to be too confident in herself. She didn't think Yan Tianan's yin flame whip would be anything powerful, and instead of retreating, she actually used her hand to directly grab the yin flame whip. However, with only a scream of awe, one of the demon's hands was melted by the whip's flames. "What are you?" Li Mo, who had been helping Yan Tianan, suddenly reverted to a human body with a snake tail as he stared at Yan Tianan with his pupils dilated. Yan Tianan squeezed the whip and said, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend people. I said it earlier, I have something to rely on." The female demon rolled around in pain. A white wrist had fallen on the ground and turned into an ugly black limb. She was so angry from it, she broke her clothes and turned into a human-like demon with two horns on her head and a long and thin tail behind her. In the blink of an eye, she jumped in front of Yan Tianan, and a bloody mouth full of fangs was about to bite at his head. Just at this moment, a gust of wind blew by, and only a loud boom was heard. The female demon was actually sent flying by a sweep from a sleeve. Yan Tianan looked at the stalwart man standing in front of him with a bit of astonishment. After a while, he put away the yin flame that had already been burning in his palm and curled his lips slightly. Venerable Emperor Li Mo stared at the man in front of him in amazement and quickly lowered his head as he retreated. As soon as Lai Fenkong appeared, the entire pagoda ghost market went quiet and dared not make even the slightest sound, which showed Lai Fenkong's status and position in the ghost market. The corner of Lai Fenkong's mouth was upturned, but his eyes were cold. "You're not even aware of a foreign weapon spirit's intrusion, yet all you can think about is harming people." More on Li Mo's face and ears were red. "I couldn't recognize people well, that was my blunder. As for harming others, isn't this a common thing?" Lai Fenkong glanced at the female demon who was still groaning on the ground and showed a look of slight disgust. If it wasn't for her good-looking human form, he wouldn't have allowed such a low-level demon to serve by his side. But he didn't think that she merely had a good appearance but had no brain and would actually try to obtain anyone she wanted. As soon as Lai Fenkong raised his hand, a blazing fire burned the female demon who had already transformed back into her true form. With a miserable shriek, the female demon turned into ashes, and not even a residue was left. Li Mo's complexion changed slightly. Lai Fenkong turned to Yan Tianan and said, "I have disturbed you. I didn't discipline my subordinates well." Yan Tianan tilted his head and looked at Lai Fenkong. He recalled when he was participating in the 100 Families gathering before, This guy also specially left a clone in the peach blossom forest to scare him. Yan Tianan asked, "Did you rush here just to rescue me?" "Naturally." Yan Tianan asked, "You've followed me for so long, so why didn't you show up before?" Lai Fenkong paused. "How did you know?" Yan Tianan hummed twice without explaining. In fact, he was thinking in his heart, if it wasn't for half of his demon blood suddenly becoming unsealed, how could he easily find a trace of Lai Fenkong? Moreover, even if he couldn't find out, according to Lai Fenkong's bitch nature in his previous life, he must have been following Yan Tianan. In his previous life, Yan Tianan asked Lai Fenkong specifically about the reason, and the answer given by Lai Fenkong made him unable to doubt or refute who let you also be a divine devil. Ever since the divine devils were sealed in the great demon sealing array, the entire clan had begun to decline. There were probably no more than 100 pure divine devils remaining, and most of them were in the 9 lands. The divine devils in small realms were both invincible and lonely. It wasn't incomprehensible that they wanted to find a companion who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Yan Tianan was such an existence to Lai Fenkong. It's just that Lai Fenkong had always kept a low profile and was very patient. He wouldn't let Yan Tianan know of his existence until Yan Tianan found himself in a desperate situation. Yan Tianan pulled back his thoughts, smiled knowingly at Lai Fenkong, and said, "You and I both belong to the Divine Devil clan. If you don't follow me, don't tell me that you'll follow others." Lai Fenkong's long eyebrows raised, expressing his surprise. Li Mo suddenly raised his head and stared at Yan Tianan in disbelief. "Divine Devil?" Yan Tianan blinked at Li Mo. "I only carried some magic treasures to hide my aura. As I said, since I dared to come here, I naturally have something to rely on." Li Mo's heart was beating. He subconsciously looked towards the place where the female demon had died and couldn't help but secretly feel thankful that he hadn't really attacked Yan Tianan yet. The entire demon realm of the 5 continents knew that the demon emperor Lai Fenkong was looking for a half-demon, half-human boy, but few people knew exactly who was the person who could captivate Lai Fenkong's attention. "Now, I'm afraid it's the boy in front of me." Chapter 483, Yin and Yang Umbrella. Li Mo smiled bitterly. "It's my eyes that are clumsy." Yan Tianan graciously said that it doesn't matter. Anyways, the next time they meet, maybe they will get to know more about each other. Lai Fenkong felt that since he'd finally appeared in front of Yan Tianan in his true form after much difficulty, naturally, he shouldn't let anyone else distract Yan Tianan, so he waved his hand to have Li Mo get out. Lai Fenkong personally took Yan Tianan to wander around the Pagoda Ghost Market and expressed his willingness to do his best to be a host. Yan Tianan should just take whatever he liked. Although Yan Tianan loved money, he did not dare to take too much advantage of Lai Fenkong too much. After all, demons were all stingy. If they were taken advantage of, they would definitely hatch a scheme to regain their advantages. So Yan Tianan asked, "I just heard Li Mo say that there are only things you can't think of in this Pagoda Ghost Market, but there is nothing you cannot buy. Is this true?" Lai Fenkong answered with some pride, "Naturally it is true, this is much more complete than the human world." Yan Tianan said, "What if I want to buy news?" Lai Fenkong looked at Yan Tianan with deep meaning. "If you want to buy news, naturally you can buy it. It depends on what kind of news you want to buy." Yan Tianan said bluntly, "I want to buy 2 pieces of news. I wonder if anyone is willing to sell them to me." Lai Fenkong thought for a while. "What do you want to exchange it for?" Yan Tianan looked at Lai Fenkong. "What do you think is valuable on me?" Lai Fenkong sized him up with curled lips. "Only you are the most valuable." Yan Tianan touched his nose. "It's not like I can dismantle myself and sell it to you." Lai Fenkong laughed. "Just treat it as our first time meeting gift after I followed you for so long. What do you want to ask?" Yan Tianan was also not polite with him, saying, "The first matter, what is the creature in that ancestral temple that led me here?" Lai Fenkong said indifferently, "That is a weapon spirit. The true form of this weapon spirit is a yin-yang umbrella. The yin side is evil and the yang side is good. It has one body with double the cultivation. It can be regarded as a good fortune." Yan Tianan got the answer, but still couldn't help being surprised. Yin-yang umbrella, isn't that a treasure in the seals of the 5 continents, located in the East Continent's Great Demon Sealing Array? Lai Fenkong nodded. The yin-yang umbrella is a peerless magic weapon handed down from ancient times. It can suppress demons in principle, but in fact, for thousands of years, Nobody knows what kinds of fortuitous encounters this yin-yang umbrella experienced. It actually cultivated a weapon spirit, and it even cultivated into 2 spirits. If you listen to its name, you should know that there is a good side and a bad side. If the good side is strong, the yin-yang umbrella is an item that suppresses demons, but if the bad side is strong, what will happen is unpredictable. However, the yin-yang umbrella has always been obediently sealed in the Lin family ancestral temple. But now, for unknown reasons, it could actually escape from the Lin family ancestral temple. Seeing Yan Tianan's distressed look, Lai Fenkong smiled. Once a weapon gains a spirit, it will be much more powerful than a human. I once fought the yin-yang umbrella. When the 2 of them joined hands, I admit that I was no match. Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows. What are their powerful techniques, can you tell me? Lai Fenkong answered, you've actually seen their most powerful skill, that is, they can connect 2 different spaces. This pagoda ghost market is actually thousands of miles away from the Lin family ancestral temple, but they can bring you here in the blink of an eye. Not just anyone can do that. Yan Tianan took a deep breath. What about the others? Lai Fenkong thought for a while and said, the other thing is that the yin-yang umbrella can rapidly improve its cultivation by eating the inner cores of demonic beasts, the demonic cores of demons, and the Dantian Qi Si of human beings, as well as their brain and blood. Now that the yin-yang umbrella has already been contaminated with demonic qi, the evil side is completely dominant, so its attacks are merciless. Yan Tianan nodded and asked, then, do they have something they fear? Lai Fenkong laughed. This is simple. The yin-yang umbrella currently has the yin attribute, so what they fear most are items with blazing yang properties. If they lean toward the yang attribute, what they fear most are items with extreme yin properties. When you fight them, you must kill them with 1 blow at the same time, or else the yin and yang will change, which will lead to endless troubles in the future. Yan Tianan rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then said, I've finished asking this question. Next question, how do I get out of here? You just got here, but now you're thinking about leaving. Lai Fenkong seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Is this pagoda ghost market really so boring? It's not boring. Yan Tianan glanced at the things that were sold around, all of which were bloody demonic beast cores or demonic cores, and felt disgusting. They just don't have what I need for the time being, and I also have nothing to exchange for right now. Besides, my Dage is still waiting for me at home. If I go back late, he will definitely be worried. Listening to Yan Tianan mentioning Lin Xuanji, Lai Fenkong looked slightly unpredictable. Your Dage has a rare yang constitution. If he finds the hiding place of the yin-yang umbrella, he may be able to destroy them. Yan Tianan said, that's great. After I go back, I will discuss it with Dage. Seeing that he really wanted to return, Lai Fenkong stopped insisting that he stay. Then close your eyes, and I will send you out. Yan Tianan closed his eyes and said gratefully, thank you very much. Lai Fenkong's voice was a little joking, and said, I always feel that you and I have known each other for a long time, and you behave like I'm completely familiar to you. How interesting. Yan Tianan replied, who let me see you in my previous life? Fate is unfathomable. Lai Fenkong smiled happily. There is something going on in the demon realm recently, and it is inconvenient for me to follow you again. When the matter is over, I'll play with you again. Yan Tianan only had time to answer the word okay, then he fainted, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already on the 1st floor of Lin family ancestral temple. I just told you, he can find a way out by himself. A young boy's voice rang, still a little angry. As soon as Yan Tianan raised his eyes, he saw Lin Xuanji holding the Zij sword with the sharp blade on the slender neck of a white-robed young man. His expression looked like he was ready to kill someone. Opposite Lin Xuanji stood a young man in a black robe and holding a black umbrella. Although the young man looked almost exactly the same as the white-robed youth, his expression was fierce, like he wanted to eat people. When Lin Xuanji saw Yan Tianan appear out of thin air, he was slightly relieved. Ah Hen, come behind me. Yan Tianan understood the situation at once. Yin-yang umbrella. The 2 teenagers looked at Yan Tianan at the same time. The black-robed boy said with a dark expression, bitch it, Lai Fenkong, that trash with a loose tongue. Hearing Lai Fenkong's name, Lin Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Yan Tianan said, Dage, I was led to the demon realm by this creature just now. If I hadn't met Lai Fenkong, maybe I wouldn't be able to come back. Killing intent rose in Lin Xuanji's heart, and the look he sent the black-robed boy was particularly dangerous. Yin Umbrella sneered and said dismissively, your little lover hooked up with someone behind your back. The green hat on your head is already 3 feet high. I listened to the two of them talking just now. That Lai Fenkong has never liked to be nosy, but for your little lover, he killed his subordinate with one move and did not even hesitate to spend his energy to transport him thousands of miles. Why don't you go and find Lai Fenkong for revenge first? Yan Tianan said, yeah right. Before I kill Lai Fenkong, I have to first kill an evil thing like you. Yin Umbrella said confidently, if you kill me, the Yin-Yang umbrella will be broken. Once the Yin-Yang umbrella is broken, you all will never be able to open the 5 continents barrier. You have to think about this carefully. Yang umbrella sighed slightly. Yan Tianan also realized the problem. If a magic weapon had already cultivated a weapon spirit, then if the weapon spirit died, the magic weapon would become completely worthless and would just be an inanimate object. With that said, Yan Tianan's expression turned dark. Lin Xuanji said coldly, the yin-yang umbrella was originally an item to subdue demons, in addition to breaking through and connecting yin and yang. I didn't expect that once it cultivated weapon spirits, it would actually commit evil and slaughter people. I don't know whether your master regrets that you were created for weapon spirits. These words were tantamount to questioning whether one's parents regretted giving birth to them. They were extremely harsh words. Yin umbrella suddenly got a yin wind all over his body. He murderously closed the black umbrella and turned it into a long stick, pointing to Lin Xuanji. You arrogant brat, someone who speaks a lot of nonsense generally won't live long. Lin Xuanji met him head-on with his sword and collided with Yin umbrella's stick, creating sparks. As soon as Yang umbrella wanted to escape, a whip-emitting yin flames coiled around his neck. Yang umbrella suddenly wilted. He kept his original posture and spoke, I'm not very powerful, so you must be very careful. If you kill me, none of you will be able to get out. Yan Tianan sneered. That depends on whether that good twin brother of yours understands matters. If he truly provokes me, I'll kill the two of you first, then think of other ways to get out. In any case, roads are to be walked by people. If this path is unavailable, I will find another way. If it really doesn't work, then it doesn't matter if we don't leave the 5 continents. Ultimately, it's fine, since you two will be dead and I'll still be alive. Yang umbrella, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Speaking of the yin umbrella's cultivation, it was indeed outrageously high. After all, it was a divine artifact that had a fortuitous encounter, transformed into weapon spirits, and had also been enshrined in the Lin family ancestral temple while accepting incense and worship. In addition, it had swallowed a lot of people's yin qi, which naturally had many benefits. This wasn't the case for the Yang umbrella. Although the yin umbrella and the yang umbrella were twins, the yang umbrella could barely assume human form only after help from the yin umbrella. He was also the kinder side, so as a weapon spirit, he was a scaredy cat. Even if he besieged Lin Xuanji, he only dared to use an illusion to make Lin Xuanji run around in circles, so at this moment, the yang umbrella was lying under Yan Tianan's whip, shivering while pouring out his endless grievances, not even daring to move a little. When the yin umbrella finished exchanging some moves with Lin Xuanji and saw yang umbrella's cowardly manner, he couldn't help swearing, don't be such a disgrace. You are not a human being. What's so scary about him? His whip can't hurt you at all. It's just a pretense. If you don't believe me, try it. Yang umbrella cried with a miserable expression, I won't try, I definitely won't try. What if my head falls down? Zaki, Lai Fenkong appears, resume the beauty pageant. Xuanji pushes Lai Fenkong out of the pages. It's not yet your turn to have much exposure here. Ah hen, my Dage wins, no contest, landslide victory. Chapter 484. Yin Yang Umbrella. The Yin Umbrella was so angered by the Yang Umbrella that he almost vomited blood, and said in fury, it's not like you need your head to live, anyway. If it falls, I will put it back on for you. Get up quickly, don't lie on the ground like a dog. Even if you are going to die, preserve a bit of your dignity, you can't let them look down on you. No, I'm just an ant, I have no shame. Yang Umbrella decisively chose the latter between image and life. Yan Tianan, inexplicably, this conversation felt a bit joyful. If it weren't for the fact that he was too nervous now, he would definitely laugh out loud right now. Yin Umbrella was so angry that he wanted to slap the Yang Umbrella to death, but if the Yang Umbrella died, then he wouldn't be able to live either. Lin Xuanji's Teal Lotus 9 styles had already reached a certain realm. At this time, he had already developed a strong murderous intent. Lin Xuanji winked at Yan Tianan and signaled the two to attack together. They glanced at each other and confirmed each other's intent. 9 teal lotus flowers in different directions flew towards the yin umbrella at the same time, trying to seal all the major acupoints in his body. Every move was fatal, closing in on him with every step. The yin umbrella showed a disdainful sneer, and the stick originally held in his hand shot up and turned into a huge umbrella. The lotus flowers crackled as they hit the umbrella surface but were all reflected back, cutting the surrounding windows and walls into a mess. Boy, you are not my match. There is no one who can oppose me in these 5 continents. Yin umbrella triumphantly watched Lin Xuanji use a backhand to send his own sword attacks flying. Upon seeing this, Yan Tianan tightened the whip on the neck of the yang umbrella a little bit. Surrender, or I will kidnap him. Go ahead, kidnap him. The hell does that have to do with me? The yin umbrella was fed up with the yang umbrella's cowardly manner, so he was not polite. Yang umbrella pouted and said aggrievedly, how can you treat me like this? Yan Tianan turned the whip into a rope and firmly tied up the yang umbrella, dragging him as they ran out of the ancestral temple. When the yin umbrella saw this, he was stunned for a moment. He looked like he never expected Yan Tianan to actually abduct the yang umbrella. Lin Xuanji took this opportunity to suddenly stab at his heart. Although the yin umbrella held the umbrella's handle and blocked in time, he was beaten back a few steps by the force. Just when he was about to fight back, there was a bright light outside the gate of the ancestral temple. The yin umbrella narrowed his eyes coldly, spoke some harsh words, and disappeared as soon as he turned around. Lin Xuanji couldn't track him either, so he could only take his sword and walk out of the ancestral temple. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he saw Lin Runru and the others standing outside the ancestral temple. Yu Ming glared at Yan Zhonghua in anger, obviously dissatisfied with his decision. Yan Zhonghua looked indifferent. No matter how Yu Ming glared at him, his face remained unchanged. Is that the thing? Yu Ming turned to stare at the young man in white who was pressed to the ground by Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan nodded. I was wondering what kind of thing was causing mischief, but it's actually a yin-yang umbrella. They had somehow experienced a fortuitous encounter and cultivated into weapon spirits, and they even cultivated 2 weapon spirits at once. This yang umbrella still looks okay, but his brother, the yin umbrella, is not anything good. He goes around causing mischief and eating people. Those dried corpses were all done by him, and his cultivation is also very strong. Yin Xingli sighed and said, the yin-yang umbrella actually appeared in the ancestral shrine of the Lin family. No wonder my brother and I couldn't find the location no matter how we tried to divine it. Esteemed Lan Yu nodded. The ancestral temple is the most sacred place in a family. The Lin family ancestral temple has received incense and worship for thousands of years. Naturally, it has ways to hide items. Besides, he glanced at the yang umbrella lying on the ground, and said, the yin-yang umbrella is a magic weapon that can deceive the sky and cover up the sun. Now that it has cultivated into weapon spirits, it is even more extraordinary. It's just that this is the first time I've seen weapon spirits harming people. Yang umbrella raised his hand to beg for mercy and said, this doesn't have anything to do with me. I've already tried to dissuade him, but he doesn't listen to me, and I can't win against him in a fight either. What can I do? So that's why you acted as accomplice? Lin Xuanji walked over and asked with an unhappy expression, who was the one who led me to that space earlier? Yang umbrella shrunk his neck and whispered, he forced me to lead you all away. If I disagree, he will pull down my pants. Pull down pants. Everyone's expressions were a little weird. Yan Tianan rolled his eyes. It looks like we can learn a lot of things from his mouth. Let's lock him up first for interrogation. Since they seized the culprit, the yin-yang umbrella, this trip was not a waste of time. Yan Tianan eagerly rushed towards the Lin family's law enforcement hall with the captured yang umbrella. The law enforcement hall still had a majestic and solemn atmosphere. The warning resonance column stood in the middle of the hall. The inscription on it seemed to remind these descendants to always follow the laws set by their ancestors. After catching the culprit, Lin Bubai naturally returned to his original post. Originally, Lin Bubai wanted to follow the normal procedure for a trial, but Lin Xuanji said, no need, and avoided all the extraneous steps. The yang umbrella was tied to the warning resonance column. Because some people died in the law enforcement hall, the gloomy and cold aura was too heavy, so he shivered from the cold. A group of people surrounded the yang umbrella. Except for Yan Zhonghua, this powerhouse who had seen many big winds and waves, the others, especially Yan Tianan, set out with punitive intentions. Yan Tianan walked up to the Yang umbrella with a hand on his waist and said with a tense expression, "Be honest and explain everything you know. Otherwise, the whip of the law enforcement hall is not a mere decoration." The Yang umbrella gave him plenty of face by trembling a few times. He looked scared and spoke like a little daughter-in-law. I will explain everything clearly, so you must not beat me. My little heart is very fragile." Yan Tianan, so dramatic. Yu Ming took out a pill from his pocket, pried open the Yang umbrella's mouth, and stuffed it into his mouth. Yang umbrella asked in horror, "What did you make me eat?" Yu Ming said, "It's just a pill that will make you tell the truth. From now on, if you dare to tell a single lie, you'll feel the agony of having your heart pierced and your bones gouged out." Yang umbrella swallowed and said, "I'm a weapon spirit, not a human. Your medicine is useless to me." "Really?" Yu Ming smiled mysteriously. "Then you might as well try to tell a lie." Yang umbrella thought for a while, and tentatively said, "I'm the Yin umbrella." In an instant, the Yang umbrella felt like he was thrown into a meat grinder and stirred, and his whole body was in so much pain that he almost passed out. He quickly said, "I'm the Yang umbrella, I'm the Yang umbrella." Upon seeing this, Yu Ming said with satisfaction, "Why make life difficult for yourself?" The Yang umbrella almost cried, "What the fuck is this cruel item?" Yang umbrella also knew that he couldn't let these ferocious humans feel like he was delaying for time, so he explained the matter from beginning to end. It turned out that the yin-yang umbrella was created at the time of the creation of heaven and earth. At first, it was used to communicate between the yin world and yang world. However, after someone shut the gate of the yin world completely, the yin-yang umbrella temporarily lost this function and only retained the functions of suppressing demons and spatial teleportation, etc. The emergence of weapon spirits depended on luck. Even if weapons were formed at the time of creation, few could cultivate into weapon spirits. The yin-yang umbrella originally didn't have weapon spirits either, but thousands of years ago, they were enlightened by crafting Monarch Bai Wen, touched the blood of demon Venerable Radiant Sky and Emperor Zan Lu simultaneously, and were also worshipped by the incense from the Lin family for thousands of years. In addition, the East Continent had outstanding geography and talented humans, and the Lin family also happened to be on the dragon's head of a spiritual vein in the earth. Therefore, with the accumulation of time and the change of the celestial bodies, the yin-yang umbrella actually produced a pair of weapon spirits. Yang umbrella said very bitterly, "My younger brother and I were originally having a good time in the Lin family ancestral temple and didn't want to come out. However, we didn't know what kind of strange demonic things were locked away in the Lin family ancestral temple. Unexpectedly, they broke into the great demon ceiling array and tried to devour us. My younger brother's temper had always been insidious, and he also didn't want to see us suffer losses, so he swallowed all those invading demonic creatures. Later, probably because of the aftereffects, my younger brother's temperament got worse and worse. A few days ago, a hole suddenly appeared in the great demon ceiling array for some reason, and my deity and I were finally able to see the light of day again. I had originally planned to travel the mountains and play in the rivers together with him, but unexpectedly, he actually ran out while I was sleeping at night to commit evil and endanger others. After I found out about it, I sternly stopped him. However, my deity did not listen to my advice at all, insisting on using this evil method to quickly improve his cultivation level. To be honest, even if you all didn't take the initiative to find us today, I certainly would have found some time to look for you and ask for your help." Yu Ming narrowed his eyes and sized up the Yang umbrella. Obviously, he didn't really believe what the Yang umbrella said. He sneered, "Look for us. Do you know who we are? Are you not afraid that we will kill the Yin umbrella after we see him?" Yang umbrella said with a serious expression, "I know you guys are looking for the East Continent's seal and want to open the 5 continents barrier. If either of us dies, the yin-yang umbrella will become completely useless. After that, there will be no possibility of opening the 5 continents barrier. You will not do this." Lin Xuanji said, "You two are in the ancestral shrine every day, so how do you know these matters?" Yang umbrella answered, "During the day, I will also come out to inquire for information. My deity is the yin side, so he is very sensitive to yang attribute things. In addition, he inhaled too much yin qi, so he can only move around at night. I am the yang side and am very sensitive to yin qi, but I haven't done anything bad, so the night has little effect on me. You still dare to lie?" Yan Tianan raised his eyebrows and glared at the Yang umbrella. Those Yin Constitution disciples who died unjustly, didn't you disclose their information to the Yin umbrella? That boy even led me to the pagoda ghost market, but he still didn't sense the yin qi on my body. It can be seen that he cannot sense yin qi at all. If it wasn't for you, you're mistaken about me. The Yang umbrella looked at Yan Tianan's face, which looked more and more like he was about to eat people. He interrupted and explained, someone else told my Didi about all those Yin Constitution people, but I've never met that person before. Although I can sense people with Yin Constitutions, I don't want my brother to improve his cultivation by harming others, so how can I tell him this? Besides, whose yin qi can match yours? If I truly helped him, then I would have told him about your constitution. If I had done that, how could he have let you go so easily? As soon as Yan Tianan heard it, his heart thought, that's true. The Yin umbrella completely ignored me right after bringing me to the pagoda ghost market. If the Yin umbrella had already realized that I have a Ming Yin constitution, then I'm afraid that his goal would not have been as simple as merely throwing me away. TL's Corner. Zaki, I was stumped and riddled with confusion in this chapter and the previous one too. Translating without understanding anything and got so confused with the two umbrellas. Please thank our awesome Aya for fixing this chapter for you all. Without her, this chapter would have been unreadable and then Rose would definitely throw me out of the window. Chapter 485. Completely unmasked, Yu Ming pinched his chin thoughtfully and spoke, by eating that pill, if you lie, you will feel like 10,000 arrows pierced your heart. You can't mask it. It seems that this little umbrella is telling the truth. Young umbrella rushed to nod, as if he was afraid of the others not believing him. After spending half a day, they caught Young umbrella, who was not the culprit and didn't even have intentions of harming people. Everyone was characteristically lacking in interest. Yu Ming looked at Yan Zhonghua and said, aren't you going to say something? Yan Zhonghua said faintly, the Yin-Yang umbrella is also called Connecting Worlds umbrella and Heaven and Earth umbrella. If you can subdue the Yin umbrella, you will definitely be able to open the 5 continents barrier and return to 9 lands. Useless words. Yu Ming glared at him and said, as if we needed you to say this. I'm asking if you can step in and tie up that Yin umbrella. Yin Xingli couldn't help secretly clicking his tongue when he heard Yu Ming talk to Yan Zhonghua this way, thinking, Demon Venerable Yu Ming's temperament is indeed really difficult to get along with. Yan Zhonghua knew that Yu Ming had a grudge against him because he didn't go in to save Ah Hen, so he didn't dispute with him. He only said, it's not difficult to subdue the Yin umbrella. I can capture him and directly wipe out his spirit. It's not a bad idea. It's just that with this method, this umbrella would be considered to be semi-wasted. It's not easy for an object to cultivate a spirit. I want to give them a way to stay alive. Upon hearing this, Young Umbrella immediately burst into tears and said, that's right, it took us many years of cultivation to cultivate a spirit and intelligence. Moreover, younger brother was not originally like this, but he was disturbed by the invading demonic objects in the ancestral temple of Lin family, and became what he is now. Please, I am begging you to leave us a way to stay alive, and in the future, I will never refuse to be an ox or a horse and work under you. I'm afraid your younger brother would not be willing, said Yan Tianan. The Young Umbrella said, he is willing, he is willing. If he is unwilling, I will beat him until he is willing. The corners of Yan Tianan's mouth twitched. Do you have any misunderstandings about your own combat abilities? Young Umbrella, however, although the Young Umbrella had less than 5 crumbs of fighting ability, it seemed he still had a certain position in the heart of the Yin Umbrella. After deliberation, they decided to hang the Young Umbrella in the darkest place of the Lin family home on the full moon 3 days later at midnight, to lure the snake out of the cave. The moon was like a silver plate, illuminating the entire earth. In the middle of the night, there was a faint sobbing sound coming from the door of Law Enforcement Hall, seemingly far and near, loud and soft. It was very terrifying and seemed to be haunted. Yan Tianan rubbed his arms. We did this, but we don't actually know if Yin Umbrella will come to save him. Lin Xuanji said, on the night of the full moon, at midnight, is the time when the Yin Qi is the most concentrated for the whole month, and the cultivation of the Yin Umbrella will reach its peak. He will certainly take this opportunity to come out. Sure enough, it wasn't long after they saw that the space in front of their eyes seemed to be distorted for a moment. The next second, a teenager dressed in black and holding a white umbrella appeared at the door of the Law Enforcement Hall. Little Yin Yang, Umbrella excitedly cried out, as if afraid the others didn't know that the Yin Umbrella had already come. The yin umbrella didn't strike. As soon as he raised his hand, he used a sharp wind to cut the rope that tied yang umbrella's hands. He sneered, "You are really capable. I heard that you confessed faster than the time it takes you to take off your pants." Yang umbrella, Yan Tianan, what kind of trashy comparison is this? Yin umbrella was too lazy to care about yang umbrella, but turned around to the empty place and said, "Why must you guys be hiding? Why don't you just come out? Let's fight and see who is more powerful." At the same time, 7 people, Lin Xuanji, Yan Tianan, Yu Ming, Yan Zonghua, Yin Xingli, esteemed Lan Yu, and Lin Runru came out of the bushes from 7 directions. Yin umbrella, fuck, ganging up for a fight. Yin umbrella was uncertain at first, but when he glanced at these people's cultivation, he relaxed. Even if you added all of these people up, they were still no match for him. Moreover, at this moment, his cultivation had reached its peak. Humans really are shameless, Yin umbrella said sarcastically. Fighting also needs to be done together, using many to take advantage of the few. However, even if you fight together, you will just be a stepping stone for me. Yu Ming sneered, then there is no harm in giving it a try. Yin umbrella turned around and slapped Yang umbrella's face, saying, "Be good and stand here, don't run around and confuse me." Yang umbrella hesitated. He gently pulled on Yin umbrella's sleeve and said, "Little Yin, can you stop eating people?" Yin umbrella fiercely glared at Yang umbrella. He suddenly flung his sleeves and said, "Who am I doing this for?" After he finished talking, he pulled out that white umbrella and advanced towards Lin Xuanji and others. The white umbrella could become both a defense weapon and an attack weapon. In addition, the weapon spirit was the one who knew the magic weapon best in the world. Thus, for a while, the yin umbrella was not at a disadvantage. Rocks collapsed, and the trees were destroyed. The floor in front of the law enforcement hall shattered section by section, bursting into pieces and flying everywhere. Yin umbrella revealed a nasty smile and spun the white umbrella toward the sky. The white umbrella scattered around the palace. For a while, the white umbrella hid the sky and covered the earth. Even the bright moon lost its radiance. Yu Ming let out a cry of "not good," and immediately grabbed Yan Tianan and quickly receded. Several other people also retreated quickly. However, Lin Xuanji, for some reason, lost his mind. He could have retreated, but when he had half retreated, he suddenly changed his direction and directly slammed into the umbrella. Eldest brother Yan Tianan's heart was tight as he watched the white umbrella shrink to normal size and then fall into Yin umbrella's hands. "Ha ha ha!" Yin umbrella laughed proudly, fiddling around with the Yin umbrella, and stated, "It seems that what the third elder said was too exaggerated, and this young master of the Lin family is not some powerful character. He was actually so easily sucked into the umbrella. Now, I'll just wait for the umbrella to refine his flesh, and his soul will fly away and scatter third elder." Lin Runru's expression changed. Yin umbrella planned to leave, pulling Yang umbrella along, but unexpectedly found that his feet seemed to be firmly bound by a pair of hands, and he couldn't even lift them. "How is this possible?" Yin umbrella suddenly raised his head and said, "Who are you? How could you possibly trap me?" Yan Zonghua came forward, looking closely at Yin umbrella, and said, "Because you are weak." Yin umbrella, "Bitch it," so angry Yan Zonghua said, "Let him go." Yin umbrella lifted his foot again and remained absolutely still. Yin umbrella became aware he was trapped, and the one who trapped him was most likely the person in front of him. Yin umbrella tilted his head and looked at the man who looked like a big sun in front of him. He said, "Something that had been sucked inside, how can it be let out? My umbrella always had no way out, and even his soul will be refined." Yan Zonghua was unconcerned. He was also not angry. He spoke lightly, "If I completely destroy you, who knows if he still can't come out?" Yin umbrella smiled and said, "Even if I am destroyed, he still can't get out. Why bother wasting your energy?" Yan Zonghua also curled his lips and said, "How can it be wasting my energy? As long as the crafting monarch is alive, there is always a way to repair it. I can still afford to wait for thousands of years." When he finished, Yan Zonghua grabbed the closed white umbrella, and there were a bunch of flames on his fingertips, looking like it would soon burn the top of the umbrella. "Don't burn it, don't burn it!" Yang umbrella turned pale in fright. He rushed over and grabbed Yan Zonghua's arm. "If you burn him, Lin Xuanji truly won't be able to get out. Moreover, my umbrella still holds other people's souls. If you kill younger brother, all these souls can no longer be reincarnated." Yan Zonghua's black pupils narrowed, and he slightly retracted his hand, glanced at Young Umbrella, and said, "Let those souls go be reborn first." You dare? Yin Umbrella mercilessly stared at Young Umbrella. Young Umbrella didn't look at him and immediately took out his black umbrella. After opening it, he muttered incantations, and it didn't take long for wisps of souls to come out. Young Umbrella seized the white umbrella from the hands of Yin Umbrella. Under the gaze of Yin Umbrella, which seemed like he could eat people, the white umbrella was thrown forward, and the umbrella cover became a white gate, and the umbrella handle became a slender road. Those wisps of the souls walked along this road toward the front. It seemed as though those souls really could follow this ghostly road to reincarnation. The black umbrella leisurely fluttered in the air, hanging above the heads of the souls. Rays of lights fell down, and the originally almost empty and transparent souls slowly solidified. However, at this time, a strange and piercing laughter broke through the night sky, and Third Elder rushed out of nowhere, stretching out his slender tongue and licking forward, then sucked in all the souls that had no time to run, and swept them away. Yan Tianan was suddenly surprised and said, "Hurry, spit them out." Third Elder had already become the image of a pale face and blood-red lips that Yan Tianan saw before. The 5 facial features seemed to be abruptly drawn on paper, and they looked very stiff and awkward. His bluish-black fingernails had become 3 inches in length, and if not for the robe that almost never left his body, no one would recognize his identity. Yan Zhonghua no longer held back. When he waved, he had another wooden blade. The wooden blade had no scabbard and did not have a blade edge. However, every gesture and motion could conquer mountains and rivers. He forced 3 Elder, who had swallowed a few souls and experienced a surge in cultivation, to retreat to the front of the law enforcement hall. Just then, from all directions of Qing City, there was the sound of swords colliding with each other, and the flames of war spread from all directions. Esteemed Lan Yu's expression changed slightly and said, "You trap him here. I'll go outside and take a look at the main street." He saw countless Yin corpses walking and running around. They seemed to be conscious and rushed towards the residence. It took less than a moment to hear the frightened yells, anguished wailing, and sounds of killing. Esteemed Lan Yu lowered his eyes and took out his sword to cut several corpses that came towards him in the middle, conveniently saving a few people who were nearly skinned by the Yin corpses. He didn't pay much attention to the matters of cultivators, but instead flew towards the mortal area facing the street. Cultivators still had the ability to protect themselves, but when mortals met corpses, were they not just waiting to die? The unrestrained Yan Zhonghua fought with the Third Elder. Although his wood blade had no edge, when it touched the hands of the Third Elder, it burnt the skin there and made a sizzling sound. The Third Elder was suffering from pain. He didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent and immediately cried out. He suddenly took a deep fall, and read out an incantation could not be heard clearly. Evil wind roared behind him. A full 9.6-meter high Yin corpse jumped down from the top of the big plaque of Law Enforcement Hall, and smashed a deep pit in the ground. Third Elder smiled faintly and said, "As long as I have 81 souls, I can refine into a corpse king. Now that I have 81 already, and the whole Qing city is in my hands, corpse king, kill them." Distorted souls in the shapes of human heads floated above the corpse king's head. All the souls had a horrified look as they screamed with open mouths, which constantly spat out a poisonous green mist. As soon as it touched the grass, it left behind a field of black ashes. Yu Ming got goosebumps everywhere. He stepped back and stated, "What the hell is this weird thing? It's ugly as hell. Can't you still have a bit of aesthetics in your heart?" "It's the sorcery of the 5 demons sealed corpses." Yan Zhonghua hit the nail on the head and his eyes sank slightly. He said, "The sorcery of the 5 demons sealed corpses requires a whole city as sacrifice. Yu Ming, go and see if Qing City has been made into the 5 demon sealed corpses or a." Chapter 486. Chaotic Battle. When he finished talking, Yan Zhonghua put away the wooden sword and took out a turquoise jade flute. He then landed lightly on top of a pavilion. He was elegant and refined, like bamboo and cypress, making people see and yearn for him but not dare to harbor a single bit of blasphemous thoughts. At this time, nobody knew if Yu Ming's brain became smoke or something, but he suddenly asked, "Yan Zhonghua, if I don't come back after going outside, will you avenge me?" Yan Zhonghua originally wanted to play the flute, but when he heard this, he paused. Yan Zhonghua looked inexplicably at Yu Ming, who acted as though they were parting forever. He said, "If you can be killed by these measly Taoist techniques, then it's better if I pretend that I don't know you. It's kind of shameful. Yu Ming, bitch it, can't you cooperate with me?" Yan Zhonghua understood, not possible. Yu Ming, fuck your uncle. Yin Xingli was fighting with a corpse puppet that had run out of nowhere while raising his voice. Consort Highness, there is one thing I didn't tell you the truth about. Say it. Yu Ming gritted his teeth and fumed with rage. He slapped a corpse puppet's head straight off and sent it flying. Yin Xingli shook his body and said, the South Sovereign had already married 3 years ago. Right now the baby is about to be born. The father of the baby is not King Yi. Yan Zhonghua glanced at Yin Xingli and blew the jade flute. The sound of the flute was originally bitter, however, it became extremely clear and bright in Yan Zhonghua's hands. Golden soundwaves expanded throughout the surroundings and dispersed. Everywhere the soundwaves reached, the yin corpses covered their ears and screamed one after another. When Yu Ming came to his senses, he held out his finger and pointed at Yan Zhonghua. With a somewhat silly smile on his face, he said, this venerable will settle accounts with you after coming back. His tone didn't falter. His curved blade had already cut off several heads and returned to his hands. You sons of bitches, it's a crime punishable by 1,000 deaths to delay a couple from getting together. Yu Ming coolly flung his sleeve and disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Both of Yin Umbrella's feet were tied, and he couldn't move. Yang Umbrella was barely holding on beside him, sending several very powerful corpses flying. Yan Tianan. Yan Zhonghua raised his hand and untied Yin Umbrella's shackles. When Yin Umbrella regained his freedom, he first cursed Yan Zhonghua for a bit, then rushed toward the huge corpse king. A mere evil ghost dares to use Laozi as bait and even snatch my yin souls. You can say whatever you want, but you can't eat whatever you want. Yin Umbrella opened the umbrella in midair and nimbly fought the yin corpse king. Evidently, Yin Umbrella saw at a glance that third elder, who originally acted as his servant and helped him find Yin Constitution people, actually wanted to improve his own cultivation by absorbing and eating those vengeful souls after Yin Umbrella killed them. Yin Umbrella was furious and his attacks became more and more fierce. With one strike, 2 skeletons' heads were cut down. The corpse king gave an angry roar, which did not sound like a human's voice but rather like a dog's. Yan Zhonghua played the flute. His goal was not only to kill corpses, but it was also to lead all the corpses to his side. All the corpses in Qing City seemed to be guided by something, and they came running towards the Lin residence. The neighborhood, which had been in chaos from the battle, suddenly turned quiet after the corpses rushed past. Yu Ming took out a mirror and cast spells in 8 directions. After receiving feedback from all the directions, Yu Ming stared intently at it, and an array arrangement appeared in the mirror. Yu Ming cursed, took out a voice transmission talisman with both hands, and said, that god-bitched third elder is making a yin corpse fiend 8 directions array, it's almost finished. Esteemed Lan Yu replied from the other side, I've already found this. I'll take care of what's inside the city, and you clean up what's outside the city. We must not let them enter the city. The so-called yin corpse fiend 8 directions array used yin corpses as the array stones and set up formations in all 8 directions. Once the array was fully formed, all the people whose bones were buried in the city would be resurrected on the night of the full moon and obey the orders of the array's creator, thus turning the entire city into hell on earth. Yu Ming never thought that he would be able to personally witness and experience the Yin Corpse Fiend 8 Directions Array, which had already been listed as a forbidden technique, in such a small world like the 5 continents. Furthermore, it was not far from completion. Bitch it, even if someone told me that there is no one manipulating Third Elder from behind the scenes, I won't believe it no matter what. Looking at the grotesque corpses coming out of the ground one by one, Yu Ming's eyes darkened more and more. He sneered as he stood on the high overlooking platform of the city gate and gazed at the resurrected Yin corpses walking over like the walking dead in the distance. He licked his beautiful lips. I haven't killed without restraint for a long time. This is a good opportunity to reminisce about the past. Yu Ming's attacks were unimaginably cruel. His curved blade was like a beauty dancing in midair, spinning at a strange angle with every strike. Before those corpses even arrived at the gate, they had already been cut into 9 equal pieces. Yu Ming thought this was too slow, so he put away the curved blade and immediately struck with his palm in such a perilous situation. Hundreds of corpses in front of him were all slapped to the ground and crushed into meat paste and pieces of bones. It looked extremely miserable. Yu Ming smugly sneered twice. He then prepared to rush toward other places to stop the intruders, only to see that Hai Kuanglang, Zan Fengting, and the others were already in place. Yu Ming raised his eyebrows in surprise. He saw Hai Kuanglang releasing a long and slender ice dragon. The ice dragon rose up and became a dragon with a width of 3 meters and a length of 20 or 30 meters in the blink of an eye. It roared and attacked the corpses in front of it, freezing them all into ice statues. After some creaking noises, the corpses shattered into fragments and clinked as they fell all over the floor. "Greetings to Martial Uncle," Hai Kuanglang spoke. Yu Ming asked, "How did you guys get here?" Hai Kuanglang answered, "Before, Master sent us a message saying that he was afraid that something will happen in Qing City during this period of time, so he wanted us to come here in advance to respond to emergencies. We were originally living in an inn 10 miles outside the city and suddenly found unusual movement around the city during the middle of the night, so we rushed over to see the situation. Unexpectedly, something really did happen. It really does look terrifying." Yu Ming could not help but secretly think, it seems that his Shishong has already realized something, but for some reason, he didn't tell the truth, which made Yu Ming seriously think that there was something mysterious about this Lin family ancestral temple for a moment. But if esteemed Lan Yu had already predicted this disaster, why didn't he say anything? Yu Ming rolled his eyeballs and asked, "Who came with you?" Hai Kuanglang replied, "Everyone is here. In any case, Master is not on the mountain, so we have nothing to do." Yu Ming patted Hai Kuanglang on the shoulder. "If we're lucky today, we'll be able to return to the 9 lands in a few days. When that happens, you can consider whether to return to Fuyao sect with your Shishong or to return your North lands." Hai Kuanglang's expression changed slightly. Finally, he smiled lightly. "Martial Uncle is teasing me. I already had nothing to do with the North lands a long time ago. How can I return to that place?" Yu Ming looked at him with profound meaning. "That's true. You never planned to return to the North lands to be a little heir, you only want to return and become the ruler of the North lands." Hai Kuanglang's eyes sank slightly, and the ice dragon that he released suddenly became a lot more irritable, crushing many corpses with its body. Hai Kuanglang curled his lips. "Martial Uncle can see through matters clearly. Originally, I thought that passing my days here was pretty good and that there was no need to seek revenge in the North lands. But then I thought again. I don't want Fengting to follow me everywhere without any name or status. He is different from me. Although my blood is impure, in the end, I still have half of the dragon clan's blood within me, which is on the same level as Phoenix's. Naturally, I have a long lifespan and do not fear the pain of life, death, and reincarnation. However, Zan Fengting is merely a minor demonic beast. If he can't get the approval of the dragon clan's ancestors, I cannot share my lifespan with him. Therefore, even for Shishong's sake, I still have to fight with the dragon clan." Yu Ming patted Hai Kuanglang on the shoulder. "I am very optimistic about you." Hai Kuanglang laughed. "I'm also very optimistic about myself." Hai Kuanglang's ice dragon easily intercepted those low-grade corpses outside the city. After watching the situation for a while, he felt that these things were just too numerous but couldn't pose any legitimate threat, so he went to another location to look for Zan Fengting with confidence. In several other directions, Wan Yidong, Su Mo, and Yuan Tianwen guarded the gate of the Lin family's law enforcement hall. Yan Tianan had already taken out all the small minions except the Corpse King. Those corpses gave out shrill, pain-filled shrieks as they clutched their heads and remained in place with swaying bodies. Yin Xingli was looking for the eye of the array, and the compass needle in his hand spun around rapidly. The Corpse King was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he saw that Yan Zonghua was a tough opponent, he turned and rushed towards Yan Tianan. Yan Tianan jumped towards the back for a long distance and stood on a tall tree. He changed the yin flames in his hand into a longbow and suddenly pulled the bow to shoot arrows. A yin flame arrow broke through the air with a howling sound and shot straight toward the Corpse King's head. The Corpse King sent the long arrow flying with a single slap. Only a small hole appeared in the palm of his hand. Evidently, he didn't put this level of attack in his eyes. Yan Tianan thought, not good. In the blink of an eye, the Corpse King was already in front of him. The yin umbrella, who had been suppressed by the Corpse King, also caught up and gave him a heavy blow from the back. Half of the Corpse King's head was chopped off, and he immediately roared angrily and turned around, attacking the yin umbrella with a palm full of corpse chi. Yin umbrella sneered once and met him head-on. He was not a human and didn't have the 5 senses. He also wasn't fragile like humans were, so poisoning didn't even exist in his dictionary, no matter whether it was corpse poison or poison pills. Thus, the Corpse King's move was simply in vain. The white umbrella opened in an instant, and the canopy continued to turn upwards. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a long spear with a sharp tip. The white umbrella broke through the black fog and directly pierced through the Corpse King's palm. It then quickly spun around and twisted the palm into meat paste. The scene was at once very bloody and violent. Those heads hanging behind the Corpse King gave shrill screams at the same time. One by one, they left the Corpse King's body and became independent beings that growled as they jumped toward the Yin umbrella. Yin umbrella was unconcerned and met them head-on. He opened the white umbrella, casually throwing it toward the sky. The white umbrella sprinkled down silvery white phosphorus powder light. When the light touched the tops of the corpses' heads, it collected all the heads into the umbrella. Yin umbrella and the Corpse King were fighting intensely. The Yang umbrella hid in the nearby trees to cheer for the Yin umbrella, hoping that Yin umbrella could unleash a big attack to kill the Corpse King in one blow. Within the white umbrella, Lin Xuanji opened his eyes. He was walking in a field of nothingness. With every step he took, a teal water lotus would form underneath his foot, but when the next water lotus appeared, the previous water lotus would turn to mist. There was a void in front of him, while countless souls floated around in the surroundings. They tried to possess Lin Xuanji's body, but they were either bounced back the instant they were about to touch him, or they vanished like smoke in thin air, turning into particles in the void. He didn't know how long he walked. A long path was lit up by a faint light, which started under Lin Xuanji's feet and spread to the distance.